All right, we discussed about what is the architecture of Linux. Like in the center, we see the hardware layer, right? The hardware means CPU, motherboard, processor, RAM, all those things. And on top of hardware, there is a program which is called kernel. So kernel program will is capable of talking to the hardware directly. It uses device drivers. Okay, so with the help of device drivers, kernel program is able to talk to any hardware. It can talk to CPU, it can talk to RAM, everything. So which means kernel is the most critical component in any operating system, in Linux also, in any other operating system also. Okay, so basically, this architecture applies to most of the operating systems in the market: Linux, Windows, you name it. Okay, maybe Android, Mac OS, all of them. Then on top of kernel is taking inputs from shell. Shell is another program. Shell program reads the command file, and it translates the file code line by line to the kernel. Okay, so that kernel can understand in the form of the language which hardware understands, right? So kernel and hardware both talk at this with the same language. So shell will be translating the code in the language which kernel understands. Kernel will then take the action accordingly. Okay, and shell program takes the input from users and application programs. Okay, and next we discussed what is the Linux directory structure. Like when you finish installing a Linux operating system, you get a directory structure like this. The first directory you see is called root or slash, and under that directory you will find bin, boot, dev, like that. So yesterday we went through all the directory definitions and what is the use of each and every directory, and slowly and steadily we are going to revise each and every definition time to time. Okay, so don't worry if you don't remember. So slowly and steadily you are going to remember. Okay, so we have already done the installation part. I hope everyone was able to do it. Today we are going to learn about this shell program and all the commands. All right, so we'll go slowly. We will first of all start with basic commands. So basic commands, and then for example file level commands, directory navigation commands, okay, user related commands, like that. So first of all, let us just talk about this shell program. Okay, so basically what is this shell program? Whenever you type a command in CLI, you are the system admin or the user. Okay, whenever you type the command like ls command, what happens in the background? Shell program will read this command. Okay, so this ls command will be in /usr/bin. Okay, in this directory, in this location, there will be a file by the name ls, and this file is a code file. Okay, so let me show you. So right now I am logged in as a student user, and student user can run all the commands which are in /bin. Okay, /usr/bin. So let me go to that location.
So here student is not the root user?
No, root user, see the username of root user is root. Okay, and the username of student user is student. These are two individual accounts, separate accounts.
Now the
Okay.
student is another user
Yeah.
that when all the privileges can also be given. I mean all root privileges can also be given to student, right?
Yes. So basically, by default, this student user is a non-root user, which
Mhm.
means limited privileges.
Right.
Okay. But if required, root user can, do some configuration so that student user can also run root level commands. Okay, so this can be done, which I will tell you. This is achieved with the help of sudo. There is a command sudo. This is used to elevate your privileges. Okay, so if a non-root user wants to run any root level command, so the non-root user will be using sudo. Like, let's say there is a command to update the operating system, yum space update. This command can only be executed by root user. But if you are a student user and you want to do the same thing, then you will just write sudo space yum space update. Okay. So if the student user is part of sudo configuration, then this command will function as normal. Okay. There will be no error. If student user is not part of this sudo configuration, then there will be an error, which I will tell you. I will explain you all this things, I mean, maybe tomorrow or today if we have time. Okay. So I was just showing you the location of the command. Let's say there is a command ls. Okay, let me first type the command and show you the output. So if I type ls, it will list all the contents in the current location. Okay, there is a /temp directory also. If I do ls space /tmp, so everything inside tmp will be listed. So starting from this file, log file, till here, VMware root, like that, all these are the contents of the /temp directory. Okay, let me show you both the things. So in my location, these are the directories present. In /temp, you see all these things, VMware root, like that, and first file is the log file. Okay, all right. So yes, we are able to run the command, but where is this ls command actually? So it is supposed to be a code file. Where is this code file of ls? It is in /usr/bin. Where is this usr? Here it is, /usr. Now inside there is a bin directory. Okay, you will see hundreds of files here. So you will see hundreds of files here. Uh, Let me just find this ls using this search option. So first file, this is the code file. Okay, the code of the command ls. So if we see the properties, it will be something like 134 kilobytes. And yeah, that's it. Okay. So this is the code file. Whenever you run this ls command, this code file is executed by the shell program. Okay. All right. So let me also share a brief history about shell program. Shell program is a category. Okay. So shell is a category of a program. So inside, when we talk about shell program, in the market, there are multiple options available. There is bash shell program. Then there is Bourne shell program. Okay, sh it is called in short, Bourne shell. And then there is C shell, CSH shell. Then there is TCSH shell. Okay, and ZSH shell. There are so many available actually. ZSH shell. All right. But as a system administrator, you will be using most of the time this bash shell. Okay. Uh, so we can say this is the default shell. What is this sh? Sh is the oldest shell program. It is the oldest, introduced in 1977. Okay. And originally it is called Bourne shell, Bourne, Bourne shell. Okay. What is this bash? The full form of bash? So it is basically updated version of Bourne shell. It is called Bourne again shell. So BASH. Okay, bash. All right. And this C shell, CSH is used. It is used by the C language developers, programmers, or those who work on C language. Okay. So it is out of our scope. We are not going to discuss. So majorly, we are just working on bash shell. I'm going to teach you bash shell scripting also in the future. Okay, so everything will revolve around bash shell only. Okay, so just remember this: shell is a program which is used to read the command file, translate the code line by line to the kernel, and then kernel will execute the command and generate the output. Okay. All right, so bash is the default shell in RHEL, in CentOS, in Ubuntu, everywhere. All right, normally. Okay, so yeah. Okay, so this is about shell. So let us move on to commands. Okay, so from today onwards, we are starting with commands. Before we run any command, we should know the format of the command, how to type the command, how many parts are there in a command. Let me give you some examples. ls command, then I type ls-l, then another command, ls-l/tmp. This is one command only, ls, but I'm adding some more things to it. So the first, let me just take this example. Okay, so here ls is what? The actual command. Okay. And ls means list the contents in the current location. List the contents. Then what is this hyphen L? Hyphen L is the option. Options, I can say. So, you know, what exactly is an option in a command? Option means when you add an option in a command, it basically produces a different kind of a output. For example, okay, let me use ls first of all. Ls command is giving me the output like this, just the names of whatever it is, file or a directory. Okay, just the name. I'm not seeing the file size or the directory size. I don't see what are the permissions, all those stuff. Okay, when was this directory created? I don't have any detail. If you want to see all those details, that is called long list format. And if you want to see that, you will type ls hyphen l. If you want to add any option, you will start the option with hyphen, and L is used to display the data in long list format like this. Now the output is the same, but I'm getting additional data. On the left, you see everything is additional. Like first section is for the permission, then the second section is for who is the owner of the directory. Okay, then we have the size, then the timestamp, when was the directory created, all those things we can say in detail. Okay, so there is one option L. Likewise, for ls command, there are many options, 20-30 options. So if you are curious, you want to know how many options are there with any command, you will just say ls hyphen hyphen help. So basically you will get a kind of a help page, a manual, kind of a manual. Okay, you see these options. So right now I'm using this hyphen L. Let me go there, hyphen L. So hyphen L. So it is used, use a long listing format, right? Similarly, there is H, small h. Small h means you can type hyphen H or you can type hyphen hyphen human hyphen readable. One and the same thing. I prefer hyphen H. So hyphen H means print the size like KB, MB, GB, etc. If you want to know the size, file size in KB, MB, GB, you will use hyphen H. So let me give you one small example. So I will type ls-l. There are so many files, right? Files and directories. यहाँ पर files भी हैं और folders भी हैं, right? And you see the file sizes also, directory size, file size. All these sizes are mentioned in bytes. Okay, if you want to get the size in KB, MB, GB, you need to divide them with 1024. You will get KB. Then 1024, you will get MB, like that. Okay. So let's say I want to see the exact size 68924. I am not able to understand like that. So I will do ls-lh. So with hyphen, you can add multiple commands. ls-l for long list, h to show the size in KB, MB, GB, like that. Now you see all the sizes are in KB. Okay, some of the size may be in MB as well. Let me see. This is like 677 KB. 57 means 57 bytes. Okay, 6 means 6 bytes. 3.2k means 3.2 KB. Okay, and like that. So we can add multiple options. So if you are curious, you want to know how many options are there, with any command, use this hyphen help. With any command, it will work. So you will see all the available options along with the definition or the description. Okay, so yeah. So slowly and steadily, I will introduce you to multiple options with ls with every command actually. Okay. All right. So yeah. So second thing was called option, and you can add multiple. Hyphen L is just one option. If I want to add multiple, I can say hyphen LTRHZ capital Z, small I. All these are valid options. With just single hyphen, add multiple options. You will get the data format or the output format as per the options. Okay, जो आपकी output आएगी command की, वो इन options के हिसाब से format होके आएगी. Then the last part of this /tmp. So this is called argument. Okay, so argument means this command needs to work on this thing. So ls-l/tmp means ls command will go inside /tmp and see whatever is inside /tmp, and that same thing will be displayed on the screen. Okay, so details of the contents of /tmp. Okay, so this is called argument. If you do not mention any argument, so by default with the ls command, you will get the information of your current location. All right, so like ls command, I'm just typing, press enter. So whatever you see here is part of which directory? etc. I'm right now in etc. Let me show you. First of all, let us find where am I right now? pwd print working directory. So right now I'm in /etc. Okay, if I type ls, all these things are inside etc. Okay, these are all folders and files, directories and files. Okay, but if I do ls-l /var, okay, so ls-l/var, you are getting the data from inside the var directory. जो भी var के अंदर है वो आपको यहाँ सामने दिख रहा है. Okay, तो see, normally we are going to identify like account is a folder. Why? It is in blue color. Okay, but you can also see the output like this sometimes in some servers. Now everything is in white, so it's tough to find what if it is a directory or a file. But it's not that tough. If you know Linux, you can identify. I will tell you later. So these are the parts of a command. So essentially, we have the command, then the options, and the argument. Okay. Any questions still here?
So can you explain again that argument part?
So basically, if see ls-l/var, what exactly is happening here? ls command will now check what is inside var. Okay, and whatever is inside var, that content will be listed on the screen. If I want to know what is inside temp, I will do ls-l/tmp. Then whatever is inside temp, that will be listed. But if I do ls-l, that's it. I'm not mentioning anything. So by default for ls command, if you do not mention any argument, it generally takes your present working directory, wherever you are right now. So let's say I am inside /tmp. So it will give you the data of /tmp. Okay, or if I'm inside my home directory, /home/student. So this ls-l will display the contents of this student directory. Okay, so the last part is called argument, where the ls command will be working on. If you do not mention anything, your current location will be taken as an argument. All right. So I used ls command for the example. Next slide, we are going to cover now the basic commands.
We sometimes use ll command as well.
Yeah, ll, for that I am going to explain you. Basically, ll is kind of a shortcut. Okay, and technically in Linux we call it alias. All right, so whenever you type ll command, something else is running in the background. You know what? ls-l. So this is running in the background whenever you type ll.
Yeah.
Okay. So I will tell you how you can create your own alias, so that if you are typing something complex every time, like for me, if you ask, I use ls with these many options, ltrh, and I run this ls command hundreds of times in in a day. So I don't want to type these many characters every time. So I create one shortcut, ld equals to this command. So whenever I type ld, this command will run automatically. Okay, so this is just an alias.
That means we can give these arguments to ld command.
Yeah, so
yes.
like if you want to run like this, ls-ltrh/tmp. So if I have created ld as a shortcut, then I can just type ld space /tmp. Same.
Yeah.
It is one and the same thing. So this command will work on /tmp. It will list whatever is inside /tmp. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So like ls command in Linux, there are thousands of commands. But as a system administrator, it's first of all, it's humanly not possible to remember all those commands. Okay. The commands are used as per need basis. If you need to use some command, you will then just go through the manual and then use the command. Okay, if you do not know any command, it's not a bad thing, it's normal. Okay, as a human, you cannot, you know, memorize all the thousands of commands.
Yes, sir.
We,
It's hard to remember all those
yes,
commands. There are
yeah,
n
that's,
number of commands.
yeah, absolutely. So just don't worry, don't think that you need to learn all those commands. No, the truth is you just need to know basic commands like how to create a file, how to edit a file, how to enter a directory, how to come out of a directory, right?
Yes.
Similarly, how to get network information, how to get system information. So in total, maybe 10-20 commands maximum. Okay, and with the, you know, practice, in like we have 50 hours in hand, within 50 hours I'm going to cover all the essential Linux admin commands, and slowly and steadily you will also get used to it. Okay,
Yes.
so it's all about practice, you know. You can learn anything with practice, and these 10-50 commands are nothing. Okay, so there is a question in the chat, hold on. So there is a question like, can we give space after slash ls-l slash space tmp? Now what is happening here? So ls is the command, -l is the option, this slash is argument number 1, this tmp is argument number 2. If I am inside slash already, then this command will run. You will get two outputs. Okay, you will get two outputs, one for slash, one for tmp. But if I am outside slash, maybe inside slash home slash student, then I will get error for tmp, because tmp is inside slash, not in my current location. Okay, so if I type like this, ls-l tmp, this means tmp is in my current location. If it is not, then there will be error. Let me demonstrate. Okay, so if I type ls-l tmp, so first of all, see, where am I right now? I am inside etc. If I am inside slash, then yes, this command will work without error. But I am inside etc. In etc, there is no tmp. Let me press enter. It says cannot access tmp, no such file or directory. Let me go to slash, cd slash, enter. Now I am inside slash. ls command can verify bin boot dev etc home, like that. Everything is here. Now if I type this same command, ls-l tmp, now I will get the output. Okay, so ls-l ls command now will try to open the tmp in my current location. Yes, I am inside slash, and inside slash there is tmp. ls command will work without any issues. Okay, so let me go to my home directory first, cd slash home slash student. Okay, pwd to verify I'm inside home student. Now I will run the same command, ls-l slash space tmp. Now these are two arguments. ls command will work on slash and then on tmp, one after the other. Let me press enter. Okay, so for tmp, it is saying cannot access tmp, no such file or directory. And then it says for slash, this is the output, which is fine. So if you want to fix this error, what will you type? You will type ls-l, the first argument is slash, second argument slash tmp. Now this is the complete path. Slash tmp is the complete path. Press enter. Now you get two outputs. The first output, sorry, where is that? Yeah. So the first output is for slash, this is for slash. Okay. And the second output is for slash tmp. All right. So not all commands accept multiple arguments. ls is one of those commands which accepts multiple arguments. Okay, so with the practice, you will get to know which command accepts multiple arguments. Okay, all right, so let us first of all start with file level commands. What is file level? Like you want to create a file, create a directory, remove a file, okay, remove a directory, and display the contents of a file. All right, so first command is ls. We have already done it. Okay, ls to list the contents of a directory. Then we have touch command. Okay, touch command is used to create an empty file. Right now, where am I? pwd will tell you I'm inside student. Okay, let me create a file. Touch file1. A new file will be created by the name file1. How to verify? ls command will tell you. So ls command is telling you file1 has been created. If you want to know when was this file1 created, ls-l you will use. Okay. So in your current location, there is file1 created on January 28, 8:29 p.m. The size is 0 bytes because it is empty. Okay. So I will explain you these things later, not now. I mean, what are these permissions and all? So we will just focus on commands right now. Okay. Okay. So touch command is used to create an empty file. Next is mkdir. Mkdir is used to create empty directory. I want to
हेलो सर
create. Yes, yes.
सर ये क्वेश्चन है सर
हाँ जी,
ये सर फाइल वन का एक्सटेंशन क्या होगा सर
फिर से बोलो.
फाइल वन का एक्सटेंशन क्या होगा
फाइल का एक्सटेंशन.
जो हाँ ये सर
अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा, देखो होता क्या है, इन लाइनक्स extension doesn't matter. Okay, so extensions are not mandatory. All right, so extensions are not mandatory. This means you can create any file. You can create file or file1 or file.txt or file.pdf, anything you can create. No worries. If you do not even use extension, no worries. It is a normal file, text file. You can type anything. Okay. In Windows, if extension is missing, normally you are not able to use that file, right? So it becomes very tough to use that file. But in Linux, it's very simple. Even if there is no extension, it's fine. It is a text file. Okay, I will tell you how to write in a text file and all that.
So, Amitji, I have a confusion here.
Yeah,
That
tell me.
we understood that a directory is nothing but the file.
See, technically for Linux, directory is nothing but a file. Yes.
Mhm. So whatever that we have created file one, which is nothing but the document type, or how is it?
Yeah, it's a regular text file where you can type text.
Mhm.
Okay, not like see in Windows we have Notepad, right? Using Notepad you create a file like this. I mean it's a text file,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
And directory is what? Directory is a kind of an entity where you can save multiple files. Okay,
Got
just
it.
like a folder in Windows, you can club multiple files in one location. That is called a folder.
Got it.
Okay, yeah, it is one and the same thing. Directory or folder, it is all the same. Okay, all right. So yeah, mkdir. If you want to create a empty directory, अगर आपको एक खाली directory या खाली folder बनाना है, then you will use mkdir. How to use it? Mkdir space the name of a directory. Let's say test. Enter. It says already exist. All right. Mkdir. Let's say test1. Okay. ls-l. So do you see test1? Yes, I see test1. I also see test here. So test was already created. I created this test1. There is the file. Now, how to identify if it is a file or a directory? So in the, let's take the example of first line. Okay. So in the first line, what is the character? What is the first character? It is D. Okay. So in ls-l, the first character is the file identifier. D means directory. And what about this file1? What is the first character? It is hyphen. Hyphen means a regular file, a normal text file. Okay, D means directory, hyphen means normal text file. Okay, so text file we can open in editor and we can save something, save data like that. Okay, so mkdir to create an empty directory. Then there is rm command. Rm means remove. So let's say you want to remove this file1. You will type rm space file1, enter. That's it. It is deleted, gone. How will you verify? ls command. So in ls command, do you see file1? No, it's gone. See, in Windows, we have a concept of recycle bin, right? But if you're working on a command line interface, if you remove anything, it will not go to the recycle bin. In Linux, it is called trash, like this. Where is it? See on the left, you see this trash. It's empty right now. Okay, so it's empty right now. Let me delete something from graphically. So let me go to home, maybe in downloads, anything. No, let me create something, new folder, test. Now I'm going to delete it. Right click, send to trash. Yeah, move to trash. It's deleted, right? If I go to trash, here is the test. I can restore. Right click, restore, right? I can only do this delete and restore if I'm in graphics, GUI. But if I'm using CLI, if I remove anything, it is permanently gone. Okay, like I just removed file 1, it's gone. All right, let me do something else. Touch, let's say resume.doc, docx. This is a Microsoft Word format, right? So does it really mean it is permanently Microsoft Word document? No, it is a normal text file. ls-l. You see this resume.docx hyphen. Hyphen means it's a normal file. You can open, edit, you can type anything and save. There is no restrictions in Linux. You can add any extension. It will remain a text file only. Okay.
सर एक क्वेश्चन है सर,
हाँ जी, हाँ जी.
जब आप एक फाइल बना रहे हैं तो उसके आगे में ये हाइफन आ रहा है, नहीं ये मतलब
हाँ, ये हाइफन आ रहा है.
हाइफन आ रहा है, लेकिन जब आप दूसरी बार क्लिक करते हैं उसके बाद डी आ जा रहा है, ऐसा क्यों सर?
देखो, डी का मतलब होता है डायरेक्टरी. डायरेक्टरी होता है ये. ग्राफिकली दिखाता हूँ मैं आपको, ऐसे अगर थोड़ा कंफ्यूजन हो रहा है तो होल्ड ऑन.
नहीं सर वो ठीक है, यहीं पे समझ जाएंगे सर. जब
देखो,
आप उसके प्रेजेंट में रहते हैं ना, तो उसमें डी नहीं आता है सर, और जब आप दूसरा फिर क्रिएट करेंगे तो उसमें डी आ जाता है.
डी तब आएगा जब मैं एक डायरेक्टरी बनाऊंगा, ठीक है. और हाइफन तब आएगा जब मैं एक फाइल बनाऊंगा. जैसे आप यहाँ पे देखो ध्यान से, ये एक resume.docx करके एक फाइल बना है, राइट? तो ये नॉर्मल फाइल है. जब मैं डायरेक्टरी बनाऊंगा तो वो एक ऐसा बनेगा, एक फोल्डर की तरह बन के आएगा सामने, जैसे टेस्ट बना हुआ है या test1 बना हुआ है, राइट? तो मैं देखो फिर से बनाता हूँ एक यहाँ पे टच फाइल 3, ये नॉर्मल फाइल बन रहा है, ठीक है. अब एक डायरेक्टरी बनाता हूँ mkdir test3 और एक डायरेक्टरी बन गया. ग्राफिकली देख लेते हैं. तो यहाँ पे फाइल 3 बन गया, एज अ फाइल आया है ये, ठीक है, ये जो हाईलाइट किया मैंने. और test3 देखो एक डायरेक्टरी बन के आया है. ओके. और अगर आप ls-l करेंगे तो आपको ये पिक्चर क्लियर हो जाएगा. जो ये फाइल 3 है वो एक नॉर्मल फाइल है, टेक्स्ट फाइल. इसको नोटपैड में ओपन करके आप एडिट कर सकते हैं. और जो मैंने test3 बनाया है वो एक डायरेक्टरी बनाए डी. ओके. अगर आपको एडिट करना है ग्राफिक्स से, यू कैन डबल क्लिक दिस फाइल और एक एडिटर ओपन हो जाएगा. इसको बोलते हैं जी एडिट, ग्राफिकल एडिटर. यू कैन जस्ट टाइप एनीथिंग, जो भी आपको टाइप करना है. ओके. एंड जस्ट सेव. सेव कैसे करते हैं नॉर्मली? Ctrl+S हो गया सेव, ठीक है. जो भी मैंने इसमें लिखा फाइल 3 में वो सेव हो गया. ये नॉर्मल टेक्स्ट फाइल है. ऑलराइट. या rm command is used to remove, okay, remove a file. If you want to remove a directory, then what? Let me show you. So
I have a question, sir.
Yes.
Sir, in CLI we use touch command to create a file, and mkdir
yes.
to create directory.
Yes, absolutely
But
right.
when we want to write something in this file without a graphical view,
Yeah.
so how to open this and write through CLI? Is it possible?
Yes, there is a program there is a command called vi, which I will tell you later. Okay, not now.
Okay.
So vi is used, and then there is another. Yeah, then there is
VI
another.
editor.
Yeah, vi editor, and then there is nano editor, nano. Okay, so these two are most popularly used text editor for CLI. Okay, see, in a CLI we have restriction, like there is no cursor control, we cannot move the mouse, there is no click function, and there are no shortcuts. We cannot do Ctrl+S to save, Ctrl+C to copy.
Yeah.
So things are little different in CLI. Let me show you how nano looks like. If I use nano command, this is nano. Okay, so like I can start typing. If I want to save, the shortcuts are mentioned below. See, if you see this option, Ctrl+X means exit. This arrow sign means char at. Char at means control. control key. So control X means exit. I will do control X. It says saved, save modified buffer, which means do you want to save the changes? I will say yes. It is now saying please write the file name where you want to save. I will say nano is the file name, nano.txt. Press enter. So you will see nano.txt is created. Nano.txt. Okay. Which I will tell you later. Okay. So it is too early to explain VI. Because, okay. Yeah. So now I was talking, if you want to remove any directory like test or test3, how will you do it? rm space test3. Now it says rm command cannot remove test3. It is a directory. Okay. Then for rm, we need to use an option -r. -r means recursive. Enter the test3 directory, delete whatever is inside test3, and then finally delete test3. This is called recursive. So I will say rm-r test3, recursively remove it. Now there is no error. Test3 is removed. ls command can verify there is no test3, it is gone. Okay. Similarly, I can remove this test1 also. rm-r space test1. R means recursively. Go inside the directory, remove all the content, then remove the directory. Okay. So always remember this.
Please repeat this.
Okay. See, with rm command, we can easily remove files. Like I want to remove nano.txt. I will type rm space nano.txt. The file is gone. ls command to verify. Do you see nano.txt? No, it is gone. So if you want to remove a directory, let's say there is a test directory. If I type rm space test, so now I'm getting an error. It says cannot remove test. It is a directory.
Yeah.
To remove a directory, we have to add one option with rm command. The option is -r. Okay. And then name the directory, whatever it is, like test. So rm-r test. What will happen? Now remove command will enter this test directory. It will first of all remove what is inside test, and then it will remove this test directory. Okay. So let me check what is inside cd test. We have so many files. Okay. So rm command will first of all remove all these files, and then it will remove test directory. Okay. rm-r test. Yes.
R represents what here?
Recursive.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. So it's gone, right? rm-r test, it's gone. ls to verify. You don't see any test directory.
First delete content, then delete the file, na?
Sorry?
R means first delete content, na? File ke content.
R means R is used to remove a directory, and R means recursive. Let me show you. rm-help. So this help command will tell you what is this R. R means recursive. Remove directories and their contents recursively. All right. So any
question.
Yeah, yes,
What is
please.
the difference between file and directory?
Sorry, what is?
What is the difference between file and directory?
Okay. So this file3 is a file. Okay.
Yes, sir.
And this download is a directory. I can move this file inside a directory. I can create another file inside a directory. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So a directory can hold multiple files. It's a kind of a folder like in Windows, जैसे Windows में होता है. जैसे Windows में ये PDF नाम का एक folder है मेरे पास. Okay. तो PDF के अंदर क्या पड़ी है? PDF फाइल पड़ी है. Okay. इसमें बाकी PDF भी डाल सकता हूँ मैं. तो जैसे विंडोज पे काम करते हैं फोल्डर के साथ, वही सेम चीज डायरेक्टरी में होता है.
Okay.
बस नाम डिफरेंट है, काम वही है, चीज वही है.
Yes.
Alright.
Yes.
Okay. Now going ahead, there is another command rmdir. If you already know the directory is empty, there is no content, you can use rmdir. For example, there is one music directory cd. Acha, I want to see what is inside music directory. I can do ls-l music. Sorry, capital M. It says 0, nothing is inside music. It is empty. If you want to remove empty directory, you can do rmdir space music, the name of the directory. It is gone. ls-l, it's gone. So you have two commands, rm-r or rmdir. rmdir only works if the directory is empty. अगर डायरेक्टरी खाली है, इसमें कुछ नहीं है, तो वो रिमूव हो जाएगा. Else you have to use rm-r. Then there is cat command. If you want to know if something is written inside a file, you can use cat command. Okay. So let me graphically type something in a file. There is one resume.docs. So this is some sample data. Okay, so I have added 2 lines. All right, so ls command to know what are the files here. Okay, there is resume.docx. If you want to know what is written inside this file, if you want to see the content of this file, use cat command. Cat normally means display the contents of the file. Okay, cat resume.docx. You see the data. You see data is here. Okay, so this is read only mode. You cannot modify. It is just read only mode, and you will get to see whatever is written in this file. Okay, it's very simple. Cat. If you want to enter any directory, you can use cd command. Cd means change directory. So let's say you want to go inside /var. You will type cd/var. ls command to know whatever is there inside var. Okay, you want to enter your home directory, cd/home/student. Student is your username. Okay, so cd/home/student. Enter. You have entered your home directory. pwd to verify. Yes, you are inside home directory. ls command to know whatever details are, whatever files and folders are there. Okay, so cd is the command. If you want to come out of the current directory, for example, you are right now inside student, you want to come out of student and get into home, or we can say you want to go one directory back. If you want to go one directory back, you will use cd space ... means one directory back. Press enter. Now check where are you right now. Now you are in home. Earlier you were in home student. Now you are one directory back, means you are in home. You want to go one more directory back, you will enter /. आप slash में चले जाएंगे. cd space ... Now you are inside /. Okay, so / is the starting point. You cannot come out of it. cd space ... nothing. You are still in /. Okay, so cd to change the directory /home/student. Okay, pwd to verify. pwd means present working directory. Okay, so all I have covered all the commands. Next is user related commands. See, if you want to know if any user exists in your system, you can use one command which is called id. Like I want to check my details. I am user student. I will say id space student. So id is the command, student is the argument. Okay, so these are the details of student user. So student users user id is 1000. Okay, in bracket the name is given student, and student user is part of a group. Okay, the group name is also student. So in Linux there is one default behavior. Whenever you create a user, a group is also created by the same name. Okay, and group id is also same 1000. All right, so I will slowly and steadily explain you these groups and users, but not today. And then student user is part of student group and wheel group. What is this wheel group? Very strange name. So basically wheel group is used by sudo configuration. So if any user is part of wheel group, that user is able to use sudo. Okay, this I will explain you later. All right, then if you want to know who last logged into your system, आपके server पे किसने login किया था in the past, so you can use last command. So last command will tell you who has logged into your system in the past. For example, right now student is logged in. It says still logged in. Okay, and then reboot is nothing, just a command, but this command is executed by a user called reboot, which I will tell you later. Okay, then this root Root is the user. Okay, so root user logged in on January 28th this time till 1:51. Okay, and the duration was just 31 minutes. So you see all the session details. किस यूजर ने लॉगिन किया, कितनी देर के लिए लॉगिन किया, और कब लॉगिन किया, किस आईपी एड्रेस से लॉगिन किया. Okay, so all those things are mentioned here. The command is last. अगर कोई आपको बोलता है कि आपके सिस्टम में पास्ट में किसने लॉगिन किया है, you will use this last command and you will find all the users who have logged into your server, to your system or the server. Okay, then there is who am I. If you forget which user you used to log in, you can use who am I. It will tell you you are student. Okay, so if you forget, in case, there is one more thing that I need to explain. Whenever you start the terminal, you get this thing. This is called prompt. There are multiple parts in this prompt. Let me explain you. Okay, so this is what you see when you open this terminal, right? So this student is the user who is logged in, and then @ means which machine, and the machine name is localhost. So this can be localhost, this can be server A, this can be some other name, node 1, like that. Okay, just the name of the machine. This is a tilde sign. Where do you find tilde sign? Next to one number key, left to the one number key. So shift plus that key will give you tilde sign. Now this tilde sign means home directory of logged in user. Home directory of logged in user. So for student, what is the home directory? It's /home/student. Okay, how to verify? PWD can tell you. PWD, it is the same. So this tilde means the home directory of the logged in user. Okay, and then what is this $? So basically $sign means the logged in user is a non-root user. Okay, if root logs in, then what do you see? You will see hash. Hash means logged in user is root. Okay, so these are some basic things that you should always keep in mind. With practice, you will remember all these things. So this is called prompt, and the elements of prompt are username, the name of the system, and technically it is called host name. Okay, so username @hostname, the location where user is currently inside, and the privileges. If it is a non-root user, a $sign. If it is a root user, then hash, £sign, hash or pound. Okay, let me save this file first of all. I hope you guys are practicing. I mean, at least the virtual machine installation. Okay.
सर आपने जो पीपीटी दिया ना वो एडिटेबल नहीं है सर, हम लोग उसमें से कॉपी नहीं हो पा रहा था, वो लिंक
कॉपी नहीं हो पा रहा है. अच्छा, आप एक काम कर सकते हैं, आप गूगल ड्राइव पे जाएंगे तो गूगल ड्राइव को आपको सारी पीपीटीज मिल जाएंगी, आप उसमें सब कुछ कर पाएंगे. फिर आपके पास है गूगल ड्राइव का लिंक?
हाँ सर
है ना, आप उसको एक बार ओपन करें और फिर आप उसको देखो. मैं भी एक बार वेरीफाई कर लेता हूँ कि सारी पीपीटीज वहाँ दिख रही हैं कि नहीं. हाँ, तो ये कल तक तो है ना. नहीं, 27th की नहीं डाली, 27th का भी डाल देता हूँ. होल्ड ऑन, ये 27th का. तो आपको 27th का भी यहाँ पे पीपीटी मिल जाएगा. ऑलराइट, ऑलराइट. एंड देन वी हैव वन कमांड विच इज कॉल्ड who. चलो who को चला के देखते हैं. लेट्स सी व्हाट इज द आउटपुट ऑफ who. WHO. So it will tell you which student is logged in right now. Okay, who will tell you which user is logged in right now. So maybe in your server there are 10 users logged in and working on something. So you will get the details of all the 10 students, users. So right now in my virtual machine only student user is logged in. That's why I see his name. Okay, so who command will tell you which all users are logged in right now. Then there is W command. If you want to know what are the logged in users doing, जो users logged in है वो क्या कर रहे हैं इस टाइम, तो आपको पता लगेगा W command से. W enter. So you will see user name is student, and right now कुछ एक प्रोसेस चल रहा है, कुछ एक फाइल एग्जीक्यूट हुई है. Student user did not do see, right now I am logged in as student. I did not run this command, but this was executed on behalf of student user by the operating system automatically. Okay, some things happen automatically, so don't worry. Okay.
Sir.
Yes.
Student TTY2. It shows TTY2. What's this? Is it some lines?
No, basically this is called tele terminal. Okay, so these are pseudo terminals, which I will explain you in the future classes.
Yeah, sir.
So basically, let me again tell you, when Linux was introduced, or let's say Unix was introduced, Unix operating system.
Yes, sir.
At that time, there were no monitors.
Yes, sir. I understand this, but
okay,
I mean to say that in CCNA we use it to line VTY.
Yeah, exactly. It is the same thing only.
Yeah,
it's the same thing only. Okay, so it is called pseudo terminal. I will explain you later. Okay.
Thank you.
So yeah, so ID is done. Okay. Then if you want to know the system information, for example, you want to know what is the name of your server. So see, normally we see this local host. This is the name of the server, but still with the use of any command you want to know. So host name is the command. Host name, enter. The complete name is localhost.local domain. Okay. So always the server is part of a domain in the company. So normally you will see like this. If you are, let's say, working with IBM, for example, so the hostname can be node1.ibm.com. So ibm.com is the domain and node1 is the name of the server. Okay. So right now I'm just practicing. That's why the name is localhost and the domain name is local domain. Okay. This is used for practice. This doesn't mean anything. Okay. All right. So hostname is done. And then there is one very important command. It is called uname. Okay. See, kernel version, the kernel is a program, and always your system should have the latest kernel version. If you want to know what is the latest kernel version, or what version are you using right now, what is the version of kernel you are using right now, you can use uname -r. -r means revision number. Normally for version we also use this word revision. So -r means revision number. So the kernel version is 4.18.0240, like that. Okay. So with the uname -r, you can tell this is the kernel which my operating system is using right now. Okay. And then date command. If you want to know what is the date right now in the server. Okay. So in the server or in my virtual machine, the date time is Friday, Jan 28, 8:58 p.m., which is Indian Standard Time. So technically my system is showing accurate date and time. All right. Network related information. If you want to know the IP address of your server, IP space A. IP space A will tell you the IP address. Now you might see so many things here. Okay. Then there is one section, number 1, another section, number 2, number 3, and number 4. Okay. So right now you can just ignore 1, 3, and 4. You just focus on this ENS 160. ENS 160 is the name of your network interface. Okay. And there will be some IP address also. So you see inet space 192.168.211.138/24. So this is the IPv4 address. You see this inet 6. This is the IP version 6 address. Okay. So normally we are not using IPv6 till now in the industry. We are using IPv4. So we will stick to it. Okay. Exceptions are there. If your company is into IoT devices, Internet of Things, then yes, they might use IPv6. Okay. So this is how you find using IP space A. Then we have a command ping. If you want to check the connectivity, if you want to check the connectivity with some other server, you will just type ping space, what is the name of the server or the IP address. Okay, let's say ping google.com. So connectivity with Google is there for my machine, which means I am connected to the internet. Okay, let me run the ping again. I want to show you something. See, in Linux, pings are unlimited. If you run ping google.com, these pings will never stop. Okay, but if you want to stop this, stop the execution of ping command, you will press the combination Control C. Control C means terminate the command. Okay, the execution will stop immediately. So ping command also shows the summary when it is terminated. So not all commands will show, obviously. So ping command shows some summary when it is terminated. It says 17 packet received, 0% packet loss, like that, all that summary. And finally, whatever command you have typed, if you want to see as a history, whatever you have typed, the command is history, HISTORY. You will see how many commands I have executed till now, starting with ls command, like that, where it is. Yeah, ls temp. Okay, then whatever I have typed, pwd, touch, mkdir, rm, all the commands are here. Ping, google.com, clear, history, everything. So this is how you can also, just check whatever you have done in the past. If you forget one command, if you want to know, you can just type history and check what did you run the command last time. All right, so this is it for today. Tomorrow we are going to learn some more commands, like we are going to learn about sudo, su. These are very important topics, important commands, sorry. Then we have grep. Grep is also very important. And how to copy the files, how to cut and paste, okay? How to copy the files from one location to another, how to move the files from one location to another. Move means cut from the source and paste it to the destination. Cut and paste. This is technically called move in Linux. Okay. And yeah. So alias and commands is the next slide. All right. So first command is pwd. It will display the current working directory of the terminal. For example, when you open this terminal application, okay, and you get this prompt. All right. So what do you think? Where are you right now? So basically, when you read this prompt, you will identify, like in the last, it is mentioned like tilde means your home directory. You means you are the user, right? So if you logged in with user student, then home directory of student will be /home/student. Okay. If you're logged in with, let's say, user one, then home directory will be /home/user1. Okay. So this tilde will, this last element in this prompt, the last thing in this prompt will tell you the location. But still, if you want to confirm, where are you right now? pwd command. Okay, I log in with user student and automatically I am logged into this directory by default. Okay. So in the CLI, I am in this directory. So initially, when you are practicing, you are new to Linux, just try to, do pwd all the time. Just check, where are you? Okay, let me go to cd/tmp. Okay, although it says tmp, but still verify it. pwd, you are inside slash, there is tmp directory, so you are inside /tmp. Okay, then second thing, okay, this root directory, you can go to root directory cd/, you will enter this slash. Okay, ls-l, you will see dev, boot, bin, like that, all the directories which are part of the operating system. Okay, and then echo command. There is a command which is called echo. Echo is used to display any text on the screen. Okay, for example, I want to display hello or maybe welcome. I will say echo in double quotes, welcome. Enter. The same thing will be displayed on the screen. Okay, no, and if you ask what is the real use of this command is used in shell scripting. Okay, on CLI it is not actually required, but yes, if you are saving some output in a file, then we can use echo. I will explain you this later. Okay, so echo command, remember this, it is used to print any message on the screen. Format is echo space, in the double quotes you will mention your text, anything. Okay, then there is su command. Su means switch user. See, who am I right now? I am student, right? I logged in as student user. Now I want to become root. What I need to do? I need to use su command, switch user space hyphen space username. So this is the complete command, su space hyphen space username. I can also say user1. If user1 is there in the system, system will ask for the password of user1. So let me say root right now, root, okay? Now the system is asking for root user's password. I'm filling the root user's password and I log in as root user. Now in this command, there are 3 parts. Okay, now you have to understand this very carefully. Okay, so this is the command, right? Su space hyphen space root. So you might get confused. What is this hyphen? Normally we use hyphen for option like ls, then hyphen l or hyphen l d a t r h, like that. But this is something different. It is like su space hyphen space and then username. So basically there are 3 things. Su is the command, switch user. Okay, hyphen means, this means load the environment of the user. Okay, and the third one, root, this is the argument. Okay, this is the argument. So now what is this hyphen load the environment of the user? You know, whenever a user is logged in, let me first of all log out. How to log out? There are 3 ways basically. So log out, how to log out? First is first is the key combination Control D, which I use personally. It is very easy. Press CTRL key plus D, okay, which means log out. Or just type exit. This also means log out. All right. Or just type logout. Logout is also a command. Okay. This means logout. All right. So what I use is Control D. So I am root user right now. I want to log out. I will again become student. Control D, I logged out. All right. So I was telling about environment. Whenever a user logs in, some values are stored in the RAM, values regarding the logged in user. Let me show you. There is a command env. Okay, env means environment. So it will just show you what details have been stored in the RAM or what details have been captured by the operating system about the user. Okay. So when I press enter, I get a very lengthy output. Let me show you. So the output starts from here. Okay. So you can ignore this part. All right. So you can ignore this part. Now you see lang equals to GDM lang equals to, like that. There are so many variables. What is a variable? Variable is a kind of a container where you can store some information. Okay. So basically, when you want to store something in the system, in the operating system, you create a variable like here, lang equals to. This lang is a variable name. Similarly, you see this user equals to student. So user is also a variable. Okay. It's a variable. It will contain some information. So see how many variables are created. So all these variables contain some information regarding the logged in user. जो यूजर लॉग्ड इन है उसके बारे में इंफॉर्मेशन यहाँ स्टोर होती है ऑटोमेटिकली. आपको कुछ एग्जांपल्स, लेट मी शो यू सम एग्जांपल्स. फर्स्ट इज लैंग. लैंग मींस लैंग्वेज. So student user follows English language. That's why en_us is mentioned. English US. Okay. UTF-8 is the character set. Similarly, what is the user equals to? What is the username? User equals to student. Automatically it has been set. What is the home directory of this user? /home/student. Okay. So whenever any user logs in, these environment variables should hold correct values. In sub environment variables में correct values होनी चाहिए. Okay. Let me become root. su space hyphen space root. Root password incorrect. Okay, no worries. All right. So let me show you env output of this user root. Now the similar output, you can ignore this part. Okay. So for user root, there are very less variables. Okay. So let me clear the screen first. Yeah, environment. Yeah. So starting from here, these are the limited variables which get created for user root. So let us see the values. Lang equals to English US, user equals to root, home directory. What is the home directory of user root? /root. So all those details are automatically saved. All right. Let me do one thing. Let me log out. I am student once again. Okay. Let me switch user to root, but this time I'm not using hyphen. So su space root. So what will happen? Let me log in first. So I logged in. So now what is going to happen? Environment variables of the previous user student will be carry forward to the root user, to the new user. Do you want proof? Env command. So env command will tell you everything. So it says user student. Why? Why student? I am root. This is because I made a mistake. The mistake is I did not use hyphen. I did not load the environment variables for user root. Okay, that's why the environment variables of a previous user are being carry forwarded. It says user equals to student, which is not correct. Home directory. Do I see home here? Okay, now home has been updated. Home equals to /root. This is fine, but username is still incorrect. Okay, so you have to always take care. Whenever you become any another user, you use su command. Always use hyphen. Su space hyphen space username. Okay, so this is the command su. All right, then there is very important command. The next command is sudo. Now, what is this sudo command? If you are a non-root user and you want to run any command which only root user can run, then you can use sudo command. For example, I want to add a user and the command is user add. Okay, it is very simple. User add space, let's say user one, user add space user one. Just check this. I am student user. I'm trying to run some command. Let me press enter and see. So user add command is saying permission denied. Again, user add command is giving you another error which says cannot lock this file, passwd file, which is inside etc. Try again later. So the first point, permission denied. You will see permission denied whenever you are running a root level command. There is another way of checking. You want to see where is this user add command? Which user add? Now the which command will tell you what is the location of this command file. So this command file, user add file, is in usr sbin user add. Now remember I told you sbin directory will hold all the commands which only root user can run. So I am not a root user, I am student, so I cannot run user add. Okay, if I check the same for ls command, which ls? The ls command is in usr bin ls. Again, I told you that inside bin directory, whatever commands are there, all the non-root users can execute all those commands. They can use those commands. Okay, so I can use ls without any error, but I cannot use user add. Why? Because this command is in sbin directory, and whatever is inside sbin, only root user can run. Okay, there is a chat. Difference between su and sudo. Okay, so let me first of all explain you sudo, then I will explain you the difference. Okay, so I was talking about sudo. So sudo is what? Sudo is kind of a program which, hold on, let me first of all type it. Okay, so what is sudo? Sudo is a kind of a program, or you can say, yeah, it is a program which helps in privilege escalation. Okay, which helps in privilege escalation. Now, what is this privilege escalation? See, non-root users have limited privileges, right? Limited privileges means non-root users can run limited commands. Okay, and those are not administrative level commands. Okay, those are just basic commands. All right, so if a non-root user wants to run any admin level commands, then non-root user will use sudo. For example, if non-root user wants to run this command user add username, then how will this get executed? So user has to first of all type sudo space, then the command, the complete command. So the first command will be sudo and then the remaining command. Okay, so let me show you how it is done. I'm going to add a user. Okay, sudo space user add space, let's say Amit. Okay, and you see the command got executed immediately. Okay, so the command got executed immediately, and let me see if Amit user has been created or not. ID Amit. See, Amit user has been created. Okay, so sudo helped student user to execute this command. Okay, now there is one thing. When you are using sudo, everything is logged. Logged means whatever you do, whatever command you run, all those details will be saved in system logs. So if you do anything mischievous, or maybe you did some mistake and you're hiding it, you know, any senior in your team can just check sudo logs and they will be able to identify what you did, and they'll just tell the manager that you're lying. Okay, so everything is logged. On the other hand, when you become root with the help of uh, when you become root with the help of su switch user, what happens? User will be immediately converted to root user, and whatever you do will be treated as if root is doing. Okay, so you will directly become root user or any other user. Let's say username is Amit. Okay, so you will directly become Amit user, and whatever you type after becoming Amit, it will be treated as Amit user is doing. Okay, so but when you use sudo, it will be written like student user became sudo and then typed this command. So everything is logged in a sequence, in whatever sequence you are typing the command. Okay, okay, let me show you one more thing. You may ask like how to add a user in a sudo. So basically, if the user is added in sudo configuration, then only user will be able to use the sudo command. Okay, for example, let me show you one thing. I will become Amit user. First of all, give the Amit user a password. To set a password, the command is passwd, although I will explain you this later. Okay, I have set the password as Red Hat. So switch user to Amit. Password is Red Hat. I logged in. Okay, so I'm going to use sudo again. I'm going to add another user, like user add user1. Press enter. Now the system is saying, we trust you have received the usual lecture from the local system admin. It usually boils down to these three things: respect the privacy of others, think before you type. With great power comes great responsibility. This message is coming from the sudo application. Indirectly, it is saying that you are going to use root level commands. So be responsible of your actions and take precautions, right? So now the sudo command is asking, what is the password of Amit user? So for Amit user, password is Red Hat. It says Amit user is not in the sudoers file. This incident will be reported. Okay, so Amit user is not part of this sudo configuration. That's why Amit user is not able to run this sudo command. Okay, so now how to be part of this sudo configuration? So basically the thing is, there is a group in Linux operating system, Red Hat Linux, which is called wheel. Any user part of this wheel group will automatically have sudo powers. Okay, that user will be able to use sudo command and do anything. All right. So I will explain you this sudo configuration later. Let me show you one more thing. See, you can use sudo su, sorry, you can use su space hyphen space root to become root. Now give the root password, you will become root, right? Now, but in the industry, when you start working, the first thing always keep in mind is your company will never share root password with you. Let's say there are 1000 Linux servers. You know, the root password for all the Linux servers will not be shared. आपको बताएंगे नहीं root password क्या है. Okay. So here you see you want to become root. Let's say you want to become root and you don't know the root password. Then what to do? You will not be able to become root. You will not be able to run any root level command, right? So what next? Okay, no worries. If you do not have root password, just try this sudo space su space hyphen space root. Now I am using sudo command and then I am repeating the same command. What will happen this time? Sudo will ask student's password, not root's password. Sudo command student user का password मांगेगा, ना कि root user का password. See, press enter. So in my case, sudo did not even ask the password because student user's configuration is like no password will be asked. Okay, student user can run sudo command without even password. Again, it is all part of configuration. I will tell you. I immediately become root. So this is how we perform system administration in companies. Nobody will give you root password. You will have sudo password, sudo access, which means you will be part of sudo. Log in with your username and become root using sudo. Okay. So from now onwards, whenever I become root, I will use this command always. I will not run this switch user hyphen root. This is not the best practice. If you want to become some other user, let's say you want to become Amit, then it's fine. Su space hyphen Amit, provided you know the password. Like right now, I know it. It's Red Hat. I log in. Okay, but don't ever do this in the company because you don't have the root password. Okay. Okay, exceptions are there. Let's say your company has shared the root password, then do it. No worries. But the recommended way is using sudo. Sudo space su space hyphen space root. That's it. You become root. You do the system administration. So this is how we do the system admin work. Okay, so there is one question. Basically, Amit user is not root user. No, there is some difference. So basically, root user is only one. Okay. So in my system, there are two other users, student and Amit. Okay. These are what? They all fall in the category of non-root user. Okay. So root user can run admin level commands. Okay. Non-root users, they cannot run admin level commands. Okay. All right. If any non-root user want to run admin level command, then what? Then use sudo. Use sudo to run admin level command. Okay.
Sir, I
So
have a question.
yes.
Sir, if non-root user logged in as a root user by using sudo command, if he wants to do some change in configuration of the server, then there might be some error in the configuration file if you don't know what he wants to do. If in fact if he deletes something crucial related to root user,
okay,
then there might be a problem. Then we should have, if I don't want to give sudo rights to the non-root users, then what to do in that case?
Okay, let me tell you something. So your point is valid. So basically, just correct me if I'm wrong. So you mean by giving sudo access to non-root user?
Yeah.
So by giving sudo access to non-root, this is some kind of security breach, you can say.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you are right. This can be some kind of security breach. This can lead to some catastrophic event. For example, there is a new user, a fresher, a Linux admin by the name, let's say Ankit. Okay. So Ankit joined your company and he is new in your team. He is Linux admin. And as a process, every Linux admin should be able to use sudo. So Ankit user can also use sudo. All right.
Yes.
So Ankit user, what he did is he log into the server, log into server using Ankit username.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then he used like sudo su hyphen root and he became root.
Yes, sir.
Okay. This is equal to became root. And then he mistakenly typed this command rm hyphen rf star slash. You know what this means? Everything inside
Remove.
slash will be removed.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Everything inside slash will be removed. So this is catastrophic command. Okay. Never run this command. Okay. So
Yes.
rman hyphen rf star inside slash. Now the problem is everything will be deleted. Okay. Now this is not a good thing in a company when inside a server something gets deleted. As a backup, your company will be having some backup policy. Okay. So you know what are the standard backup policies in companies? For example, all the servers will be backed up 3 times a day, which means after 8 hours, 8 3 24.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
So after 8 hours, the backup will start for every server. Even if you remove this, first of all, this is a big mistake. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So this can cause downtime on the server. Downtime means some application stopped working.
Yes, sir.
Application stopped working, business got hampered,
Yes.
monetary loss. Okay. So this is a very big mistake. So how to rectify it? So first of all, the backup will be restored. Okay. So the fix is backup will be restored. And the second thing is action will be taken against Ankit user. See,
yes.
that's the simplest thing. Okay. Action will be taken against Ankit user. It doesn't mean that he will be fired. It will mean that he will be put on additional training, maybe 30 hours of additional Linux training. Okay. Within the company itself.
Yes,
so it's not like, you commit a mistake, you're fired. No, you will be first of all put into training. They will first of all ask for the RCA. RCA means root cause analysis. This is a standard procedure in companies. Okay.
yes,
They will ask, yeah, they will give Ankit user a template. Like in Excel sheet, there will be so many questions. What happened? Why it happened? How will you make sure that this doesn't happen in future? Like that, there will be 5-6 questions. Normally we follow 5 whys. 5 whys means 5 questions starting with why. Like why this happened.
yes, sir.
Okay, like that. So 5 whys. So after the RCA, when the management is satisfied, okay, this was a genuine mistake, and they will decide, they might decide that, okay, 30 hours additional or 20 hours additional Linux training for this person. Okay. So it's like that. So don't worry if you have sudo access. This doesn't mean that something bad will happen. See, you will be a trained Linux administrator after the end of this course. Okay. So you know what to do and what not to do. And this is a very valid question at the starting point, because obviously we are learning sudo. So sudo seems to be we can do anything, but everything is recorded. Okay.
Yes.
Going further in the course, I will tell you system logs. So you will be able to find who was the one who became root user with the sudo. Okay. And then you can see by after becoming sudo, what did the user type, what did the user changed in the file, everything. Okay. So don't worry, it's a good thing.
Yes, sir.
All right, so moving ahead. All right, clear command is used to clear the screen. You know it already, CLEAR. Okay, some more examples of LS. I think you can do it by yourself also. These are very simple. CD, you have already done. Cat command, again, I want you guys to run these examples on your end. Okay, so do these as a homework. You can take it. Okay. Then there is very important command which is called grep. First of all, let me show you the practicality of this command. See, this is a text file, right? I am using Windows. This is a text file. So I want to find this word, let's say install. What I will do, I will press Control F. I will type install, press enter. So first instance of install is on roll number 5. That's it, only one occurrence. So install word can be found on row number 5. Okay, install. So in GUI, it is very easy. Control F, find the word. But what about CLI? Okay, so what about CLI? Let me create a file, a similar file. Okay, so I will just straight away copy these things in any file in GUI. Okay, where is that files? So there is resume.docx. Okay, no worries. Open with other application. View all. Do we have gedit? Yeah, text editor, select. All right, so let me add some data here. Save and close. Let me go to CLI and check the same thing. So for student user, ls command, and all the files will be displayed. So there is resume.docx, cat resume.docx. So these are the this is the data which is inside that file. Okay, so let's say I just want to find this program word. Okay, so either I have to use the cat command and check line by line, where is this program word written? Okay, or I can just use grep command. Okay, so basically the grep command is used to find a word inside a file. So grep space the word you want to find. I want to find program space in which file you want to find. So either you give the complete path /home/student/resume.docx, enter. So the line is displayed where this program word is coming. So this is the line, the complete line. Okay, let me find another word, install. Grep install from this same file. This time I'm not giving complete path. I'm already inside student. So I will just name the file resume. So this install word is coming in this line. Okay, step 1 like that. If you want to know the line number, just use the option -n, means line number. So line number 7, install word is coming. All right, on line number 7. So this is how you can find a word inside a file. So grep command is there. So with grep command, there are some options. Option is -i-n-v, okay, and C and O. So let me first of all write that down. Grep. Okay, so how to use grep? Grep space word to find space file name. Okay, and I can also say like -options. So for example, grep -i install from this file resume.docx. Now what is this -i? So here -i means, let me first of all write all the options. -i is the option, -n, -o, -v. -i means ignore the case. -n means show line number. O means only the occurrence. -v means ignore that word. I will demonstrate you. I mean demonstrate with examples. -i, ignore the case. Let's say in that file, let me first of all check cat resume. So do you see anything starting with capital letter? No. Okay, let me type something with, yeah, there is one word, vagrant file. V is capital. Okay, V is capital. Now let me try to find this vagrant file. Grep, the word is vagrant file. space the file name resume. I typed it correctly. I don't know. I'm just trying to find this word vagrant file. Is it there? Press enter. No, nothing is there. But when I open the file, I see this vagrant file. But I then notice that, oh, V is capital. So I will say grep. Okay, just ignore the case. Ignore the case means even if the word is in capital or small letter, ignore the case and just try to find this exact word without the capital or lowercase consideration. Do not consider the case. Now let me run the command. Now it says, yes, this vagrant file is there, but V is capital. That's okay, but it has been found. You want to know the line number? I can use another option, hen -in. So line number 9. Okay. So this is INN. Notice this O. Let me find this word vagrant. So how many lines are displayed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So on 10 lines, I have this word vagrant. Okay, but if the requirement is you don't want the complete line, you just want the word to be printed on the screen, just the word. Okay, then what you can do is the same command, you just mention the option -o, occurrence. Press enter. Now only the occurrences are printed on the screen, which means the vagrant word is coming 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10 times. If we check above, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, 10 times again. So O means only the occurrences. If you do not give any option, all the complete line will be displayed wherever the word is coming. Okay, like that. Now finally, -v, ignore. All right. So let's say I want to ignore all those lines where vagrant word is coming. Then what I will do, grep -v. -v means ignore. And then the word you want to ignore, vagrant. From which file? Resume.docx. You see the remaining portion of the data. And what is ignored? All those lines where vagrant word was coming. You see the vagrant word is not here in any of the line. Okay. So this is how you can use grep command. Okay. So one thing I missed actually, there is a feature of this bash shell. We are typing the commands, bash shell is understanding it. Okay. So there is a feature of bash shell which is called autocomplete. See, I write this command grep -i and then vagrant. Then I want to hold on vagrant. Then I want to mention the file name, right? I can just type res, press tab. Automatically it got completed, resume.docx. Because in my location there is only one file which is starting with res name, even with re. Let me type it again. Re tab, automatically complete. Okay, so since you are freshers, just use this tab all the time. If you want to mention the complete path, see how quickly I can type /home/student resume. I'm not even typing. I'm just typing the initials of the directory name and just pressing tab. Let me show you again. /ho tab, st tab, re tab. Okay, automatic complete. If you are not sure, let's say you want to see what is inside home. If you're not sure the directory name is student or something else, press double tap. All the options are displayed. Inside home, there is Amit and student. Okay, I want to go inside student, st tab. Now again, I got confused. What inside student? I am not able to remember. Double tab. So inside student, there are so many things. Any file or directory starting with a dot, it's a hidden file or a directory. So these are hidden files and directories. Okay, anything which is starting with the dot. So now I can see what I'm looking for. I'm looking for this resume.docx. Okay, re tab. So this is the power of tab in bash shell. Okay, ls-l will not show you hidden files and folders, hidden files and directories. Then what to use? Simply use another option, ls-a. A means display all the hidden files. L for in a long list format. So now you see so many things here. Okay, so there are so many hidden files, single dot, double dot, these are also hidden. Anything starting with a dot is again hidden. All right, so these are all hidden files. If you just use ls-l, you see all the visible files, not the hidden files. Okay, A means all. Okay, all right. Yes, you can also use ls-alh, ls-a for displaying the hidden files as well. L means show the details in long list format. H convert the size in human readable form. H means human readable. KB, MB, GB, like that. So now you see the size in KB, like 40, 4.0K, 1.3K, 4.0K, 1.6K, like that. Okay, you can use any number of options. All right, so this was grep. Copy and move. All right, very important. See, if you want to copy something from one location to another, let's say, let me just first of all create a task. Copy resume.docx from your home directory /home/student to /temp. So I want to copy this file from this directory to this directory. What I can use is cp command, cp space what to copy, space where to copy. Okay, so this is how you can remember what to copy and where to copy, or the source space destination. So the command will become cp space /home/student /resume.docx space /tmp. So this file will be copied inside tmp directory. Okay, like this, cp / or where am I right now? I'm inside home student. No need to give complete path. cp space resume.docx, way to copy inside /tmp. That's it. How to verify? ls-l/tmp and then the complete file name. If this file is present, you will get the output, else it will be an error. So yeah, this file is present. These are the details, the size, everything is here. Okay, you can also do like this /temp, then all the files will be displayed. Now just try to find resume. Where is it? Yeah, here it is, resume.docx. Okay, since I copied it, I know the name. That's why I can say /temp/docx. It's easy, right? And sorry, what are the options with cp command? So this was example where you are just copying one file, okay, just single file. But what if you want to copy the entire directory structure? In Linux, there is a command called tree, TREE. First of all, let me see if it is installed. Yeah, it is installed. See, tree command will tell you what directory structure is there in your current location. Like there is a desktop directory, it is empty. Documents is empty. Downloads, inside downloads, you will find these files. Okay. Pictures is empty, public is empty. Then there is one file like that, remaining are empty. Okay. So you want to see the directory structure of /. Let me go to /cd/tree command. Thousands of files are there, thousands of files. The tree command is like never ending output. Okay. So hold on. Let me clear the screen. Oh, still it's working. Okay. As I told you, it's a never ending output. There are so many files in your Linux operating system. Finally, it says, oh, hold on. In the end, it says like how many directories are there? More than 36,000. How many files? More than 3 lakhs. Yeah, more than 3 lakhs files. Okay, so if you just want to see the directory, not what is inside or maybe what files are there, so tree-d, still there are like the output is never ending. More than 36,000 directories, you know, like that you can just see the directory structure. Okay, so you want to copy whatever is there inside USR. Okay, so inside USR, inside bin, okay, we will take this example. In this bin directory, there will be around 1000 files. Okay, for example, there are around 1000 files. I want to copy this bin directory to this /tmp. Okay, copy this bin directory to /tmp. Then what? Then use this command cp-r space /usr/bin/ slash in the end means inside bin whatever is there. Okay, if I do not use slash, this means the entire bin directory, okay, with the directory itself. bin directory भी copy हो जाएगी और इसके अंदर जो भी है 100 files है 1000 files है वो भी copy हो जाएगा. Okay, if I do like this slash, this means bin directory के अंदर जो भी है whatever is inside bin directory that will be copied. Okay, so I'm not using slash here. So copy this bin directory in /tmp. So -r here means recursive. Get inside the directory, copy all the files line by line, one by one, and paste it into the destination, which is /tmp. If you want to see the output also, it is called verbose. V means verbose. I will type the option verbose, V. So -r recursive, V means verbose. So this completes your command. Okay, so let me show you. cp-r. Okay, if you are confused, is it capital R or small r? Just do one thing, cp-help. Just check. For recursive, what is the option? Either you can use capital or small. It's one and the same thing, recursive. Copy directories recursively. Okay. So cp-r /usr/bin inside /tmp. I want to see the output as well. So V option I will add. Now this is the verbose. So this file is being copied to the destination. Let it, yeah. So for example, this file nano is being copied to /tmp/bin nano. So my task is done. How to verify? cd/tmp/bin ls. Everything is here. Everything got copied. So this is how you can copy and paste. The last is, there are some more options which you can use when you are testing this command. There is one more command which is called move. Move means cut and paste. Okay, cut and paste. In Linux, it is called move. The command is all, the command format is the same. mv command space what to copy or what to move and where to move, like that. So mv command space what to move and then where to move. Okay, so whatever you mention the file, that file will be removed from your current location or from its original location, and it will be moved to the destination. For example, I want to move this file resume.docx to /tmp tmp/bin. Inside bin, I want to keep this file. Okay, so that's it. This type mv no, the file name is resume mv resume.docs inside bin. Okay, permission denied because bin directory, inside bin directory, only root user can operate. No worries, let me just do one thing. Let me go to /temp and make directory mkdir test. So student user has created, so student user can do anything. cd/home/student, go back to the home directory, move this resume file to /tmp/test. It's done. From my current location, the resume file has gone. It has gone to this location, cd/temp test ls. You find this file, resume.docx. And at any point, if you forget what commands did you type, don't worry, type history. So just check, you moved this file to this location. Now you can remember. This happens as a fresher or as a beginner to Linux. We tend to forget what commands are we typing. You moved a file from one location to another. After a few minutes, it's blank. Where did you move this file? Just don't worry. Check this history command and you will get to know you run this command and the file is in this directory, temp test, like that. Okay. Okay, so more examples for mkdir. We have already done it, but there is one thing which is important. Let's say in your current location /home/student, you want to create this directory structure. You want to first of all create lib. Inside lib, you want to create, let's say, English. Inside English, you want to create part 1. So these are 3 directories you want to create, one inside another, or we can say nested. Inside lib directory, there is English directory. Inside English, there is part 1 directory. Okay. Or, more graphically, if you want to see. So inside lib English, inside English, part 1, like this. So can you do like this? Can you run the command like this? mkdir lib/English/part1. mkdir will give you error. So basically what mkdir will do is it will try to create part 1 inside English, but there is no English directory. Why? Because there is no lib directory. Okay, so let me show you example. So mkdir, first of all, ls command. Is there any lib directory here? No. I want to create lib English part 1. So mkdir lib/English/part1. It says cannot create directory, no such file or directory. So no such file or directory means lib is not found. Obviously there is no lib here. So I want to give some option to mkdir. Option is -p. -p means create the parents. Part 1 is the directory name. Its parent is English. English's parent is lib. So all the parents will be created automatically. Now, if I press enter, there is no error. If I press -d command to check, so you see lib has been created. Inside lib, English has been created. Inside English, part 1 has been created. Okay. If you want to create this structure, just simply use -p. Even if this lib is created already there, if you type -p again, nothing will happen. Okay, which means there will be no error, and the last directory name you mentioned will be created. Like part 2, I'm mentioning mkdir -p lib English part 2. No error, part 2 will be created. Tree command will tell you. So yeah, inside English, part 1 is there, part 2 is there. So it is safe to use -p all the time. Okay, so no worries. Okay, the last is rm command, which I have a dedicated slide to use it carefully. Normally, I've seen people losing their jobs using rm command. Okay, so this is it for today. Just try to practice. These are just 5-6 commands with multiple options. Just try to type these commands. Try to create some files in GUI. Try to remove it. Try to create some directory structure with mkdir. Try to copy and move. Okay. So just practice this. So we'll meet tomorrow with some new things regarding commands. Okay, like alias and VI editor. This is very important. How to edit files in command line interface. Okay, so VI editor is very important. Okay, guys. So any questions?
I have a question.
Yes.
So I am logged in with a non-root user.
All right.
I'm talking about my GUI pad.
Okay.
I want to log in as a root user.
Okay.
So how to do that?
All right. So can you share your screen?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So okay, you have already logged out. Okay. So kindly slide this image up. You can press enter or use the mouse to slide this image up. Yeah, hold on. Now you see the last option, log in as another user.
Yeah.
Click it. Okay. So now just click this not listed. Username is root and the password, whatever you have selected. Okay, so you have logged in as a root user.
Yeah.
Again, yes, for practice it is good. But again, I recommend do not log in directly with root user. Otherwise, you will have a habit of running all the commands without sudo, which will give you troubles at the time of, when you're working in the company, okay, at your job. So always log in with non-root user. And then if required, use sudo command to run a root level command. Okay.
And one more problem is that suppose I have added this machine, RHL Linux
8. Yeah.
version. I am trying to add another machine. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to add another machine. So what I did, I came here. I think somewhere I added another machine. I'm forgetting where I have to add. But yeah, sorry. I think here.
Okay.
What I did, I went to an option where I downloaded.
Send to a stream. Okay.
I'm just pulling here.
All right. Allow. Okay.
And when I'm doing continue. Now, okay, this is also okay. I'll save the password. I'm doing here. Now it says the memory is 1 GB.
You can customize if you want.
So
Customize.
This is a bit different. Hold on. You can cancel. What you can do is you can modify the settings later also. Once you finish, when the machine is ready, you can customize this later as well.
Okay.
Let's say you want to increase the RAM size.
No, that is okay. So it is going to the same folder where I have installed that RHEL. Because virtual machine is the one folder where it is going. Because
right.
So if I say save, yeah, it may start. But again, so you're saying that I can change that configuration.
See, configuration means the hardware like CPU, RAM, disk, etc. But if you want to save the virtual machine somewhere else, then yes, obviously you need to select some other directory.
Correct.
Yeah. Normally what I do is I have a directory by the name virtual machine. Whenever I create a new machine like RHCL8, I will create a folder RHCL8. If I want to install CentOS, I will create another folder inside virtual machine like CentOS, so that files are segregated. So yeah, installation has started.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I will check that configuration.
Yeah, sure.
Sir, I have a question not related to Linux.
Yeah, please tell me.
Can I ask, sir?
Yes, absolutely. You can ask anything.
In our university, we have a cluster there, and I created SL in the Sophos XG. We are using Sophos XG 650 series there. When I logged in through SL from my home, then the speed, there is a much difference between the speed. When it gets into the internal network, when I try to ping, it's happening, ping is going on, and it takes too much time. That means 255 milliseconds to reach to the server. Now we have done cascading there, and the speed decreases to kbs. Even we have 1 Gbps link there.
Okay.
ILL.
Okay.
Internal laser line. And from my home, where from I am connected, here I have got 50 Mbps.
Okay.
So there's a much difference between
got
speed.
It.
Might be the reason there.
See, there can be multiple reasons. From operating system side, I don't think there is any issue. The problem will be in your internal networking.
So, but through when I logged in to this cluster from internal network from any machine.
Let me show you. Let me give you one example. Then I think you'll be able to understand. Hold on. I'm taking, yeah. Normally networks, network design is the key component when it comes to, the speed of the connectivity and all that. For example, let me open this Ink application. Okay. Let's say, yeah. So let's say this.
So please share your screen.
Yeah, I'm just trying. Hold on. Okay, it's visible, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's say this is your university network.
Yes, sir.
And here, yeah, this is the LAN. Okay, yeah, correct. This is the LAN of your university. And this is your cluster, node 1, node 2, node 3.
Yes, sir.
And there are some more machines here. Let's say end user desktops.
Yes, sir.
Used by used by students or your teachers in the staff rooms, like that.
Thousands of machines.
Yeah, all these things are sent. There must be a topology. Yes, router is there, switch is there.
So we are using star topology there.
Star topology. Okay.
Yeah.
So like this only. Okay. So this is your internal network. But you know what? In the router itself, there is another port which is connected with the ISP for the outside traffic. Okay.
Yes.
So we can say like the public port. So you are here at your home using your laptop or phone.
Yes.
When you connect, you're getting 50 Mbps.
Yes, sir. From my
right.
home.
Yeah. So which simply means the Ethernet port for the outside world. That is fine. There is some internal networking issue, internal routing issue.
Yes, sir.
You have to check the hops. How many hops are there?
One hop. So
only one hop.
Yes, sir. One hop. We are using cascading there. That means it shows only one hop. When I trace,
it shows only one hop. Okay.
Yes.
See, again, you need to check all the routes. What route is being followed, because this is the only roadblock we can say. So your internal networking is the only roadblock.
Yes, sir. So there might be another reason that we are using supernetting, and the admin there, he is only using
managing
of class C, and there might be a problem of single broadcast domain as well.
There can be, but how many hosts are there? I mean, let's say you are using 192.168. So how many machines are connected? Like 255 machines or less than that?
Actually, we are using /21.
Achha, /21 you are using. Okay.
Yes, sir. /21. So there are a number of, that means thousands users.
So thousands users. Okay.
Yes, sir. 1,000, almost 1,000.
Yeah, almost 1,000. Okay.
Yes, sir. But at the same time, only 50, 60, 70, 200 up to max 200 might be using internet.
So this is nothing. Your network speed should not be hampered. You should get full gigabit speed.
Yes, sir. This
is nothing. 100 users are nothing.
Nothing. Yes, that's why I don't think what is happening there, and I want and try to explain them that it should not be happen. When we check the route, when we check the uplink and down speed in the ISP router, ISP router, there it shows 1 Gbps.
1 Gbps.
Yes, sir. When I try to check on my end device, that's inside LAN, it shows only 98, 155 something around.
155 KB.
No, Mbps.
155 MB.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so is it like MB capitals or MB small MB?
No, sir, Mbps.
Megabits per second or megabytes per second?
Megabits.
155
megabytes, MB, YTS. Yes, sir.
Okay, so 1 gigabit, if you convert it into a gigabyte, how much speed you will get? Do you know?
1024 into 8. 1 bit by bit is equal to 8. 1 byte is equal to 8 bits.
So you will get 128 megabits per second. Okay. So let me show you. So when you say 1 G small p, this is gigabit. Okay,
Yes, sir.
1 GB PS. This is converted into 128 megabits capital V per second. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So this is the real configuration. Okay, so if you are getting 155 megabits, then I think you're getting more than what internet speed, what network speed you have.
So I don't remember what exactly is it, capital or
So
small.
just check this. Just check this. Okay. If you're getting capital B is fine. Anything near to 128, it is equal to 1 gigabit only. Because gigabit means gigabit per second, and this MB is megabytes.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Bit and bytes difference is of 8, multiplier of 8.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you multiply by 8, you will get 1 Gbps.
Sir,
Okay, 1 Gbps.
There might be issue with the SOFOs as well. There might be a configuration change.
No. See, what you can see, what you can check is for the network interface, NIC. Okay, so in the NIC, full duplex should be on. Okay, auto negotiate should be on. These are some NIC settings. Okay, you can check full duplex and auto negotiate. And speed also, you should always get 1 gigabit speed on your all interfaces.
Yes, sir. I mean, sir, when using SSL VPN.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm telling you, wherever interfaces are there, like on the router, all the routers on the router, all the NICs should support 1 gigabit. Okay, as well as your cluster. On the cluster, NICs are there, right? So all the NICs should be on gigabit. So which means full duplex and auto negotiate.
Yes, sir. Sir, on in this cluster, we are using, I think, LNX 100 Mbps. Cellnex is 1000 Mbps.
1000 MB 1 gigabit. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
That's fine.
But we are using their fast Ethernet cable from switch
That's
to
fine.
cluster.
This is also fine. Fast Ethernet is fine.
That might be the reason, or will it be okay?
A fast Ethernet cable is not a reason. No, it's fine. You can use it.
Yes, sir. We are using that.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, it's as per the best practices.
What might be the, if it's fine, then what will be the reason?
Then I think I mean, this is what I can think, because I don't have the access to not your network nor the server. So on the as an approximation, what I can say is you have to again check the network settings, the router settings. Okay, so I mean, this is the only troubleshooting which I can do right now without looking at the actual network, actual things.
Yes, sir. Sir, if there will be a single broadcast domain, that might be the reason as well.
No. Single broadcast domain can never be a limitation. As you just told me that, you have a /21.
Yes.
With /21, the number of hosts increases.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you have a wide range. So don't worry. And at the same time, you're just using 50 to 100 users at a time. So
No.
this can never be a problem.
200, 300.
Maybe 300. This can never be a problem. Yeah. Okay. So just, this domain problem comes with the hub only. You understand, I think. If there is a single collusion domain, okay.
Yes,
if there is a single collusion domain, then you will face issue. But since you are using a router,
yes, sir.
Everything is routed.
We are using, see, can I write here something?
Yes.
I want to elaborate.
Yeah.
I want to explain what we are doing there. Where is the pen?
Now you can write it.
Yes, sir. Oh, where? Where is the sir? Yeah.
Do you see this? This I'm writing. Like you can also write. Annotate. There is option. Annotate.
Rotate.
No. ANNOTATE. Annotate. Hold on. Let me check. Annotate on. Yeah. Now you can do it.
Yes, sir. Not able to use that.
Not able to use. Okay. So you can see my screen, right? I'm able to do it.
Sir, I will tell you what we are using.
Okay.
We are using a link,
Mm-hmm.
one link, ISP
Mm-hmm.
link,
Mm-hmm.
and there is a router from the ISP side as well.
Mm-hmm.
From ISP side, we are using one GPS link which goes into the Sophos XG firewall 650. From Sophos XG, we are one link goes to our main router, that's L3 switch. This L3 switch is queued way UI. And it has got 48 1 GPS ports. 48, okay. Yes, sir. And 2 ports, we are using redundant links there. 2 ports goes to one block building, and there is cascading of switches there. Cascading switches, okay. Yes, sir. Top floor, first floor, second floor, third floor, fourth. Yes, sir. And there are n number of buildings, almost 8 to 9. Right. Yes, sir. So this when I created SSL VPN, I am able to ping the 120.1 network, that is Sophos XG interface. Okay. The speed, and I am able to ping from there to the cluster as well. Ping is working fine. But when I try to use the cluster through graphical, that means through web browser, there I face issues. That's I am not able to see the web page of this cluster, main page, login page. Because of the slow speed. Yes, sir. It takes long time. When I keep trying, only once it's opened. Okay, so this is the problem with the web page. Sir. Otherwise, it's fine. Otherwise, it's fine. Internal network is working fine. Okay, internal is working fine. Yes, sir. So web page is displayed with the help of a web application server. Yes, sir. Okay. So now we need to check how is this web server implemented. Is there any high availability module enabled, HA, which is called, or we can say load balancer. Is there any load balancer attached or configured? Okay, so it's all about the web server configuration if you're not getting the speed. Yes, sir. Okay, so is there anyone in your team who can check? Yes, sir. I don't have the admin rights, but I can ask for them because we are facing a lot of issues. Yeah, so you can just ask them, like, you need to check the web application server settings. So web server setting is like Apache web server or something like that. Okay. I don't think so. We are using their web server because you can open the web page only when there is web server. Okay. Yes, sir. So if there is no web server, then web page cannot be opened. Simple. So basically, when you use a browser, you are using HTTP protocol. Yes, sir. HTTP protocol is yes, sir. So yeah, HTTPS. So HTTPS is handled by a web browser. In Windows, it is called IAS. Yes, sir. In Linux, it is called Apache or HTTPD, like that. We are using their Apache. Yeah, Apache. Yeah, Apache. So yeah, so need to check the Apache settings. Need to check the load balancer if it is there. So there are so many things. So again, but sir, it's happening with all the systems. When I try to RDP as well without cluster to any end device inside the network, speed gets decreased there as well. PWD, which displays your current location. Where are you? In which directory you are right now? Okay. For example, when you straight away log in using your username and password, you log into your home directory. Okay. For example, if you are student user and you log into the system, okay, like log into Linux or maybe Red Hat Linux, you will immediately log into your home directory, which is inside / there is home directory. Inside home, there will be a directory by your username, like student, and you will be here. Okay. You will be here. And if you are logging in as a different user, let's say user 1, then where are you going to log in? You are going to log in inside /home /user 1. Okay, always remember this. Whenever a user is created,
a home directory is also created inside /home. Okay, the home directory name will be same as the username. Okay, and echo command is used to display some text on the screen on the screen, or you can also save the output in a file. I will tell you later how to save output in a file. Next is SU. SU means switch user. You can log in as a different user through the command line interface using SU command. Okay. For example, there are user 1, user 2, user 3, and user 4. There are 4 users created in your Linux server, and you logged in using user 1. Okay. So if you want to become user 2, then you can simply type su space hyphen space user 2. System will ask for the password of user 2. Okay. So just supply whatever the password is, and there you go. If the password is correct, you will log in as user 2. If you want to log in as root user, the same process. Okay. You will type the command su space hyphen space the username, whatever username it is. Okay. Give the password of the user you have mentioned here, and that's it. You are logged in. Okay. So this is one way of changing the user if you want to log in with a different user. In using SU, there is a limitation. Limitation is you need to know the password. Okay. Let's say you want to log in as root. See, root password will never be shared with you. Okay. So if you want to become root, you have to first of all use this sudo command. Okay. Sudo su hyphen root. Even if you do not mention root, if the argument is empty, by default root is considered. Okay. अगर आप यहाँ पे नहीं लिखेंगे कुछ su command में argument, तो root username consider कर लिया जाता है by default. If you press enter, now the sudo command will ask what is your password. Okay, so just type your password. You means you logged in as user 1, for example. Okay, so as user 1, if you are typing this command, the sudo command will ask what is your password. So type the password of user 1. And if the user 1 is part of sudo configuration, then user will be able to switch to user root. Okay, and immediately you will become root. All right, at localhost like that. So this will be the new prompt, and then you can start typing the commands, whatever you want to type. And yeah, and second command was grep. Grep is used to find a text. Okay, find a text within a file. Let's say there is a file and there are like 100 lines in that file. If you want to search for, let's say, install word, you will type grep space install. Grep is the command, space what you want to find. You want to find, let's say, install text. Okay, the text install. From which file? Let's say the file name is resume.txt, whatever it is. Okay, if there is a word install in whatever line, that complete line will be printed. Okay, with grep command we have some options, right? We can use -i to ignore the case, -o to just check how many occurrences are there for this word install. Okay, if you want to ignore all those lines which contains the word install, then you can use -v. If you want to know what is the line number where this word install is coming, -n. Okay, so yesterday we have covered most of the examples. I hope you guys tried at your end also. Okay, so let me log in and let's talk about alias today. So there is a thing called alias. Alias is nothing, you can just say like it's a shortcut for a long command. For example, there is one command ls. Ls is 2 characters only. It is not difficult to remember, right? But if you start adding options, for example, ls-l or maybe ALTRH capital Z small I, all these are options. And if you are using this complete ls command throughout the day multiple times, then you yourself will feel lethargic typing, all these options again and again. So, better way is just create a shortcut. Okay, what you can do is you can just create a shortcut. You can use this alias command, alias space what shortcut you want to create. Let's say LD, and then what command equals to, in single quotes you will mention the command. Okay, like this. Okay, alias LD equals to, in the single quotes, your command. So whenever I type LD in the background, what will run? This command will run in the background. Okay. If you want to see how many alias are created in your system, you can type alias command. That's it. Only alias. Okay. So let me show you. Like alias command. So for student user, these many shortcuts are created. Like for example, ls command. When you type ls, what happens? In the background, ls -- color equal to auto. This is a complete command which executes. See, if I type ls, I'm getting colors. So I'm getting colors because of this option, -- color equal to auto. Okay. So also there is one more, ll. Whenever you press ll, what is running in the background? ls-l, another option, -- color equal to auto. Okay, like this. I will type ll and you see the output in colors. Okay. So if you want to create, see, let me type my command ls-ltrh. Okay, ls-ltrh. Press enter. You get some output. And if you want to type this complete command multiple times in a day, it's better you create an alias. I will type alias equals to, just type this command alias ld equals to, and whatever command you want to type, ls-ltrh. Now, if I press LD, what will happen? ls-ltrh. This command will execute. See, I have created a new alias. You want to verify, did I, if the alias has been created? Alias command will tell you. So there is LD. So whenever I press LD, ls-ltrh will execute in the background. Okay. So this is alias. Next is regarding this environment, which I explained you yesterday. See, whenever a user logs in, some details about the user are saved in the memory. Operating system automatically fetches some information and saves it. If you want to see all that information, env command will tell you. So env command will tell what all variables are created by the operating system. Okay. And what values have been stored. For example, I have logged in with the student account, student user. So it says user equals to student. Okay. And present working directory is /home student. Home directory of this user is /home student, the same. Okay, like that. There are so many things which are saved. Very important variable is in this list. It is $path, or you can say path variable. Let me show you where it is. Yeah, you see here, I'm highlighting it. So this is path variable, capital PATH. This path variable is storing the location, the possible locations where any command can be saved. Path variable में वो सारी locations mention करते हैं जहां पर भी possibility है कोई भी command save होने की. जब मैं when I say ls command, you should automatically recall that ls command is saved inside /usr/bin. Okay. See, we are humans, we can recall. But what about this operating system? Okay, let's say you created your own custom command and you have, saved this file somewhere else. How will the operating system know? So this path variable is the solution for that. You can mention your custom path here. If the command is not found in /usr/bin, then also check this location, maybe /usr/sbin. If again the command is not found here, you can also check /usr/local, or maybe the home directory of the user /home/student/local. Okay, so I have actually mentioned 1, 2, 3, 4 paths. If I want to save this information, I will save it in the path variable. Okay. If you want to see just the value of path variable, what you can do is you can use ego command. And if you want to get the value of a variable, we have to append $sign. अगर आपको किसी वेरिएबल की वैल्यू स्क्रीन पे प्रिंट करनी है तो उस वेरिएबल से पहले आप $sign लगा देंगे. What is the name of variable? Capital path. Press enter. So this is the value. So whenever you type any command, the bash shell will try to find that command in these locations. All the multiple locations are there, separated by colon. Okay, so multiple locations are separated by colon. Comma separated nahi hai, colon separated hai. In technical terms, we call it delimiter. Okay, जिसको as a separator use किया जाता है, उसको बोलते हैं delimiter. What is the delimiter here? Colon. Okay. So colon separated, how many path you can see? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now let us do a dry run. If I type ls, what will happen? First of all, bash shell will try to find this ls in the first path. In this first path, the ls command will not be found. Then bash shell will try to find ls command in second path. In second path also, the command will not be found. The third, no. Fourth, no. Fifth, yes. The command ls is inside usr bin. And bash shell will execute the command ls, and it is executed. So ls command was found inside usr bin. If you are not sure, if you want to find what is the path, which command can help you, which ls? So this ls command is inside usr bin. The same is mentioned here. Okay. So command file has to be present in any of this path. Then only the command file can be executed. If I type ABCD, it says command not found. Why? Because the ABCD as a command file was not found in any of these locations. Okay, so in all these 6 locations, ABCD file is not present. Now bash shell is saying ABCD command not found. The error is coming from this bash shell. Okay, so this is the importance of path variable. So next is VI editor. Now, when we talk about Linux, normally we are going to work as a system admin, we are going to work on command line interface. There is no GUI. Okay, so when there is no GUI, how to edit a file? There has to be a method. So in Linux, there are multiple text editors which help you to modify the contents of a file. Okay, the most popular one is VI editor. And why is this popular? Because this is the editor which is supplied by default in the operating system. It is installed by default. Okay, even if you log into any Linux server, you will find VI editor there. Okay, so that's why it's important to learn VI editor first, and then you can also learn another text editor. So there is a text editor by the name Nano, which is very easy, very simple. Okay, so let me show you how Nano is. Just type this Nano command and give a file name. A new file will be created like file10.txt. So this file10 will be created and it will be immediately opened using Nano editor. And you can start typing and save the text. I press enter and see. This is the interface for Nano editor. You can just start typing. This is some data. Okay, that's it. Let's say I want to save it. How to save? Just check below. So below are some shortcuts. If you want to exit, Control X. So at the time of exit, Nano will ask you, do you want to save the changes? Then we will say yes. So Control X to exit. It says save modified buffer. Y for yes, I will press Y. File name to write. Automatically file10.txt is coming. So yes, obviously I want to save the data in file10.txt. Simply press enter. That's it. Okay. Cat file10.txt, you have the data. Nano editor is very easy. You can also, learn it. It's, it doesn't need any guidance. Straight away, open it, open the Nano command and start typing. But VI editor does not work like this. Let me show you. Let me open the same file, vi space file10.txt. I'm opening the same file in edit mode using a vi editor. Press enter. Now it looks a bit different. There are no shortcuts mentioned, but yes, at the below there is written like file10.txt 2L 39C. 2L means 2 lines. 39C means 39 characters have been written in this file. Okay, 2L is 2 lines, number of lines. 39C is the count of characters in this file. All right. So now the question is how to type. So now here in VI editor, you have to remember a few things. Let me type them first of all. So in VI editor, there are 2 modes. First mode is called insert mode. Insert mode is used to make changes. To make changes in a file. Okay. Then there is command mode. It is used to, okay, so the question is how to enter this insert mode or how to start insert mode. The insert mode can be started in multiple ways. So basically from the keyboard, you will press these keys. You can either press A or you can press I, or you can also press this insert key. You have this insert key in your keyboard. You can have a look. Okay. So you can press any of these keys and immediately you will enter insert mode. Let me show you. So right now at the bottom, you just see the file name, right? I'm pressing A. As soon as I press A, what do you see? Insert. Now insert means you can start typing. So wherever the cursor is right now, if you want to start typing from there, okay, start typing, or just use the arrow keys to bring the cursor down to the last line, press enter for a new line, start typing, press enter, like this. If you want to modify something, let's say I want to delete this line, I can just go at the second line, backspace, it is deleted. Means you can just simply use the keyboard and start typing or editing, right? So let's say you have edited this file. Now it's time to save it. Now how to save it? So this save can be done in the command mode. So how to enter this command mode? First of all, exit insert mode. How? Escape key. Escape key is used to escape the insert mode. Then to save the file, what is the command? :W. Okay. Or to quit, :Q. If you want to save and quit together, save and quit. Quit means close the file. You can just press :WQ. So press colon and then press W. The file will be saved. Press colon and then press Q. The file will be closed. If you want to save and close, :WQ. Let's do it. So right now I am in insert mode. I will press escape. Insert mode is gone. This means I am in command mode. By default, VI editor opens in command mode. Okay. If you press A, you enter insert mode. You press escape, you are back to command mode. Now I want to save this. :W. Just have a look at the last line. :W. I will press enter. Now the last line says 65 characters and 6 lines written. So this is the verification that okay, data has been saved. If you want to quit, escape :Q. Have a look at the last line, :Q. You see this :Q, press enter. That's it. You are out of VI editor. This is how you come out of VI editor. Okay. It is a bit complicated, but it is the way, I mean, it is the default editor in Linux. And that's why we should at least be able to modify something using VI editor. Okay. It's very important also because, you know, you might say, okay, VI is tough. I will only use Nano. Okay, that's fine. Use Nano. But what will happen if you log into any server? Let's say you're working for any company. You log into server and you see there is no Nano. Nano is not there. And you are not comfortable with VI. What are you going to do? You will try to install Nano. Let's say the installation is blocked. You cannot install anything on that server. Then what? Then you are stuck. Then you might have to take help from your colleague or from your friend, right? So that's why VI editor is something that will be present on all the servers, no matter what. That's why it's important to learn VI. Yes, if installation is not prohibited in the server, then you can just install Nano, start using it. It will make your life easy. But still, what is the fallback plan? अगर Nano नहीं चला तो क्या करेंगे? तो VI तो करना पड़ेगा ना. So that's why it's important to learn this, and it is easy, not that complicated. Okay, all right. So let me again open this file in edit mode. VI file10.txt, the complete name. The same data I am seeing, right? So let us just have a look on more commands from VI. Editing commands, I means insert. Insert means insert at the cursor. See, if I press I right now, where is my cursor? My cursor is at D. It's blinking at D. If I press I, what will happen? See, just by pressing I am into insert mode. And if I start typing, so my characters are basically being typed just before D. So if you want to start typing from the left of the cursor, you will press I. If you want to start typing from the right of the cursor, where is my cursor right now? It is at, let's say, D, sorry, A. Right now my cursor is at A. If you want to start typing from the right, then you will press A, and that's it. You're typing from the right to the cursor. Okay. What I recommend is just use A. That's it. Okay, just use A. And if required, use the cursor keys, up, down, left, right, arrow keys, okay, to change the position of the cursor of this blinker. But still, you should know what is the difference between A and I, like that. Escape key, terminate the insert mode and enter into command mode. So there is a command which is called U, undo the last change. So if you want to use this U command to undo, escape to enter command mode, U, keep on pressing U, the things will go back. You are going to undo all the changes. Okay, you want to make some more changes, press A to insert mode, then start typing. All right. If you want to undo this, escape U, keep on pressing U, you will go one step back every time. If you want to delete a line in the command mode, just go to the line and press D 2 times. Let's say I want to delete this first line. My cursor is at the first line. I'm in command mode. I will press D 2 times. The line will be gone. It's gone. Okay. Gone, gone, gone. All right. So if I realize that, oh, I deleted some extra lines, I want to undo, escape U. Just keep on pressing U. You're getting the data back. Or maybe you want to delete 3 lines. Let's say from the cursor, 3 lines. So the first line is this one, second line, and third line from the cursor. So escape 3DD. 3 lines gone immediately. Escape U. They are back. U means undo. If you want to copy one line, let's say I want to copy this first line, I will bring my cursor on the first line using up, down arrow keys. All right. Escape 1 YY. 1 means single line. Double Y means copy. Double D means delete. So this first line has been copied. I want to paste it here. I will bring my cursor down using up, down arrow keys. Now for paste, the key is P. Escape P. Just keep on pressing P. Okay, so I'm pasting it multiple times. Escape U, undo. All right. If you want to copy 3 lines, so let's say 3 lines from the cursor. My cursor is at line number 2. So 2, 3, 4. Line number 2, 3, 4 needs to be copied. So I will say escape 3 YY. 3 lines have been copied. See at the last, it says 3 lines yanked. Yanked means copied. And I want to paste it after this line. Okay. Escape P. Just keep on pressing P. It will get printed, pasted on the screen, on the file. Sorry. Let's say you want to see the line numbers. What is the line number for this line? Okay. Just go to command mode, escape. I am into command mode. : SE space NU. SE means, sorry, let me just type it here. Colon SE space NU. This means set number. This is a shortcut for set number. So let me press enter. Immediately you see the line numbers. All right. I want to save and quit. Escape colon WQ, enter. That's it. Let me do one more thing. Open the same file in VI editor. I make some changes. I'm going to delete something. I'm deleting some lines. Okay. Now I realized, oh, I did a mistake. I have edited some important data. I want to revert back. Okay, let's say undo is also not working, for example, or for just imagine that undo is not working. Then what to do? I don't want to save this file. So I want to quit without saving. Now how to do that? Escape colon Q. Escape colon Q means quit. But if you press enter, it will say no write since last change. This means you have not saved anything since you last made changes. It says add exclamation to override. This means save without saving. Escape colon Q exclamation, save without saving. Enter. The file has been closed. Nothing has been saved. Cat file10.txt. It will tell you you get the same data. Nothing has been changed. All right.
सर वो alias हमने पढ़ा था मुझे.
हाँ जी बोलो.
हाँ सर, alias में जो फॉर्मूला हम लोग सेव किया, मतलब कमांड सेव किया ना, आफ्टर रिबूट तो वो इसके रहता है क्या, मतलब alias सेव रहता है क्या?
नॉर्मली एलियस जो आप एलियस कमांड से बनाएंगे वो रिबूट पे नहीं रहता, बट इसको परमानेंट करने का एक तरीका होता है, वो मैं आपको आगे जाके बताऊंगा. ठीक है. इसको परमानेंट करने के लिए हमें एक फाइल में एंट्री करनी होती है. वो हम आगे जब वो फाइल्स पढ़ेंगे तो मैं आपको बता दूंगा कि यहाँ लिखना होता है.
मतलब अभी रिस्टार्ट हो तो एलियस जाता है.
हाँ, एलियस टेम्परेरी होता है. जो हम ये लिखते हैं ना एलियस कमांड से, LD जो भी मैंने किया ये टेम्परेरी है फॉर दिस सेशन ओनली.
ठीक है.
ओके. एंड ट्रस्ट मी, नॉर्मली आप एलियस बनाओगे भी नहीं. बहुत रेयर है कि एलियस बनाना पड़ता है. एलियस तब बनाओगे ना, बहुत लेंथी कमांड्स है, आपको बार बार लिखनी पड़ रही है थ्रू आउट द डे. बट नॉर्मली आप कोई लेंथी कमांड थ्रू आउट द डे नहीं लिखोगे, आप वन टाइम ही लिखोगे. राइट. तो ऐसा है. ओके. सो ऑलराइट. अच्छा, if you want to know more about VI editor, there is an inbuilt tutorial in Linux. It is called Vim Tutor. Vim Tutor. Press enter. It says welcome to the Vim Tutor. What is Vim? Basically, VI is the oldest editor. Okay, the old version, we can say old version. The latest version is called VIM. And the full form is like VI improved. Okay, so it's, I mean, you can use VI also, you can use VIM as well. But normally, you know, when you are using CLI, VIM is not installed and you have to install it separately. Okay, let me show you if in my system Vim is installed or not. I will say Vim file10.txt. Yes, it is installed. There is another way. Which Vim? So Vim is installed. The command file is inside bin. Okay. And what about VI? VI is again the same location. And you know what? The alias is set for student user. Whenever student user is running VI command, in the background, VIM editor will be opened. Okay. So VIM command will be executed. So whatever I do, VIM is being used. By default VIM ही use कर रहा हूँ. Okay, even if I use VI command. All right.
Hello sir.
Yes.
Sir, Vim कैसे install करना है फिर जब मतलब install नहीं रहेगा?
हाँ, वो मैं आपको बताऊंगा ना आगे. अभी हम installation part पे नहीं आए हैं, आपको बता दूंगा. Right.
ठीक.
Okay. Just give me a second.
I have a question, sir.
Yes, yes.
Sir, by default, these aliases are created by the operating system itself.
Yeah, by default, yes.
Yes, sir. So what we have seen till now, these are by default.
So VI editor, see, this is a command which comes packed, which comes as a part of the operating system. You
Yes,
don't
sir.
have to install it manually. Okay. Sometimes it happens that, you know, see, whenever we talk about operating system installation, OS installation. So there are various modes. One is complete install with GUI. Okay. Then there is complete installed without GUI. Let me
Yes,
just
sir.
copy and paste. Then there is minimal install.
Yes, sir.
So in minimal install, there are chances that you are not getting all the commands. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So in that case, don't worry if the command is not there. Just install that command. I will tell you. Okay. So I will tell you how to install any missing command and all those things.
What's the full form of this VI? VI means what?
VI, visual instrument.
Visual instrument. Okay.
Okay.
It means visual instrument improved.
And then VIM means visual instrument improved.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. It's like that. So where is the slide? Okay. Okay.
Sir, VI editor से बाहर कैसे जाते हैं sir?
VI editor close. VI editor close करने के लिए आपको first of all command mode में आना पड़ेगा. कैसे आते हैं command mode में? Press escape की. Escape की दबाते ही आप command mode में आ जाएंगे. अब आपको अपना फाइल क्लोज करना है. अगर आपको सेव एंड क्विट करना है, सेव एंड क्लोज, तो क्या कमांड है उसका? :WQ. अगर आपको क्लोज विदाउट सेविंग करना है तो आप क्या करेंगे? :Q एक्सक्लेमेशन. ऑलराइट. एंड अगर आपको सिर्फ क्लोज करना है, अगर आपने कोई चेंज भी नहीं किया था कुछ, तो कोई चेंज नहीं किया तो Q भी चल जाएगा. सो नॉर्मल क्लोज कैसे होता है? :Q. ठीक है. तो सेव एंड क्लोज ही नॉर्मली करते हैं. :WQ. क्लोज विदाउट सेविंग, :Q exclamation. Exclamation means forcefully, close it forcefully without saving anything. Alright.
Okay sir.
ठीक है. तो
Sir,
ये जो
वर्जन कैसे देखते हैं? लिनक्स का वर्जन कैसे देखते हैं? कितना कौन सा चल रहा है?
Okay.
उसके लिए कौन?
So basically, if you want to know what is the version of your operating system, name and version, so there is a file inside etc. Okay, and the file is called os-release. Cat, use the cat command to open the file. cat/etc os-release. Enter. It says name is Red Hat Enterprise Linux. Version is 8.3. Okay, that's it. And the code name for this version is OOTPA. UTPA. All right. So you know normally Red Hat gives a code name also to this versions. All right. Okay. Okay, see, just go ahead and just practice this slide 2-3 times with a single file, multiple files. Try to use all those things which I have mentioned. It's very easy. VI editor is easy. It's just about the practice. If you practice it 1, 2 or 3 times, that's it. Yes. Hanji, Hanji.
Sir, user uname -r is also giving sir Linux version.
Okay, so basically there are two things. If someone is asking you what is the OS name and version, then what you will do? You will say cat/etc/os-release. In the older versions like RHEL 4, 5, Red Hat 4 or Red Hat 5, the file name is not OS release. It is different. It is called Red Hat-release. Okay, so you can check these two files. Let me show you Red Hat release as well. cat/etc Red Hat release. Red Hat-release. It is the same thing, just the minimal output. The name is Red Hat Linux, version 8.3, and the code name is OOTPA. All right. Now, if someone is asking what is the kernel version, so to find the kernel versions, there are multiple ways. Let's say the question is what is the current kernel version? Okay. So if someone is asking what is the current kernel version, using which kernel your operating system is running right now, then you can say uname command --r. -r means revision. Okay, revision is like version. Okay, so version and revision, one and the same thing. Uname is a command which is used to display this information. So this version of the kernel will be displayed. uname-r. So this kernel program version 4.18.0.0-240. So this is the version which I am using right now. My operating system has booted using this kernel version. In the Linux operating system, at any given point in time, you can have multiple kernels. Okay, version 2, version 3, version 4, like that. Okay, but when the system is booting up, when the operating system is starting, only that kernel version is used, whatever you select, or by default, what is the setting. All right. So it is too early to explain you this, because I will explain you with the help of slides in the future classes. Okay. Now coming to again very important part in Linux, it is user management. Okay. So what are different parts of user management? What is the concept behind users? What is the concept behind groups? All those things. So basically, let me first of all graphically show you something. So let's say in your system, some users are created. Let's say user 1, user 2, user 3, user 4, 5, 7. Okay. And user 1, user 4, 5, and 7. These users are
नीचे खाली खा कर नीचे आएगी दूध पीने के लिए जल्दी आ रहा है मतलब अभी हम नए से
user 1, user 4, user 5, and user 7. All these are Linux administrators, let's say. So is it good idea to make them part of a single group? They all can be part of single group. The group name can be Linux admin, right? Similarly, let's say there are a couple of users part of storage team, like for example, second user, third user, sixth user. All these are part of storage team. Storage. All right. So is it good idea to club them together or make them part of one storage group? Right. So this is how grouping is done in Linux. Why it is important? Because whenever we talk about permissions, we are going to learn permissions next. For now, I'm giving you example. There is file 10.txt I just created, right? When we say what are the permissions of file 10.txt, permissions are in 3 ways. Permissions are assigned in 3 ways. The first permission will be for the owner of the file. Okay, who is the owner of the file? Second permission set will be for the group name. Okay, for the group where multiple users are there. Third permissions will be for others. Just because of this group thing, in Linux, groups are created. So basically all this adds security, file level security. All right. So, going forward, we are going to learn about file permissions. Then I will explain you in detail. So users can be, made part of some groups. A single user can be part of multiple groups. So basically in concept in Linux, whenever you add a user, let's say I added student user, what will happen by default? A group by the name student will also get created. And this student user will be part of this group by default. And this group is called primary group. Okay, primary group. Can any other user be part of this group? No. Primary group is just for the user itself. That's it. No other user can be part of this group. Ideally, no one should be. All right. Let's say there is another group called staff. Okay. So can this student user be part of staff group? Yes. But this time, this staff group will be treated as a secondary group. Okay. So user can have only one primary and multiple secondary. For example, let me add another one. Let's say there is again a group by the name maybe Linux. Okay, so yes, student user can also be part of this Linux group as a secondary group. All right, single primary and multiple secondary. If you want to get, if you want to check this thing in Linux, just run this command, id space student. What do you see here? You see the details of the student user. Student user unique identification number, UID, is 1000. GID 1000. This means student user is part of student group, and the group ID for this student group is 1000. GID means group ID, and then it says groups. The first group is the primary. After the comma, you see a secondary group. Okay, so student user is part of student group as primary and wheel group as secondary. Can a student user be part of another group? Yes, I will tell you how to make this student user part of another secondary group. So there will be 2 secondary and 1 primary. This is all possible.
Sir, root is falling under which group?
ID space root. So root is part of only root group. Only one group, root. Okay.
That's primary or secondary?
Only primary.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. There is only one primary group, and root group ID is 0. Root users user ID is also 0. Normally you will see root users user ID as 0 all the time. Now let's focus on this slide. So basically, whenever we add a user in the system, what actually happens is the information is stored in some files. Let's say I'm going to add user 1. Okay, user 1. So the details of the user 1 will be stored in this file, passwd. The location is inside /etc. You will find this file passwd. And what happens when you create a user? A group is also created by the same name. Where is that information stored? The group information is stored in this group file. What is the location? The same location, inside etc. As I told you, inside etc, you will find all the configurations. Whenever you create a user, the details are stored in passwd file and group file. And the group file will store just the group name and which student, which user is part of the group. Okay. Group and the member details. Passwd file will store multiple details about a user. Okay, like what is the username and what is the home directory, what is the user ID, what is the group ID, 5 to 7 things are stored in this passwd file. Let me show you first, and then we will add a user. Just simply cat this file, cat/etc passwd. Okay, you see it's a very lengthy file, multiple lines are there. Let me just copy one line for student user. Okay, I'm just copying this line so that I can explain you properly. So this is a sample entry from passwd. Okay, passwd file. Okay, in Linux there are 2 passwd files. One is passwd command. What is the location of this file? /usr/bin. Okay, and then there is this passwd for storing the user details, and the location is /etc. Okay, so this is the entry from this passwd file. Let us just check all the fields. Again, you see multiple values separated by colon. So colon is the delimiter here. All right. So let us just have a look. How many fields are there? The first field is student. So basically, first field is the username. Then there is second field, which is X. So second field is no. Second field is X. So basically, second field is what? It is denoting a password. It denotes or represents a password. Obviously, password is not written like this, so that, for security reasons, right? Password is stored in some other file, which I will tell you. And then the third field is the user ID. Fourth field, the group ID of the group where the student user is part of as a primary member. Okay. So not primary member, as a primary group. So fourth field is the GID. So primary groups GID. The fifth field is the comment. The comment can be anything. I can also type here, this is a test user. It is a comment. All right, it is a comment. So fifth field is your comment. Then sixth field is the location of home directory. And seventh field is which shell is assigned to this user. Yeah, so name of the shell. All right, so just try to cram this initially. Later on you will just remember this like as it is. See, first field username. Second, it is just a blank field, basically representing a password. Password is stored in some other file. Third field is user ID, group ID, then the comment, the location of the home directory, and the name of the shell which is assigned. You can assign a different shell to a different user. You can customize these settings. I will explain you later. Okay.
Sir, in a cluster where third-party software is taking care of all these users as well, sir, where these users are located there?
See, normally when we talk about the cluster or these things, there is a AD component in between. So Microsoft Active Directory application.
Sir, if AD is not present, then
local users. See what happens is there is a concept of central authentication. Okay, so central authentication can be achieved with the help of AD or with the help of LDAP in Linux. Okay.
Yes, sir. LDAP.
AD in Windows, AD in Windows. If your organization is not using AD in your company, then and still you want central authentication, then LDAP is used. What LDAP is like, let me just give you a small idea. AD is also using LDAP in the background. LDAP is a protocol. So what will happen? There will be the LDAP server.
The full form of this LDAP is?
I will tell you, just hold on. It can be AD or LDAP in Linux. All right. So all the users will be created here. Okay, all the users will be created here. And then all the Linux servers will be connected to this LDAP server. Let's say Linux server 1, server 2, server 3. Users are not created here. No user is created here.
Yes, sir. That's what.
Let's say user 1 is connecting to trying to log in.
Actually, this LDAP must be configured on a master node.
You can say that. Yes, you can say that master node. So when user 1 is trying to connect to this server, what will happen? Authentication will happen from here. If all is good, then user 1 will log in. If user 1 is not present in LDAP server, authentication will fail. Password, incorrect password, or permission denied, like that. You will get these errors.
So how to check this LDAP on a cluster from master node, from root node?
So basically what you can do is you can just type this command, ID space username. Just check what group names are coming. Okay, you will see the group names which are coming for that user are not present in your system. So now I have explained you this password file. Let me explain you this group file as well. This will help you. Okay, so second file is group file. So let me just open this group file. cat/etc group. So this is a group file, again, multiple entries. Just remember, these all are groups. Group means when multiple users are combined in a single group, that is the same thing. All right. You see this wheel group. So student user is part of wheel group. All the information is in front of your eyes. So let me use just one example. First of all, let me use this wheel group only. Okay, again, one sample entry from that file. What is the first field? The name of the group.
Name of group.
There was a provision to set a password also on a group, but these days we don't use it. Okay, so this X denotes the same thing, password. Okay, and then 10 is the group ID.
Group ID. Yes.
And the fourth is the which users are part of these groups.
Student.
Which users are part of this group. Okay, right now we see student, but if multiple users are there, you will see student comma user 1 comma user 2 like this. Okay, it's simple thing. So now what you can do is, if you want to check your cluster, just let's say the username is Amit, ID space Amit. If this account is local, this Amit user can be found in passwd file. All right, so you can just do all these things like grep Amit /etc passwd. So yes, Amit account is there in my virtual machine. All these details are here.
Sir,
If you're
we sometimes use this grep command with a pipeline as well. Pipe.
Normally you might be doing something like this. Cat /etc passwd grep Amit.
Yes, sir.
So I will tell you later. Maybe next slide. Chaining and piping.
Yes.
Okay, I will tell you. All right. So what you can do is simply ID Amit, and you will get to see these group names. If these groups are in your machine, let's say group Amit, grep Amit from group file. Yes, it is there. This means this is local. User is local. Okay. If this group is not in your system, then simply means the user is coming from LDAP server, from central authentication system. Yeah. Okay. You were asking about LDAP full form. So it is called lightweight directory access protocol. Okay. Again, it is a kind of a software which is used for various things. It is not just only central authentication, but there are so many other things also. Okay, so let me quickly just give you one more command for today. It is user add. How to add a user in a system, in a Linux operating system. First of all, check this user add command. Who can run this? Which user add? Can you run this? This command is inside sbin. Sbin means system administrator can run. Are you system admin? Are you root? No. Then become sudo space su hyphen, give the password. It's not asking, no worries. I have become root. So user add space, let's say user 1. It has been created. Let us find user 1 in passwd file. Grep user 1 in this passwd file. Yes, the user 1 details can be found. Okay. So user 1 ID is 1002. It is part of user 1 group. Group ID is also same. Home directory /home/user 1. Yes. Okay. And the bash shell is assigned by default. Some things happen by default. So, once we cover this, I will tell you the default things, default files, from where this default values are coming. Everything is saved in a file. We should know all these files. These are some 10, 12 files, important files. That's it. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So, whenever we are working in a company, you will always see that number of users are created. Okay. Whether it is Windows operating system or Linux, users will be created on any operating system, on any server. Okay. So in Linux, before we add a user, we need to understand what exactly happens in the background. See, yesterday I told you, when you add a user, the user details are saved in 2 files. One is the passwd file, location is /etc. Okay. And another is group file. This group file is present in the same location inside etc. Okay. So whenever a user is created, user details are saved in the passwd file, and the user is part of which group, those details are saved in group file. Okay, so these are the 2 important files. Next is Okay, next we have already discussed su command and sudo command. Okay, so now let's come to the actual user creation. How to create a user in Linux operating system. The command is very simple, user add. So let me open the VMware. Yeah, it's open. To add a user, we need to use user add command. Okay, and you can just simply write like this: user add space the username. Let's say user1. Press enter. If the user exists, okay, in my system user1 is already there. If the user exists, you're going to get a kind of a error on the screen. The first thing to check is user add can only be executed by root user. Why? Because user add is in sbin directory, usr sbin. So which user add? So user add command is in usr sbin directory. So only root, or you have to use sudo. Let me use sudo. Sudo space user add space user2. Okay. Immediately the user2 has been added. All right. So let us check. Let us verify. ID space user2. All right. So user2 has been added. User ID is 1003. User2 is part of user2 group, and the group ID is also 1003. Basically, this is the default behavior. All right. So you will get to see same user ID and a group with the same name also. And user2 is part of only one group right now, which is the primary group user2. All right. Now user has been created. How to log in? Can user2 log in just now? No, because we did not set any password. So how to set a password? Again, use the sudo command, because password can be set for any other user by root only. सिर्फ root ही किसी भी user का password set और reset कर सकता है. Okay, sudo pass wd space user2. So changing the password for user2. New password Red Hat, simple one. Oh, it's set. So let me log out, or let me just log the screen and log in as user2. Red Hat is the password, and I'm logged in. Okay, user2 has logged in. So let me log out or switch back to student. Okay, so password has been set for user2. Now the question is, where are the password details? Where is password set? So password is set in another file, which is called shadow file. Okay, so the file name is shadow. All right, and the location is /etc. All right, and this is a file which basically contains password information. Let me show you how it looks like. cat/etc shadow. You might get scared, you know, it's a very unusual looking file, right? So let me use one example. Let me copy this line for user2. The last line you see starting with user2. So this entry is for user2. I'm copying it and let me paste it in Notepad. Okay. So what exactly are the fields here? Again, you see multiple fields separated by colon. Okay, colon is the delimiter. Obviously, user2 is the username. Okay, colon, and then we have some jumbled characters, or you can say some data has been encrypted. So technical word is, this is the password hash. This is the password. The Red Hat is the password. Okay, yeah, like Red Hat is the password. When it gets encrypted, it becomes like this. Okay, so this is the same password saved in encrypted form. You know, when we talk about encryption, cryptography, there are several techniques using which you can encrypt this word into this. Okay, one is MD5, then SHA 218, then the latest one SHA 512. So this is the most strongest one. RHEL 8 uses this by default. Okay, so SHA 512. So this is a password hash encrypted using SHA 512. Okay, now let me just, it is a very lengthy one, you see, starting with a dollar and ending with like 50. It's very lengthy. So let me just cut it down. Let it make it short. Hold on. Yeah. Okay, so first field is the username. Second field is the password encrypted in encrypted format or password hash. Then the third thing is called Unix timestamp. So in Linux, there is a method of saving date. So normally we type like this 02 Feb 2022. So this is a date. So Linux will do something. It will, convert this date into a number. So this is the number 19025. So it is an inbuilt functionality of Linux. What is the benefit of converting a date into a number? It is easy to save, easy to manipulate also. All right. So just for that purpose, the date has been converted into this number. This number is technically called Unix timestamp. Okay. So I want to give you one homework. Just go to the Wikipedia or on the Google. Just find what exactly is Unix timestamp. How is this date converted into a number? So there is a what do you call, a logic behind it. So I want you guys to find that logic. This is a Unix timestamp. When the date is date and time, in Unix timestamp, you can also convert date and time. For example, 2nd Feb 2022. Right now it is 2013. So this also can be converted into a number. It will look like this. Something like this. This is not the exact one. I'm just typing garbage. So this is one example. So what exactly is Unix timestamp? I want you guys to find it out. Okay. So this is the Unix timestamp. Unix timestamp of what? When was the password changed? What is the last day when the password was changed? So 19025. This actually means 2nd Feb because I just now changed the password using passwd command. ये पासवर्ड कब रखा गया था, कब सेट किया गया? ये आज ही किया गया, राइट? 2nd Feb को. तो 2nd Feb को जब कन्वर्ट करते हैं यूनिक्स टाइम स्टैम्प में, तो ये नंबर बनता है 19025. So first of all, it's not your headache. You are the system admin. It's not your headache to convert this number into date. Don't worry, operating system will automatically do it for you. I will tell you how. Okay. So third field is the Unix timestamp of when was the last password changed or when was the password last changed. Then you see a 0. First of all, let me just type all the fields 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So there are 8 fields. Okay, first is the username. Second is the password hash. Third is last password change, time details, sorry, date details. Okay. Fourth is 0. Now this 0 means the minimum days between password change. Minimum days between password change. Just for example, let's say I changed your password. Okay, your username is user2. I just now changed the password. If the value here is 1, this means 1 is the minimum days between password change. You can again change the password only after 1 day. If there is 2 written here, this means you can again change your password after 2 days. Root can do anything. Root can immediately change. But what about you? Let's say you want to change it. You can also change it using passwd command, right? But the problem is if there is 2 here, this means user2 can change the password only after 2 days. All right. So minimum days between password change. 0 means user2 can immediately change the password without any issue. All right. There will be no error or anything like that. Then you see these 99999. These are password expiration days. Password expiration in days. So 9999 means never expire. The password will never expire. Normally in companies, you will see setting like this 90 and instead of 0, it will be 1. Okay. 1 is the minimum number of days. 90 is the maximum number of days. After that, password will automatically expire and user has to reset the password or change the password. Okay. So password expiration in days. Normally you will see in companies like 90. Then 7. 7 is the warning days. See, password will expire in 90 days, right? So system has to give warning. So system will start giving warnings 7 days before, like on 83rd day. So operating system will say, please change your password. Your password is going to expire in next 6 days. Next date will say your password will expire in next 5 days, like that. Okay. So starting 83rd day, user 2, whenever he logs in, or he or she, whenever user 2 logs in, user 2 will get this message on the screen. Password is going to expire. 84th day, again, it will go on till 90th day. If user 2 does not change the password or does not reset the password, then what? Then user 2 will not be able to log in, and system will say this, change the password immediately. Once the user 2 changes the password, then only user 2 will be able to log in. So on the 91st day, system will forcefully ask user 2 to change the password. Okay, so this is these. For next two, I will explain you this later. I want to show you one command, chage, then I will explain you these two fields. Okay. Okay. So let me change this 90 to original. It was like this, 99999. 5 times 9s mean never expire. User 2's password will never expire as per my settings, as per my operating system settings. Okay. Now the question is, you join a company, you installed Linux operating system in a server, and by default you get these settings. Whenever you create a user, that user will have 0, password never expire, and 7. Now your company policy is, whenever a user is created, the 0, instead of 0, it should be 1. Minimum days should be 1, and maximum days should be 90, and warning days should be 7. Now you need to modify these values. How you can do it? So there are two ways of modifying. So become root and use vi/etc/shadow. Okay, which is not recommended at all. Okay, not recommended. Why? Chances of errors are high. Okay, if you directly edit this file, and let's say you are editing and you missed this colon, you accidentally removed it, you know what? User 2 will not be able to log in. Okay, and it will be really tough for everyone to find the exact issue. What exactly is the problem? Okay, just removing this delimiter colon accidentally will lead to multiple escalations incidents in your company, in your project. Okay, so it is not recommended. Then what is the recommended way? Recommended way is using a command. It is called chage. Okay, so you can remember like this, change age. So what is this 09997? These are the aging properties of password. Okay, so these are the age properties of password. Age means when is this password going to expire, like that, and what is the minimum days between password change, all those things. So chage is the command. All right, so we need to use this chage command. So with chage, there are options like chage -l user 2. So -l will just show you the same information, this 0, 999 and 7. -n means list. Do not modify anything, just list. Let us use it. First of all, let me adjust power settings here. chage -l user 2. So we get the same details. Last password change 2nd Feb, right? Password expires never. Why never? Because the maximum number of days is 99999. This means password will never expire. Password inactive, never. There is no settings for inactive right now in the shadow file. That's why it says never. Account expires, never. Okay. Basically, if you want to lock any user, you will, set a date for account expire. Let's say there is an auditor in your company and who wants to log into all the Linux servers. You will create a temporary account, right? You will create a user auditor, and that auditor account, that username should automatically expire after 10 days. So this is the place where you will mention the date. Okay. And then minimum number of days 0, maximum number of days 9999, number of days of warning before password expires 7. Okay, so these are the details. You see the same thing in shadow file. grep user2 from this shadow file. Okay, so user2 password hash, then this 19025 Unix timestamp. This is equal to Feb 2nd, 2022. Okay, then 0 is this same 0, and 999 again this is same, and 7 here you see 7. Okay, now let's say as per the company policy you want to change this. These three values should be 190 and 7. Okay, so let's do it. Command is the same, chage and the username user2, enter. Now this is a very interactive command, it's not difficult. The system will ask you details on the screen only. For example, minimum password age, default is 0, 0 is in brackets. Are you okay with default? Press enter. If you want to change it, press the number like number 1. I want to use this number 1 as minimum days for password change. Okay, so maximum is like 90, enter. Last password change, do you want to modify this date? Because default is 2nd Feb. 2nd is Feb is fine. I will press enter. Maximum warning days 7 is fine. I will press enter. Password inactive. Do you want to set any date? Like password should be inactive by this date. If no, -1, and -1 is default. Okay, so press enter. Do you want to set a account expiration date? Let's say I want to set in this format. I will set like 1st March. Okay, so 2022-03-01. Press enter. That's it. How to verify? Again, you can use chage-l user2. So what do you see? Last password changes today's date. Password will expire on May 3. Why May 3? Because maximum number of days is now 90. So 2nd Feb plus 90 days equals to May 3rd. All right. Password inactive, never. Account will expire on 1st March. After 1st March, user2 will not be able to log in. Okay. And minimum number of days, all the things have been changed. There is another way of checking this. Grep this user. Grep user2 from which file? Shadow file. Okay, so just check 197, all the change has been made, and the account expiration date has been set here. All right, 19052. All right, so if you want to set password expiration date, that date will come on 7th field. Okay, so let me write it now. 7th field is for password expiration date or inactive date, not expiration, inactive date. And account inactive date is 8th field. All right, so these are the 8 fields in shadow file. Let me save this. Okay, I hope it is clear. So we use passwd command to set a password. So usage of passwd command is something that you need to remember. How to use passwd. If you are a root user, you can use passwd like this, passwd or passwd space username. Okay, so what is the difference? When root user is using just passwd command, what will happen? This will change the password for root user. Change the password for logged in user. Okay, who is logged in right now? Root. So root password will change. Obviously, system will say enter a new password like that. All right. Then passwd username. Obviously, the password for username will be changed. All right. So if a non-root user is doing this, non-root user, then what will happen? The same things. if non-root user is just typing passwd or passwd with username. So passwd without any username, change the password for the logged in user. Let's say here student logged in. Student has logged in. So password command will change the password for user student. What about this passwd username? First of all, this is not allowed, so permission denied error. Okay, so permission denied error. So this format like passwd space username. So username, root is the user who can specify a username. Only root can specify the username. Let me show you. So root can do like this, passwd, enter. It is saying changing the password for user root. New password. I can set a new password. I'm setting a new password. Okay, it has been done. Second example, passwd student. It is asking for change the password for user student. It's fine. Root can do anything. I'm setting a new password for student user. All done. Let me get back to student user. I will log out. Control D. I log out and become student. So passwd, changing the password for user student. Okay. Now it is asking what is the current password. If I fill the current password correctly, then only I can change, right? So let's say Red Hat is the current. I want to set a new password. I can set a new password. Okay. But if I mention a username also like user2, it says only root can specify a username. Okay. So this is the error. All right. So always remember. And why it happens, I will tell you after like permissions. After we complete permissions, I will explain you why it happens. Okay, so these three files are covered. Now you know you have at least some idea what is happening inside these files. All right, chage has been covered. Now it's time that we complete the remaining commands. So what are the remaining commands? Okay, before we go to the commands, I have a question. So we discussed this file yesterday /etc/passwd. Okay, so in this also there are some fields. One of which field is comment field. Okay, I think fourth field is comment. 1, 2, 3, fifth field. Fifth field is for comments. Let's say you want to add a comment for any user. What will you do? I did not tell you any command yet. You can use vi editor /etc/passwd. Okay, and make the modifications. Again, this is not recommended. Why? The chances of errors are high. You can by mistake delete something. The user, that particular user will not be able to log in. Okay. There is one more command. It is called vi pw. You know what will happen? Vi editor will open this file automatically. Okay. And the benefit of this vi pw is if you make a mistake, the vi editor will not save your file. Okay. If there is any mistake in the file, the vi editor will not save the file. All right, so you have to fix the mistake first and then the file can be saved. So this is more secure way of editing passwd file. All right. There is third thing, the command, which we are going to do right now. Okay. So let me give you some scenario and then we will discuss how to solve them. Okay, using commands. Let's say there is a user 2. Okay, now you want to set a comment. Okay, you want to set a comment like this is a test user or just test user. So this is a comment you want to set. How can you do it? Okay, or there is one more task. Let's say you want to make user 2 part of wheel group as secondary group. Okay, or there is a task. Let's say make user 2 part of student group as primary group, like that. Primary group or secondary group, anything. Okay, so these are some changes that you want to make on any existing user. Methods, how to do it. You can use this vi editor. You want to set a comment. Okay, open the pathwd file and make the changes. You want to make user2 part of wheel group. Then what you will do, open the vi editor and open this group file, etc group. And in the wheel group line for the wheel group, in the end, just add user2. That's it. Okay, but again, don't do things manually, although this is fine, you can do manually, but chances of errors are high. Rather than that, try to use the command. Now, what is the command to make these changes? The command is user mod, means modify the user details. Okay, user mod. So how to change these details? So with user mod command, there are actually options. -C. Okay, so -C is used to modify the comments. Okay, modify comments. -g is used to modify the primary group. And -G is used to modify the secondary group. Okay, so let us just solve this task only. What to do here? User mod -C, and you want to add this comment, test user. So after -C, you have to mention some text. So text can be mentioned using double quotes. So inside double quotes, test user. This is only for comment. Okay, so this is one command. And then finally, on which user you want to set, you want to make these changes on user2. So this is your complete command, user mod -C, the comment and the username in the end. For second part, make user2 part of wheel group. Okay, user mod -G space, what is the group name? Wheel. For which user? User2. That's it. So 2 tasks are done with these 2 commands. If you want to use one single command for both the tasks, okay, do it. User mod -C test user space. Second option is -G wheel. And what is the user? User2. So in one single command also you can do it. You just need to remember these options. Okay. All right. So let us do it. So first of all, check the details for user2. Grep user2 from pathwd file. So pathwd file says there is no comment set for user2. See, empty, field is empty. All right. And you want to check what is the secondary group of user2, id space user2. So this command will tell you all the groups. So right now, user2 is part of only one group, user2, which is the name user2. And you see in the groups also, there is no secondary group mentioned. Okay, so groups equals to, the first thing you see is primary group. Secondary groups come after this, after a comma. Okay, I don't see any secondary group. So picture is clear. I want to make changes. User mod -C test user space. What is the second thing? I want to make it part of wheel group as secondary. -G and then wheel space user2. Enter. Okay, I am student user. Don't worry. I can use sudo. Okay. So yeah, it's done. The command has been executed without error. Let us again check the same things. First of all, let me grep user2. Now for the user2, the fifth field says test user. This is a comment. Comment has been added. What about this secondary group? ID command will tell you. ID user2. So now user2 is part of 2 groups. One is user2, the primary group, and wheel is a secondary group. I can add multiple secondary groups. How to add multiple secondary groups? Let me create a new group. The command is group add. Okay. So let me type it here also. Add a group. So the group can be added using group add command. Space group name. If you want to delete a group, group del is the command. Space group name. All right, it's easy. There is no science behind it. It's plain simple command. So let's say I want to add a group, let's say staff. Okay. So group add staff. The group has been added. Oh, sorry. Let me become root only. So group. Okay. So staff group has been added. How to verify? Grep staff from this file, group file. So yes, a staff group has been added and the group ID is 1004. That's fine. Now I want to add user2 in this staff group. I want to retain these things, ID user2. I want to retain the secondary group wheel and I want to add into staff. Okay, so two secondary groups. So let me show you one thing. User add -G staff user2. You know what will happen? The student, the user2 will be removed from wheel group and will be now part of staff, which it's not user add, it's user mod. Okay, so ID user2. See what happened? Wheel removed, staff has been added. Now this is not correct. I did not wanted to have this. I wanted to have user2 a part of wheel group and staff group. Now what to do? I want to retain the previous secondary group. Then you can use this option, which is called -A. A means retain all the secondary groups. G means add a new group. Okay, add to a new group. So it's already part of staff group. I can say wheel. See, user2 is already part of staff as a secondary group. I want to add wheel also. So -A means retain the previous value. Previous is staff. Okay, and new wheel will be added. So user2 will be part of staff group and wheel group as secondary. Press enter. ID space user2. Now you see wheel also and you see staff also. Okay, so -A is used to retain the previous values. So choose your options wisely. Okay, you should be aware what to choose. Okay, else you will be doing all the things manually. Okay, manually, like you will go to VI editor, open the group file, and you want to make user2 part of, let's say, wheel group. So you will go to wheel and type user2. Then you want to make this part of staff group. Then you will go to staff, enter the last line, and you will type user2. You want to make it part of Amit group also. Go to this line Amit, okay, and then type user2. Save and exit. Now let us check ID space user2. Now user2 is part of Amit group also. So manually it is done. It's fine. You can do it, but chances of errors are high. That's why I recommend using user mod. Okay. All right. So user add, user mod, user del. How to remove a user? User del command. User del -R and the username, let's say Amit. Now what is this -R? -R means, just remember, whenever you add a user, home directory is also created like this: cd/home ls or ll. So you know how many users are there in my system? Amit user, student user, user1, user2. These are all non-root users. Okay. So if I remove this user Amit, will home directory also get deleted? No, I have to mention -R also. So user del -R Amit. Now what will happen? Amit details will be removed from group file, from passwd file, from shadow file. And because I mentioned -R, Amit directory will also be removed. Home directory of the user will also get removed. Okay, so press enter. Okay, it says Amit group not removed. because it has other members. That's fine. Amit group has user2 also, so that's fine. Let me see what are the contents of home. Amit directory is gone. Okay, because I used -r. If I do not use -r, on the data remains, the user data will remain in the hard disk, which is not recommended. Okay. Now let me give you one task. So the task is add a user. Let's say user 3. Okay. User 3 should be part of staff and wheel group as secondary. Okay. User ID of user 3 should be, let's say 25 or 2500. Okay. And for comment should be test user. Okay. And should have this shell. A shell should be sh. Okay, not bash, the sh, old shell. All right. So access to old shell sh. Comment should be test user. User ID should be 2500 and should be part of staff and wheel group as secondary. So now how to do this? So there are two methods. First is manually, complete manually, which I will tell you later, because how to add a user manually, there is a process involved. I will tell you later. Okay. So more logical ways, command user add. Okay. So with user add, can you do all these changes? So yes, we can do it. How? With user add also, the same options work. User mod command options and user add options are almost the same. Okay. So -c to add a comment, -g to give a custom primary group, -G to give a to assign secondary groups. Okay. What about for user ID? It's -u. Okay. What about shell? It is -s. So shell is sh. Let me see in my system, is there any sh shell? So first of all, let us see if there is any bash shell. Which bash? Again, it is a program only. So the program file for bash shell is inside usr bin. Okay. So which sh? So program file for sh file or the sh program file is in usr bin, the same location. Okay, so we have to mention the complete /usr/bin/sh. Okay, so u is for user ID, s is for shell. You want to give a custom home directory, -d. By default, user home directory is inside /home/username. By -d, what you can do is you can give a custom home directory like /user3. This is also possible. Okay, but I will explain you -d later once I tell you about permissions, because in order to do this -d/user3, you need to know all the things about permissions. Okay, so I am removing this for now. We will discuss this later. So these are the options. Now, how to perform this task? User add should be part of wheel group. Okay, -G staff, comma, wheel. So I mentioned two groups, comma separated. Second is UID, -u 2500, -u space 2500. For comment, okay, -c space double quotes test user. I want to give the shell, okay, -s and then the complete path /usr/bin/sh. That's it. Now in the last, you will mention the username, user3. So username comes in the last. So let me run this command. User add -g, capital G, staff wheel, -u 2500, -c test user, -s shell, the complete path to born shell sh, it is called, and the name is user3. Press enter. It has been created. ID space user3 will show you the group details. So groups are user3 group as a primary group, wheel and staff as a secondary group. Okay. Let me grep user3 from passwd file. So user3 ID is 2500. The group ID is also 2500. Test user is the comment. Home directory is this. And it has been assigned Bourne shell, not the bash, the Bourne, the old one. Okay. So this is how you create a custom, create a user with custom details, custom settings. Yes, Prince, do you have any question?
Hello.
Hanji, yes.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
हाँ सर वो after user add -g staff comma will add the user add to a wheel user.
No. Staff is a group name and wheel is also a group name.
Yeah.
Okay. So -g means add the user3 in staff group and also in wheel group. If you want to check this, you can just use grep user3 from see this. I searched for user3 in this group file, right? So this user3 is present in wheel group in the last. It is present in staff group in the last, and user3 group is also created with user ID 2500. Okay.
Sir, you told before na कि sudo is used in if it is in wheel group then sudo will use.
Yes. So this means user3 will be able to use sudo because user3 is part of wheel group. Okay. So let us check this. Hold on. Let me check this. Yeah. So let me become user3. Su space hyphen space user3. For root user, I can switch to any user without password. Okay. So without password, I have switched, but I did not set the password. Let me first of all set the password also. Pass wd user3 red hat. I'm setting. Okay. Su space hyphen user3. So sudo su hyphen. I become root immediately. Okay. So user3 was able to use sudo and user3 became root immediately. All right. Let me remove user3 from wheel group. How to do that? User mod -G staff. Okay. On user3. Oh, sorry. User mod -G staff and user3. It's done. Let me become user3 again. Let me try to use sudo. Now system is asking for password. Sudo command is asking for my, means user3's password. It is red hat. It says user3 is not in sudo file. This incident will be reported. Now this means user3 is not part of wheel group anymore. Let me show you. ID space user3. User3 is part of only staff group now. Okay. Now the question is why only wheel group? Because wheel group is mentioned in the sudo configuration. So as a root user, you can check that. So if you want to see this sudo file, vi sudo is the command. Vi editor will open the sudo's file automatically. Okay. And you see, you go at the bottom of the file and you will see this %wheel. Okay. So if I type here %abc, so I will create a ABC group and I will keep all the users who should be able to use sudo in ABC group. So right now it is written wheel. That's why I am performing examples with wheel group. All right. So it is everything written. All the configuration is there in the configuration files inside etc. So let me come out without making changes. Vi sudo says sudoers file unchanged. Okay. All right. Okay. So we have covered all the things from this slide. I think, yes, everything is covered. Let's go to this next one. Okay, so it's time for permissions. which I will explain you tomorrow, but let me give you brief. So, in Linux, Linux is said to be very secure. You might have heard Linux operating system is very secure. Why it is secure? Because there are certain levels of security. First level of security is on file level permissions, file level security, which we call permissions. In permissions, there are 2-3 things. One is called permissions, basic permissions. Let me type here. In permissions, we have basic, then we have ACL, and then we have special permissions. Okay, I will teach you all 3. Then what extra security we have? Second thing in Linux is Red Hat Linux, SE Linux, security enhanced Linux. So what is this? This is security for, it's just like a security guard in your building, in your apartment, right? What is the job of that security guard? It will just look who is entering, who is going out, what is happening in the building, like that. So what is happening inside OS? Okay, whatever is happening inside OS, it will keep an eye. It will check what is happening inside OS. So if any service, any program wants to connect to the internet, it will be blocked if we do not inform SE Linux. Okay, so I will tell you about this later. Third is firewall. So filters network traffic. Okay, so SE Linux will not filter network traffic. SE Linux will just check what is happening inside operating system. If you are trying to edit a file, are you allowed to edit? Can you edit, like that? Okay, if any program is trying to open a file to write something, can that program open that file? SE Linux will block it or allow it. Okay, so whatever is happening inside the operating system. Firewall, it will filters the network traffic. Packets coming from the network or packets need to be sent to the network. Everything will be filtered. File level security, the basic permissions. So how to see permissions? Just type ls-l in a long list format. The first thing you see is the set of permissions. Okay. So with every file, there are 2 things. There are 3 things actually. Whenever a file is created, what happens is, let's say there is a new file, file10.txt. Okay. With that file, there will be multiple things. Who is the owner of the file? And who is the group owner? What are the permissions on the file? Okay, like that. These are some security level things. Who is the owner? Who is the group owner? And what are the permissions on a file? Owner is fine. Who created the file, we can say, is the owner. But what is this group owner? Group owner means, let's say group owner is staff. And in staff, 2 users are there, Amit user and user 3. Okay, 2 users are there. So this simply means file 10 can, and the owner is, let's say, student. So this simply means owner of file 10 is student, and file 10 is also owned by staff group. Inside staff group, there are 2 users. Amit user is also the owner and user 3 is also the owner. So this file has exactly 3 owners right now. But in the permissions, the last thing, in the permissions, you can set what owner can do, what group owners can do. Let's say owner can read this file, modify this file, read and modify. Okay. For owner. And for group owner, you say group owners can only read. Okay. All right. So these are the permissions that you can set. So don't think that if any other user becomes the owner, he or she can do anything. No, the permissions will decide what the group owner can do. In this case, Amit can only read this file, cannot make any changes. User 3 can also read this file, cannot make any changes. But the owner, student user can read and write on this file. Okay. So, Let me just show you one thing. Let me create file 10, touch file 10.txt, ls-l file 10. So only details of file 10s will be displayed. I'm copy and paste it in the notepad. So the first thing is the dash or D. If you see dash here, hyphen means this file 10 is a normal text file. If you see D here, it means it is a directory. Directory means a folder. Okay. So I will keep it as it is, hyphen. Now these are the permissions. It says read write hyphen, read hyphen hyphen, read hyphen hyphen. Okay. And this dot means something. This means no ACL applied. I will tell you about ACL later. Then one means this is actually regarding how many links are there in this file. Again, I will explain this later. This root means the owner of this file 10 is root user. And this root means the group owner of this file is root group. So if there are any user in root group, those users will be able to, will also be considered as owners of this file. Okay. So this is root group and this is root, the owner of the file. 0 means the size of the file. This is the timestamp, date and time. And finally, we have the name of the file. Okay. So tomorrow I'm going to explain you these permissions, RW hyphen like that. Basically permissions are like this: read, write, execute. So you can give these permissions to owner, group owner, and others. Okay, now I will explain you all these things, like what is other and what is this read, write, execute, what are the effects, like that. All right, so like what are permissions? Permissions are first level of security in Linux. Okay, hold on, where is that? Yeah. So, in Linux, we have certain types of security features. First is file level security. Whatever we are learning here in this session or in this class, this will be applied to all the Linux operating systems out there in the market. Okay, it is except this SE Linux, because SE Linux is created by Red Hat. This is a Red Hat software. So in place of SE Linux, maybe some other operating systems are using, for example, SUSE Linux. Okay, it is also a subscription-based operating system, SUSE Linux, and it, instead of using SE Linux, it uses App Armor. Okay, it is almost the same as SE Linux. So you might see different names, but in the background they are all working similar. Okay. So the first thing is file level security, where we are going to learn about permissions. Now, what in permissions? First, the basic level permission, then ACL, then special permissions. Okay, these are the three things that we need to learn under permissions. Okay, when we talk about permissions, whenever you run this command, ls-l. Okay, whenever you run this command ls-l, you see some things on the left. All right, so first character, if it is a D, it means directory. If it is hyphen, it means it is a normal text file. Okay, so after the first character, the remaining 9 characters, okay, you see the 9 characters including hyphens. So the next 9 characters are part of permissions. So for example, let me take example of this file 10.txt. Okay, so I will copy this line. All right, so what we see here is output of ls-l. First 10 characters include the file type and permissions, and then some other details. And then the size of the file, 374 KB, the timestamp, when was the file created, and the name of the file. Okay, like that. So we need to focus on these characters, RW, like that. Okay, so let us first of all get to know what are permissions in Linux. Permissions in Linux are very simple. One permission is called read, another one is called write, and the last one is called execute. All these permissions are represented symbolically and numerically. Okay, so symbolically for read is R, okay, and for write is W. For execute it is X. All right, and for when we say numerically, they are represented as read is 4, write is 2, execute is 1. Okay, if we say some file has full permission means read, write, execute. So this is some symbolic representation, RWX. What about the numerical representation? Just add the values. Read is 4, write is 2, execute is 1. It will become 7. 4 plus 2 plus 1. Okay. Any question? Your voice is breaking. Could you please write in the chat? All right. So read, write, execute. Read, write, execute are the permission. Read is represented as R or number 4. Write is represented as W or number 2. And execute is represented as X, and numerically it is 1. Okay. So if I say some file has read, write, execute permission, symbolically we can say RWX. Okay. And numerically 4 plus 2 plus 1, 7. Okay. So this is something that you should always keep in mind. And you will find easy working with these numbers. I will tell you how. Okay, so this is about permission. I mean, these are the permissions in Linux. Now let us talk about these 9 characters. Okay, let me write them down. So what do we see here? RW hyphen, RW hyphen, R hyphen hyphen. All right. And then we see this student, and then the name of the file. All right. Now how to decode this? You might feel that it is some kind of a code. Okay. So now there is some learning curve. You need to remember few things. First is the permissions, read, write, execute. Second, about the ownership of the file. The file name is file10. Who is the owner of the file? This student user is the owner of the file. Okay. So let me do one thing. Hold on. So this is the file name. Okay. So this is the file name. All right. And this student is the owner of the file. Okay. And this student is the group owner. All right. So this student is the owner of the file. This student is the group owner. What do you mean by group owner? There is a group by the name student in your system. And if there is any user part of this student group, that user will be automatically become the owner. Okay. So anyone who is part of student group will also be treated as owner. But there are some permissions for each and every one. For owner, there are some permission. What are those? For owner, we have permissions like, so this first section is the owner permissions. Okay, so permissions are in 3 parts: read, write, execute. Okay, for this student group, the next 3 permissions are for this student group. Okay. Sorry. And this last part of permission is set for others. Okay. So we have permissions in this format. The first one is for the owner. The second one is for the group owner. Third one is for others. Okay. Now who is others? If I say I log in as a Amit user. Okay. And I try to write on this file. Okay. Write on this file. Will I be able to write? First of all, am I the owner? Let me type all these things. Owner, group owner, other. Am I the owner? No, I'm not the owner. Who is the owner of this file? Student user is the owner. Am I the group owner? So is Amit user part of student group? No, Amit user is not part of student group. Then what is Amit user? Amit user is others. So Amit user will fall in the category of others. What permissions do we have for others? For others, we have read hyphen hyphen. So only read permission. Write and execute are missing. Okay. So only read permission. So for the owner, what are the permissions here? Read, write, hyphen, which means the owner, which is student user, can read the file, can modify the file, but cannot execute the file. The execute permission is missing. The same thing about the group owner. What are the permissions for group owner? Read, write, hyphen. The same thing. Anyone who is part of student group will be able to read the file, will be able to modify this file, write on this file, and execute permission is missing, so no execute. And for others, you see, there is only read permission. Okay. Now the question is, what is this execute permission? Okay. So now execute permission is like this. For execute permission, this permission is applied for program files. Okay. So this permission allows program files to be executed. Okay. So what do you mean by this program files to be executed? So if, let's say you are a programmer and you have written a code like in a C language. When we write a code in C language, in a file, we save the file as extension .c. Okay. Just a second. We are going to save the file with the extension .c. Let me give an example, test.c. Okay. So this is a program file which contains C language program code. If you want to execute this file on a Linux machine, okay, what you can do is you have to first of all add execute permission. Okay, you have to add execute permission. Then only any code file can be executed. Okay, if you notice all the commands in your system have execute permission. That's why they are able to run and you get some output. Let me show you. ls-l/usr/bin. Okay. Let me just take any one example. Let us take example of this vi command. Okay, this vi command. What do you see here? The vi command, first of all, you see it is in green. Any file which can be executed as a program automatically turns into green. Okay. Why green? Because it has execute permission. So let us have a look. So this vi file is a program file. When you use vi as a command, vi editor opens, right? So this vi file, the owner of this vi is root user. Okay. The group owner is root group. What about the permissions? The root user has read, write, execute permission, which means root user can execute this file. Root user can run this vi command. Then the group, root group, any user part of root group can read this vi command and also execute it. Execute means run. Okay. So any user part of root group can read this file and also execute this file. Similarly, for others, others can also read this file and execute. Now, what is read? Can I do cat/usr bin vi? This is called reading. I'm trying to read the file. Although this is some code which terminal cannot display. Okay. It is in binary. That's why. All right. So this is called reading a file using cat command. What is execute? Hold on. What is execute? If I run this vi command, this is execute. Now vi editor opened. So it was able to open because execute permission is there. Okay. So this is the purpose of execute. So execute has a different purpose in file and directories. If there is a file like file 10.txt, if it has execute permission, for example, the owner can read, write, and execute. The group owner can read and execute, and the others can also read and execute. Okay, so this means anyone can execute this file. This file contains some code. But what about a directory? There is /usr/bin directory. In this bin directory also there is execute permission, read, write, execute, read, execute, read, execute. Okay, now what is the purpose of execute in a directory? If you want to enter a directory using cd, if you want to enter a directory using cd, that directory should have execute permission, otherwise you cannot enter. Okay, you will not be able to enter. Let me give you one example. mkdir test ls. So there is a test directory, ls-ld test. D means just show the properties of the directory, not properties what is inside the directory. Okay, D means just show the properties of directory. So this test directory, does it have any execute permission? Yes. The owner has read, write, execute. Group owner, read, write, execute. Others, read, execute. Technically speaking, anyone can cd to test directory. Okay, now let me remove the remove the execute permission from this test directory. Hold on, ls, yeah. So as a root user, let me do it. So sudo, I'm just typing the command, I will explain you later. Now let us see. On this test directory, does it have any execute permission? Read, write, hyphen, read, write, hyphen, read, hyphen, hyphen. The owner, student, can read and write in this directory. Group, student, any user part of this student group can also read and write, and others can only read whatever is there inside the directory. There is no execute permission. So can the owner enter this directory? cd test. It says permission denied. Why? Because there is no execute permission for the owner. Okay, there is no execute permission for the owner. That's why permission denied. Okay, so if I add the permission, execute permission for just the owner, so only owner will be able to cd to this directory. So let us see the permissions again. So in this test directory, the owner of the directory can read, write, execute. The group owner can only read and write. Others can read and write. So I am the student user, the owner of this directory, cd test. Now I can enter. Okay. So this is the difference of execute permission on a file and on a directory. Okay, so these are some basic things that we need to learn in first of all, then we can go ahead in the permissions. Okay, let me save this file. Hold on. All right. Okay, so like we can represent the permissions in symbolically and numerically. Similarly, for the owner, OWNER, for the owner, for the group, and for others, we can again represent them with symbols. For example, for owner of the file, we represent it as U. U means user or owner. Okay. Group is G, others O. All right. So U for owner, G for group, O for others. Okay, UGO. And if you want to refer to all use owner, group, and others, we can say A. Okay, A. So we are going to use them in the commands only. Before learning the commands, we need to have clarity about all these things. All right. Okay, so let me just quickly revise everything again, and then I will ask for questions. The permissions are in the set of 3. Okay, the first set is for the owner of the file, which is student in this example. Okay, the first set is read, write, and nothing. Okay, only read and write. So read, write means student, the owner of the file, can read this file 10 and also make changes in the file 10. Similarly, the second set, read, write, hyphen, execute, is missing. So read, write for whom? For the student group. So the student group all the users part of student group can also read this file 10, and also write on this file. Okay. And what about the others? Those users who are not the owner, also who are not the part of the student group, what about them? They can only read. All right. So they can only read. Okay. So any questions still here?
सर ए कहाँ पे प्लेस होगा वो?
हाँ जी, ए यहाँ पे कहीं नहीं दिखेगा जब हम कमांड्स
कहाँ पे? हाँ
ये ना, ये जब हम कमांड्स यूज करेंगे तो वहां पे काम आता है। तो यहाँ पे यूजीओ कहीं दिख रहा है आपको? यहाँ पे कहीं यूजीओ दिख रहा है? तो ये यूजीओ और ए ये सब काम आएगा कमांड्स के टाइम, जब हम कमांड्स के थ्रू कुछ ना कुछ चेंज करेंगे। लेट्स से ओनर के पास सिर्फ रीड परमिशन होना चाहिए, तो हम लिखेंगे यू इज इक्वल टू आर। यूजर मीन्स द ओनर ऑफ द फाइल, इक्वल्स टू आर मीन्स सिर्फ रीड परमिशन। ठीक है, तो वहां पे काम आएगा, अभी नहीं काम आएगा। ऑलराइट,
okay sir, okay sir.
Let us create some files and check the permissions. Okay, all right. So let me create a file, touch file1. Okay, ls-l. So for file1, what are the permissions? The owner of the file is student user. The group owner is student group. What about the permissions? rw- is for owner of the file. Student user can read and write on this file. Any user part of student group can also read and write on this file.
Yes, sir.
And others can only read. Okay. All right. So these are some permissions. And yeah, any question? I heard something.
So here, this file1 was created, and the user is student.
Yeah, correct. User means the owner of the file is student. This first one.
Correct.
Yeah.
So he can also execute, no? So why that X didn't come?
Okay. So basically, whenever you create a file, some defaults permissions get attached automatically. These permissions are applied automatically. These are the default permissions. In the next slide, I will explain you how to set these default permissions. Let's say in your company, there is a requirement whenever root user creates a file, okay, that file should have execute permission for root user. Okay, so the file permission should look like this: read, write, execute, read hyphen hyphen, and read hyphen hyphen, which means the owner root will have execute permission, rest group owner and others will have only read. So this, if you want to set this as a default permission, then there is a concept called umask, which I will tell you in the next slide. Okay. All right. So it's not about the owner. It's about what are the default permissions set. Okay.
Sir.
Yeah.
We can change the modes for UGO, that means user group and others as well. Change mode UGO, then the permission.
Yes. So if you want to, sorry, if you want to change these permissions, see, file1 is owned by student user. Student user can change the permissions. Also, root user can also change any file's permission.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So as a student user, if you want to change the permission of the file, no worries. There is a command. It is called chmod. Okay. Which I will tell you now. So using that command, you can change these permissions. Again, for changing the permissions, there are two ways. One is a complicated way. One is easy way. I will tell you both.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. So let me just.
I'm sorry, I'm disturbing you. So
no worries. Yeah, please tell me.
Finding one confusion here. So this file is being created by the owner and
by the student user. Yeah. And he is the owner of the file.
Owner of that. Yeah. Now he is creating and he can open and he can write also.
He can read the file and he can make changes on the file. So write permission means make changes in the file.
Okay. Now what exactly the execution about?
Okay. So let's say this file contains some Python code. Okay.
Okay.
So if you have knowledge about Python, you will understand, like, when the program file is created, you need to execute it. When the file is executed, then only program runs and then only you will get the output. Okay.
Okay.
Now the problem is, if this file does not have execute permission, this file cannot be executed as a program. Okay, it will be treated as a normal text file, and normal text file are not meant to be executed. Okay, so basically, let me just give you one demonstration, everyone, to everyone. If you want to execute this file, let's say this is a Python file. I will type Python space file1. Okay, so in my system, Python is not installed. Let me use another method. Let's say this file1 is a shell script. Shell script is also a code file. So if you want to execute a shell script, I will use bash command. Okay, I will call this bash shell. I will tell to execute file1 if there is some code written inside. Okay, hold on. Okay, it says permission denied. Okay, so this is also a method using which you can execute a file. I will tell you in the future classes. So basically, bash program is saying permission denied. Why? Because in this file1, do you see any execute permission for the owner? Because right now I am student. As a student means owner of the file, I'm executing the file, but it says permission denied. Why? Because there is no execute permission for the owner. Execute permission is missing. You see a hyphen instead of X.
Got it. Got it.
Okay, so let me add X. Okay, now I have added X permission, execute permission, just for the owner of the file. Now file color also turned into green. If I run this file now, it executed, although there is nothing written. That's why no output. Okay, but there is no error. Okay, so this file is now being treated as a code file. All right, so Linux is capable enough to understand the code and execute it in the CLI. These days developers are preferring Linux operating system for development work, for making programs, for making softwares. Maybe a Python developer or a C language developer. So they all prefer Linux operating system because in the bash prompt only, or you can say it's the command line only, they can type and they can execute, they can do everything. Okay, it's not like open the visual code editor and then type the commands and then execute it inside that. So it's a kind of a lengthy process. But in Linux, it's straight away. It's straightforward. Type the code, execute it here in the CLI. That's it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So these are permissions. Let me prepare something else. Okay. Let's see. There is. Let's assume that there is file10.txt, and these are the permissions. Now, let's say you want to change the permissions. So as per the current permissions, what does it mean? The owner, who is student, the owner can read and write on the file. Okay. Similarly, the group owner can also read and write. The group owner, which is student group, can also read and write. For others, there is only read permission, right? There is only read permission. Let's say you want to change all this. So what you want to do is, let's say, let me, format it. Okay, now let's say you want to update the permissions. For the owner of the file, you want to give a read and write, that's fine. For the group, you want to give read permission. And for others, read permission. So there is one change. Okay, you want to change the permission for group, the student group. You want to reduce, or you want to remove the permission right. Okay, you want to make strict permissions. Only student will be able to write on this file, except student user. No one will be able to write on this file, right? So read and write for the owner, student, read permission for the group, read permission for others. How can you do this? So there are two ways. First of all, the command is called chmod. Okay, chmod is the command using which you can assign new permissions or modify the permissions. You can do everything. So let me first of all give you the solution of this task. So chmod, you just need to modify group permission, right? So you will say G equals to R. Sorry, G equals to R, and whatever permission is missing, you will mention hyphen. So hyphen hyphen. G equals to R, and remaining are missing, so hyphen hyphen. And then the file name, file10.txt. Okay, what will happen? You will get the permissions like this. When you do ls-l, you will see rw, r hyphen hyphen, and r hyphen hyphen. So that there will be a change in this area, the permission for group. W is removed. Okay, so only read permission for group. So this is with the help of chmod command. All right. Let's say you want to change permission for all. Okay. So let me again set a new task. So I want to update the permissions like this. Okay. So owner can only read the file, group can only read the file, others have no permission. Okay, hyphen. Then what to do? Again, the same thing, chmod user equals to, what is the permission? Read, comma, group equals to, what is the permission? Read. Sorry, read hyphen hyphen. For group also read hyphen hyphen. What is the permission for others? O equals to 0. For 0 permission, we will mention triple hyphen 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 hyphen. On which file? File10.txt. Okay. So now you see this chmod command is becoming, little bit complicated. Okay. Chances of errors are high. So is there any simple way of doing this? Yes, there is a simpler way. Just convert these permission into numbers. Okay. So for the owner, what is the new permission? R. R means 4.
4.
Again, for group, what is the number? 4. For others, there are no permission. We can say 0. Yeah. So the target permissions become 440. Just check this out. chmod 440 file10.txt. Now tell me what is the easiest way? Obviously, is the second one.
Second one.
Right? You don't have to type so many characters. And obviously, the more you type, chances of errors are high. Okay. So what I recommend is just go with this. Convert the permissions into numbers and then use chmod command. Okay. And initially you might get confused. What is this 440? The first 4 is for the owner. Owner can read. The second 4 is the group, is for the group. So group, all the group members can also read the file. Which file? File10.txt. And 0 is for others. For others, there are no permissions. Others cannot even read the file. Okay. Another example, chmod 664 file10.txt. Anyone can tell me what permissions will
read,
be the...
Write.
Okay, so for the owner, it will be
read, write.
Read, write. Okay. And for the group,
Read,
it will
write.
be read, write. Yes.
Read, write.
For others, it
Read.
will be read.
Read.
Correct.
Read.
Yeah.
Read.
Now you see it's simpler way, right? It is easy and simple. So
Sir, what about 554, sir?
yeah, let's do it. 554. Okay, no problem. So 554. Okay. So you can just try to decode this. So 5 equals 5 means. So for sorry. For it is for the user. Okay, user will be having a read and execute. Read -x. Okay, these are the permission for user. For group, the same.
Yes, sir.
The yeah, read -x. Hyphen means write permission is missing. And for others, only read. Only read. Okay. So read R-X, R-X, R. So in the ls-l, it will look something like this. Let me just try to mimic. It will look like this: R-X, R-X, and R. That's it. R-. So, okay, so you will the permissions will look like this. All right. Okay,
Sir,
Shekhar. Shekhar.
Note, sir.
Yeah, please.
Sir, what about we can write 8 also, sir?
Sorry?
8 number, numeric number.
See, if you calculate this, 4 plus 2 plus 1. Maximum is 7.
7.
Okay, so we cannot go beyond 7. Because after adding all the permissions, you will go max permissions, you will get the number 7. Read, write, execute are the maximum permissions, right?
Right.
And numerically, if you add them up, 4 plus 2 plus 1, 7, that's it. So 8 is invalid. Okay, 8 becomes invalid. So again, there is one more command to verify all these things numerically and symbolically. Okay, so the command is called stat. STAT. Okay, stat file 10, like that. So let me just show you first of all the output of stat command. So in my current location, there is file 1. I will type stat space file 1. So this stat command is telling me so many things, but right now just focus on permissions. Let us have a look. File name is file 1. Size is 0. Obviously, it is empty. Okay, these are related to hard disk. When we cover the storage part, then I will explain you this. What is block? What is IO block, like that? What is inode? All are related to storage. Okay, now see this access part. In access, it says 764. 7 means read, write, execute for the owner. 6 means read and write for group. 4 means read for others. The same is in the symbolical form also. RWX, RW hyphen, R hyphen hyphen. All right. And it is also telling you that who is the owner. The UID of the owner is 1000, which is student. Who is the group owner? Student group. Okay. So stat command, always remember this. It is a very helpful command. Okay. Not just for permissions, but sometimes, going forward, we are going to learn about inode. So if you want to find the inode number of this file, you will use stat command. Also, you can use ls-li. You will see the same inode number. This is the inode number. This is the same inode number. Okay.
So
I will tell you.
Presents here li.
I means inode. L means long list format. This is a long list format. I means add inode number as well. So this is the inode number. The first thing you see is the inode number, and then the permissions, all those things, and then the file name. Okay.
What's this actually, this inode number?
Inode basically, I will explain you in storage chapter, but just to summarize, whenever you create a file, the file is created where? On the hard disk, right?
Yes, sir.
So on the hard disk, the file is created, but there are some more details like, let me open this first of all. For example, let's say this is your hard disk and the file got created here. Okay. Yes, so this dot will contain the file data, right?
Yes, sir.
File data. But what about this? What is the name of the file? What is the size of the file? What are the permissions on the file? So this is also data.
Yes, sir.
Where is this data going to be saved? So this data is going to be saved in the hard disk only, but somewhere else.
Yes, sir.
That is called inode.
Okay.
It contains the metadata of the file. This is all metadata. What is the name of the file? What is the size? What are the permissions on the file? All those things. Who is the owner of the file? Owner, group owner, all those details are saved in inode. Okay. So these things are linked. These two locations are linked with each other. Okay. So again, when you are going to create partition, let's say you create 1 GB partition. In 1 GB partition, there is a limitation. You can create maximum 50,000 files. That's it. Because there are only 50,000 inodes available. Okay, 50,000 inodes can store data of 50,000 files.
Yes.
Okay, so don't worry if you're not understanding this.
No, sir,
yeah, so we are going to learn about inodes when we go through this storage chapters. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. So yeah, this is stat command. Let us go to the proper commands for permissions. The first is chmod. We have practiced this chmod command. Second is chown. Let's say you want to change this group name. In my system, there is a group by the name staff, if you remember. Let me show you. Grep staff from this file. Hold on. Grep staff from etc group. So yes, the staff group is there. ID is 1004 and the user 2 is part of staff group. Okay. So the file is file1. Sorry, LL. The file is file1. The group owner is student, but I want to change it. I want all the members of staff group to be able to read and write on this file. So permissions are read and write for the group owner, right? I want to change this student to staff. Then I have to use a different command. It is called chown, means change owner. So how to change the owner? It's very easy. You will just type chown space. First of all, you will mention the owner name. Owner is student, colon. Then you will mention the group owner name, staff, space, the file name, file1. That's it. Chown, the name of the owner, the name of the colon, the name of the group, and in the end, the name of the file. Let us do it. ls-l. Let us first of all see what are the existing details. chown, student, colon, staff, file1. Okay, I am not part of staff group. That's why I see this permission, operation not permitted. Okay, student user needs to be part of staff group also. Then only this can be done. No worries, root can do it. I will become root. Go to this student home directory. Inside student, there is test. Here in this location, we have file1, chown, student, colon, staff, file1. That's it, ls-l. Now, who is the group owner? Staff. Staff means all the users part of staff group will have what permission? Read and write. So who is the member of staff group? Only user 2. So user 2 can read and write on this file1. Okay. If you want to change the owner also, don't worry. Use chown. Give a new owner name. Let's say user 2. Colon. Give a group name. Let's say wheel. And the file1, the file name. That's it. It's done. ls-l. Now the owner is user 2 for this file1. A group owner is wheel group. In wheel group, there are 3-4 users. Let me show you. Grep wheel from group file. So wheel group has student as a group member, user 2 as a group member. Okay. So 2 users are there as a group member of wheel group. So this file1 can be read by how many users? User 2 and student. Okay, 2 users can read this file. Others also, in fact, others also. For others, there is read permission. So technically, everyone can read this file.
Yes, sir. Sir, if we want to add another user with the read write permission to this file, that's file1.
You want, see, first of all, if you want to add a user to the wheel group, the user will automatically have read write permission on this file.
That means we have to add that user to the wheel group.
Yeah, to the wheel group. Yes, to whatever group it is mentioned here. Yes. Okay. So it's like that. Let me change it to staff group. Or maybe, yeah, staff group. Hold on. chmod, user 2, and then staff, file1. Okay. chmod nahi, chown. ls-. Now this staff is the group owner, and in the staff group, I can add all the users. So how many users I have in the system? cat/etc passwd. So going, only 2 users are there, student and user 2. Okay. So grep staff from group file. So user 2 is there. Let me add student also. User mod -a capital G staff group. The name is student. All right. So let me see what happens in the staff group. Now student user is also part of staff group. So student user can also read and write on this file because student user is part of staff group. Staff group has read and write permission on this file one. Simple.
We have added one user
in the staff group.
Yeah. In the staff group. So
Yeah.
if we want to add too many users, that's 10 to 15.
Okay, 15 users.
Yeah.
Edit the file vi/etc group. Okay. Go to the entry of this staff group in the end. Okay. And just press insert, go to insert mode, start typing the username, user 3, user 4, user 5, like this. When you are done, save and exit.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
so
simple.
If we have got users 5 to 6, yeah, 10, maybe 13, 14. If we want to give the sudo permission to a particular user ID,
then
how?
See, if you want to give sudo permission to any particular user,
yes, sir.
Then you have to edit the sudoers file. Vi sudo is the command. Using root, you can do it. Vi sudo.
Yes,
Go
sir.
to the end of the file. So the first file to remember is this root. There is an entry for root user. Just make a same entry for whatever user you want to, add, like user 2. Space all equals to all, and then more spaces all. That's it. User 2 will have sudo rights.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Save and exit. Vi sudo is just like a Vi editor, automatically opens sudo file, sudoers configuration file. Okay. So sudo configuration file is this one. Always remember, inside etc there is a file sudoers. That's it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Okay. Okay, there is one more command. If you just want to change the group, for example, the file is file1. Okay, the group name is staff. I want to change this staff to student. Just the group needs to be changed. chgrp is the command. Change group. Type the name of the group, student. Type the name of the file, file1. Enter. That's it. LL to verify. Now from staff, it has been changed to student. Okay. So now if you ask me what do I use, I just use ch own command. That's it. Because using this, I can either change the user or change the group or change both of them at once. So I have a habit of using ch own. I don't use chgrp for just for the group and ch own for the owner. No. Okay, you can, it's up to you because it's my practice. chgrp is a new command. It was introduced in RHCL 7, I guess. But I've been working as Linux admin from RHCL 5, from the days of RHCL 5. Okay. All right. So in this slide, more or less, we have the commands and the examples. So symbolically, read, write, execute. Okay. And numerically 4, 2, 1. Read is 4, write is 2, execute is 1. I have also, prepared a table for you guys. 0 means no permission. It is represented as hyphen, hyphen, hyphen. 1 means execute permission, hyphen, hyphen, X. Okay. 2 means write permission, hyphen, write, hyphen, like that. So maximum permission are till 7. There is no 8 or 9 or 10. Okay. Till 7. If any file has 7th permission for user, group, or others, it will look like RWX. Okay. So again, let me show you what are the full permissions. Full permission to user, group, and other. It will be RWX, 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 and numerically 777. Okay. This 7 is for this RWX. This 7 is for this RWX, like that. Okay. Let me give some spaces also. Like this. All right. And for me personally, I prefer numerically because it is way easy. It is the easiest way to change the permissions or maybe, apply new permissions like that. All right. So these are some examples which we did on file 1. Okay. Okay, so chaining and piping we are going to do tomorrow. Any questions? I think we are done. It's 9 o'clock. Yeah.
So one doubt.
Yeah, please.
Sir, read, write and execute में थोड़ा सा बताएंगे, मुझे थोड़ा पता नहीं चल रहा।
हाँ, पूछो, कोई बात नहीं।
सर, read, write, execute में डिफरेंस क्या है मेन, थोड़ा फाइल्स में?
हाँ, रीड का मतलब होता है अगर आप ओनर ऑफ द फाइल है और आपके पास रीड परमिशन है तो आप फाइल को रीड कर पाएंगे। कैसे करते हैं फाइल को रीड? कैट कमांड से करते हैं ना। कैट कमांड यूज करके हम फाइल में जो भी लिखा है वो स्क्रीन पे आ जाता है, राइट? अगर मैं लिखता हूँ फाइल 1 कैट फाइल 1, व्हाट विल हैपन? जो भी फाइल 1 का कंटेंट है वो आउटपुट हो जाएगा। तो ये क्यों हो पाया? क्योंकि मेरे पास रीड परमिशन है। अगर रीड परमिशन नहीं होती तो यहाँ पे आता परमिशन डिनाइड। ठीक है। सिमिलरली राइट का मतलब किसी फाइल पे मॉडिफिकेशंस करना, उस पर कुछ लिखना। तो अगर राइट परमिशन है तो मैं ये कर सकता हूँ vi स्पेस फाइल 1। अब इससे क्या होगा कि आप vi एडिटर के थ्रू इस फाइल में कुछ नया डेटा डाल सकते हैं या कुछ रिमूव कर सकते हैं, मॉडिफिकेशंस कर सकते हैं और उस फाइल को सेव भी कर सकते हैं। वो इसलिए हो पा रहा है क्योंकि आपके पास, अगर आप ओनर हो, आपके पास राइट परमिशन है। एग्जीक्यूट क्या होता है कि अगर आपकी इस फाइल में कुछ कोड है, सी लैंग्वेज का कोड, पाइथन लैंग्वेज का कोड, और उस कोड को आपको रन करना है, तो वो रन ऐसे नहीं होता है। फाइल को पहले एग्जीक्यूट परमिशन देना होता है, तब जाके ये फाइल रन होगा एज अ कोड फाइल। ठीक है,
थैंक यू
तो
सर।
ये, हाँ जी। एंड विद प्रैक्टिस, थोड़ा सा सबको ही, फॉर एवरीवन, once we start practicing about files and permissions and all, because going forward we are going to create multiple files, thousands of files, again we are going to change the permissions also. For practice also we are going to solve some questions in upcoming slides, so we are going to explore each and every bit. Now let's talk about chaining and piping. Okay, let's go through chaining and piping. Now what is this chaining and piping? Basically these are some methods using which you can work efficiently on command line interface. For example, there is a one utility called chaining. Chaining simply means you can run multiple commands in one single line. Normally what do we do? If I have to run 3 commands, like create a directory, then enter the directory, and then create a file. Okay, so we have 3 commands here, mkdir, whatever, let's say test, enter the directory, cd test, second command. The third command, create a file, touch file 1. Okay, there are 3 commands. So you will type the first command, press enter, type second, press enter, type third, press enter, like that. Instead of this, just write all the commands in one single line, mkdir test, and use a semicolon. Okay, mkdir test semicolon, then next cd space test semicolon, the third command, touch space file 1. That's it. Okay, so this semicolon is called chaining. Okay, when we use semicolon and we type multiple commands, this is called chaining. Okay, simple. And then piping. Now what is piping? Piping means basically take the output from left and give the output to right as argument. Okay, this may seem confusing, but let me explain. So I'm going to type a command right now, ls command. Okay, so ls command -l. So this ls -l will give me multiple lines. Let's say I am into this. Hold on, where is VMware? Okay, it's not working. Let me start it. Okay, just hold on. Let me start this. Then I will give you example.
Vijay, I have a question here.
Yes, please.
Can I use grep command and use the chaining?
Okay, like example?
Like suppose
you can use it. Yeah, definitely you can use it. But is there any example?
Like suppose I have some log files. Okay,
Okay.
logs in a file, and I want to search the unique IDs, multiple unique IDs in that file.
Okay, so with chaining you won't be able to do that basically. See, let me give you a solution. First of all, answer to your question. So let's say there is a log file, log, maybe error.log. Okay, simple name. And you want to find some unique IDs. All right. So what you can do is, let's say unique ID you're looking for is 2300. Okay, you want to find this unique ID 2300 in this log file. The easiest way, grep space, what is the word you want to find? 2300. From which file? Error.log. That's it. This grep command will give you all the lines which contain this word 2300. Okay.
That I'm able to find. So what my point is that I have another is 2400, for example.
Okay.
Okay. So I want to search 2300 and 2400 in that error log.
Okay. So you want to search two things in that file.
Yeah. Yeah. I think, I mean, maybe two or more than that as well.
Yeah, that's fine. Then use chaining like this. One is 2300 and then 2400. Okay.
Okay. Should I use grep multiple times? Or
Yeah. Grep. I mean, the full command you have to type grep, whatever the word is you want to find, the file name, semicolon, then the second grep complete command like that. Okay. So this is chaining. You type multiple commands in a one single line. Okay.
Okay.
Don't get confused. It is just to help you. If you don't want to use it, don't use it. If you're okay with typing multiple commands in multiple lines, type first command, press enter, type second, press enter, like that. Okay, that's also fine. But if you are okay with using, this chaining process, then you can use it. Semicolon is the keyword here. Okay, yeah. Next is piping. Piping, okay, let me log in first. Yeah, logged in. See, first of all, let me explain you. Again, the grep command is going to find something from a text file, right? Let's say you want to find my name. Let's say I want to find my name, grep Amit from passwd file. Is there any user by the name Amit in passwd file? No. Is there any user by the name student? Student, yes, there is a line which contains student word, and it contains student word 3 times, right? One single line contains student word 3 times. This output is coming from this grep command, right? Now let me give you one example. Oh, sorry, one task. I am inside this directory cd_usr bin. This directory contains all commands which a non-root user can run, right? ls command, ls-l, let's see. And you are getting basically thousands of lines, not thousands, maybe 900 or 800, 900 lines are there. Okay. Now in this output, I want to find this command, let's say RPC. How can I find? Obviously, I have to scroll up and down, right? Can grep command work here?
Yes, sir.
Can anyone tell me?
Yes, sir. Okay.
Grep.
Grep.
Find word.
RPC. Yeah, RPC.
In yeah.
File name.
File. No, sir. We have to go into the directory first, where we have to find this. That is
okay.
/usr.
/bin.
And in that bin, where this grep is find, where we have to find this, and which directory this grep is present.
So shall I press enter? So this is the complete command, right?
Yes, sir.
No, you can enter file name also.
But there is no file.
There is. Yes, sir.
I want to find something from output. The output is ls-l. Okay. I want to find something from this output. Is it possible using grep command? So as someone suggested, like grep, then rpc command, let's say, and then /usr bin. Will it work? Let's see. It says usr bin is a directory. Clearly, grep was not able to perform any action, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now let me use some method. It is called piping. So ls-l, same command. I will add a pipe symbol, and then I will say grep rpc. Press enter. What do you see? So basically, out of this output, ls-l output, grep was able to find RPC from that output. Okay, so this is the power of pipe symbol. Now let me explain it again. Take the output from left and give the output to write as argument. So what happened here? ls-l output, which is on the left side of the pipe symbol. So ls-l output was given to the right hand side command, which is grep, as an argument.
Yes, sir.
So grep space rpc space the data which is coming from ls-l. We don't see any data here, but when it runs, it works like this. Let me type. Okay, so when you run this ls-l grep, sorry, pipe symbol, grep rpc, and then that's it. You're just going to press enter here, right? What is happening in the background? Whatever output comes from ls-l, that output will be given to grep space rpc space the as an argument. Okay.
Sir, can we find a word without going into this directory? For example, we are going into the /usr/bin. Without going into this, can we find a word from this command as well?
You want to find a word or a file?
Word or file, anything.
If you want to find a file name, okay. If you want to find a file name, the command is find. I will tell you later. Okay. If you want to find a word inside a file, अगर कोई टेक्स्ट फाइल है उसके अंदर कुछ लिखा है और आप उस टेक्स्ट फाइल में कुछ फाइंड करना चाहते हैं तो हम यूज करते हैं grep. Okay. Now the question, let's say sorry, let's say there are hundreds of files in a directory /usr/bin. Okay, and you want to find word student, let's say student, from all the files which are inside bin. Is it possible? Yes, it is possible. We need to use an option. Grep -r, okay, is the option.
Recursive.
Yeah, recursive. That's it.
Yes,
and then rpc, okay, or maybe let's say hash. I want to see anything starting with hash, or maybe hash is coming in the line. Okay, from this directory. So in this directory, there are 1000 files. So all the 1000 files will be scanned. And if there is a hash in any file, that line will be printed. Press enter. Okay, so hash is a special symbol. It will go inside the double quotes. Okay. See, now I'm getting all the outputs. Okay, so let's have an example. See this line. So the file name is usr bin. The file name is skezi_ready. And there is a line containing hash. In the same file, there is another line. Like that, I can find anything. Okay. So yes, you just need to know the options which are available. If you don't remember, don't worry. Grep --help. Just check all the options slowly. Okay. Slowly means read everything. Like E for extend. Like that, you will find R here. R means recursive. Okay. Like directory is equal to recursive, like that. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So yeah. All right. So let me give you another example of piping.
Sorry, sir. Sir, how to find the directory name here? Directory, like if you want to search any directory.
If you want to search any directory, there is a command find, which I will tell you in the next slide. Okay. Basically, there are two commands: find command and locate command. So we are going to learn about both of them.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So another example of piping. See, you're going to use pipe, more often than any other command. Trust me. Okay. So before pipe, let me just give you one more command. There is one command WC. WC is used to count the number of lines, the number of characters, and what is the file size for any file. Okay. So let me use WC command on /etc passwd. So WC command should return how many lines are there, how many words are there in this file, and what is the size of the file. These three things. So 49 lines, 118 words, and the file size is 2770 bytes, 2.7 kilobyte. Okay, 2.7 kilobyte. ls-l to verify. It is the same size, right? ls-lh to get the size in human readable form. Yeah, 2.8 kilobytes. Okay, so there are 49 lines and 118 words like that. Okay, so Again, the same thing. Cat. Okay, I want to do something like grep bash from etc passwd. It will tell me how many users have this bash shell. It says 3, 1, 2, 3. Similarly, there is a no login shell also. There is a bash shell. There is no login shell. Anyone with no login shell cannot log into the system. Okay. So how many users are there? There are many users. Difficult to count. Okay. So I get the output, but I want to count the number of lines also. What can I do? I will run the same command. Grep no. Yeah. Then I will use this pipe wc-l. Using -l, I can just get just the line numbers. That's it. Just the line numbers. Line numbers are 43. So there are 43 users who cannot log into my system. Okay. Let me do the same thing for bash. How many users are there who has this bash shell? There are only 3 users who have bash shell. Okay. So this is the power of piping. You can also understand it like filter. We are just filtering the data. Okay. We get the output, and from the output, I counted the number of lines like this. I give the output of command on the left to the command on the right as an argument. Okay. So this is how piping works. Any questions in piping?
So the piping symbol is that a capital I, or how is it?
No.
No,
Sorry.
it's not I.
I actually forgot to explain you this. Sorry, let me explain you. So if you look at this backslash key in your keyboard.
Yes.
Okay, backslash key. So if you use shift backslash, you will end up with this pipe symbol. Okay. All right, so you can use it on your end as well. You know, in Linux, we are going to use very different special symbols that in Windows we generally don't use. For example, this tilde sign. We don't use tilde in Windows. Again, inverted single quote like this. And then this pipe symbol, right? And what else is there? Ampersand. Yes, ampersand also. This is called ampersand. Okay. And what else are we going to use? Hold on.
Actually, I'm trying to find that.
Not able to find?
Backslash in Mac.
Just above enter.
Enter key.
Yeah, just above enter, you will find this backslash. Backslash is this.
Yeah,
okay, so if you press shift plus backslash, you will get this pipe. Okay. See, again, in Lenovo laptops, backslash is the key. Might be in Dell or HP, the key is something.
It's there. Sir.
Yeah, it's there. Okay, perfect.
So can you please explain the syntax of last command you just run? The grep no login etc pipe.
Okay, let me do one thing first. Hold on. Okay. So you want to get more clarification on this one?
Yes. Actually, sir, I started from today only. I'm new joiner here.
Okay, welcome. Okay, so first of all, let me just recommend you to just view all the previous videos. Okay.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay. So although we are just going very slow right now, for 2 weeks we will be going very slow, and then we will pick up the pace. All right.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So basically, what is happening here? Grep command is used to find a word inside a file. There is a file by the name passwd inside etc directory. Okay. So let me show you as well. If I go to this / my computer in Linux, you see etc here. Yeah, it is etc. In there we have passwd file. There is the passwd file. Okay.
Yes.
So if I show you the content of passwd, it looks something like this. You might get confused what is this, but I have explained each and everything. Okay. So when you finish the video, so when you finish those videos, you'll get to know. Here I'm trying to find which user has this bash shell. Okay, so like I see root and student, user 2. There are 3 users, right? User 2, student, and root. So instead of opening the file, going through the file, the easiest way is use grep bash. This is a word bash for grep command. Okay, in which file /etc pass wd. The same thing, root student user2. But I don't want to, count the number of lines here. Although these are 3, I can see. But sometimes you will get, number of lines like 20 lines, 30 lines. Then how to count? Just simply use the previous command, use pipe, and then wc command. And there is an option with wc which is -l, which will just give you line number. If you do not want to use -l, don't worry. wc is also fine. This time you will get how many lines are there, how many words are there, like that, and what is the size of the data.
WC
so
will
this,
count here.
Yeah, WC will count the number of lines. 1, 2, 3, you see 3. 3 means number of lines. Okay. So I don't want to see this remaining data. That's why I use -l. So only 3 will be returned as an output. 3 means there are 3 lines or 3 users, we can say. Okay. Yeah. All right. Another example, one last example. There is also one more command which is called PS. I will explain you later. Don't focus on PS right now. So I'm just typing one command. Okay. So this command is again giving me so much data. Let's say I want to search for SSH. So without pipe, it will be very difficult because I have to go line by line. So I am going line by line, unable to find SSH till now. Maybe I've missed it. Maybe. Okay, because I'm scrolling too fast. Again, pipe will help you. The same command, pipe symbol, grep SSH. That's it. Immediately you will get the result on the screen. So within this output, PS-EF output, there is a line SSH which has been highlighted. So line starts with root word, and then there are so much of data. I will explain you each and everything about PS command later, but not now. Okay. All right. So this is all about chaining and piping. Okay. Now this is again a very interesting thing. Normally, when we run a command like ls command, okay, I'm getting the output on the screen. All right. Let me run a command again, ls-l abc. Enter. Now, what do you think? What is this? Can anyone tell me? Whatever I see on the screen, what is this exactly?
It's because it's showing there's no any file or directory from name of ABC.
ABC is not present. It's not present anywhere, neither file nor directory.
Yeah, that is fine. But this message is what? Is this message a output or a error?
It's an output.
Output, sir.
सर एक्सेस भी नहीं है और फाइल भी नहीं है.
नो, इस स्टेटमेंट का मतलब है कि ये ABC नाम से कोई फाइल और डायरेक्टरी है नहीं, तो ls कमांड एक्सेस नहीं कर पा रहा है ABC को. ls कमांड कह रहा है कि मैं एक्सेस नहीं कर पा रहा हूँ ABC को, क्योंकि कोई भी ऐसी फाइल और डायरेक्टरी नहीं है जिसका नाम ABC हो. ओके, सो दिस इज द मीनिंग बेसिकली. बट what is the category of this message? This message is an error. It is not an output. It is an error. Okay. Okay. So now what do you see? The behavior in Linux is output comes on the display device. Okay. So by default, you will see output on the display device.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You will see error on the same thing on output device or maybe display device. All right. So in Linux, output is different, error is different, and by default, if you do not mention anything, output and error will be displayed on your display device, which is your monitor or screen, like that. Okay. Okay, which is by default the monitor.
Yes, sir.
All right. Similarly, if you want to type a command or you want to give a command on the command line interface, you have to use your keyboard. So by default, keyboard is your input device. Okay, by default, keyboard is your input device. But things can change. You are the Linux admin. You can decide where to show this output or where to save this output. I don't want to see the output on the screen. I want the output to be saved in a file. Okay, let me give you an example. So I just wanted to count how many users are there in my system who has bash shell. I use this command grep bash from this file etc passwd. Okay, and grep, sorry, not grep, pipe wc-l. It will give me the number. But no, I don't want this number on the screen. I want this number to be saved in a file. What I will do is, in the end, after this command, okay, in the end, I will use a redirection operator. This is greater than sign. This means save the output to this file. Which file? Whatever you mention here. Let's say report dot, or maybe user dot PDF. Maybe anything I can type. User dot PDF. Now what happened? No display on the, no output on the display, right? It's blank, but the data has been saved in user.pdf. Cat user.pdf. You see this 3. Okay, so this is how you can save data in a file rather than printing it on the screen. This is all about the output. In case if there is an error, will it work? Let me try. ls-l abc. Save the output to user.pdf. Enter. But no, this time this did not work. I'm getting the error on the screen. Why? Because error is of different category. Output is of different category, right? Error and output are different. So there has to be something for error also. To save the error in a file, the symbol is 2 greater than. Okay, 2 greater than. So let me type the command. ls-l save the output, sorry, abc, save the output to out.txt and save the error 2 greater than sign to error.log. Okay, now this time nothing on the screen. If abc has been found, the output will be saved in out.txt. Cat out.txt, nothing, blank. This means this command was an error. It did not execute properly. So let me check error.log. Cat error.log. Yeah, so this is the error, cannot access abc. Okay, so this is how we do it, and this is done with the help of streams. Normally input output, it's a generic term. Okay, but in Linux we say like this: standard streams. Okay, standard stream. So we have input, standard input stream, standard output stream, and standard error stream.
Sir, can we save that error directory in another directory?
Yeah, where do you want to save? Tell me. Let's say I am running the same command. Okay, ls-l abc. Output will be saved in current location out.txt file. Error will be saved in current location error.log. You want to save this in another directory? Tell me. Let's say /tmp. So this file will be saved inside tmp. Press enter. ls-l/tmp. So we have this error.log here. Just now got created. 7th Feb, 8:35 p.m., which is right now. Okay. And if I check my current location, so I have out.txt, error.log, both files are here. Okay. So in Linux, there are input, output, and error. So the correct terminology is standard input stream, standard output stream, and standard error. Okay. So if you want to, instead of keyboard, if the commands are written in a file, okay, instead of keyboard, if you want to give the commands from a file, you can use less than sign. Okay, so there are 2 signs, less than or double less, sorry, not here. Okay, for input, the sign is less than sign. Okay, for output, there are 2 signs, greater than and double greater than. I will explain you what is the difference. And for error, 2 greater than and 2 double greater than. What is this double greater than? Double greater than means do not overwrite the file, and whatever the data is, just append in the file. Add the data in the file. Do not clear the existing data and overwrite. And let me give you example also. Okay, so grep bash from passwd file. I'm going to save this data in out.txt. Okay, single greater than means overwrite. Okay, let me check cat out.txt. So I'm getting this data. Okay, now let me use another command and save the data in the same file out.txt. The same command with pipe, I'm going to use wc-l, and I'm going to save the data in out.txt. So this single greater than sign means overwrite. This data, these 3 lines will be overwritten. These will be gone. It will be removed. And the output from this line will be saved. Press enter and see cat out.txt. Now you just see 3. Previous 3 lines are gone. Okay. So if you do not want to overwrite, then what? Then use double greater than, like this. Instead of single greater than, use double greater than. Now the data will be stored in the file without affecting the original data. The original data, which is 3, it will remain the same. And after 3, we will see 3 more lines like this. My command is grep bash from passwd file and append the data in out.txt. Enter cat out.txt. So first of all, you see the old data, which is 3, and then you see the new data. Okay, let me run another command, ls-l /tmp. Okay, and save the data in or sorry, don't overwrite, append the data in out.txt, cat out.txt. Now you see the all the things. First is 3, the old data, then 3 lines again, this is old. Now this is new, total 72, like that. So this is new data. Okay, till here. So this is how you can save anything on the file, redirect the output instead of the screen to the file. All right, you can do the same with error also. If you think after the execution of this command there can be error, then make the provision for error also. 2 greater than sign, double greater than, and error.log. If there is any error, it will be saved in error.log. If there is any output, it will be saved in out.txt. Let me give you one example of this. ls-l /temp space /abc. Now what will happen? /temp is valid. ls-l will execute on /temp. What about /abc? There is no abc directory in my system. There will be error in both. So both the arguments, for the first argument, we will get output. Second argument, we will get error. Okay, output will be stored in out.txt. Error will be stored in error.log. Okay, instead of abc, let me type qwer. Okay, press enter and see. Nothing on the screen, obviously. Cat out.txt. So this is the latest output from here. /temp, it says /temp. This is the latest output. Okay, we have received the output, but not for /qwer, like that. Okay, so let me check error file, cat error.log. So it says cannot access qwer, no such file or directory. Okay, so this is how you can save output in a file. And why it is required? Let's say your manager says, email me the data of users who can log in, and this data you have to send every month or maybe every week Monday. So if you have to generate this report every Monday, then what to do? You're going to do the same thing like grep bash from passwd file, right? And whatever output is, you will copy it. Okay, if you don't know this process, you will copy this, you will paste it in the data in a file, text file, and then mail to the manager. Or you can just save the output in a file. Okay, and we can schedule a job in the system in Linux. It is called cron job. We can schedule a job which will automatically mail this file to your manager. Okay, so this automation you can do. So this is only possible when you save the output in a file and then send the file as an attachment to your manager. Okay, using mail command, it is done basically. In Linux, there is a mail command. Okay, so once I teach you cron job, I will explain you this also. Okay, so this is one example of usage of redirection operator, single or double. Okay, double greater than sign or single greater than sign. Let me save this file. For standard input, I am going to give you example later, not now. Okay. All right. So absolute and relative path names. This is just a theory, but still you should, have a understanding. So whenever we mention the path of a file, okay, whenever you mention the complete path starting from slash, like there is a file in my home directory, my name is student. So /home/student/ let's say file1. Okay. So this is called full path. Okay, I have mentioned the full path. Technically, absolute path. Okay, or if I'm already inside /home student, so home directory is represented by tilde. If I'm already inside tilde, I can just mention the file1 name directly. That's it. So this is called a relative path. Okay. All right. So this is relative path when you just mention the easiest path, the shortest path. All right. When you're mentioning the complete path, although this is recommended every time. Okay. So when you are, creating a shell script in the future, you are going to, so make sure you are, mentioning the complete path to the file. Okay. So this complete path, which is starting from slash, it will be absolute path. And whenever you mention a file name relative to your location, okay, relative to your current location. So this is relative path. All right. For example, right now I am inside student home directory /home/student, right? So in my location, I have lib directory. I can simply go cd lib, which is meaningful. Okay, let me come out cd dot dot. I can also go into lib like this, cd/home student lib. This is also fine, but is it logical? No. I am complicating the things for myself. Why am I mentioning the complete path? I am already inside student. I can just simply go cd lib. So cd lib will be relative path relative to my current location. Okay. And this is absolute path. I'm mentioning the complete path wherever I want to go. Okay. Another example. Let me go to test directory. You see test here. This is in my location. cd test. Now I want to go into this lib directory. What to do? I can do cd dot dot and then cd lib. No, I don't want to do it. cd test, back to cd test. Let me do one thing. cd dot dot slash lib. This means go one directory back and enter lib directory. This is also a relative path. Relative to my location, I'm going one directory back and entering this lib directory. pwd to verify. So I'm inside lib now. All right. So this is absolute path and relative path. Also, as I told you, tilde sign represents your home directory. If you are, let's say I am inside /tmp. Okay. I want to go back to my home directory. There are three ways. First way, just type cd enter. Immediately you see you are inside your home directory. cd enter, that's it. cd command. You will enter your home directory. Let me go to /tmp again. There is another method, cd space tilde. Tilde means your home directory. Again, the same thing. pwd, you're inside your home directory. Okay. And there is one more thing. Like in Windows, we do Alt Tab. Switch between the windows, right? Alt Tab. Let me show you. Let me minimize. Like this, we can switch, right? Whatever I want to open, I can open. So in Linux also, command line, there is a shortcut which is called cd-. Okay. So let me go to a directory first of all, cd/var. Now I want to go cd/temp. I want to go back to cd-var. cd-. Means go back to the previous directory. I'm inside var now. I want to go to temp, back to temp, cd-. I'm back to temp. Okay, so this is used when you are entering a very long path. Let's say cd/usr share doc. Hold on. Inside docs, let me use SC Linux. Okay, setup. Okay, inside setup. All right. So I'm in this location. See, PWD, user shared doc setup. Okay. So I want to go back to var cd hyphen. Immediately I go to /temp. From /temp, go back to setup cd hyphen. I'm back to setup. Okay. So this is switching between temp and setup directory. Just using cd space hyphen. Okay, alt tab. All right. Single dot and double dot. Okay, again, important thing to understand. Let me go to home directory. ls-al. A is used to display all the hidden files also. What are hidden files here in Linux? Any file starting with the name, whose name starts with a dot. Okay, any file's name which starts with a dot is a hidden file. Okay, so you see this single dot and double dot. These are all files. That's fine. But what is the purpose of this single dot and double dot? Single dot means it basically represents your current location. What is your current location? /home/student. And this double dot means it represents one location back. One location back is /home. That's it. /home. PWD. Your current location is /home student. What is one location back? /home. If I check ls-ld/home, let me have a look at permissions. So /home owner is root, group owner is root. Okay. Permissions are read, write, execute, read, execute, read, execute. Okay. Let me go to student user home directory ls-al. Yeah. So what do you see? Double dot permissions. The same thing. Read, write x, read x, read x. Root is the owner, root is the group owner. So double dot represents one directory back, which is /home in my case. Okay, let me go to that user share doc directory. Okay, we will see the same thing there also. I'm inside this directory, user /user usr share doc setup. So ls-al. Okay, so dot is the current location. Okay, double dot means one location back. What is the one location back? /doc. Sorry, /usr share doc. This is one location back. So this doc directory permissions are read, write, execute, read, execute, read, execute. Owner is root, group owner is also root group. Okay. So this is basically difference of single dot and double dot. Okay, WC I have told you. Let's say you want to know what is the available RAM in your system. Okay, how to check how many RAM is, how much RAM is there, how many CPUs are there. For CPU, if you want to know how many CPUs are there, ls CPU is the command. Okay, ls CPU, list CPU. Okay, so enter. So it says CPUs 2. Okay, and it also says few more things like threads per core 1, sockets per core 1, and how many sockets? 2 sockets. Okay, anyone can explain what is a socket in a motherboard? Okay, so let me tell you.
It's
so
a so socket is just like a hardware, just like NIC what we have.
No, basically in motherboard.
Port number.
No, not port number. That is different. That is related to networking. So
socket is to insert processor.
Yeah, exactly. So in a motherboard, there is a place where you can put the processor, right?
Yeah.
There is a white slot type thing with multiple holes. That is a socket. Enterprise level motherboards have 2 sockets, which means you can add 2 CPUs in a single motherboard for server hardware. Okay. So in my virtual machine, I am using 2 sockets. I have allocated one CPU to each socket. My one CPU is containing 1 core only. Okay. And 1 thread per core. Now, if you understand hyper-threading or multi-threading, So basically what the thing is, there is a feature in CPUs that you can convert one CPU to two CPUs with the concept of threads. Okay, so I'm not using any multi-threading here, hyper-threading here. So that's why two sockets, one CPU per socket. Therefore, total CPUs are two. Okay, so this is how it says two CPUs. In industry, what you will see is two sockets. In each socket, there is a 6-core CPU. How many cores? 12 cores. How many threads? 24 threads. Okay.
Okay.
Now this is to check the CPU. Now how to check a RAM? I mean, how to check how much RAM is there? Free command. Free. FREE. Okay. If you just use free, you will get the size in bytes. Difficult to convert. How to convert? -H option. Free -H. See, as I told you, -H is used in most of the commands. It is used to convert a size into human readable form. Now this will be converted into 3 GB like that. So free -H, it says mem means RAM, memory, 3.6 GB, and used 1.9 GB, free 249 megabytes. Okay. And swap 2 GB, used 1 GB. Okay, like that. 1 MB swap is being used. Now what is this swap? Okay, so what is this swap? See, RAM is basically expensive hardware, right? So if you cannot afford RAM in higher quantities, let's say 16 GB or 64 GB, what you can do? Let's say your application demands more RAM. You don't have enough budget to allocate new RAM. What you can do is you can create a swap memory in your system. Swap memory is created from your hard disk only. It acts as a RAM. Okay. It is not as fast as RAM, but it acts as a RAM. I will explain you when we cover this storage chapters. Okay. To for the comparison point, anyone know about this page file in Windows? In Windows, to maintain the performance of your system, Windows operating system automatically creates a file which is called page file, and all the data which is in the RAM, which is not in use right now, it is shifted to that page file, so that RAM is free.
Virtual memory.
Yeah, virtual memory. Okay, so it is the same. In Windows we say page file, in Linux we say swap. Okay, so I will explain you later how to create a swap, how to increase the swap size. Normally you are going to do this when you are working in a company.
So here, what is shared and where this buffer cache?
Buffer cache, these are all indicators like what is going on in your system. Is any application running? How much data is being, how much data is in buffer cache, and shared between, shared is like, for the shared memory, I will explain you with top command. That way I will be able to explain you better. Okay, so I'm going to explain you 3 more commands, not today, basically, maybe tomorrow. One is top command, one is uptime. In that explanation, I will tell you what exactly is shared. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Okay, so free is the command. You will check the RAM with the help of free command. Okay. If you are working with a physical hardware, okay, physical server, not a virtual. If physical server gets damaged or is not working, then you have to get it replaced or get it fixed. Let's say in your server, there are 2 network cards. One network card has failed. You want the replacement. Now your technical team will ask, please share the serial number of the server. Okay. So how to check the serial number of the server, of the hardware, of the physical hardware? The command is DMI decode. You have to be root user for that. Command is DMI decode. Okay. User option -T1. -T1 means it will display information about the motherboard. That's it. Serial number is on the motherboard information. Now you see this section. You see serial number here. Okay. If you want to use grep, pipe grep serial. Grep -I. Now the same thing. Okay, so in virtual machines you will get serial number like VMware and so many characters, but normally you will see a 6-digit serial number for a physical server. Okay, this is also a question can be asked in interviews, how to get the serial number of the hardware. DMI decode. Okay, so DMI decode grep serial or DMI decode -T1. -T1 will give you less information, specific information to motherboard. The complete DMI decode output is very lengthy because it will show you all hardware which is connected like this. See, in my case, it's a never ending output. It also displays details about your CPU as well. See, what is the length of this output? My terminal got short. Let me find CPU as well. DMI decode grep -I CPU. Okay, so it says, okay, so CPU entry is on multiple sections, but we can just have a look on the first one only. It's Core i5 8th generation 2.3 gigahertz, like that. Okay, like what is chaining and piping, standard streams like see, with the help of redirections like greater than sign or double greater than sign, less 2 greater than sign and 2 double greater than sign. Okay, we can redirect the output and redirect the errors instead of the from the screen to a file. Okay, if you do not want the output on the screen, save it to a file with the help of greater than sign or double greater than sign. If you do not want error on the screen, instead want to save the error on the file, on any file, you can use 2 greater than sign. All right. Similarly, absolute relative path names, the path which is starting from slash. Okay, if you are mentioning a file name like this, let's say there is a file inside your home directory and you are also inside your home directory, you can just simply say cat's file name, which is simple. You can also do this cat space slash home slash your username slash file name. This is also fine. Okay, so technically we call the first one the relative path, relative to your current location. And this is called the absolute path, where you mention the complete path, starting from slash, then where inside slash, then after like home, then user, then file name, like that. Okay. Then dot and double dot. Dot represents your current location. Double dot represents one location back. Okay, one directory back. And we also had a look on these commands: WC, free, LSCPU, reboot, power off. Okay, if you want to shut down your system completely, power off is the command. Okay, power off. If you want to restart your system, reboot is the command. Simple. Okay, so yeah. All right, so right now I'm going to explain you few more commands like df command and du command. Okay, see, till now we have been learning basics like basic commands, how to open a file, how to open a directory, like that. Okay, now let's say in Windows, if you want to know the status of your hard disk, like how much C drive is used and how much is free, how much D drive is used, how much is free, what do? You simply go to my computer. Okay, or in Windows 10 or 11, this PC. Okay, so you go to my computer, you get a visual representation. Okay, you have a C drive, D drive, like in my system, and you get the status also. My C drive is 24 GB free out of 117. Okay, my D drive is 236 GB free out of 1 terabyte. Okay, this is easy. But how about in Linux? Okay, since you will not be using GUI, then how to check how much is disk free, how much is in use, like that. Okay, so in short, disk status. Okay, you want to know the disk status. To know the disk status, we have a command which is called df. Okay, So you can remember it like disk free. Okay, so df is like disk free. And with df command, like other commands also, we have some options. The most you are going to use is -h. -h means show the size in human readable form. Okay, show size in KB, MB, GB, or TB, like that. All right. So we are going to use this df-h right now, and then I will explain you what exactly you are getting in the output. If you get confused, because we are first time talking about hard disk, okay? If you get confused, just let me know. And obviously we are going to cover hard disk and storage topic incomplete, okay? Not incomplete. The complete storage we are going to cover very soon, like maybe after 5-6 slides. No, after 10 slides, we are going to cover the storage complete. So starting from slide 41, storage starts. Partitioning, formatting, everything. Before you run any command, just have a look. This command can be executed by your non-root user or not. Df is the command, right? So how do we verify? You will write which is a command which will tell what is the path. So which df. So this df command, if this df command is in bin directory, then you can execute. If this df is in sbin directory, then only root can execute, right? So this df command is in bin directory. Inside slash, there is usr. Inside usr, there is bin. And inside bin, there is the command file, df, okay? All right, so df, enter. You get output in kind of a table format, right? There are multiple columns and rows. So first column is like file system, then number of blocks. So basically this is the size converted into blocks. We don't want size in blocks. We want size in KB, MB, GB. Okay, so third column, used. How much is used? Fourth column, available. Again, how much is free? Use percentage, 10% usage, 20%, 100%, like that. Mounted on. Now this is very new for everyone. Mounted on, okay? So first of all, I will explain you the concept of storage in Linux, okay? Because you should know how are hard disks treated in Linux. In Windows, it is very simple. You connect a pen drive, immediately you get one icon in my computer saying like 2 GB pen drive connected or like that, okay? And you just double click and open. But in Linux, things are little different. Okay, see, in Windows, what happens is, how to know which drive C or drive D. In Linux, there is no drive. Okay, so this is what I want to explain you. Linux में ऐसा कोई drive format नहीं होता, कोई drive letters नहीं होते, C, D, E ऐसा नहीं होता. Okay, so like in Windows, so you can, if you have a hard disk, let's say it's a 500 GB hard disk, right? What you can do is you can create partitions, C drive, D drive, E drive, right? So let's say C drive is your 300 GB, D drive is 100 GB, and again your E drive is 100 GB, right? What will happen? You will see these icons in my computer, right? And you can double click, open, and save data. If you correct a pen drive, let's say it is G drive, it will come as G drive, 2 GB pen drives, or maybe a 32 GB pen drive. Okay, so things are simple in Windows. Why simple? Because this is all GUI. Okay, in Linux also, if you are using GUI, you will see the same thing. Okay, but you will not see drive letters. So in Linux, first of all, there are no drive letters. Okay, there are no drive letters. Even if you are using GUI, your device will be appearing in the pop-up. Okay, your device will come in the notification. You can double click the notification and your device will open. Okay, but what exactly is happening in the background? If you know this concept, you will be able to understand everything. Okay, so for example, there is a hard disk, or maybe let's say a pen drive, 32 GB pen drive. Okay, you want to connect to a Linux machine. So this 32 GB pen drive is basically your device. Okay, so your device has to be mounted somewhere. Mounted means it has to be made available. Okay, it has to be made available by by this method mount. Okay, now what mount is? Basically, this device will be accessible via any directory. This directory can be any. You can create a directory like slash data. Inside slash, create a new directory like data. And then you can choose that your pen drive should be available inside this location. Your 32 GB should be visible inside this location. So this concept is called mounting. So I'm just trying to explain you in a simpler way. I will explain you completely when we start storage chapters. Okay. So every time, whenever a device is connected to your system, maybe a CD also, CD or DVD. Okay. This is again a device. A device can be accessed from a folder, from a directory. It can be only accessed from a directory, let's say /mnt. So inside /mnt, I can make this DVD available. So let's say this DVD is of 10 GB. So when I enter /mnt, I will get contents of DVD. I will get to see contents of DVD. All right. So there is no drive letter like C drive, D drive. Your device is not, you cannot directly open your device. You have to make it available somewhere. That process is called mounting. Okay. Okay. For example, let me first show you something. There is a command lsblk. lsblk means list block devices. Okay. So if you want to know how many block devices are connected to your Linux server, you will run this command. What is a block device? Pen drive, hard disk, and your CD drive. Okay. If your CD is mounted, or you have added a CD-ROM and there is a DVD or CD inside it, that is again a block device. Basically, storage devices are your block devices. Okay. So lsblk means list block devices. If I press enter, again, output is in kind of a table. So basically it is showing me that there are two main devices. One is SR0, another one is NVMe 0 and 1. Okay. So basically SR0 type is what? See the table. There is a column type. So SR0 type is ROM. ROM means read-only memory. It can be DVD, it can be CD. So this SR0 device is having some DVD, and that DVD can be accessed from /run. If you go to /run, you will see a media directory created automatically. So till here, /run media. This location was created by operating system automatically. Okay. So this location was created automatically. Let me go to cd/run and let me see what's happening there. cd/run and then cd media. So I am inside media in this location /run/media. I will type ls and see what is there. So we have a student directory. Okay. Okay. Let's enter this student, cd student, ls. Now I see RHEL 8.3 base OS x86-64. So this is the same ISO I used to build this system. If you want to verify, just go to player settings, player, virtual machine settings. Okay. So you see left hand side CD, DVD, click it. What is the name of ISO file? It is the same, RHEL 8.3 x86-64 dvd.iso. This is the same thing you are getting inside this directory /run media student. Linux.
Sir, I have a question here.
Yes, yes.
I suppose if we connect any USB media, any pen drive, any storage device, suppose वहाँ पे वो show नहीं करता, then उस केस में हम like इसमें कैसे वो detect करेंगे, कैसे check करेंगे?
LSBL के कमांड आपको दिखा देता हूँ। मैं आपको दिखाता हूँ आपका एग्जाम, आपने जो क्वेश्चन पूछा उसका लाइव भी दे देता हूँ आपको।
Yeah.
Okay, so let's say you have connected a DVD. Okay, you have connected a DVD or a pen drive, but how to check? How to check and how to use? LSBLK command will show you if something is connected. I can see one hard disk, NVMe disk. You know NVMe? I think explained you. In the
Sir, अगर इसके बाद भी वो show ना करे LSBLK के बाद भी,
that means your device is faulty. Okay, or device drivers are missing.
Yeah, मतलब वो कनेक्ट करते ही वहां पे वो डिटेक्ट कर जाएगा, दिखा देगा।
हाँ, if like जैसे ही आप कनेक्ट करेंगे LSBL के कमांड से वो दिख जाना चाहिए हार्डवेयर। Okay, normally when you are working, the real time example is you will be adding a hard disk to a virtual machine time to time. ठीक है, आपको ये ज्यादा काम करना पड़ेगा कंपनी में कि आपको हार्ड डिस्क ऐड करनी है। तो जैसे ही ऐड करते हैं हार्ड डिस्क, उसका एक अलग प्रोसेस होता है, बताऊंगा। तो जैसे ही ऐड करते हैं हार्ड डिस्क, तो मशीन के अंदर कैसे दिखेगा? LSBL के कमांड से दिखेगा कि न्यू हार्ड डिस्क आया कि नहीं। अगर आपने हार्ड डिस्क ऐड किया है तो यहाँ पे थर्ड एंट्री भी आनी चाहिए। फर्स्ट एंट्री इज SR0, सेकेंड एंट्री NVMe, तो एक थर्ड एंट्री भी आनी चाहिए। ओके, तो ये जो दिख रहा है आपको, ये सारा NVMe का ही पार्ट है। आपको आई एम गोइंग टू एक्सप्लेन इट। So right now you see this SR0 is there, CD-ROM is there. Yeah, CD-ROM is there, but I don't see how to access. Mount point is blank. It is not available anywhere. If I want to use this SR0, what to do? As you know, all the devices are represented as files. This SR0 is also represented as file, NVMe again as file, but where? Inside dev directory. Let me go to dev, cd/dev, ls-l SR0. Yes, there is one file SR0, but the type is like B. B means block level file. You cannot directly use it. Okay, ये directly usable नहीं है। आप ऐसा नहीं कर सकते cat SR0. No. Basically, SR0 is your device. So anything inside /dev you cannot directly use. You have to make it available somewhere. So let's make this CD-ROM available somewhere. There is a directory inside /mnt. Okay, cd/ls. So there is this mnt, where it is, yeah, mnt. Normally it is used to mount, used as a mount point. You can also use it.
सर इसमें मतलब हम mnt पे ही माउंट कर सकते हैं और दूसरी डायरेक्टरी में नहीं कर सकते ना?
नहीं,
किसी दूसरे फोल्डर
कर देते हैं, किसी और पे कर देते हैं। Okay. Okay. Like let me become root. Inside / I will create one directory, mkdir/test. Okay, so ls, so we have test directory here. Okay, inside root the / starting point of operating system, यहाँ पे मैंने एक test directory बना ली है, and I want to make the CD-ROM or DVD-ROM available inside test. Okay, so what I will do, I will use mount command, mount /dev/SR0. So this is my device. Where to mount? Inside /test. Press enter. It says device write protected, mounted read only. Why read only? ISO read only तो होता है, DVD read only ही तो होता है. Yes, this is why it is called ROM, read only memory. So it is not an error, it is just a warning, and you can ignore it. Okay. Let's go to cd/test. Okay, before that, LSBLK. Now you see SR0 device is now available on /test. अगर आपके CD-ROM में कोई CD या DVD है तो /test में दिखेगी. Okay. So let us go to cd/test. ls. Okay, so this is the content of the ISO file. Okay, so this is the content of the ISO file. If you are confused, अगर आपको डबल चेक करना है, no worries, go to your ISO in Windows and double click and open it. RHCL, yeah, this is the ISO, right? कहाँ गया RHCL? Yeah. So double click. VLC से open नहीं करना. I want to open with WinRAR application. Okay. So you see the same details: app stream, base OS, images, ISO Linux.
Yes.
And we have the same thing here: app stream, base OS, ISO Linux, images, like that. All right. So we have to make the device available. So diagrammatically also, let me just explain you.
सर समझ में नहीं आया सर.
No worries. ये मैं आपको अच्छे से और समझाऊंगा when we start storage. Okay. So let's say your slash is here, then you have bin directory, you have dev directory. Okay. You can create a new directory like test. Okay. So inside slash, we have these directories. All right. And many more. On the other side, there are devices like your pen drive, for example. It's a like 16 GB pen drive. Now you want to use this 16 GB pen drive. What to do? Step 1, connect. Okay. Connect to the USB. Step 2,
Yes.
lsblk command to check if it is detected or not.
Yes.
Okay. So let's say this will be detected as some name. Let's say the name is SDB is the name of this 16 GB pen drive. Okay, SDB. Now you cannot directly use this. You have to make it available. So what I can do is I can make this SDB available in this test directory. How? The command is simple: mount. The SDB is a device. The complete path /dev/SDB. Okay, where this device should be available, space/test. That's it. Then go to CD test. That's it. Your 16 GB data will be available here.
सर जो स्लैश डेव डायरेक्टरी है इसमें हमारे किस टाइप्स की फाइल्स फोल्डर्स होंगे? इसमें ओनली स्टोरेज टाइप के होंगे जो हमारे
प्रिंटर, हर हार्डवेयर, every hardware in Linux, every hardware is represented as file. Printer, scanner, mouse, keyboard, your monitor, everything. Okay, your hard disk, all the things are represented as file, and those files are inside dev. Dev means devices. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah. Yes.
Sir, if I am logged in from a remote computer to a server,
yeah, sure,
Linux server, then I want to add a software from the remote device, remote client machine to the server. Then in that case, I downloaded the software in the client machine. Now I want to install it. First add it into the software and then install it. What is the procedure?
So basically you want to copy the software to the Linux server, remote server, and then install it, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I am yet to explain you this, but let me tell you the steps right now. First of all, you will copy the file. Okay, so Linux server, if you are using RHCL or CentOS, okay, then you might have downloaded some file ending with .rpm. Okay, so this is the RPM file. Then you will copy this file. You can use scp command. Okay, you will use scp command to copy from one server to another. If you're connected from Windows to Linux, you can use a software WinSCP. Okay, let me show if I have installed WinSCP. Yeah.
If I am connected from a LAN to a server.
Yeah, no worries. See, this is WinSCP application. Hold on. Yeah. Okay. So it is asking me what to connect. Let me connect to my virtual machine. My virtual machine IP is 192.168.211.138. Okay. So 211.138. New site. Yeah. 192.168.211.138. And username, let's say student. Password is student. Login. Yes. No, password is Red Hat. Okay. Okay. Now you see on the right hand side, this is data coming from my virtual machine.
Sir, from that, in this method, I have used this method, but I am using as such some sort of another software without this Windows.
Okay.
From this method I know, but if I want to use through CLI,
then the command is called SCP. Okay, let me show you. This is my PowerShell. Okay, in Windows, this is my PowerShell. So let me try to transfer something from my Windows to Linux. Okay, just a second. Okay, so ls command also works in PowerShell. You know, now slowly and slowly Linux commands can be used on Windows also. See,
yes.
ls command is working here in Windows. Okay, so it says there is a file.vagrant file. I want to copy this vagrant file to my virtual machine. SCP, the file name vagrant file, capital V.
Vagrant.
Okay. All right. And then I want to copy it to my virtual machine. So student @ the IP address 192.168.211.138 : okay, colon means after colon you will mention which location to copy. I want to copy in /tmp, so I will type /tmp. It will ask for password. Red Hat is the password, and it is copied. How to verify? I will go to cd/tmp and check. There should be some file, vagrant file like that. Here it is, vagrant file.
Yes.
Okay.
Sir, by default, what's the location of the Linux server where the softwares get downloaded when we use the yum command or some other command?
Acha. So when you use yum command to download, it is downloaded in /var/cache. Hold on. /var. Let me go to the location. cd/var/cache. Okay. Inside this, there has to be. Hold on. Okay. Let me try to download something first. Yum
install
nano -- download only.
complete.
Okay, it has been removed. Let me try to just download the package. Okay. Okay, so yum -- download only. Sorry, yum install nano.
सर ये सब हमारे कोड का पार्ट है क्या?
हाँ, ये आगे कराऊंगा, ये अभी बस इन्हें समझा रहा हूँ.
सर वो आपने सॉफ्टवेयर कौन सा बोला था अभी जो कनेक्ट किया था, कौन सा सॉफ्टवेयर था वो?
WinSCP.
WinSCP.
Okay. WinSCP.
क्या होता है सर? इससे क्या होता है सर?
आप अपने कंप्यूटर से Linux सर्वर पे फाइल्स ट्रांसफर कर सकते हैं. ओके, सो आफ्टर डाउनलोडिंग यहाँ पे एक yum डायरेक्टरी आनी चाहिए जो नहीं आ रही है. ओके, होल्ड ऑन. Okay, so in my system, the RPMs are being downloaded in this location where cache package kit. Okay, so ls, do we see package kit? Yeah, cd package kit not private. Here CD 8.3 ls and then CD meta. Okay, then this is the name of repository, CD RHCL AppStream, and then we have packages, CLER, CD packages. So these are all RPMs which are downloaded. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay, let's get back to the original task. So this is how you can, use your any device, your pen drive, hard disk, anything. Okay, so now, so don't worry if you're not able to understand exactly what is mount point or mounting process. I will explain you in detail once we start storage topic. Okay. So I need to explain you df command. So disk free -h. -h will show us meaningful sizes like GB, KB, TB, MB, like that. Okay. So you see some things like dev temp fs. What is this? This is not a hard disk. So this anything which has tmpfs, this is created by operating system for its own use. We can ignore them for now. We can ignore them. So I can use grep. I told you about piping, right? Disk free -h. I will filter out all those things. grep -v means ignore those lines which have temp fs. Okay. So now only meaningful are there. Temp fs lines are ignored. All right. So you see a device on the left. That device is kind of a partition, 17 GB partition.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it is available on slash, which means your entire operating system is in 17 GB partition. Okay. Slash means your starting point of operating system.
Yes.
So your slash, when you enter slash, you are actually entering this 17 GB partition. Okay. So there is no C drive, D drive. We have mount points. So slash is the mount point for 17 GB partition. Then there is another partition of 1 GB and it is available on slash boot. If you go into CD slash boot, you will see some data. So all this data is stored in that 1 GB partition. Okay. ये सारा डेटा आप बोलोगे ये तो boot तो slash के अंदर है. Yes, technically boot directory is inside slash, but that doesn't mean the content inside boot directory is also inside slash. Graphically भी समझाते हैं because this is actually confusing little bit. So right now, what do we see here? We see slash and then slash, let's say slash home, and then we have slash boot. As per my output, it is said that there is 1 GB partition which is mounted on slash boot. But this boot directory is part of this slash, and this slash is in 17 GB partition. So basically only the directory is part of 17 GB, which is right. But the data, okay, but the data is coming from this 1 GB partition. All right, so this data is coming from 1 GB partition, but only empty directory is part of 17 GB. Okay, so this is how things work in Linux.
Sir, which data is coming from this directory?
This data.
Okay.
So I am inside boot. जो boot के अंदर आपको दिख रहा है वो 17 GB में stored नहीं है. वो कहाँ stored है? This is on 1 GB partition.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this is all on 1 GB partition. All right.
Yes, it's mounted on slash boot.
Yes.
But slash boot is part of original, what we call slash.
Root, yeah, slash. The only directory without data. Yes. Boot directory without data. That is part of slash 17 GB. Disk free -h. Okay,
सर उसमें बट वो जैसे है तो स्लैश वाली डायरेक्टरी में ही वो स्लैश बोट तो वो अलग कैसे है?
ये लाइनक्स में ही कंसेप्ट होता है. देखो जो डायरेक्टरी है ना, खाली डायरेक्टरी, खाली फोल्डर, वो 17 GB वाले पार्टीशन में बना है. ठीक है, यहाँ से साफ साफ दिख रहा है कि जो बूट है वो स्लैश के अंदर है.
अच्छा, जब स्लैश पार्टीशन है सर.
हाँ, जब स्लैश ही 17 GB का पार्ट है तो हमारा स्लैश बूट भी होना चाहिए ना. बट यहाँ तो दिख रहा है कि स्लैश बूट के अंदर जाओगे तो 1 GB वाला हार्ड डिस्क दिखेगा। ओके, तो ये है, तो ये कंसेप्ट है यहाँ पे। ओके, कंफ्यूजन यहाँ पे आती है। पीपल थिंक लाइक स्लैश बूट मीन्स this slash is in 17 GB, so boot is also in 17 GB. Boot directory only without data, वो 17 GB में है created. But when you enter boot, जब आप करोगे cd boot, you are actually entering this 1 GB. You are getting the data which is coming from 1 GB partition. Okay,
हाँ बस वो अलग पार्टीशन हो गया।
हाँ वो अलग partition है। So disk free -h, that's why you are going to use multiple times in a day. People will be asking you what is the hard disk status. You will also see how much data is, how much size is remaining, like that. For example, first device 70 GB partition, used 6 GB, available 12 GB. How much in use? 35%. Normally in companies, when the usage is reaching 90%, Linux team gets alert. So 35% is fine. Now you might get alert in this case. See this, it is a device CD-ROM available on /boot, mounted on /boot, and CD-ROM is like of 9 GB. It says size is 9 GB, used is 9 GB, free is 0%, use 100%. Alert generate ho jayega automatic. Okay, so you have to tell the monitoring team in your company that please avoid any alert which has this SR0 as a device. क्योंकि हमेशा ऐसे ही दिखेगा 100%. You cannot write anything on DVD. That's why it says 100% use, 0% free. Okay, so this is disk free -h, the most important command in terms of reporting, checking the status of hard disk. Okay. All right.
I have a doubt here.
Yes, please.
So home slash, which is the 17 GB. And within that slash we have boot and test as well, right?
Only the empty directories.
Only the
boot is also part of 17 GB partition, but as an empty directory. Okay,
and but we are saying that 1 GB the size it is.
Yeah, the second device, the second partition is of 1 GB, and it is mounted on inside this boot directory, which means once you enter boot directory, you are getting the data which is coming from this 1 GB.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And this can be your pen drive also. Just imagine this 1 GB is your 1 GB pen drive. So this is how you access. You have to mount your device to some directory in order to access it. Okay. So this is
my point is here that sorry. So if it is 17 GB, so and the slash boot is 1 GB, for example.
Yeah.
That means what? I mean, 1 GB is used from 17 GB?
No. These are separate partitions. This partition of 17 GB is a separate device. This 1 GB is a separate device. Diagrammatically, let me show you. Like there are 3 devices right now. Let's say one is your 17 GB, one is 1 GB, another is your 9 GB ISO file. Okay. So your 17 GB is actually mounted on slash. Your 1 GB /boot, and then your 9 GB on /test. Okay. Although inside slash, the boot is also there. Okay. But the only directory part, only the directory path without data, that is part of slash, which is fine, which is 17 GB. Okay. That is fine. But as soon as you enter, as per this output, as soon as you cd boot and you do ls command, so whatever you see with ls command is actually this 1 GB data. Okay. So this 1 GB data will pop up here. All right. So these are 3 different devices. You know this one more thing. Hold on. If there is a hard disk, it has, let's say, multiple partitions, right? Partition 1, partition 2, partition 3. Linux will treat each partition as a separate device. So this is a separate device, maybe device number 1. This is a separate device, device number 2. This is also separate, device number 3. Okay, so partitions are also separate, treated as a separate device. All right.
Okay.
Okay. So next command is disk usage. Now, what is disk usage? Like in Windows, if I want to know the size of any directory, I will do right click, properties, and then I will see like it is 170 KB or 1 GB like that. Okay. In Linux, what to do? You can use disk usage command. Okay. You can use du command, du disk usage. Okay. The command is du, sorry, du. And with du, normally we have to use options like option is -s and another option -h. You can use them together also like this, du-sh. Okay, and let's say you want to know the details of all the directories in your current location, then you will just say star. Okay, normally we do this only. So let me show you example. Okay, let's say in my home directory, I have student directory and user2. I want to see what is the disk usage, or what is the size of this directory student, and what is the size of user2 directory. So du-sh star. It says student directory is occupying 19 megabytes. User2 directory is occupying 14 megabytes. Okay. Similarly, you want to see details of all items in /cd/. There are so many directories. Okay. So disk usage -sh star. So now one by one, you will get the data. So here you see bin directory, it says 0, but it is more than 0. I will see why 0. Boot directory right now 248 megabytes it's consuming. etc is consuming 31 megabytes. /home is consuming 32. Okay, why 32? Because we just checked 19 and 14. Okay, and then there is one root directory also 14 MB. Test directory 8.9 GB. Why? ISO is mounted. Okay, USR directory 4.4 gigabytes. 4 gigabytes. So you will find most of the operating system in USR directory only. Okay, because everything is like commands. Then we have var directory where logs are there. So it is 1.4 GB. Okay, so critical directories are basically your boot, which is responsible for starting the operating system. Okay, etc it holds all the configuration files. Home directories, that's fine. And root directory, okay, home user, that's fine. And then USR, which contains commands and shared libraries. So many things are here. Okay, so this is how you can check. Now, why am I telling you du command? You know, sometimes what happens is local users are created. Okay, local users with local directories, and some users are saving their files in their home directory. Okay, might be someone overutilized. Maybe let's say your disk free -h is showing /99% in use. Okay, then you want to find how 99% who is using the hard disk. Okay, you can just simply go to /home. Okay, and then just check disk usage -sh star. You will get to know which user has saved the maximum data. Right now, student user has utilized 19 megabytes. Let's say in your company, it is like user A is using 100 GB. You can just email user A, ask him to delete unnecessary files because it is utilizing the server space. Okay. So this is the real world scenario that you might have to use. Okay. So possibly all the commands are done. Yeah. All the commands are covered here. All right, one last thing today. See, whenever we talk about users in Linux, whenever we say users in Linux, so two things come to your mind. First is a root user, or it is the admin, okay? And the second thing is non-root user, okay? Non-root. So all the users which are created in your system by the root user are non-root, okay? But there is a third category also, okay? The third category is system user, system or application user, okay? So now what is this? You know, whenever you install any application in your Linux server, a user is also created automatically, okay? Why is that? Why is that happening? Because application is a software. When any software wants to access any file, wants to save any file, what will be the ownership? See, when you create a file, what details you see? You see permissions, you see ownership, okay? So in ownership, only usernames appear like this. Let me show you. If I do ls-l, who is the ownership of student directory? Student user. Who is the owner of user2 directory? User2.
User2.
Okay. Let's say a software has created a file. Who will be the owner of that file? Root user? No. Any other user? No. It will be the system user. Let's say you have installed Apache web server. Okay. So Apache user will also get created. Whenever Apache web server is trying to create any temporary file, okay, or any log file, so the ownership will go to Apache user only. So these are application users used by the applications, okay? And normally these application users cannot log into the system, okay? Cannot log in. Why? Because they have no login shell assigned. They have no login shell assigned. And where are these details? In passwd file only. Just check /etc/passwd. Simple. Let us have a look first. So cd/etc passwd, not cd cat. Okay. Now you see all this. Here root is fine. Okay. Root can log in. Just a minute. Yeah. Now you see this second entry, bin directory. Oh, sorry, bin user. So there is bin user. Home directory is /sbin, sorry, /bin, and the shell assigned is no login shell. So bin user cannot log in. Okay. Similarly, daemon user, ADM user, all these users you see here till here. So many users. These are all application related users. These users are created for the support of application. Okay. So let me take this SSHD user. See, let me become root. Okay. Root can log into any user like this su-student. I will become student immediately. Okay. So let me try to become some other system user like SSHD, su-SSHD. The account is not available. Why? Because the user has no login shell assigned. cat/etc passwd grep SSHD. So you see, for SSHD user, no login shell has been assigned. Any user with no login shell cannot log in. Okay, let's have a look at the comments. Comment says privilege separated SSH. Okay, so basically it is used for SSH application, which I will tell you later in the classes. Okay, so there are 3 types of users. Let's say someone is asking you how many users can log into your server. Okay, grep bash, who has the bash shell. So grep bash from passwd file, word count -l. So there are 3 users. Okay, how many users which cannot log in or are system users? So system users generally have no login shell, and there are 43 users. Okay, so 43 system users are created. don't worry, let it be. They are safe. They don't cause any harm. They are for the support of the application. Okay. And 3 users are there who can log in: root, student, user 2, like that. 3 users. Okay. So these are some basic things that we should know. Okay. And let me see, next is, we have already covered. This is just a brief. Okay, fine. So I'll explain you find tomorrow, because there is many things about find. So basically, if you want to find anything in Linux, you can use 2 commands. One is find command, another is locate. Okay, locate is a quicker way of locating files, but with find commands you can do many things. Okay, let's say you want to find all those directories which have permission 777, and you want to change the permission to 755. Okay, find the directory and apply some action. This can be done using find. With locate, this action cannot be done. You can just get the output. You cannot perform any additional action. Okay, so find command is really useful. Find command and locate command. Okay, so let me first of all open my virtual machine. All right. So first, find command. If you want to find any file in Linux using command line interface, using GUI, it is easy. You just go to files, and in files there is a search button. Just type whatever you want to find. Let's say you want to find something in temp. So first of all, go to temp in GUI. Like this, we can go to temp. Here it is. Okay. And then let's say I want to find error log file. So error.log. Is there anything? Yes, I have error.log. It is easy, right? But in command line interface, we need to give command, obviously. So let me open the CLI. Yeah. So in command line interface, we have 2 ways to find a file. First way is the find command. Okay. So let me first of all write it in Notepad. Okay. So find command. So basically, find command syntax is something like this. You will type the command. Okay. And then you will give options. Then you will give text to find. Okay. Oh, sorry. What to find? I can write like this. What to find. Okay. And in the last, what action to take. Okay. So there are how many parts? Command, and then options, then what to find, and what action to take. So this what action to take, I will explain in the last. But first, let us have some examples of find and some examples of options also. Let's say you want to find file 10.txt. Okay, and you do not know what is the location. What can be the location? Location can be /temp. Location can be /where. This file can be present in /home, anywhere. If you are not sure, the safest thing is /. Okay, so you want to find file 10 from /. Okay, so how to write this? Find space, then you will mention, I forgot one thing, start search from. Okay, so first is the find command, it is fine. Second is start search from. So I want to start my search from /. Okay, start. This means entire operating system will be scanned for this file 10.txt. Okay, so start your search from /. And then if you know the name, of the file, you will mention this option -name. Okay, space the file name, file 10.txt. Okay, one simple command. 4 parts are there. Find command, start the search from, the option, what to search. Okay, what to find or what to search. So let me run this command and see the output. Okay, find /. Okay, first of all, if you want to start your search from /, then you need to be root. Obviously, non-root users cannot enter all the directories which are inside /. So I will become root. Type the same command. Enter. Now my hard disk is spinning. Find command is spinning my hard disk and checking each and every directory one by one. Okay. And then it will give me some results. So it says file10.txt are in two locations. One location is /root /file10.txt. Second is /home/student file10.txt. This means in my system, I have two files with the same name, but locations are different, right? मेरे सिस्टम में file10.txt है, but ऐसी दो फाइल्स हैं अलग अलग लोकेशंस पे. Okay. Okay. Next option. Let's say you don't know the name. Okay. Let's say you don't know the name. You do not remember the name, but you remember the permission. Let's say you created a file and you forget the name, but the permissions you gave was like 644 or maybe 666, 666. Okay. Now you remember, okay, there is a file which is actually inside /home. Okay. So you roughly remember that it is inside home, but in which user you don't know. And then you know the permissions. Then what? Then how to find that file? Basically, you will get so many files with this same permission, which are in /home. Okay. Out of that list, you can find. So we will type find /home. /home is the starting point for the search, and -perm is the option if you want to search a file with the permission. Okay, and what permissions are you looking for? 666. If you have given this permission to any file, those file will be listed on the screen. Okay. So this time I'm starting the search from /home. All right. There is no such file. 644. Yes, there are thousands of files, not thousands, hundreds of files. Okay. So now you see all the files which have 644 permissions are listed. It doesn't matter what the name is. Okay. So now from here, from this list, you can find whatever you were trying to find. Okay. All right. So this is another example. Then we have few more. Let's say you completely forgot. You completely forgot.
कीजिए ना सर, वो वाला समझ में नहीं आया सर, ये 66 वाला.
Okay. पहले मैं एक फाइल बनाता हूँ 666 वाली परमिशन के साथ. ठीक है. टच. ओके. मैंने एक फाइल बनाया file1, उसको परमिशन दे दिया 666. 1 वीक के बाद मुझे ये file1 ओपन करना है, बट मैं भूल गया. मैं नाम भी भूल गया और ये लोकेशन भी भूल गया कि कहां पर है. तो व्हाट विल आई डू इज आई विल यूज फाइंड कमांड. फाइंड /-perm -666. उन फाइल्स को फाइंड करो, स्लैश से स्टार्ट करो फाइंड करना. उस फाइल को करो जिसकी परमिशन 666 है. ओके. तो मल्टीपल फाइल्स भी हो सकती है, सिंगल फाइल भी हो सकती है.
यस सर. और रीड राइट वाला ना सर, ऑप्शन लेकर के
रीड राइट ऐसे.
ओके सर. हाँ होगा सर.
समझ आ गया. समझ गए ना. हाँ. तो मैंने एक्चुअली स्लैश में कर दिया. /root करते हैं इसको. /root. नाउ यू सी. सॉरी, इसको ऊपर करते हैं. मैंने लिखा फाइंड /root के अंदर से उस फाइल को फाइंड करो जिसका परमिशन 666 है. तो वो फाइल आ गया यहाँ पे. ओके. अगर आपको प्रॉपर डिटेल्स भी देखनी है वो भी देख सकते हैं. नेक्स्ट स्टेप में बताऊंगा. सिमिलरली, इफ यू कंप्लीटली फॉरगेट the name, you do not remember the file name, you do not remember the permission, then how to find a file? Let's say you're trying to find all directories which have 777 permission. Let's say this is a task. Find all directories which have 777 permission. Okay. Or find all directories, sorry, find all files which have 755 permission. Okay. So how to tackle this task? I want to find just the directory. I am not sure about the permission. I don't know the name. I just know the I just know the name. Sorry, I just know the permission. No, I don't know which location, what is the name. Okay. So just list all the directories which have 777 permission. So what to do? Now the new option is type. Find, start the search from slash. So hyphen type. So I'm trying to find directories. So D for directory, F for file. So now find command will try to find all those directories which have -perm 777. Okay, which have permissions 777. So no such directory. That's fine. Let me change the permissions like 755. So these are the directories which have 755 permission. Okay, if I use word count -l, so almost 23,000 directories are there. Let me optimize the search. Let me start the search from /home. I will get less number of records. 124 still. And what about 777? 0. Okay. Ideally, see, 777 is a very dangerous permission. Okay. 666 and 777 are the most dangerous permissions. Let me explain you why. If you give 777 permission to, let's say, a directory by the name secret. Okay, there is a secret directory. Okay, it contains important files. Okay, and you have given accidentally 777 permission. Then what will happen? The owner can read, write, execute. Okay, the group owner can also read, write, execute. What about others? Others can also read, write, and execute. Now this is the most dangerous part. Okay, others should always have limited permissions. Okay, now this is not recommended. This is a security breach. Okay, similarly, in the case of files, 666 is the most dangerous one. Okay, why it is most dangerous? Again, the same reason. Nothing to worry about others and group. That's fine. The part where you should be worried is others. Others have read and write permission here. Okay, 666 means read, write permissions for all these three entities. So if others can read and write, how is your data safe? Okay, anyone can modify your data. So data is not safe. Data is only safe when owner is modifying or the group owners are modifying, right? Others should only have maximum read, and that too you can omit, which means आप चाहो तो इसको भी remove कर सकते हो. Others can also have 0 permissions, which is fine. Here also others can have 0 permission, it is fine. Okay, always give very less permissions to others. But still, let's say this concept was not clear to your previous employee in the company, and he or she has created directories with 777 permission and files with 666 permission. Now, manager has asked you to do the cleanup, fix everything. Okay, so first of all, you will find all the directories with 777. So how to do it?
Sir, I have a question. So what is different between owner and groups?
Owner is single owner. Okay, owner is always one. Okay, but group, what is a group owner? Let's say a group owner is staff group, and in staff group 10 users are added. So basically, if I say, let's say there is a file. Okay, let me type file 10. Okay, so the owner is root. Okay, owner is root, and a group owner is staff. And for the root, for the owner, permissions are read, write. For the group, permissions are read, write. Okay, and for others, permissions are read. Okay, now what will happen? Owner is root. Root has read, write permission. So root user can read and write on this file 10. Group is staff. Group owner is staff. Staff also has read, write permission. Now what will happen here? 10 users are part of staff group. All these 10 users will have read, write access on this file 10. Okay. Others, who will be others? That user which is not root and which is also not part of staff group. That user will be called others. Okay, so others have only read. Let's say there is a user student. Student is not part of staff group. Student is also not root. So student is others. Others have read permission. This is group owner. This is owner. Okay.
Understand, sir. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So find /home -t -type. D means directory. -perm 777. So all those directories which have 777 permissions will be listed. You can count them also. Similarly, if you want to find a file with maximum permissions, 666. Okay, let me remove this. Then what? Okay, so nothing is here in /home. Let me find in /root. Yeah. So inside there is only one file which has 666 permission. Okay, so this is how we can use find command. Now the last part in find. So let's, find command will return some results, right? If you want to apply some action or you want to run any command on all the results, then what? Then we can use, hold on. Then we can use -exec option. Okay, -exec means run a command on that search item or on the search result. For example, there is only one file, okay, which has 666 permission. There can be more also, 10 files, 20 files. Now the task is, as soon as find command is able to find this file, change the permission to 644 with the same command. Okay, then what will I do? I will mention -exec in the end. Okay, and then where it is, sorry. Yeah, and then the command, let me type it here first in the notepad. Okay, so find, start your search from /, let's say, and type is file. Permissions are, let's say, 666. Okay, -exec means execute something. What to execute? I will use chmod command, change the file permissions to 644. Okay, and then we need not to mention anything after this. We just need to mention curly braces open and close. This means whatever result is printed on the screen, that will be transferred into this bracket automatically. Okay, and how to close this execute? With /semicolon. So this is the format you have to remember. -exec space command. Instead of argument, we will say curly braces open and close, and /semicolon to end execute section. Okay, so let me show you what will happen. So I'm going to run this command. Find / means from / start the search process. -type f. So find command will find all the files, okay, which are inside / and which have 666 permission. Once anything is found, the permission will be changed to 644. Okay.
So लास्ट में जो /semicolon है, ये मतलब इसका क्या मीन्स होगा? ये क्या करेंगे?
इसका कोई मतलब नहीं है, बस ये फॉर्मेट है, रूल है एग्जीक्यूट को बंद करने के लिए। ये जो -exec लिख दिया है हमने, ठीक है, तो ये यहाँ पे ये exec एंड हो जाता है कि इसके आगे कुछ भी लिखोगे तो वो exec का पार्ट नहीं होगा। ओके, okay, see see now what happened here. When I run the command, the file whatever there was with 666 permission, the permission has been modified to 644. And if you run the same command again, there is no result. Okay, but everything happened in the background. You did not see anything, right? So let's do one thing. Let me add another option which is called -print. Okay, So now this will print the result. Also, execute command will also work. Okay. So print the result and execute will also work. Before this, let me create some files with 666 permission. Touch. Mkdir test. Okay. Inside test, I will create 10 files. Touch file 1 to 10. Okay. ls 10 files created. chmod -r. -r means all the files in the current location. Okay. -r 666 and star ls-l. So all these files have 666 permission. This star I will explain you in next slide. So all the files have 666 permission. Okay. So now let us run the find command again. First of all, we will find and then we will perform some operation. Okay. So find all the files in root directory which have 666 permission. Press enter. All these files have 666 permission. Now I want to change the permission from 666 to 644. Okay. But I also want to see the results on the screen. So -print will print the results. -exec chmod 644 bracket open close slash semicolon. This is \semicolon. Okay. Press enter. Now you see all these files. Okay. So now these are 644. How? ls-l 644 for all the permission have been changed. Okay. So -print means display the results and perform some action. -exec means perform some action.
सर ये 1 के बाद 10 क्यों आया यहाँ पे?
कहाँ पर 1 के बाद 10 क्यों आया?
ये
अल्फा न्यूमेरिक सॉर्टिंग के बारे में जानते हो? अल्फाबेटिकल सॉर्टिंग क्या होगा? व्हेन आई से अल्फाबेटिकल सॉर्टिंग या न्यूमेरिकल सॉर्टिंग?
डोंट नो सर.
ओके, चलो मैं पहले ये बता देता हूँ. अगर कुछ यहाँ पे मेरे पास नंबर लिखे हैं, मैं लिखता हूँ पहले. ओके, तो अगर आपको इन्हें असेंडिंग ऑर्डर में सॉर्ट करना है तो आप कैसे लिखेंगे? असेंडिंग मींस सबसे छोटा पहले, सबसे छोटा पहले, है ना? तो इसको बोलते हैं न्यूमेरिकल सॉर्ट. न्यूमेरिकल सॉर्ट मतलब नंबर्स को सॉर्ट करना. अगर मैं लिखता हूँ असेंडिंग में करना है
तो 5 आएगा पहले.
असेंडिंग मींस छोटा पहले, तो 1 2 3 4 5. ठीक है. सिमिलरली अगर हम एबीसी को सॉर्टिंग करनी है, ठीक है, तो एबीसी लिखा है जैसे मैंने. ओके, तो अगर इसको सॉर्टिंग करनी है तो कैसे लिखेंगे? अगेन असेंडिंग में करना है तो ए बी सी डी, है ना? बट अगर कुछ ऐसा लिखा है A1 B2, सॉरी ये तो मैं पहले ही कर दे रहा हूँ, कुछ ऐसे नंबर्स अल्फाबेट्स लिखे हैं और साथ में कुछ नंबर्स लिखे हैं. ओके, तो ये अल्फा न्यूमेरिक सॉर्टिंग इसको बोलते हैं. ओके, अगर इसको सॉर्ट करना पड़े ऐसे कुछ डेटा को तो
डी
वो
आएगा.
हाँ, समझ गया ना? सबसे छोटा पहले आएगा. हाँ,
D3 है.
हाँ, तो यहाँ पे क्या हो रहा है? अल्फा न्यूमेरिक सॉर्टिंग. तो अब जब फाइल के साथ नंबर्स आ जाते हैं तो ये जो नंबर है अब 1 2 3 ऐसे नहीं रहता. सबसे पहले क्या होगा? जो भी फाइल 1 है, 1 के बाद क्या आ सकता है? 1 के बाद एक और 1 11 भी आ सकता है, राइट? मैं एक बनाता हूँ, टच फाइल 11. अब देखो ls-l. तो यहाँ पे क्या हो रहा है? जो भी 1 1 वाले हैं वो पहले दिखेंगे, फिर 2 वाले दिखेंगे, फिर 3 वाले दिखेंगे. एक फाइल 22 बनाता हूँ, टच फाइल 22 ls-l. अभी क्या हो रहा है? जितने 1 वाले हैं पहले एक साथ वो दिख रहे हैं, फिर जितने 2 वाले हैं फिर वो एक साथ दिख रहे हैं, फिर 3 वाले एक साथ दिखेंगे. दिस इज कॉल्ड अल्फा न्यूमेरिक सॉर्टिंग. ओके,
यस सर.
okay, so this is how you can perform some action. It is not just you can only change the permission. Okay, with find command, if you want to just list, get the properties of the files. The same thing, ls-l. Okay, let's say I want to see all the files with 644 permission, and if any file is found, do ls-l on that file. Okay, that's it. I'm not changing anything. ls-l. Now you see ls-l for so many files, right? You're getting the details. So this is how find command is very useful. Okay. And in ls command, if you want to change the sorting order, you will type like this: ls-l rh. Okay, now it is reverse sorting. First of all, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, all the files with 2, and then all the files with 1. Okay, so R means reverse sort, and H means human readable. I can ignore H also. The same result. LH, LR will be the options. Okay. Coming to the second part. Find is clear. Any questions?
No, sir.
Okay. Second is locate command. See, find command is very useful. Find and grep. The reason is, sometimes you forget. As a fresher, we forget what is the configuration file location. Although you remember the file name, but you forget the file path. What is the exact location? In GUI, it is simple. Just search it. You will get the file. But in CLI, how to search? Then there is the find command. Okay. Grep command, if you want to find any text from any file, obviously use the find command, grep command. Okay. Now, similar to find, we have locate command. So locate command is a modern command, you can say. It uses a database to find. Okay. So what will a locate command do? It will read its database. The database will have all the details of files which are created in your system. Okay. And whenever you create a new file, after like 5 or 6 days, you should update the locate database. Okay. Normally, locate database gets updated time to time automatically, but you can also manually update it. Okay. So locate command uses one database, locate DB, it is called. Okay. Locate database. If you want to update this locate database, you will run the command update DB. Okay. Now database has been updated, which means locate database has all the details of all the files and folders. Okay. Now use locate command. Locate file 10. Enter. So this file 10 is present in /home student /root test. And it was a quick result. The execution was very quick. Okay. The execution, sorry, the execution was very quick. Okay. So someone is saying my voice is cracking. Okay, if my voice cracks, just let me know on the chat. Okay. All right. So locate command was able to find these files by the name file10 very quickly, as it used its own database, locate database. Okay. And there are not much options with locate database. It's just, you just type this command locate space what you want to find. Let's say you want to find test. There is a test directory or test file, whatever it is. Any file which contains the word test will be listed. You see, test. Any file containing this word test, or any directory containing this word test. All right. So there are so many files.
So here we don't need to mention the path.
No. Because it is very fast. We need to mention a path in find command because it will spin the hard disk. It will go to the hard disk. It will try to find each and every location for that file, which takes time. Okay. Find command normally takes 1 or 2 seconds. Locate command gives you result instantly. Okay. So this
it will find all the related files to that.
Yeah. All matching names.
Yeah, matching.
Yeah. All the matching names you will get on the screen.
तो सर डिफरेंस क्या है दोनों में, फाइंड और लोकेट?
फाइंड और लोकेट में फाइंड का डिफरेंस आपने देखा कि अगर आपके पास जो रिजल्ट आया, आप उस पर कुछ एडिशनल ऑपरेशन भी कर सकते हैं यूजिंग EXEC, है ना?
मॉडिफिकेशन कर सकते हैं उसमें।
हाँ, उस जो भी रिजल्ट आया है उसको हाथों हाथ मॉडिफाई भी कर सकते हैं, बट लोकेट पे नहीं है। लोकेट में बस आपको पाथ मिल जाएगा। ऑलराइट, और एक क्विक रिजल्ट होता है, लोकेट का रिजल्ट काफी क्विकली आता है, फाइंड में थोड़ा टाइम लगता है 1 2 3 4 सेकंड्स, बिकॉज हार्ड डिस्क की स्पीड पे डिपेंड करेगा ना। अगर आपका सिस्टम एंटायर हार्ड डिस्क स्कैन कर लेता है 10 सेकंड्स में, तो आपको 10 सेकंड्स में रिजल्ट मिलेगा। 2 सेकंड्स में कर लेता था, 2 सेकंड्स में रिजल्ट मिलेगा। Okay?
इसमें सर वेरिस वाली कमांड भी सिमिलर है क्या लोकेट की?
कौन सी वाली?
वेरिस, वो एक कमांड है आई थिंक, वेरिस।
वेयर इज,
यस
ये वाला कमांड?
यस यस।
वेयर इज, सी नॉर्मली हम यूज करते हैं ls कमांड, सॉरी विच कमांड। ओके, जैसे विच ls। विच कमांड क्या बताता है कि ये जो ls कमांड है, इसकी जो फाइल है, कमांड वाली फाइल या कोड, कमांड का जो कोड है वो कहाँ पड़ा है? वो usr bin के अंदर ls नाम की एक फाइल पड़ी है, इसमें सारा कोड है ls कमांड का। ओके, so which is different, locate command is different. Locate command will use its own locate database. Locate database will contain all the file and folders information. Okay, which means what is the path, what is the name, that's it. Finding something from database is quick. Finding something from the hard disk is little slow. Not very slow, little bit slow. Okay, normally you can use actually both the commands, it's your wish. But if you have to apply some operation, if you want to do some operation on any result, then use find command. If just you want to just know the path, then use locate command. Okay,
yeah.
Okay, then coming to another command, which is date. If you want to know what is your server date and time, let's say this is a server machine. Okay, my virtual machine is also a server machine. I want to know what is the date and time here. If I press enter, I see Thursday, Feb 10, 8:36 p.m. Indian Standard Time 2022. Okay, which is fine. It is accurate time. It is matching with the time of my phone also. So time is fine. Okay. It is also showing you Indian Standard Time. This is called time zone. Okay, so your server should always be in correct time zone. Let's say you installed a server or you created a virtual machine in US data center. Okay, so make sure the system time should be as per the location of the machine. If the machine is in New York location, then you will use the time zone accordingly. Okay, if the machine is in Alaska location, which is not possible, but still, then you will again use the same time zone information accordingly. All right, so always use the time zone information accordingly. I will tell you, see, this is done in two ways. At the time of operating system installation, you can set the time, you can set country, you can set everything. But if you forgot to set the time at the installation time, then what? No worries, we have a command. I will tell you later. Okay.
इसमें हम सर टाइम जोन भी कर सकते हैं ना बाद में?
Yes. तो एक कमांड है, मैं से बताता हूँ. Time date CTL. Time date CTL. Hold on. Time date CTL will tell you exact all the details, like what is the local time, what is the universal time zone, Asia, Kolkata, system clock synchronized, yes, NTP service active. So all these things I will tell you later. Okay, how to manage all these things, how to fix time if it is not correct. If the time zone is not correct, how to fix it. If the time zone is correct, but the time is mismatch. Let's say there is a mismatch of 4 minutes. Your system is behind 4 minutes behind the real time. How to fix that time? How to sync the time? Okay, so I will tell you later, not now. All right. Okay. Yeah. Next is very important as far as hard disk is concerned. How the files are saved in the hard disk. Okay. So first of all, let me just draw a layout. Okay. So let's say there is a file by the name file1. Okay. And file1 contains some data. That data is like counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 till 10. Okay. So this is basically the data inside file 10. Okay. So do you know that there are some properties of file also? Okay. Properties like, what is the name of the file? What is the size of the file? Okay. What is the name? What is the size? What are the permissions on the file? Okay, name, size, permissions, and many more details are there. Okay, so now if this is data, then what is this? If 1 2 3 4 that thing is data, then what is this? This is called metadata. Okay, so this is metadata. Now coming to the hard disk, when we say that I have created a file in some location, let's say in /home student I have created. Okay, let's say the file got created here in this area on the hard disk. This is partition 1, partition 2, partition 3, like that. File 1 got created here. Okay, file 1 is here. So in this area that the data is present, this data 1 2 3 4 that data is present here. But what about this name, size, permission? This data has to be saved somewhere. Now this data will be saved in the hard disk only in a separate area. That area is called inode. Okay, similarly there is file 2. Okay, same thing, it has some data and it has some properties, and some properties are there.
So metadata is also saved in same partition.
Yes, yes. Okay, so again there is one file, the data is saved, let's say here, and the metadata is saved, let's say somewhere here. Okay, so this location where the metadata is stored, it is called inode. Okay, inode. So this is also inode. So the area where files metadata is stored, that is called inode. And in any partition there are always limited number of inodes available. Okay, so why limited numbers of inode? Let me show you, let me give you example. Okay, so let's say this is 1 GB partition. Okay, this is 1 GB partition, and you decided to create files here. Okay, you created files, empty, zero size files. You will think that I am creating 0 size files, I can create infinite files. See, logically we can think like this. Okay, so as a layman we think that since the files I'm creating do not have any size, so I can create infinite files here. But you are wrong. Why wrong? Because with every file, inode will also get created, because inode will store the file name, the size of the file, like that. So with every file, inode is getting created, and inode will always occupy some space, because every file will have a name, every file will have a size information, even if it is 0. 0 is also some value, 1 is also some value, 100 KB is also some value, right? So size information, name can be single character or multiple characters, right? So what I want to say is the metadata will always have a size. Okay, metadata will always have a size. So basically metadata is not like infinite size. So there is a inode. Inode can contain limited amount of data. Okay, so which means whenever you create a file, some data is added automatically. Okay, so that data is file properties, file name, file size, file permissions, all those things.
Sir, metadata और inode ये different है.
inode के अंदर metadata store होता है. Okay. Okay, inode उस area का नाम है जहाँ पे आपका metadata store होगा. So that is inode.
सर अगर 100 KB का फाइल अगर हुआ तो ये inode कितना का होगा?
inode तो हमेशा हर फाइल के लिए फिक्स रहेगा, क्योंकि हर inode में लिमिटेड इंफॉर्मेशन ही रहेगी, जैसे कि नेम ऑफ द फाइल, साइज ऑफ द फाइल, एंड व्हाट आर द परमिशंस ऑन फाइल. ओके, और एक दो चीजें और होती हैं जो आगे जाके आपको पता लगेगा.
हम देख सकते हैं इसको सर?
हाँ, मैंने आपको लास्ट टाइम दिखाया था ना, स्टैट कमांड, STAT.
देख सकते हैं?
हाँ, अभी दिखाता हूँ. यस एजाज, यू हैव एनी क्वेश्चन?
Yes sir, for a 1 TB hard disk, how many inodes are possible?
Millions of inodes, maybe in billion.
Okay.
So basically 1 GB hard disk can hold up to 50,000 files. Okay, in 1 GB, you can create maximum 50,000 files. That's it. Okay. All right. So now let me show you inode information. Let's say for file 1, you want to see that information. So stat space file 1. So this is all information stored in the inode. Okay. This is limited information, but the fields are same for every file. File name, file size, number of blocks consumed. Okay. What is the type of a file? Empty, regular file, like that. What is the device? Means where it is saved in the hard disk. This is the location in the hard disk. Okay. Inode number. Every inode has a unique number. So this is the inode number for file 1. Okay. Access means what are the permissions? Who is the owner? Who is the group owner? All those things are saved in the inode. Okay. Which means inode will always have some size, even if you create an empty file. File 1 is empty. Let me show you. ls-l file 1. What is the size? 0. But the inode is saving some data. That's why inode will have some size, which means even if you have 1 GB, you are creating empty files. Don't think that 1 GB is not being consumed. Okay. Even if you're creating some files, some space is being consumed and eventually it will get full. Normally in 1 GB, you can create maximum less than equal to 50,000 files. Okay. Less than equal to 50,000 files. If you still want to verify this, okay. If you want to verify this, is there any command? Yes, there is a command. The command is disk free -h. Okay. With this, you can use the option I. I means inodes. So have a look at this line. In 17 GB partition, how many inodes are available? 8.5 million. So in 17 GB, maximum to maximum, you can create 8.5 million files. Okay, because those many inodes are there. Those many inodes are there. Similarly, in 1 GB, so this slash boot is 1 GB. In 1 GB, 512K, 512,000. This means different, means 5 lakh. I was incorrect. Hold on. So 512K, 512. 512K means 512 and 3 zeros. So this means Indian standard format 5,12,000. Okay. So 5 lakh files you can create in 1 GB, 1 GB space. Okay.
So,
and yes.
Sir, in inode of file 1, why birth column is empty?
Normally we get details, but let me see. Stat file 1. So it says access time, modify time, change time. Why birth is empty? I need to check. I'll let you know tomorrow. Okay.
सर iNodes इसको हम क्लीन कर सकते हैं?
inode clean बोले तो आपको inode की वैल्यू वो करना है कि inode फ्री हो जाए. inode फ्री करना है. अच्छा, inode फ्री करना है. If you want to free the inode, remove the file rm file 1 inode free.
inode automatically free हो जाएगा.
That's it. File remove, inode free. inode के अंदर blank, कोई information नहीं.
So can we edit inode details?
No, we cannot.
Sir, एक बार inodes and
if you want to edit the inode details, the command is simple. So first of all, let me show you what details are there in inode. Stat file 1. Sorry. Stat file 2. So there is file name, file size, access, means permissions, and when it was modified. So if I rename this file mv file2 to file _2, मैंने inode में information change कर दिया. See, stat file _2. Now the file value is now file _2. हो गया change? So whatever operation you do on the file, that information is also being saved in inode. Let me change the permission. ls-l file _2. What is the current permission? 644. chmod 666 on file_2. Okay, changed. Let me use stat command and check. So permissions are also changed. So directly I am not changing the inode value. I am just performing the action or performing some operation on the file, and in return the properties are being changed. अगर properties change होंगी तो inode में automatically update हो जाएगा. Okay.
inode values हम फाइल को सर्च कर सकते हैं, अदर फाइल डायरेक्टरी फाइल को.
inode वैल्यू से आप याद कैसे रखोगे, पहले ये बताओ. जैसे कि ls-li file_2. li क्यों लगाया? I means get the inode number also.
inode number.
So file2 का inode number ये है 52446548. बोलते बोलते 3 सेकंड हो गए, अब याद कैसे करोगे? ठीक है.
सर हार्ड डिस्क inode है वो कैसे पता चलेगा सर?
फिर से बोलो. हार्ड
ये जान सकते हैं क्या? ये हार्ड डिस्क में कितना inode है? हार्ड डिस्क में inode कितना है?
डिस्क फ्री -hi आपको दिखेगा inodes, टोटल inodes used and inodes free. 1 GB वाले एग्जांपल को देखो, ये हाईलाइट किया मैंने. In this 1 GB example, 1 GB partition, 512K means more than 5 lakh inodes are available. Only 309 inodes are in use. 512 almost are free. Okay. So this is how we can check. Similarly, for 17 GB partitions, there are 8.5 million inodes, which means you can create 8.5 million files. 80 lakh, more than 80 lakh files. How much are in use? 1,20,000 something or 1,30,000 something inodes are used, which means these many files are there in my 17 GB partition. How many inodes available? 8.4 million. Okay. All right. Okay. So yes, Ijaz, you had any question? Please tell me.
सर मेरा inodes and एक बार metadata वाला एक बार दोबारा बता देते.
inodes में metadata.
मतलब inodes में metadata स्टोर होता है, आपने बताया था.
हाँ, मैं ये कह रहा हूँ, जैसे आपका 1 GB का पार्टीशन है, राइट? 1 GB का, इसमें आप मैक्सिमम 5 लाख फाइल्स ही बना सकते हैं. व्हाई? बिकॉज यहाँ पे 5 लाख आइनोड्स ऑटोमेटिकली क्रिएट हो चुके हैं. मतलब कि आपके 1 GB में एट मैक्स 5 लाख फाइल्स ही क्रिएट हो सकती हैं. जैसे आपने फाइल 1 क्रिएट किया, फॉर एग्जांपल फाइल 1 यहाँ क्रिएट किया, तो फाइल 1 यहाँ बना और इस फाइल का मेटा डेटा इस आइनोड में सेव हो गया. सिमिलरली फाइल 2 बनाई तो वो यहाँ बन गई, इसका डेटा इस वाले आइनोड में सेव हो गया. ठीक है. तो जैसे फाइल बनती है उसका डेटा एक रैंडम किसी भी आइनोड में सेव हो सकता है, वो इसमें भी हो सकता है. और इधर एक फाइल बनी है तो इसका डेटा इसमें सेव हो सकता है. इधर एक फाइल बनी है उसका डेटा यहाँ पे सेव हो सकता है.
मेटाडेटा मींस उस डेटा हो गया, डिटेल्स हो गई इसकी फाइल की.
मेटाडेटा मींस
आइनोड्स का नंबर.
यस, नेम ऑफ द फाइल, आइनोड नंबर, ठीक है, एंड देन साइज ऑफ द फाइल and what are the permissions
of the file.
See, these are all metadata. ठीक है. एक्चुअल डेटा कुछ भी हो सकता है. एक्चुअल डेटा आप लिख दो, इसमें पूरा अल्फाबेट लिख दो, ABCD लिख दो, कुछ भी कर लो. ठीक है. एक्चुअल डेटा इज डिफरेंट. राइट. एक्चुअल डेटा इज डिफरेंट एंड metadata is different. Okay. Yes, Ejaz, you had any question? Command to check SSH not able to log in sometimes, and you told me to I will provide you commands. Ejaz?
Yes, sir. कल मैंने आपसे कहा था कि sometimes users not able to log in a cluster, and sometimes they are able to log in.
हाँ. तो उसके लिए कमांड ये है SSH-v, okay, and then username @IP address. जो भी यूजर को प्रॉब्लम आ रही है उसको बोलो ऐसे यूज करे, तो जो भी इसका आउटपुट आता है वो आउटपुट मुझे देना. ठीक है. कमांड सिंपल है, SSH-v एंड देन यूजर @IP address. ये मैं लिख देता हूँ चैट पे.
क्या होता है सर ये?
-v का मतलब क्या सर यहाँ पे?
-v मींस डीबग. जो भी बैकग्राउंड में हो रहा है ये कमांड SSH कर रही है वो हमें स्क्रीन पे दिख जाएगी. मैं दिखा देता हूँ, मतलब अभी मैंने SSH नहीं पढ़ाया किसी को तो समझ नहीं आएगा, बट फिर भी SSH-v let's say root @ localhost देखो ये जितना कुछ आया ना स्क्रीन पे, दिस इज कॉल्ड डीबगिंग लॉग्स। तो ये इधर से पता लग जाता है अगर कोई प्रॉब्लम हो तो यहीं पे सब दिख जाता है। जैसे कि सिस्टम इज आस्किंग फॉर पासवर्ड, तो यहाँ पे डीबग लेवल 1 क्या कह रहा है, नेक्स्ट ऑथेंटिकेशन मेथड पासवर्ड। मैं पासवर्ड डालूंगा रेड हैट और एकदम से लॉगिन हो गया, बट लॉगिन होने से पहले क्या क्या हुआ सब पता लग रहा है। देखो सब प्रिंट होके आ रहा है ना। तो क्या क्या हुआ है यहाँ पे, होल्ड ऑन, सेंड पैकेट, रिसीव पैकेट, ऑथेंटिकेशन सक्सीड, कितना कुछ होता है लॉगिन होते हुए। देख रहे हो कितना कुछ किया जाता है लॉगिन होते हुए, बैकग्राउंड में ये सब होता है। तो वी नीड टू सी दैट if you want to troubleshoot. Okay, so ssh hyphen triple v user at the rate localhost user at the rate host name or IP. Okay, so just give me the output and then I will see what is the problem.
Okay sir, thank you.
Okay guys, so this is it for today. Tomorrow I'll explain you links. Okay, so links and inodes are basically interrelated, so that's why I explained you inodes first. Okay. So
सर वो आपने दिया नहीं पीडीएफ सर?
ओके हाँ, पीडीएफ वो है थोड़ा आउटडेटेड, उसमें कमांड्स पुरानी हैं, तो आई एम जस्ट मॉडिफाइंग इट। अभी मैंने इसलिए शेयर नहीं किया कि ओल्ड डेटा मैं शेयर नहीं करना चाहता हूँ। लेटेस्ट कमांड्स एज पर RHEL 8 उसमें होनी चाहिए, करेक्ट। तो बस ये हो जाएगा, अभी थोड़ा सा ही रह गया, मैंने रिव्यू कर लिया था, एक दो चेंजेस हैं वो मैं डाल दूंगा। आज डल जाएगा वो, आज देख लेना।
सर एक क्वेश्चन था सर।
हाँ जी।
आफ्टर लिनक्स के बाद क्या करना चाहिए सर?
क्लाउड।
हाँ मतलब बता देता हूँ। सो बेसिकली लाइनेक्स इज योर स्टार्टिंग पॉइंट। ओके, अगर आपको लाइनेक्स बहुत ही पसंद आ गया तो गो टू द लेवल टिल RHCA, सिर्फ लाइनेक्स ही करते रहो अगले 2-3 साल, और आपको RHCA बन गए तो 30 लाख से 50 लाख के बीच में सैलरी मिल जाएगी। ठीक है, अगर आपको इतना डेडिकेटेडली नहीं पढ़ना लाइनेक्स, क्योंकि थोड़ा टफ हो जाता है, जैसे जैसे आप आगे बढ़ते हैं टफ हो जाता है। अगर नहीं पढ़ना तो कोई बात नहीं, लाइनेक्स का बिगिनर प्लस क्लाउड। ठीक है, क्लाउड में भी बिगिनर बहुत है, प्लस एक ऑटोमेशन टूल, दैट्स इट। ये 3 चीजें आप कर लो, लाइनेक्स का बिगिनर, क्लाउड का बिगिनर एंड ऑटोमेशन टूल का बिगिनर, दैट्स इट। आपको कोई भी 10 लाख से कम सैलरी ऑफर नहीं करेगा, आप भी मांगोगे तो मिल जाएगी। लाइनेक्स में जाओगे तो 3 लाख to 6 लाख कोई भी इजीली दे देगा। लाइनेक्स और क्लाउड 8 लाख तक मिल जाएगी। सॉरी,
तो फ्रेशर को कितना मिलता है?
वही फ्रेशर का ही बता रहा हूँ। इफ यू आर जस्ट लाइनेक्स फ्रॉम लाइनेक्स टेक्नोलॉजी, तो you can just ask for 3 lakh to 6 lakhs maximum, right? And also depends on the company and the location. And if you are equipped with Linux plus cloud plus automation tool, then 10 lakhs to 12 lakhs easily.
सर ये ऑटोमेशन टूल्स कौन कौन से हैं
जो मार्केट में बहुत ज्यादा चल रहे हैं? वन इज कॉल्ड Ansible, another is called Terraform. Okay.
और ये सर क्लाउड में AWS?
AWS is cloud. AWS, Azure किसका टेक्नोलॉजी है? माइक्रोसॉफ्ट का। Azure, AWS किसका है? Amazon का। ओके, GCP है गूगल का। ठीक है, तो you can learn any of these 3. Any.
Sir, can you brief Linux along with cybersecurity roadmap?
Cybersecurity roadmap. See, if you are really interested in cybersecurity, learn Linux basics plus CEH, Certified Ethical Hacking course.
Yes, I have already completed CH theory.
Yeah, theory part. Okay. So the problem is CEH and Linux both are practical based. Theory is fine. Okay, you
Yes,
understand
exactly.
it, you understand the terminologies, that's fine, very good. But the ultimate goal is practice. If you are not practicing enough, you will not be able to solve any problem or give a solution to your company from security point of view. Okay, see, for CEH practice you have to explore the vulnerabilities, you have to check the network traffic and all those things, you have to use some tools, right? And using Linux, it will be easy for you to use those tools. If you want to create a file, then you can use touch command, vi command, like that. So basics of Linux with CEH, this is the first part. Okay, and then second part, if you want to again get more knowledge, then go to cloud network security. Okay, When you are done with CEH, it will be really easy for you to understand cloud network security. Okay, so this is something that you can go for. Why cloud every time? Because all the companies are now moving to cloud. They want their servers on cloud. If the servers are in cloud, server should be secure, network should be secure, right? So that's why.
तो सर ये आपका ये सर क्या कहते हैं सर्वर कैसा होता है लिनक्स का सर्वर सर?
जैसा आपका वर्चुअल मशीन है सेम ऐसे ही होता है।
इसका क्या उसका अलग से कोर्स होता है क्या?
नहीं, सर्वर हम जब बोलते हैं सर्वर मींस वर्चुअल मशीन, क्लाउड पे एक वर्चुअल मशीन बनाया, उस पे RHCL8 ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम डाल दिया और उस पर फिर एक वेबसाइट लॉन्च कर दी, तो हमारा एक सर्वर बन गया टोटली। ठीक है, तो इस सर्वर पे हमारी वेबसाइट चल रही है, सर्वर एप्लीकेशन चल रहा है, मतलब वेब सर्वर। बस
ये सब हमारे कोर्स का पार्ट है सर।
हम कर तो रहे हैं, वेबसाइट भी बताऊंगा आगे जाके। वेबसाइट बताएंगे कैसे लॉन्च करनी है अपनी खुद की, मतलब आपको आना चाहिए एटलीस्ट। ठीक है,
it's too early, but I have a new question, sir.
Yes, please tell me.
It's my second class. Yesterday I was first class. How can I access lab?
Okay, lab, online lab.
Yes, sir, networking lab.
Yeah, let me tell you.
हाँ जी, लैब वाला मेरा ही पेंडिंग है एंड सर ये डॉक्यूमेंट्स वाला जो ड्राइव पे अपने शेयर किए उन्हें,
वो नहीं मिल रहा है आपको डॉक्यूमेंट्स?
मेरे को पता नहीं कौन सी ड्राइव है।
अच्छा, go to your portal like this. Hold on. Go to the course in your mobile app or maybe laptop. Okay, log into your portal.
Okay.
Hold on, it is logging in. Yeah, go to your course, the January course, right? On the left you will see Zoom ID section. Inside Zoom ID section there are two files, Zoom ID and Google Drive link. Google Drive link पे click and copy this link. आपके पास वो सारा डेटा दिख जाएगा। तो ये सारा डेटा, क्लास नोट्स, क्लास PPT, e-books, like that. Okay. Second question, second is online lab. So you might have received an email. उसमें racks.nwkings.com ये सर्च कर लो अपने मेल बॉक्स में, racks.nwkings.com.
I have not got any email regarding it, sir.
You have not got any email. What's your name?
Amir Sohail, sir.
AMIRSOHIL, correct?
Yes, sir.
Amir, spellings are correct? AMIR or double A?
Double A, sir.
Double AMIR, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I will ask the team to send you the credentials. Okay.
So thank you so much, sir.
Okay, I'll just email.
Sir,
Yeah.
Can we make a member server our local server? That's our member server should be a local and it should be a member server of cloud. Can any whether Azure is providing this facility, can we make a local server member server to the cloud server?
You want to make the local server as part of cloud?
Yeah.
That is possible with the
Is it
IBM
possible?
cloud, IBM hybrid cloud. With the help of
Not
IBM
with the
hybrid cloud, you can do it.
But not possible with AWS or Azure or GCS.
No.
Thank you, sir.
Maybe Azure, but
ये क्या है hybrid cloud?
एक नया कंसेप्ट है, मतलब आप अपने कंपनी का हार्डवेयर, अपनी कंपनी के रिसोर्सेज को क्लाउड से अटैच कर सकते हो।
अच्छा।
Okay. Sir, can we make we have got 3 GPU nodes in a cluster. Can we make virtualization to these GPU nodes?
GPU nodes?
Yeah.
Like GPU?
Yeah.
Graphics processing unit?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
No. Because your virtualization will work on x86 platform, right? 64-bit. So we need compute resources. GPU is your general purpose, GPU it is called. General purpose computing, GPU, right?
Yes,
sorry,
sir.
GPU. And your CPU is your compute. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So virtualization can be done on compute. For GPU, it is used for parallel processing.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, it's not possible till now. Maybe in future they release some software where GPU can be used, because GPU has so many cores, right?
Yes.
Like 3000 cores.
Sir, we have got a Tesla from
Tesla,
NVIDIA.
Yeah, Tesla. Oh, that
Yes,
is
sir.
super hardware. Yeah.
Yes, sir, super hardware. But it's not giving the performance. It's a double precision also. Our researchers are using data sets where crores in images get loaded.
Correct.
And the server, it's a supercomputer GPU, and it has got 40 cores. It sometimes shows crash. It shows crashing. It's also crashed by these images. What might
crashed? Okay. So in that case, you need to check few things like the RAM usage, the CPU usage. These two things you have to check.
Sir, we have got double precision. That's 32 GB. And it's a 3.14 Tesla Gold.
I think 32 GB is very less. You should at least have 512 GB minimum.
No, sir, that is 4 into 32.
Achha, 4 into 32. Okay.
Yeah. And I don't know exact what it is, but that cost is 1.75 crores.
Yeah. This is expensive actually.
That's very expensive. But some models are deployed on that GPU node, and they are running very fast. And to some models,
some models are performing slow.
Yes, sir, very slow.
Then someone with Tesla hardware knowledge should be able to help you. I have not worked on Tesla hardware, but I know I have some knowledge, but not the practical knowledge. So someone who has the practical knowledge can help you.
Yes.
Maybe you can check online forums like that.
Yes, I checked, and I take assistance from some of the Linux admin as well who have worked on this, but there is not more material.
Lack of material is there because this is specialized hardware. Not everyone uses it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
If everyone is not using, the documentation is less. Forum question answers are less.
Very less.
Right.
That's the problem.
Yeah. So last thing what you can do is contact NVIDIA and take their help. They will charge you.
Yes, sir. They told me that you have to check whether we are using Jupyter, and we have deployed their modules, TensorFlow.
Right.
Yes, sir. We are using their Librosa, is another one, and we are using CUDA as well.
CUDA programming, yeah.
Yes, sir. We are using these modules.
So I have worked on CUDA, but not other tools.
Yes, sir. But while using the Jupyter with these tools, it's different than we are using in the single precision GPUs.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So yeah,
I solved to some extent by checking online how to use double precision.
Okay.
And it worked, but to some extent.
But again, the thing is, only someone with practical knowledge of Tesla hardware can help you. Okay.
Yes.
Talked about one very important thing, which is called Inode. Let me again, brief you all so that you get some more clarity. Okay. So as I told you yesterday, like if let's say you have a partition of 1 GB. Okay. So in a 1 GB partition, if I'm going to create, empty files, zero size files. Okay. If I'm going to create zero size file, this doesn't mean that I can create unlimited files. Okay. Because technically the information about the file is going to take space. What is the information about the file? The metadata. Okay. Whenever we say a file, okay, a file will have two parts basically. One will be the original data, let's say in the form of 0 and 1. Okay. So this is basically your original data. Okay. And what is the other data? It is called metadata. Okay, now what is this metadata? The properties of the file, like what is the name and what is the size of the file, what are the permissions, okay, and who are the owners, ownership, owner details, okay, like that. There are multiple things. So all these things take up size, sorry. So whenever you create a file, let's say here is the file, the metadata will be stored somewhere here, and this location is actually called inode. Okay, so basically in a 1 GB hard disk, I'm just taking one random example. 1 GB hard disk, there will be around 5 lakh inodes available. Okay, 5 lakh inodes available, which means you can create only 5 lakh files. Okay, so if you want to know how many inodes are available in a partition, you can use the command disk free -h and then I. Okay, it is a new option I. All right, so let me show you disk free -h and then I option. This will give you information about the inodes. This time you are not getting the size. See, there is no size mentioned. यहाँ पे size नहीं आ रहा है. You are getting the details about inodes because of this option I. And the inodes for, let's say, this 1 GB partition. This is a 1 GB partition, right? /boot. You can see only 512,000, almost 5,12,000 inodes are available, out of which 309 are consumed. Remaining are, you can deduct and you will get approximately 512,000 only, maybe little less than 512,000. Okay, this is approximate, not the exact. Okay, so this is how you see how much disk is available. Okay, how much space is available. Let's say you created 5 lakh files on a 1 GB partition. Okay, you created, and those files are of 0 size. Okay, you create 5 lakh files of 0 size. You might think that out of 1 GB, nothing is used, 100% should be free. But no, inodes have been consumed. Inodes have a size, let's say 3 bytes, 10 bytes, like that. So all those inodes combined will make 1 GB size, and that's it. You cannot create any more file. Any more file cannot be created in this 1 GB. Inodes are full. Okay, when inodes go full, even there is a space, even if there is a space like 1 GB, you run the command disk free -h. Okay, and you get the size like 900 MB is available, but inodes are full. 0 inodes are available. If 0 inodes are available, this 900 MB is of no use. You cannot create any more files, not a single file. If 1 inode is available, only 1 file can be created. If 10 inodes are available, only 10 files can be created. So in this output, how many inodes are available for 1 GB? Almost 512K. So more than 5 lakh files can be created. 500,000. Okay.
In practical scenario, is it impossible that inode become full?
Yes, it becomes full. Basically, see, in normal servers, it will never go full. So when it can go full, when you are hosting your own website. Let's say, does anyone have experience of running a website? First of all, you buy a domain name. Okay. Let's say you buy a domain, abc.com, for example. Okay, which costed you around 700 rupees. Okay, for example. Then you have to host this domain on a hosting. So you selected a Linux server based hosting from GoDaddy or BigRock. Right. So in this hosting, you choose the basic plan, which is like 2000 INR per year. Right. So in this, they will tell you, okay, you have unlimited storage. You will have unlimited storage. You can host one website. Okay. You will get SSL security. You will get unlimited bandwidth and storage, you know, so many features. Unlimited storage means you can save unlimited size of data, but they will not tell you that there is a count on the number of files. You can only save up to 10,000 files, for example. This is the file limit, file count limit. So they will set this file count limit on the server, and you think you have unlimited space. You will keep on creating files. You will keep on adding more files to the website. Eventually, whenever the file count crosses 10,000, you will start getting emails from this GoDaddy or hosting company that your disk space is full. When you go back and check, you have unlimited space. Basically, your inodes are full. That's why you will get warning emails. So this is a technique used by hosting companies so that, you know, users don't enjoy this unlimited feature. Okay, so this happens. This is also happening in the companies where, you know, servers are being used by multiple users. Let's say this is a server A, and 100 users are using it. So you want to set a limit for each user, that each user can only create 500 files maximum. Okay, 500 files in /home/username means the home directory. Okay, so we can set this 500 files limit. This is a different concept. It is called quota. Okay, we can set this quota. So users will not be able to create more files than 500. Okay, even if they have 10 GB free in their home directory. Okay, so these are some techniques used for the performance tuning or you know, user tuning, and maybe for hosting companies also they use it, right? Okay, so this was inode. Yeah.
inode का साइज क्या होता है, मिनिमम या मैक्सिमम कितना साइज होता है?
मिनिमम मैक्सिमम नहीं है, एक डेडिकेटेड साइज होता है, आपको बता देता हूँ, होल्ड ऑन. So basically, yeah, sure.
Sir, if a root user creates a for loop, create a files, that's 512K, for example.
Sorry, come again. If any user is using,
that means he has got root permissions. If he creates a for loop to create 512K files, that means empty files. But inodes have been created, and now no inode is left.
Right.
Sir, that means now we can't make any file because
yes,
inodes
correct.
are full.
Yes, because inodes are full.
Sir, what's the fun of this? But we create empty files, and inodes have been allocated.
Okay, let me again show you something. See, if you create an empty file, nothing will be consumed. No size will be consumed on the hard disk. Okay, let's say this is your hard disk. Okay, so if you create a file, let's say file1. Okay, size is 0. Okay,
yes.
0 means there are no binary bits, 0, 1, nothing. Okay, but the information of this file1, what information? Where is the location of file1? Let's say
yes,
/home/ Amit/file1. Yes. This is the location. Then the size is 0. Then the permissions are 644. Ownership is root root group. Okay, so is this data? This has to be saved in the hard disk only. Even
this
if
is metadata.
Yeah, this is metadata.
Yes, sir.
So this has to be saved hard disk. So even if you create a file with 0 size, if the file system format is ext4, which I will tell you later. Okay, if the file system format is ext4, the inode will consume approximately 256 bytes. Okay.
Yes, sir. But there's a limit in the inode creation.
Yes, whenever a partition is created, you will write the partition with the file system. That file system can be ext. Like in Windows, we have FAT32, yes, NTFS. Similarly, in Linux, we have ext, XFS, right? Okay, so whenever you write a file system, automatically some inodes are created as per the size. Let's say if it is a 1 GB size, so 512K inodes will get automatically created.
Yes, sir.
Which means you can only create these many files.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, practically, you will never face this issue that you cannot create a file. Why? Because just you only imagine in a 1 GB size, how much data can you save? You can save up to 100 MP3 files. Okay. Or you can save up to one movie of HD resolution, like 800, 900 MB movie. That's it. Or 100 files, or maybe 200 files maximum. 1 GB is very less, and 5 lakh files limit is too much. You will never cross this limit. You will never reach this limit. Okay. You just imagine in 1 GB, how much can you save? Not more than 10, 20 files. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. So see, inode is a concept. The reason I lay stress on inode is, first of all, you should have understanding the technical approach of how the files are saved, first of all. Secondly, in the interviews, they might ask, what is an inode? Define inode. So you should have ample number of examples to share with the interviewer, so that he is convinced, he or she is convinced that yes, you know it. Okay. At the same time, we need to learn more things about storage. So that's why also we need to learn inode. We need to understand inode. Okay. So inode is nothing. It is just a location in the hard disk which is saving the metadata of any file. If you want to know what is the, see again, inode numbers are unique. If there are 5 lakh inodes, each inode will have a unique number, and no two files can never have a same inode number until and unless we create those files as links, which I will tell you next. Okay. So first of all, let me show you something. ls command. Okay. So ls-li, in my current location, there are so many files. Okay. Just check this file. Let's say error.log. The size is 104 KB. Creation date, timestamp is there. Who is the owner? So this is all data. This all data is stored in inode. It will consume space. Okay. And what is the inode number for error log file? This 345 like that. Okay. Right. So this is the inode number, and you see inode numbers are all unique. Okay. So there is only one case where inode number can be same, which I will tell you in the links section. Okay. All right. So if you want to know what are the details stored in this inode number, okay, you want to know the details. Although you see all the details here, permissions are here, ownership details, size is here, and timestamp is here. There are some more details which are stored. You can use stat command, stat space file name. It was error.log. Okay.
Log.
Okay. Stat error.log. Now you see the data. This is coming from the inode. Inode is holding all these details. Okay. Like what is the file name? What is the size? How many blocks are used for 104 bytes? Okay. I will tell you what is block when we reach storage chapters. Okay. Access means permissions, numerically and symbolically. UID means who is the owner. GID means who is the group owner. All right. So context, this is for security purposes. SE Linux context, it is called. Again, we will learn in the upcoming classes. Access time, modification time, like that. Okay. So all these details are stored in inode number. Yes.
Sir, before 664, it is 0. What's this 0?
Yeah. So 0 is called a special permission. Okay. Like we have just read about these permissions, read, write, execute. Okay. So apart from read, write, execute, there are more permissions, 3 more, which are called special permissions. Okay. Let me hold on. Yeah. I will tell you later, not now. So these are, first of all, SUID, SGID, and sticky. Okay. So don't worry. Don't get confused. I will explain you these 3 later, not now. Okay. It's not the right time. Okay. So this is, and this is called 4. Again, numerically it is 4. This is 2 and this is 1. If no special permission, then it is 0. So whenever we say permissions like 644, so by default it is 0. Okay, because there is no special permission. That's why 0. So 0644 equals to 644. It's one and the same thing. Either you type 0644 or you type 644. It is one and the same thing. Okay, but if you type this 1644, this means different. This is not equal to 644. 644 is different. Okay, and 1644 is different. These two are different permissions. These are same permissions. Okay.
Yes, sir. Sir, is it 2 or 5? You write 5 here as GID.
Sorry, 4 to 1. Okay.
Thank you.
It's 4 and 2 and 1. Okay, 0 means no special permission. All right. So don't worry. I will explain you later. Okay. All right. So, okay, Inodes is clear. Next, come to links. Now, what is a link? Let me compare it with Windows first. See, when in Windows, you know shortcuts. Like I have so many shortcuts on files created. Okay. What exactly is a shortcut? A shortcut is easier way to access any file. Okay. Easier way to access any file. For example, there is a file which is in C drive in Windows. I'm talking about C drive, program files, then maybe Mozilla, and then there is Firefox. Inside Firefox, there is bin directory. Inside bin, there is firefox.exe. Okay. And on daily basis, you have to open Firefox. Then what will you do? Will you go to program files, like go to my computer, C drive, program files, Mozilla, Firefox, like that? You just keep on clicking and then you double click firefox.exe. This is one way of opening Firefox, right? The second way is create a shortcut. Create a shortcut on desktop. Okay. So what will happen? A desktop icon will be created for Firefox. That icon will link to this file. Let me show you how. So do we have Firefox here? No. Okay, we have this Adobe Acrobat DC, right? Adobe Acrobat DC. If I right click, this is a shortcut. If I right click, hold on, yeah, like this, yeah. So I can check the properties. Okay, now I see what is the target. Target means what is the original location. See, the original location is like this so far. So I would hate opening the application from this location every time. I have to go to this location every time and then open it. So better to create a shortcut on desktop. Like, so similarly in Linux, there is a concept of shortcut, but it is called link. Okay, it is called link, and link are of two types. So first type is called soft link, which is exactly like this shortcut. Okay, the shortcut name, and it points to a location. Okay, file location. So shortcut name, which will be pointing to the original location. All right. Second is called a hard link. Okay. Second is called a hard link. So what is hard link actually? See, the drawback of this first option is like, if you remove this original file, the shortcut is of no use. Obviously, if you remove this original file, the shortcut is of no use. It will say not found, like that. Let me show you example in Windows only. Like, hold on. Okay, let me go to this location. So I'm going to create a file here by the name test. All right, maybe a text document, data.txt. Okay, and I have some data here inside. So important data. That's it. Okay. So if I want to open this data.txt, I have to go to C drive, my D drive, personal folder, Ansible classes, Linux, January 22, and then open this. Instead, I can just create a shortcut on desktop. So the option is in Windows, it is send to. desktop, create shortcut. Okay, let me check desktop. Yeah. So data.txt hyphen shortcut has been created. I can rename it also. I can say data. Okay, I can set any name. So data is fine. If I click this data, the original file opens. Fine. If I click this, original file opens. But what if I remove the original file from the location? Okay, let me remove this file. Let me move it to PDF. I have moved it to PDF. Now let me open this data shortcut. Okay, it's opening. Very strange. Let me remove it completely. Okay, it's removed. Open it. Now it says the item data.txt that this shortcut refers to has been deleted. Okay, so basically in this is Windows, it is smart enough to tell you what has happened. But in Linux, you are working on CLI. There is no pop-up. Okay, so CLI will give you an error message in its own way. I will show you how. Okay, so this is the drawback. If the original file is removed, the shortcut is of no use. Okay, technically in Linux terminology, the soft link, okay, the soft link will be of no use if the original file is gone or has been moved from the original location, right? So this is a drawback. So how to fix this drawback? This drawback can be fixed only in one way. Let me first show you how diagrammatically. So let's say there is file 1. Okay, and you want to create a kind of a shortcut such that even if you remove this file, the shortcut is still working. Okay, so shortcut still works. So that is called, in Linux, this is called hard link. Okay, so let me explain you the concept. Let's say this is file 1. Okay, and this is the inode of file 1. If I want to create a hard link, what will I do? I will create a hard link, and that hard link is created somewhere here. And you know what? This hard link will be sharing the same inode. So this inode is being shared among these two files. Okay. So this inode is going to be shared among this file and this file. And this file name I can set as data, anything. So whenever I open this data file, I will get the details from file 1. Even if I remove the file 1, what will happen? Inode is still there, which means I can still open the file because inode is still there. Okay, till the inode is available, data can be retrieved. So basically hard links are used for backups, were used for backups. Okay, not anymore. Why? Because in industry, backup solutions are there. So many softwares have been developed for taking backups. Okay, backups of servers. So hard links are no longer used for backups. But yes, for your own reference, if you want to create a backup of any important file, create a hard link. That's it. Create a hard link in your home directory, maybe. That's it. Job is done. Even if that file is removed, you can get the data of the file from that hard link because inode will be still there. How will the inode go? Inode will be removed even if you when you delete these two files. Okay, when you delete these two files, this inode will be gone. Then data cannot be recovered. The only possibility is send the hard disk to the data recovery center, which will charge you something in thousands or $1 million. Okay, they will give you a bill. Okay, so it's like that. So
सॉफ्ट लिंक में सर आइनोड नहीं होता फिर इसमें?
मैं बताता हूँ सॉफ्ट लिंक क्या होता है, डायग्रामेटिकली भी दिखा देते हैं. Now the same thing for soft link. Let's say there is, again, there is a file 1 and which is created inside /home /student /data /dir /file1. This is the location, very long path. Okay, You decide to create a shortcut in desktop. So shortcut name, let's say data. Now this is a soft link. You create a shortcut. Shortcut is called soft link. Now what will happen on the hard disk? So this is for file 1. Okay. And here is the inode for file 1. Okay. And here is your shortcut file. Maybe it is called data. Okay. And here is the inode for data. Okay. This is the inode for data. So this data file is actually referring to this location, not inode. It is referring to this location. If this file is gone or it has been moved to some other location, then what will happen? This data file will be no longer be able to access file 1 and you will get an error. Okay, you will get error on the screen. So in soft link, there are two different inodes. In a hard link, the inode is common, shared among both the files. Okay, this is how we retain both the files. Okay, so let us check the commands and the outputs. You will get some more idea. Okay, to create a soft link, the command is ln. Okay, ln-s will create a soft link. Okay, -s for soft link. If you want to create a hard link, ln, that's it. ln means link. Okay, so what is the complete command? ln-s. First of all, you will name the soft link. Okay, let's say name, and then the original location. Okay, same goes for hard link. You give a name to the hard link, and then what is the original location of file? Okay, original location of file. Okay, ln is the command. That's it. So let us create some hard links and soft links. First of all, soft link. So let's say there is a file inside cd/usr. Let me become root. cd/usr share doc, and inside doc maybe Apache. Is there anything about Apache? No. HTTP. Okay, HTTP we have. Inside HTTP, no, nothing. Inside HTTP -tools, nothing, empty. Okay, we have something. Okay, so inside this there is a file by the name notice. Okay. So there is a file by the name notice. Okay, the path to this file is /usr share doc http-tools and then notice. Okay, I want to create a shortcut of this notice file to users home directory, student users home directory. Okay, or maybe root users home directory. So what will I say? I will say ln-s inside root users home directory, create a file by the name, let's say data. And the original file is /usr share doc httpd-docs -tools and then notice. Press enter. Oh, sorry, I gave you the incorrect information. First, you have to mention the original file. Okay, first the original file and then the name of the soft link /root/data. Okay, it has been created. Let me write it here also. First of all, the original file path, complete path, and then the name. Okay, cd/root ls. You see data file here? Yes. ls-l. You see data file here? So this data file is a little bit different because if you see from the left, the first character is L. You see this L? L means this is a link. Clearly it is telling you that this is a link, a soft link. L is for soft link. And you will not see H. There is nothing like H in Linux. Basically, if there is a hard link, you will not be able to identify it like this. Okay, to identify a hard link, there is another method. So L means it is a link. So data is just a name. It is pointing to this file. If I open cat data, that file will get opened, that notice file. This is the data of that notice file. Okay. And you can see it from here also, ls-l. Data is pointing to this original file. If I remove this original file, then what? Okay, I'm going to remove it. All right. So rm space, yes, remove it. I have removed the file ls-l. Now the data link is telling you that the original file is missing. It is blinking, it is red in color. So basically trying to give you warning that the original file is missing. The link is of no use. When you say cat data, no such file or directory. Okay, so this is how you create shortcuts in Linux. Soft link is called a shortcut. Okay. All right. Soft link is also called a symbolic link. Don't get confused. Soft link or symbolic link. हाँ जी.
कंफ्यूज हो गया सर.
कंफ्यूज क्यों हो गए? तो शॉर्टकट आप समझते हो ना विंडोज में? हेलो.
यस सर, शॉर्टकट समझते हैं सर.
हाँ तो भाई शॉर्टकट जो हमने बनाया है,
यस सर.
अगर ओरिजिनल फाइल को रिमूव करोगे तो शॉर्टकट चलेगा? जैसे मैंने
नो सर,
नहीं चलेगा ना, तो लाइनक्स में कैसे चल जाएगा? जब विंडोज में नहीं चल सकता तो लाइनक्स में भी नहीं चलेगा. अब विंडोज में तो GUI है, वहां पे आपको सब साफ साफ दिखता है, एरर बॉक्स दिखता है, डायलॉग बॉक्स आते हैं. CLI पे कैसे दिखेगा आपको? वार्निंग कैसे दिखेगी? CLI का अपना तरीका है वार्निंग दिखाने का. CLI बता रहा है जो ये आपने डेटा नाम का शॉर्टकट बनाया था वो अब यूजेबल नहीं रहा. क्यों? क्योंकि ओरिजिनल फाइल है ही नहीं. ओरिजिनल फाइल अपनी लोकेशन पे नहीं है. ओरिजिनल फाइल का नाम क्या है? देखो लास्ट में लिखा है नोटिस. ये नोटिस फाइल इस पाथ पे नहीं है, इसीलिए ये ब्लिंक कर रहा है और आपको वार्निंग दे रहा है कि ये डाटा लिंक अब यूजेबल नहीं रहा, इसको रिमूव कर दो. आई कैन रिमूव दिस डेटा लिंक. ओके, दैट्स इट, गॉन. हमारा शॉर्टकट भी हमने डिलीट कर दिया. ठीक है. सो नेक्स्ट इज हार्ड लिंक. हाउ टू क्रिएट अ हार्ड लिंक? अगेन सेम थिंग. Let me go to that same location and use the different file.
सर सॉफ्ट लिंक डायरेक्टरी में भी कर सकते हैं क्या?
हाँ, ये देखो ना, let me go to /cd/ls-l. आपको यहाँ क्या दिख रहे हैं? कितने सॉफ्ट लिंक दिख रहे हैं यहाँ पे?
ये बिन वाला है.
यस, बिन वाला है, फिर लिब है, फिर lib64, फिर sbin. तो लिब किसको पॉइंट कर रहा है?
3 है सर.
4 है. 4. एक ये है, 2 ये है और एक टॉप में है. तो बिन किसको पॉइंट कर रहा है? USR डायरेक्टरी, उसके अंदर एक बिन डायरेक्टरी, इसको पॉइंट कर रहा है. ठीक है. बिन के अंदर फिर सारी कमांड्स हैं. सिमिलरली लिब किसको पॉइंट कर रहा है? लिब डायरेक्टरी को. ऑलराइट. सो अगर मैं लिखूं, देखो आपको याद है कि ls कमांड जो है या कोई भी कमांड वो बिन के अंदर मिल जाती है. तो पूरा पाथ क्या बनता है? /usr/bin/ls. आप ऐसे ls कमांड चलाएंगे तो आउटपुट आएगा. ये आउटपुट आ गया है. मैं ऐसे भी चला सकता हूँ /bin/ls, तब भी चल गया. क्यों चल गया ये /bin? क्योंकि
बिन के अंदर,
क्योंकि /bin एक्चुअली एक शॉर्टकट है. ओके, विच इज पॉइंटिंग टू दिस ओरिजिनल लोकेशन. तो अगर मैं bin लिखता हूं तो बैकग्राउंड में USR bin ही कंसीडर किया जाएगा. अगर मैं lib लिखता हूं CD lib, तो बैकग्राउंड में /usr/lib ही कंसीडर किया जाएगा.
आपने जो फिर ls के पीछे से किया है, मतलब बैक साइड से, मतलब आपने ls के /bin/then
मैंने दोनों करके दिखाया है. You can run a command from the original location also, /bin/ls. चल गया कमांड, बट यहाँ पे कलर्स नहीं दिखे. कलर्स दिखाने के लिए एक ls की ऑप्शन होती है, -color COLOR = auto. एंटर करोगे तो कलर्स भी आएंगे. अगर आपको लॉन्ग लिस्ट फॉर्मेट में चाहिए, /bin/ls-l color auto आ गया. सेम आउटपुट आ रहा है. तो व्हाट डू यू थिंक? आपको ऐसे कमांड चलानी चाहिए इतना कॉम्प्लेक्स करके, या सिर्फ ls लिखो और काम हो जाए? है ना. तो यहीं पे बैश प्रोग्राम काम आता है. बैश प्रोग्राम का यही काम है जो ये कमांड आपने लिखी है इसकी ओरिजिनल लोकेशन ढूंढना, वहां पे जाना और उस फाइल को एग्जीक्यूट करना। नहीं तो आप खुद जाओगे /usr bin /ls और फिर ऑप्शंस भी लिखोगे यहाँ पे फिर साथ साथ -l हाइफन, राइट। तो ये है पूरा कंसेप्ट, ठीक है। नेक्स्ट इज योर हार्ड लिंक। लेट मी अगेन create a hard link first. ln space the path to the original file /usr doc httpd -tools and then there is a file by the name license. Okay, इस फाइल का हम हार्ड लिंक बनाने वाले हैं। And the hard link I will save as /root /hard link. Okay, press enter. It has been created. ls-l and c. Sorry, let me go to root. ls-l. So this hard link has been created, but what is the type of this file? Hyphen. The first character is hyphen. Hyphen means it is a normal regular text file. Okay, so let me open this file, cat hard link, and this is the data which is coming from that license file. Okay, so even if I remove that license file, this will be retained, data will be retained. Okay, before that, let me show you the hard link and the license files inode number. ls-li hard link. Okay, ls-li /usr doc share doc httpd -tools -license. So what do you see? The inode of license file is same as inode of hard link file. Okay, even if you remove this file, the inode is still there, the data can be retrieved. Let me remove this file. Okay, rm space, that's it, it is gone, the file is gone. Cat hard link, I can still see the data. This is a very good way of keeping a backup, secret backup. All right, so these are two things. Again, hard links are not that much used. You will be using soft link, or they are also called symbolic links. Okay, time and again. Again, depends on the requirements. Let's say application team is saying install operating system and install this application and create a shortcut or a soft link in this location. That's it. You can use ln command. Okay, any questions?
Hard links ये इसमें directory में जाता है ना इसमें create.
Yes, you can create a hard link for a directory also. You can create links for anything, directory or a file, anything. Okay. Now coming to wildcards. Okay.
Sir, in a hard link, no new inode is created, but in a soft link,
no. Yes, a new inode will be created for soft
yes.
link. Correct. Absolutely right.
Sir, में differences क्या होंगे? मतलब जैसे अगर differences पूछ लें interview में.
See, अगर interview में पूछते हैं differences, one major difference is even if you remove the original file, the hard link will be able to retrieve the data because inode is still there. In case of soft link, when you remove the original file, the soft link is unusable. Okay. तो अगर उन्होंने ये क्वेश्चन पूछा है तो आपसे वो 10 चीजें और पूछेंगे, फिर अच्छा बताओ inode क्या होता है, inode में क्या क्या सेव होता है, डिटेल्स कैसे देखोगे। तो मैं आपको ऑलरेडी बता चुका हूँ, stat कमांड है, ls-li disk free -hi, all these things you can just tell them. All right, now coming to the wildcards. Wildcards are basically if you want to create a pattern within a command, you can use a wildcard. Pattern, for example, let me create example first of all. Okay, cd test. Yeah, we have a pattern. So what do you see? You see a pattern like file 10, file 11, file. The first 4 letters are file. After that, there are some numbers. Okay. Let's say I want to delete all the files starting with file 1. How many files will be deleted? File 10 will be deleted. File 11 will be deleted. Okay. So let's say I want to delete all the files starting with let me create first. Okay, so many files. So let's say you want to delete all the files starting with file1, all the file names starting with file1. तो कितनी delete हो जाएंगी? देखो कितनी सारी हैं यहाँ पे, right? So if you want to delete files starting with, let's say, file3,
8 बचेगा सर, सब चला गया।
नहीं, यहाँ तक सब, यहाँ तक रहेगा।
Only 8,
लास्ट 2 rows में से ही रहेगा
8 बचेगा,
8 9 2
सर वो सब चला।
राइट। अगर 1 मैंने लिख दिया file1, so how to type that thing? अगर आपको इतना सब काम करना है बल्क में, if you want to do this operation, how will you do it? You have to use a wildcard. For example, rm hyphen, sorry, not hyphen, rm file file1 star. Okay, so file1 star means any file name starting with file1. After that, it can be anything. Star means single or multiple characters. Okay, single or more, one or more characters. Okay, it doesn't matter that after 1 there is only 1 digit or 2 digit or 3 digits. Okay, so if I run this, so I have to use one option, -f. Otherwise it will keep on asking, are you sure, are you sure, and I have to press y. -f means don't ask me, just delete. It is done. ls-l, all the file names starting with file1 are gone. Okay, if you want to copy all the files file names starting with file2, I want to copy all the files file name starting with 2 star in /tmp. Okay, those have been copied. ls-l/tmp. So file 20, file 200, and file 22, all those are copied. Okay, so this is how you are going to use wildcard. So the first wildcard is star. It represents 0 or more characters. And okay, one more example. Right now in my current location, there are so many files. Now, how to delete all files? Can anyone tell me? So with rm-f command, how can I delete all the files?
Star.
Yeah, no, not star, because in this file name, do you see any dot? The file name is file22. It's not file22.txt. We will use dot if there is something before dot and after dot, like file1.txt, then file2.txt, and we need to delete them all. Then I will say star dot star. Okay, and you know what? When you're deleting everything, you don't even need this star dot star. Why? Star means 1 or more. So you can just include every file with using just 1 star. That's it. Even if the file is file.txt, file.pdf, or maybe data.txt, anything, all the things will be deleted. Before this, let me create some more files. Touch data.
Sir, can we?
Yeah.
Sir, star we write sometimes star for all. That means
All.
with
Yes, star
all.
means all also. Yeah, star means 1 or more characters.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so now I have so many files. File names are different, starting with chapter 1, data 1, file 1, like that. Okay, I want to delete all these files. I don't want to mention any pattern. Okay, I don't want to mention. If I want to delete chapter 1 files, or sorry, file names starting with chapter, then I will say rm-r chapter star. These file only will get deleted, right? But this time I say all files. The command is simple. rm-f means forcefully. Star means everything. And you see everything is gone. ls-l 0. Okay, nothing is here. फिर से बोलो।
जो चैप्टर वाली ओनली मतलब रिमूव करनी थी,
चैप्टर वाली रिमूव करनी है तो rm-f chapter star, that's it. All the files starting with this name chapter will be gone. जिस फाइल पे भी चैप्टर, जिस फाइल का भी नाम चैप्टर से शुरू हो रहा है, वो सारी फाइल्स डिलीट हो जाएंगी. ओके
मैंने गलती से एक अलग लोकेशन क्यों डाल दी, बहुत सारी तो हटा रहा हूं.
और यूज दिस कमांड केयरफुली, rm-f star. अगर आप एक गलत लोकेशन पे चलाएंगे देन एवरीथिंग इज गॉन. ओके, यू हैव टू रीइंस्टॉल द ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम और send the hard disk to recovery, data recovery. Okay, always use this rm command very carefully. Don't use -f with root. For example, I'm telling you. Okay, otherwise I don't use -f with root. Okay, second wildcard is question mark. Question mark represents single character, which means, let me create some files. Touch A, touch BC, touch DEF. So I have 3 files here: file A, file BC, and file DEF. Similarly, let me create more files. Okay, so 3 more files. So I have a file which has only single character, a file name which has only single character. I have some files with only 2 characters in the name, and some files in which have only 3 characters in the name. Let's say you just want to delete all those files with which have only 2 characters. Okay, so rm, or you want to list those files, ls-l question mark enter. Question mark, single question mark represents 1 character. Second question mark represents the second character. So only those files which have 2 characters in their name are being displayed. If I say single question mark, those files having single character in their name are displayed. If I say 3 question marks, all files having 3 characters in their name are being displayed. If I can ls, I can remove also, I can copy also, I can move, I can do anything. Okay, so this is question mark, which represents single character. Okay, add multiple question marks, so the number of question marks equals to the pattern. Okay, so 3 question marks means 3 characters, single 1, 2 question marks, 2 characters. Okay, then we have square brackets. It is basically used.
Sir, 4 character हुआ तो sir?
Sorry,
4 character हुआ तो?
4 character हुआ तो 4. अभी ऐसा कुछ है ही नहीं मेरे सिस्टम में, मुझे बनाना पड़ेगा. Touch A B C D and then I can use ls-l.
मतलब जितना कैरेक्टर होगा उतना ये क्वेश्चन मार्क्स देना होगा ना?
हाँ. और वैसे देखो, ये आपकी नॉलेज के लिए, आप क्वेश्चन मार्क्स ज्यादा नहीं यूज करेंगे. यू आर गोइंग टू यूज स्टार एट मैक्स. Okay, so going forward we are going to do multiple examples where I will use this star. So basically I'm preparing for the upcoming classes. Okay, because in the upcoming classes I'm going to do so many things. I will be using wildcards, I will be using special permissions, I'll be doing so many things. So at that time things should be clear. Okay, so I'm just preparing you for the upcoming classes. All right, and then square brackets, this basically represents a range of characters. Let's say you want to list all those files. You want to list all those files which start with A and which start with X. Can you do this using star or question mark? List all those files which are starting with X or A. With brackets we can do it. ls-l in the square brackets A space X and then star. Anything after A, anything after X, all those files should be listed. So file starting with A, single character A is also valid. File A, B, D, C, this is also fine. It is starting with A. Another file XY, this is also fine. It is starting with X. Another XYZ, it is also fine. Okay, so this is again a kind of it is a wildcard, and it is used to mention a range specifically. Okay. Again, these are just for fun, to be honest, because practically you are going to use wildcards in shell scripting. Okay. In commands, I don't think you are going to use. And the last one is this one, double dot. Double dot means you can use it here, touch, file, or maybe let's say chapter. In the curly braces, just mention the starting range. Let's say chapter 10 to chapter 20, you want to create files. So chapter 10 dot dot 20. So this is the range, 10, 11, 12 till 20 it will go. So all the files will be created, chapter 10, chapter 11, okay. ls command, you see chapter 11, 10 is also here, 12, 13, 14 till 20, all files are created. Okay. All right, so any questions here?
ये जो HCL sign था सर, sorry, sign of interrogation, ये only files को list करेगा.
Which one? फिर से बोलो.
ये sign of interrogation अपने ls ये वाला represent single character. ये only files वाला करेगा ना, ऊपर वाला.
Question mark.
Yes, question mark.
अच्छा. Question mark can represent basically, let me see, mkdir a, not a, actually t. Okay. ls, yeah. तो ls-l single character. तो यहाँ पे t भी आ रहा है और a और w भी आ रहा है. If you want to just get the details, ls-ld भी कर सकते हैं आप. तो a आया, t के अंदर नहीं गया, बस t की ही properties दिखा दी हैं, and w भी आ गया. Yes, Ejaz, any question?
Sir, we created 10 files with the name chapter.
Correct.
Can we move all the 10 files at once by using a single command?
Yeah, mv chapter star to /tmp, and it's gone. Okay, all the files starting with the name chapter are gone.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so this basically means star means anything. It can be single character, double digit, triple digit, anything. We're going to talk about this ACL. So what is ACL? See, when we talk about Linux security, first thing which comes in mind is file permissions, right?
Yes, sir.
So in file permissions, we have read, write, and execute, right? And we have some ownership, the owner of the file, and the group owner of the file, and others. So read, write, execute is applied on these three entities or objects, you can say, right?
Yes, sir.
There is another thing in file permission, which is called ACL. All right. So ACL is nothing, just giving permission to any user which falls in the category of other, but without changing the permission of other. Okay. अगर किसी को अलग से permission देना है without changing the other permissions, so we can use ACL. For example, there is a file1.txt. Okay, and the permissions are like this. It says -rwx r-x r-x. So the how do you analyze these permissions? Obviously, the first three are for the owner, right?
Yes,
Another three are for the group. Another three are for the others, right?
Yes.
So let's say the owner of the file is root user. Okay, the group owner is also root group.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and there is a user by the name student. Okay, just hold on. Voices, yeah. So there is a user by the name student. Student will obviously fall in the category of other, right? So
Yes,
what is the permission of other? Read and execute. But student here wants write permission as well. Okay, if student wants to write, okay, if student wants to write, then there are two ways. First way is change permission for others. Okay, second, apply ACL only for student user. Okay, this the first option you can use chmod command, right? You can do chmod. others equals to RWX. Okay, which means others will now have read, write, and execute permission. If it is a file, let us remove X. X is not required on our file. So this is more meaningful permission, right? So we can say for others, read, write hyphen. Okay, on which file? File1.txt. Okay, but now this is not the correct way of doing it. If only student user wants to have write permission, we cannot change others permission. This way we are giving right to all of the other users, student as well. Okay, including student, we are going to give write permission on this file for all the other users as well, which is not recommended. It is kind of a security breach. Okay, because you are going to give write permission maybe on a sensitive file for others, which means anyone can modify the contents, which is not right. If you want to give write permission only to only to student user, which falls in the category of other, then you can use ACL. This is the correct way of doing. Okay, so now the question is how to use ACL or how to apply ACL. ACL means access control list. Okay, in any file there can be access control list applied, which means you can define you are the root user or the file owner. Okay, if you are the root user or the file owner, you can decide who can have separate permissions or special permissions. Okay, so first of all, let us have a look at the commands. The first command is get FACL. Okay, get FACL will tell you if ACL has been applied. Okay, so let me show you first of all on the virtual machine.
Sir, can we
Yes,
say
yes.
that? Hello.
Yeah, please,
Sir,
yeah.
Sir, in CCNA we use ACL. That's a rule which is used to filter the traffic.
Correct.
There it's based on IP.
Correct.
Here the difference lies that here it's based on permissions.
Username and permission. Correct.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's the same as.
Yeah, it is the same.
Yes, sir.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay. So yeah, ACL, if you know CCNA, you might recognize ACL is access control list. It is applied on the networking side differently. It is applied on the operating system side differently. In the operating system side, file and users are involved. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. So let me first of all show you what is the ACL for file10.txt. Before that, have a look at this line again. File10.txt. Obviously, you remember these things. These are permissions. Then you see this dot. Okay. This dot means no ACL applied. Immediately, I can see no ACL has been applied. If ACL has been applied, what do you see instead of dot? You will see plus sign. Okay. You will see a plus sign like this. All right. So still, let me show you if any ACL has been applied on file10.txt. So get FACL space file10.txt. Press enter. You see some things like who is the what is the file name? Who is the owner of the file? Which group is the group owner of the file? Okay. And then for the users, group and others, what are the permissions applied, which are read write hyphen, read write hyphen, read hyphen hyphen, which is exactly the same, read write hyphen or 664. Okay. Numerically 664 is the permission. We are seeing the same details. No ACL applied because we don't see any other username here. Okay. So now how to apply a ACL? Let me create a file in /temp. Okay. So touch file10.txt, in /temp. Okay. This file will be created. So ls-l /temp file10.txt. Okay. The same things are here. Okay. No ACL applied. You see this dot, same permissions, everything. Now there is a user, maybe Amit user. Let me find ID Amit. Yes, no such user. Koi baat nahi. Let me create user add Amit, pass WD Amit. Group exist. Okay. अच्छा बना ही नहीं user.
Sorry, sir. Can I ask
Yes, please.
Sir, we use here user add Amit password Amit. Can we add a description here, just like this?
Yes, you can do it.
Yes, sir.
Let me show you. Okay, so how to add a user along with the description, or we can say comment.
Yes,
user add -g I'm mentioning because Amit user group name. Amit group name is already existing. That's why I have to mention -g. Okay. Hyphen capital G wheel group so that Amit user can use sudo. -c in double quotes. I will mention this is a test user or like that. Okay. I can say Amit test user. Okay.
This is the description here.
Yeah, this is the description or comment.
Okay,
Space,
sir.
the name of the user. The user has been created. How to verify? Just grab Amit from passwd file.
Yes, sir, we did this.
Okay, now
yeah,
you see this description has been added, right?
Thank you, sir.
Okay, passwd Amit, Red Hat. Okay, so user has been added. This let me become this Amit user, su-Amit. All right, I become Amit user, and let me go to cd/temp. I see that there is file10.txt. Okay, let me see if I can edit this file vi file10.txt. Look at the bottom, it says read only file. Even if I try to save the changes, it will say read only options set, which means I cannot save this file, right? So let me quit. Okay, I will ask student user or root user to please give me access, ACL access, okay, so that I'm able to write. So what you can do as a system admin is just run this command, set facl. Okay, the command is set facl space -m. -m means modify. You're going to modify some things regarding permissions. Okay, then in double quotes we have to mention a format. Format is, if you are going to add a user, okay, you will say u colon means user. Then you will mention the username Amit colon. Then you will mention the permissions you want to give. Let's say read write hyphen. Okay, whatever permission is missing, we will say hyphen, and this becomes read write hyphen. Okay, so I'm going to give read and write access to Amit user on which file? File10. So in the end, file10.txt. This is my complete command. Okay, similarly, if you want to give read write or any other permission to a group name, let's say there is a group by the name staff. Okay, so set facl -m in double quotes. The format will be, for group name we will first say g means group, g colon group name is staff, staff colon what permissions you want to give, read write hyphen, sorry, in correct order, read write hyphen, and then the file name. Okay, all right. And if you want to remove all the ACLs, see, if you want to remove all the ACLs, then you will say set facl -b and then file name, file10.txt. You can remember b as back to normal, like that. Okay, so you can use these options. So let us first use the first one. Okay, so I am going to give read write access to Amit user. Okay, let me become root on the another tab. Okay, so I'm root right now, cd/tmp ls-l. So here is this file10.txt. Okay, right now student is the owner, student group is the owner group owner, and read write 644 is the current permission. For others it is only read. Okay, so set facl -m in double quotes u colon Amit colon read write hyphen, file name is file10.txt. Okay, enter. Now let me first verify using get facl. Okay, get facl file10.txt. Now you see all the details are fine, but you see additional thing, user : Amit : read write hyphen. So now this is how you identify if any user has been added to the ACL. Okay. If I do ls-l, ls-l, the file name, you will notice this plus sign here. Okay, just after permissions, you will notice this plus sign. Plus sign means ACL has been applied. So it's better to check what has been applied, get FACL command. Okay, if you see a plus sign, it's better to check and just make it a habit. Okay, so that you know what is going on. Okay. All right, so this is how we applied. Okay, now let us test also. We have applied the read write to Amit user. So can Amit make the modifications now? Vi file 10.txt. Now I don't see any message at the bottom of the screen, right? Let me try to edit the file, save it. It's done. File has been saved. Cat file 10.txt. Yeah, this is the garbage that I typed. Okay. All right. So sorry. Similarly, we can add a group also. Let me find if there is a staff group or not. Grep staff from etc group. Yes, there is a group by the name staff where 2 users have been added, user 2 and student user. Okay, let me become user 2 here just for the verification afterwards. Okay. User 2. Okay, yeah, user 2 is there. cd/temp. Okay, ls-l file 10.txt. Just yeah. Okay, so now let us add this staff group in the ACL. Set FACL -m, and then in double quotes we will start with G : staff : read write hyphen. Okay, and then file 10.txt. All right, so let us see the permissions again. ls-l file 10.txt. You see this student group has a read write permission. Other than student group, there is no other group that you see here, right? Obviously, only one group can have the ownership of the file. But using ACL, I have given the ownership of this file 10 to another group also. Okay, again, you see a plus sign here. Just check get FACL on this file 10. You see this group staff read write. Okay, so don't be surprised if any other user is able to access the file which you created, which is very secret. Might be someone has, given the ACL also. So it's better to see this plus sign on important files. Okay. So now on this file 10.txt, all the users who are part of staff group can read and write. Amit user can also read and write. So user 2 is part of staff group. I'm user 2 right now. So vi file 10.txt. Can I make the changes? Okay. Save and exit. Done. Okay. File has been edited. All right. So this is ACL. If you want to remove all the ACLs, then set FACL -b. Simple. Okay. And then the file name. All gone. ls-l to verify. File 10.txt. Do you see plus sign anymore? No. There is only dot, which means no ACL applied. Okay. All right.
B stand for?
Sorry?
B stand for?
B means remove all the ACLs. You can remember this B as back to normal. Okay.
Back to normal.
You can just remember like that, or let me show you the complete list. Like set FACL -help. Whenever you get confused, you want to remember option, you can just check what is the complete definition of that option, right? So -help will tell you everything. So -b means remove all, basically. So see, if I remember remove all, I will remember -r. Okay, so it's better. That's why I said you can remember it like -b means back to normal. Okay, so it says remove all extended ACL entries, right?
And sir, F means set F ACL. F
set F ACL. There is no option here.
F means क्या होता है सर? वो आप लिखते हैं set F ACL लिखते हैं तो F क्या होता है बीच में?
एक है कमांड get FACL, दूसरी है कमांड set
हाँ, तो सर
FACL.
इसमें F क्या होता है?
ये पूरी कमांड है, एक वर्ड है, ये वर्ड है पूरा. अच्छा, कमांड याद रखने के लिए कह रहे हैं आप F क्या होता है?
यस सर.
चलो इसका ये तो मेरे को तो अच्छा क्वेश्चन है, मैंने भी नहीं ध्यान दिया. लेट मी सी. Man set FACL. Let us see. Okay, it says set file access. F means file.
Oh, yes.
FACL means file access control list. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So set FACL, get FACL. All right. Okay, let me ask you one question now. It is very easy. Okay. So you know this like get FACL. Hold on. Let me show you the output. File10.txt. Can anyone answer me? What happened? Acha, I removed. Let me add the FACL. Set FACL -m u Amit read write hyphen on file10.txt. Okay, so now let me show you. Okay, so this is the output of get FACL. You have noticed that user Amit has read write access. Okay, so can you modify the user's Amit's read write to read? Can you modify it using FACL? Anyone? What should I type to revoke this write permission?
Modify.
Sir, set FACL -m.
Okay, set FACL -m and then
into bracket.
Yeah.
User.
U colon Amit colon.
RW
permission.
No, I'm saying I want to remove W.
R hyphen hyphen.
R hyphen hyphen, sir.
Correct, absolutely right. So R hyphen hyphen. If I want to remove Amit user from this ACL, if I want to remove this Amit user from ACL, or sorry, I don't want to give read permission also to this Amit user, I will say triple hyphen, right?
Yes, sir.
So this is how you can manipulate, right? Okay, so this is ACL, not very big a topic, but yes, you might need to apply ACLs once in a while when required. Okay, and that too only application team will tell you what to do. See, as a system admin, it's not you who will decide if you want to apply the ACL or not. Application team or the user of the server will tell you, please add the ACL like that. Okay. All right, so these are the commands which we discussed. Okay, now coming to the another part of security, file level security, which is called special permissions. Okay, again the same thing. As a part of Linux security, in file permissions, we have the third thing which is called special permissions. Okay. All right. So before I explain you, there are basically three special permissions. So before I explain you all the three special permissions, I will first of all show you some examples. Then it will be easier for you to understand. Okay. So first example I'm going to do is I'm going to run a command using root user or using a user by username student. Okay. So as a student user, I'm going to run a command passwd. Okay. What will happen? The system will ask for a password. All right, it will ask for the password on the screen. But what is happening in the background? So this passwd command is running as a process. Okay, this passwd command will run as a process in background. Okay, so in the foreground, you will see a prompt. Please enter the password like that. But in the background, this passwd command is running as a process. Okay, so basically, if you want to check what is running in the background in Linux operating system, you have a command ps. Okay, so ps can tell you what is running in the background. Hold on. So when you run ps command, it will tell you some multiple things like who has started the process. Okay, what is the process ID? Okay, what is the process ID and what is the process name? These are three essential things which ps command will tell you. So ps hyphen ef, this is the option which will give you these three things. Okay, who has started the process, what is the process ID, okay, and what is the name of the process. If student user is running a process, then we should get something like this. Student user space process ID may be 2233 space the process name is what, passwd, right? Passwd, it should look something like this. Okay, let me show you first the output. This is the normal behavior of operating system. Okay, so let me run something. No, with student user I should run. Yeah. See, there is a command sleep. If after sleep you can mention seconds like 100 seconds. So what will happen? My terminal will sleep for 100 seconds. I will not be able to type anything. Okay, so let me run this command sleep. Okay, so this is running for 100 seconds. In the other tab, as a user 2 or some other user, I'm running this ps command to just check what is running in the background. So ps-ef, and then I'm going to grep sleep because it is a very lengthy output. See, it is a very lengthy output. So although I can see sleep here, this is run by student user, right? ये जो sleep command चली है 100 seconds की, ये किसने चलाई है? Student user ने. So मैं grep भी कर सकता हूँ. ps-ef grep sleep. Okay. So now we see here, student user has run this sleep command for 100 seconds, right? So this is normal behavior. Whatever the user is doing, we can see with the help of ps command, right? ps-ef, it will show you what is running in the background. Okay, this was just to explain you what happens, what is the default behavior. Now coming to the special permission example. How to come out of this sleep? Control C. Control C means terminate the command or stop the execution of the command. Control C. Okay, so now coming to the special permission. Now I am going to run another command. Okay, and let us check the output.
grep भी तो है ना, क्या सर स्टॉप कर दिया ना परमिशन
नहीं, grep तो सिर्फ ढूंढता है वर्ड को. किसी पैराग्राफ में से कुछ वर्ड ढूंढना है तो आप कैसे क्या करेंगे? या तो आप पूरा पैराग्राफ पढ़ोगे या तो grep को बोलो कि ढूंढ के लाके दे, तो वो ये काम करता है grep. ठीक है, तो now I'm going to run another command which is passwd. It is used to change the password, right? So passwd enter. So in the foreground, command is saying changing the password of user student. What is the current password? So it is waiting for the input, which means execution has not stopped. It is the command is still executing. So let me go to another tab. Let me run this ps-ef command. Okay, and I will grep this passwd. So do you see this line? So this is the passwd process running in the background. But who has started this process? You see user root. But wait, student user has started the process, not root user. Then why I see root here? Okay, so basically a special permission has been applied on passwd file. This is the reason the owner of the file is listed in ps-ef command. Okay, the owner of the file is root. That's why we say root user has started. Okay, so let me show you this file also. Let me come out of the execution, control C, ls-l/usr bin passwd. Okay, so what is the permission here? This is different. RWS. Did I teach you S regarding S permission? No. So this is RWS R-X, R-X. So whenever you see this S in the user permission field, okay, so let me write it also. So there are three permissions basically. The first is called SUID, set UID. Okay, set user ID, and you will see S in user permission field. Okay, example. Okay, like this S. So RWS, this S means SUID has been applied. Okay, when SUID has been applied, just notice who is the owner of the file and what is the file name. So file name is passwd, it is a command, and who is the owner? Root owner. So if any user is running this passwd command, so operating system will think that root user is running the command every time. Why? Because SUID has been applied. So this is the behavior of SUID. Okay. So whenever you apply this special permission on any file, that file will execute as if the owner is executing. Okay. Who is the owner of passwd? Root. So that is why we see root in PS command, right? So normally this special permission is used by developers if they are creating a command or they're programming a command. Okay. So normally as a system admin, it is very rare that someone will ask you to apply SUID on any file. Okay. All right. Okay. So PS command is used to check what is running in the background, right? So if you want to see more details on PS, you can just go man PS. Okay, so it is like report a snapshot of the current processes. Okay, PS you can just remember as process. Okay. All right. So this is the first permission, special permission called SUID. Okay. So RWS, you will see a S in the user permission field. Second, hold on. Yes. Okay. Second permission is basically SGID. Okay. This means set group ID. Now, what is this group ID? Again, let me show you one example first. Okay, so let me become root. cd/temp mkdir exam. Okay, so ls-ld exam. Who is the owner and group owner? Root is the owner and root is the root group is the group owner. Let me change this to staff group. So chgrp staff on exam directory. Let me verify. So now this exam directory group owner is staff group. And what is the permission for staff group? Read execute. No, I want all the users of staff group to be able to write anything inside exam directory. So read, write, execute is the correct permission. chmod group equals to read, write, execute on exam directory. Okay. Again, the same thing to verify ls-ld. So now for group permission, read, write, execute, the group name is staff. So all the users part of staff group will be able to read, write anything, can do anything in this exam directory. Okay. So let me see how many users are there. Student user to Amit. Okay. So let me open this staff group. So in this staff group, let me add Amit user also. Okay. Hold on. Okay, so I have added Amit user also in staff group. All right, so here let
कैसे किया आप?
Sorry,
कैसे हुआ सर? ये समझ में नहीं आया सर.
मैनुअली कर दिया. देखो ग्रुप में ऐड करने के दो तरीके, या तो आप यूजर मॉड स्पेस हाइफन ए कैपिटल जी, फिर मैं लिखूं स्टाफ एंड देन मैं लिखूं अमित यूजर का नाम. ये ऐसे भी हो सकता था. इसकी जगह मैंने क्या किया, मैंने मैनुअली फाइल ओपन किया, ग्रुप फाइल, स्टाफ वाले लाइन में गया और अमित यूजर को ऐड कर दिया. ठीक है, ये प्रैक्टिस आप करना क्योंकि ये बहुत एसेंशियल पार्ट है और कंपनीज में बहुत काम आती हैं चीजें ये.
तो सर एक बार दिखा दीजिए फिर से.
हाँ मैं फिर से दिखा देता हूँ. ये देखो लास्ट लाइन देखो, सॉरी ऐसे नहीं, ग्रेप से दिखाता हूँ. ग्रेप स्टाफ फ्रॉम दिस फाइल. तो जो स्टाफ ग्रुप था वो यहाँ तक था, स्टूडेंट तक. मैंने बस कॉमा अमित लिख दिया और सेव करके बाहर आ गया. ओके, और अमित यूजर ऐड हो गया स्टाफ ग्रुप में. कुछ चीजें जो हम ऐसे लिख के भी कर सकते हैं, जरूरी नहीं कमांड ही लिखनी है. ठीक है, तो जो इजी लगे, whatever you feel like it's easy, more comfortable, then do it that way only. Okay. So now on the exam directory, who has read write execute? The group, obviously the staff group has read write execute. And who are part of staff group? User 2, student, and Amit user. Okay, so let me create files in staff group by becoming user 2 Amit and student user. Okay, first of all let me become student. Okay, cd/tmp exam touch student file 1. Okay, it is created. Now let me become user 2, cd/temp exam touch user 2 file 1. Similarly become Amit also, cd/temp exam touch Amit underscore file 1. ठीक है, so let me just verify. Oh, cd exam ll. All right, so Amit user file 1, student user file 1, and user 2 underscore file 1. Okay, 3 files have been created. Okay, but the purpose of this exam directory was all the users should be able to modify each other's file. Okay, should be able to modify each other's file. Now can Amit user modify student user's file? Just look at the permission of this student user file and tell me, can Amit user or user 2 modify student file 1? So if we check the permissions, the owner student has read write, that's fine. The group student has read write, which is fine. And others have only read. So Amit user is part of others. Others can only read. User 2 is also part of others. Others can only read. Okay, so if you want all three users should be able to modify each other's file, then what to do? Then simply add the group staff here for all the files. The group ownership of this file, of these files, should be staff. So let me do it. I'm root user, I can do it. chgrp staff on Amit file 1, student file 1, and user to file 1. Okay, now let us have a look. So now just look at the permissions, look at the ownership, and can we say that Amit user can modify, make changes in student file 1 and vice versa? User 2 can also make changes in student file, Amit file, and vice versa. So every user can now make changes in each other's file. Okay, so this kind of directory is called collaborative directory. Okay, so you have created a collaborative directory. You had to run chmod command. Okay, let's say after 10 days 300 files were created. Okay, 300 files were created, but what are the permissions? Username and the user group name, not staff group. If you want to apply this staff group automatically to a newly added file, see, I'm going to create another file as Amit user. Touch example. Now see this ls-l. Example has Amit as a group owner, Amit group as the group owner. But I want automatically staff should be applied. Okay, automatically staff should be applied to all the new files. Why only staff? Because the permission of exam directory, just check this /temp/exam. The group permissions, sorry, the group ownership of exam directory is staff. That's why I want to keep this group ownership to the files also every time. That's why this is the only method using users, staff members can modify each other's file. अगर आप डायरेक्टरी का जो ग्रुप है वही फाइल्स का भी ग्रुप रखेंगे, तभी स्टाफ ग्रुप या जो भी ग्रुप है उसके यूजर्स एक दूसरे की फाइल्स को एडिट कर पाएंगे. ठीक है, हो सकता है कि ये सारे टीचर्स हों, उनको एक दूसरे का एग्जाम चेक करना हो कि ये क्या क्वेश्चन पेपर है, कैसा है, कुछ ऐड करना हो, रिमूव करना हो, राइट? So this is called collaborative directory. Now, how to automatically apply this staff group name to all new created files? So what we can do is we can apply this special permission called sgid. Okay, when you see S, I will tell you how to apply. When you see S in group permissions field, okay, so example, let me just create one example first of all. Okay, so you will see S here in the group permissions field. In SUID, you will see S in the user permission field. In the SGID, you will see S in the user permission field. Okay, so right now I've just typed it manually, but I will tell you the command also. So I'm just giving you examples right now. Okay, so if you want to create a collaborative directory, so let me do one example. Let me create this directory collaborative. So I will just do one thing. Okay, ls-ld exam. Now you see RWS here. Okay, now as a Amit user, I am going to create another file. Touch file 2 or file 3. Go to exam, cd exam, ls-l. Now you see file 3. What is the group ownership? Group owner is staff. Automatically staff has been applied. I am not doing it manually. Okay, after applying this special permission, set group ID, automatically the group name has been applied as per what is the group name of the directory. See, what will happen is whatever the group name of directory is, that will be applied. That same group name will be applied to the inner files also. Files inside exam directory will have the same staff group automatically applied. How is this being done? With the help of SUID. Okay, so SUID will save your time actually. So SUID, not SUID, it's SGID, set group ID. So with the help of SGID, you can create a collaborative directory. Just make sure you give us group name, that group which has many users. Okay, those are supposed to work on this directory together. Okay, so this is collaborative directory achieved with the help of SGID. Okay, third, this is just the examples I'm telling you. I will give you the proper commands and definitions after this examples. The third special permission is called sticky. Okay, so sticky is what? Sticky means, let me show you first. Just have a look at this /temp. You see this is in green. First of all, why is this in green? Okay. Okay, let us check the permissions. User permissions are read, write, execute. Group permissions, read, write, execute. Other permissions we have read, write, and T. We don't see X here, we see T. Okay. Now, what is the benefit of this T? The benefit is, first of all, /temp is a public directory, which means any user can into can enter temp directory and can create files. Any user. Okay. This means this is a world writable directory. Anyone can enter temp directory and can create files. Okay. But this is a security breach actually. If anyone can enter and create files, let's say student user created a file. Amit user can enter temp and remove that file because it is a world writable. Anyone can do anything. Okay. How it is, how to create a world writable file? Give full permission like mkdir. In temp, I'm going to create like test directory. Test is already there. Let's say full access directory name. Okay. So I can give like chmod 777 to directory full access. That's it. Now this full access directory is having complete permissions. Anyone can enter and create files, and anyone can remove files of other users as well. Okay. cd/tmp ls-l. So here is it is full access, right? You see read write x, read write x, read write x. So this is the most insecure directory. Okay. So insecure means anyone can delete others file. Okay. Even if root has created a file, student can delete it. Okay. Then how to apply a security in this kind of a directory? We can apply a security like users can only delete their own file, not other users' file. Okay. This is a security that we can apply, and it is applied with the help of this sticky. Okay. So whenever you see T in others permission, okay, whenever you see T in others permission field, that is called sticky. So example, I can show you for temp. So ls-ld/temp. Hello. Yes, yes. आपकी आवाज कट रही है, फिर से बोलो. आप टाइप कर सकते हैं. Could you please type it on the chat? Your voice is cracking. Okay, if you have any questions, just type it in the chat. I don't know why I'm getting cracked voice. I'm not able to understand. Okay. All right. So let me repeat it again. I know this is not easy to understand. It takes some practice. So I would suggest you to, just create some files, apply these permissions. Okay. So let me just quickly again tell you all these things. Then I will show you how to apply SUID, how to apply SGID. Okay. It's easy. It's not difficult, but it's difficult to understand sometimes. Okay. So what is SUID? Whenever you want to run a file, you want to execute a file, and operating system should think that the owner of the file is executing it. Okay, then you will have to use SUID. Okay, so this SUID is normally applied to commands. So let's say this is a passwd command. This passwd command can be run by any user. If let's say student is running the command, operating system will think that root is running. Why? Because SUID is applied in the user permission field, RWS. Okay. Similarly, there is SGID, which means set group ID. Now, what is set group ID? If you want to create a collaborative directory for a specific group name, let's say staff group or any manager group like that. If you want to want all the members of staff group or any other group to be able to work on each other's file, to be able to modify each other's file. then we have to apply sgid on that directory. Okay. And the third one is sticky. If you want to create a public directory, which means anyone can enter and create a file. Okay. And you want to apply security also, like nobody should be able to delete other users' file, then you will apply sticky. Okay. SUID is applied in the user permission field. SGID is applied in the group permission field, as you can see, RWS. And sticky is applied on the others permission field. Instead of X, you will see S. Okay. So RWT, or so instead of X in all the permissions field, okay, you will see either S or T. See, in sticky you will see T, in SUID you will see S, SGID also you will see S. Location is different, right? First is user permission, second is group permission, third is for others permission. Okay. Yeah. Any question? Yeah.
सर SUID का एक बार पर्पस बताओ दोबारा. SGID का तो हाँ गया, मतलब क्लियर है कि ग्रुप में हम करते तो उस ग्रुप के सभी मेंबर्स को परमिशन हो जाएगी.
करेक्ट. SUID का पर्पस कमांड्स के काम में आता है. मींस अगर आप एक डेवलपर हैं, आपने कोई कमांड क्रिएट किया है, ठीक है, वो कमांड रूट यूजर भी चला सकता है और वो कमांड से सिमिलर फंक्शनैलिटी नॉन रूट यूजर को भी मिल सकती है. तो ऐसी जो स्पेशल कमांड्स होती हैं वहां पर लगाई जाती है SUID. ओके. ताकि पास जो ये कमांड है ये चले रूट परमिशंस के साथ हमेशा. ठीक है. तो रूट परमिशंस के साथ चलेगी तो जो इस कमांड के अंदर कोड लिखा है वो प्रॉपरली एग्जीक्यूट हो जाएगा. ओके. तो हमारा एज ए सिस्टम एडमिन we are going to receive request maybe from a development team to please apply SUID on these files, like that. Okay. So yes, but for SGID you might have to decide for yourself to apply SGID or do the changes manually every time new file is created. अगर आपको हमेशा chmod या फिर chgrp कमांड चलानी है या chown कमांड चलानी है to change the group name of the file, new files created in exam directory, तो आप हमेशा करते रहो, कोई बात नहीं. ठीक है. Every week just check what are the new files and apply the permission, or just apply the SGID. Automatically group name change होता रहेगा जैसी new file बनेगा, right?
Yes. So SGID अप्लाई करने के बाद इन मतलब जिस डायरेक्टरी में हमने SGID अप्लाई किया उसमें नेक्स्ट टाइम हम जब भी न्यू फाइल क्रिएट करेंगे तो उसपे ऑटोमेटिकली वो अप्लाई होती रहेगी.
ग्रुप नेम अप्लाई होता रहेगा. कौन सा ग्रुप नेम? जो डायरेक्टरी का ग्रुप नेम है. जो
यस.
ओके.
एंड जो SUID है सर ये हम ओनली कमांड्स एंड फाइल्स पे,
कमांड्स एंड स्क्रिप्ट्स बेसिकली यू कैन से, कमांड्स एंड स्क्रिप्ट्स which can be executed as a code.
Yeah, right.
Okay. Yes, Ijaz, any question?
Lost my internet connection before 10 minutes and not able to understand.
Oh, okay. Don't worry.
I will watch the video now.
Don't worry. I'm going to repeat it tomorrow also. It's almost 9. It's in fact 1 minute remaining. So don't worry. I'm going to repeat it. This is not very easy to understand for everyone. Okay. So me also, I took at least 3 days to understand continuously, working. When I was हाँ कोई बात नहीं, कल मैं फिर समझाऊंगा. ठीक है ना, इसको प्रैक्टिकल करेंगे.
पढ़ने में इजी लगता है ये. बट समझने में मतलब थोड़ा लगता है ऐसा.
ये इसलिए लग रहा है because permission, you need to be expert in permission. When you are expert in permission, then you will see it is very easy. Right?
Yes, sir. Yeah. There's another case, but I lost the internet connection before 10 minutes. And
no worries. Yeah, no worries. I will tomorrow again explain this section again, okay? And then we will proceed further, right?
सर ऐसा होता है क्या सर? YouTube चलाते तो ठीक है, जब Zoom कनेक्ट करते हैं तो नेटवर्क सही में चला जाता है. मेरा भी ऐसा ही होता है.
Let me explain you होता क्या है. See, Zoom is what? Application. और जो ये डाटा आ रहा है कहाँ से आ रहा है? Zoom के सर्वर्स में से. हो सकता है ना सर्वर्स ओवरलोड हो जाए. अगर सर्वर्स ओवरलोड हो गया, उनका नेटवर्क चोक हो गया, फिर प्रॉब्लम हो सकती है.
अच्छा.
ओके. तो YouTube का बजट ज्यादा है, उनके पास सर्वर्स बहुत ज्यादा है।
YouTube तो गूगल का है।
उनके पास सर्वर्स की कमी नहीं है, तो वो उनका कोई सर्वर डाउन हो ही नहीं सकता, नेटवर्क चोक हो ही नहीं सकता। ओके, what is the need of special permission, and why are and what is the exact purpose of each special permission, right? So let me open the notepad. Okay, so one special permission is called SUID. Okay, it is called set user ID. Okay, and what do you see? How do you identify this special permission is applied or not? If you see S in user permission fields, okay, or we can say S in user permission. So like RWS, instead of X you see S. Okay, and then for maybe group R-X, for others R-X. So here we can easily say that whatever file it is, let's say this is file 1. So on file 1, SUID has been applied. Now what is the effect on file 1? The effect is whenever we need to know the owner also. Let's say the owner is student and the group owner is also student. Okay, so let's say this file 1 is being executed by any other user. Can other user execute this file 1? See, for others execute permission is there, so any user in the system can execute this file, right? Let's say Amit user wants to execute this file. So how to execute? Let's say Amit user directory run this file 1. Okay, and this file got the execution got started, okay, in the background. So but when you check the process, what is happening in the background? PS command will tell you that student user has started a process. Student user has started a process by the name file 1. Why student user? Why not Amit user? Because for this file 1, SUID has been applied, which means whenever this file is executed, the system will think that the owner of the file is executing. Who is the owner of the file? Student. Okay, so that's why we will see student every time. Okay, one example that I showed you yesterday was with this passwd command. Okay, it's not, hold on. So with passwd command, I showed you the permissions also, like read, write, S, then R-X, R-X, and the owner was root. Even if student user is running the command passwd, the system will think that root is running the command, not student user. Why? Because SUID has been applied. It is a brand new concept for everyone. Okay, for Windows users also, this is something out of this world. What is this happening? But this is required in the case of commands. Okay, in the case of files which need to be executed, and in that code, in that file, inside the file, some code is written, and in that code it is mentioned that root user will do something. Okay, that's why the file owner is kept root and SUID is applied, so that any user may run the file. Root will be still able to perform some action because it is mentioned in the code. Okay, so for example, this passwd file, let us have a look.
Sir, isn't it some sort of a security loophole if a user admin in any company, Linux administrator, wants to give permission for a file or any other file to someone else who is not part of the organization?
See, it can be a loophole, but this can be tracked. See, first of all, root user cannot directly log into VM to the server. Why? Because root password is not given to everyone.
Yes, sir.
Okay, but users will have sudo access. User can become root. Whenever any user becomes root, everything is logged. Logged means all the records are saved that user A logged in and user A became root. All these things are these logs are maintained somewhere. Okay, so that way this can be tracked. Even if someone is trying to do something wrong with the help of sudo becoming root, so this will be tracked and the employee will be caught, and again there will be some repercussions.
Sir, how to track this log?
I will tell you, but for now you can see this sudo logs, you can find more information about sudo logs. Okay, sudo logs, sudo logs. Although I will tell you when we reach logs. Okay.
Okay, sir.
So, but you can see everything in sudo logs. It is present inside /var. Okay, /var logs like that. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So don't think that if anyone has sudo, he or she can become root, and that user can do anything. No. Yes, practically that user can do anything, but everything is tracked, and in audits it will get caught. Okay, not even in audit, if something is wrong and some user has committed a mistake and he or she is denying it, anyone can check the logs and find, yes, the mistake has been done, right?
Yes,
so
sir, can we
it's just
use,
yeah.
Are we using this sort of permission in any organization?
We are not using SUID normally. Okay, this is a special permission, and where it is used by the developers who are developing commands. Let's say in your company there is a development team who is building in-house applications. Okay, so in-house applications for Linux, every application comes with its command. Okay, whenever we are going to install something in future classes, right, you will see that whenever we install something, a command is also installed in the system. Okay, if that command can be executed by normal user, then that command will definitely have this SUID. Okay, so applying this SUID, the command can be executed by non-root and root user both. Okay, so let me, as an example, passwd file. Passwd file can be executed by non-root and root user. So ls-l/usr bin passwd. Okay, so this file is a command. Basically, this is a command, passwd, to use to change password. Just have a look. Who is the owner? Root. Who is the group owner? Root group. And what are the permission? The owner, read, write S. Instead of X, we see S. This simply means SUID has been applied. This means this command, first of all, can be executed by anyone. How? Others have read and execute. So if others have execute, any user in the system can execute passwd, right? So, but when the command is being executed in the background, operating system will think that root has executed this command, not any other user. Okay, it is because in this passwd file, since it is a command, it contains some code. In that code, it is mentioned that some things will happen with and root user will be doing something, right? With the privilege of root, some things will happen. So that's why, it is important to keep the root user all the time. That's why we have this SUID applied.
Yes, sir. So that means we can recognize this sort of permission if we forward this S in any file.
Yes, S means even if this file has been executed by any other user, you will always see the owner of the file in the PS command. PS is used to show what is the background running processes. What are the background running processes? Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. So this is one special permission. So let us have a look at this slide also. Like special permission number 1, SUID. How it is applied? U plus S, like this, chmod U plus S. Automatically this will be applied. U means user. User means these first 3 permissions. Okay, first 3 permissions are for the user. Okay, so in this section S will be applied. So X means execute, that will be replaced by S. All right. So what is the effect of SUID on files? File executes as the user that owns, not the user that run the file. Okay, which I explained you. If you apply this SUID on directory, there will be no effect. Okay, there will be no effect. So these special permissions can be applied on files and directories. All right, and they both have separate behaviors. All right, coming to the SGID, as I explained you yesterday, if you want to create a common directory where the directory group owner users can enter and create files and modify each other's file also. Okay, in that case, you have to apply sgid on that directory. Okay, so let me just give you example. Okay, sgid means set group id. All right, you will see s in group permissions. All right, for example, let's say there is a directory, maybe test, and the owner is root. The group owner is, let's say, staff group. And in staff group, there are 3 users. Okay, staff group, there are 3 users, let's say Amit, comma, student, comma, user 2, like this, which I have in my system. Okay, so in this staff group, there are 3 users. And if we check the details about test directory, we see the root is the owner, staff group is the group owner, and we have the permissions like read, write, execute, read, write, execute, and read hyphen execute. Okay, like this. Read, write, execute for the root user, read, write, execute for the staff group. Staff group means all these 3 users, and read, execute for others. So what will happen if Amit user is creating a file inside test? The file will have Amit space Amit ownership, means Amit user, Amit the user or the owner, and Amit the group name Amit. Okay. Similarly, if student is creating a file, it will be student space student. Okay. Can Amit user modify student user file? No. Why? Because when Amit user will create a file, it will be like the permission will be like 664. So when student user creates 664. What do you mean by this? If Amit user is trying to edit student user's file, what do you see here? User or the owner can read and write. Group owner can read and write. Others can only read. Who is Amit? Others. Okay. Amit can only read, cannot modify. And vice versa. For Amit file 664, same permission. Student user will become other. Other have only read permission. Other cannot modify Amit's file. Okay. So how to solve this issue? If you apply the same permission on the file as of the parent directory is test, group name is staff. So the same staff name should be here. Group name should be here. So staff, and then again here also staff. Now can Amit user modify this file? So staff group members are Amit, student, user 2. And student file permissions are 664. So user read and write, group read and write, others read. So group read and write. Group means staff group. Any member of staff group can read and write on this file. Amit user is member of staff group. So Amit can read and write, and vice versa. Here also. So how it is done? See, automatically this staff group name will not be applied, as you know. Whenever you create a file, what is the default behavior? Username space group name, which is also the same username. Okay. So if you want to do this automatically, you want operating system to do this automatically, you have to apply what do you call it? SGID for this test directory. So SGID is applied on the group permission. So you will have to say like this: chmod g plus s. Okay, on test. That's it. One single line, and your hard work will be saved. You know why? This is a practical requirement. When you start working in a company, there will be several teams. Let's say there is a web development team, or let's say application team, web application team. Okay, or maybe let's say database team. So in database team, normally you will have 5 to 6 members. Okay, so database team is of 5 or 6 members. Okay, all have access to the Linux server where database is installed, and they want to work together in one directory. Okay, so you will create mkdir db team. Okay, so this directory is for db team, and they all want to be able to modify each other file. So simply just apply chmod. First of all, you will apply the group like chgrp. Okay, add a group to db team. So let's say their group name is db group. chgrp db group space, what is the directory name? DB team.
DB team.
That's it. Group has been applied. Now you can apply the permission, special permission, chmod g+s on DB team.
DB team.
That's it. Whosoever is part of this DB group will be able to modify files what is inside DB team folder or directory. Okay. Yes. So this is called collaborative directory. DB team members will be able to work together, will be able to edit each other's file. Okay. So this is a functionality achieved with the help of SGID, set group ID. Okay. Yes. Again, as per the slide, if you apply this SGID on a file, what will happen? The file executes as the group that owns the file. It is similar to SUID. Okay, but again, SGID is not applied to any file. In my 10-12 years of career, I have never applied SGID. Even I have never applied SUID also. Okay, because I was there was no development team in my company where I was working, where I had worked in the past, right?
Yes.
So if yes, for you situations can be different. Might be you're working in a company where most of the employees are as a software engineer, developers making or developing, you know, applications for Linux. All right. So as I was saying that if you apply SGID on a file, the file will execute as the group that owns the file. Okay. If you apply SGID on a directory, files newly created in the directory have their group owner set to match the group owner of the parent directory. Okay, whatever the parent directory group name is, the same will be applied to the files created inside that directory. Okay, so that every user is able to, you know, all the group members are able to edit each other's file, work on that directory collaboratively. So this kind of setting is called collaborative directory. You may be asked to create a collaborative directory by the teams. Okay, database team, application team. So simply these two steps, as I told you. First step, create the directory, change the group ownership, okay, and then apply the SGID on the newly created directory. That's it. 3 steps. Okay. Now the last one, sticky. Sticky is again a kind of a security special permission for security. For example, if you create a directory, something like this, let's say you create a directory data, and the permissions are read, write, execute, read, write, execute, read, write, execute. What do you think? What can happen here? So basically, if the owner is root, even if the owner is root, group owner is root, and the permissions are like this is not a very secure directory. First of all, this data directory is not secure. Yes, why? Sir. Because for others, just check the permission for others.
Read, write, execute.
Okay. Read, write, execute, which means anyone can enter this data directory, anyone can create the files, and anyone can remove other files also. Okay.
Yes, sir.
But how to secure this directory then? Can you apply something? Yes, sir. There is a system which is called sticky. If you want to secure this directory, this public directory, technical word is public. Why public? Because others can also read, write, and execute. Okay, that's why. So if you want to secure a public directory, you will apply sticky. How it is applied? chmod O+T. So in the section of others permission, we will apply T. So the new permission will become like this. So for data directory, the permission will be read, write, execute, read, write, execute, read, write, T. Okay, so this T is means sticky, which means that you have secured the data directory. Anyone can log in, anyone can enter, create files, which is fine, but anyone cannot remove others' file. Any user will be able to remove its own file, not others' file. So this is the security that you can apply on file level. Okay, so this is sticky. So let me just quickly summarize. SUID. Yes, Ijaz, you have a question?
Yes, sir. Yes. Sir, by using this T, that means sticky permission, others can't be able to delete or remove each other's file. That's fine.
Yeah, each other file, correct. Each other file cannot be removed.
But can he make modifications to the file belonging to other user?
Yes. Forcefully, this is done like if you save the file wq exclamation. Okay.
Yes,
So
sir.
let us try. As far as I remember, it is possible using
So
forceful.
it should not be done. He might be
Erasing all the contents, right?
Yes, sir.
So let us check.
He might remove everything.
Yeah, absolutely correct. So okay. So inside /tmp, see ls-ld/t. So there is a directory /tmp. If you check the permissions, read, write, execute, and read, write t. Obviously, some sort of security is applied. Sticky is here. Okay, sticky bit is here. Okay, chalo, let me become student user. Try to create a file and save some data. vi/temp/student_file1. Okay, I'm going to create a file. This is data entered by student user. Okay, so save and quit. Let me become Amit user. I will do the same thing. So file name Amit file1. Okay, so this is some data. Save and exit. Now as Amit user, let me go to /temp ls-ltrh to check what are the latest files. Latest files will be displayed at the bottom. Okay, ltrh. These are the multiple options that I'm using. Okay, hold on, ls-ltrh. Yeah. So these are the two latest files. So as Amit user, I am right now logged in. ls-l*_file1. So it says _file1 is fixed and star means anything before that. So Amit_student_, these two files are displayed. One more use of wildcard. Okay. So as Amit user, let me try to edit student file. vi student file1. First of all, it says read only. Okay. So let me try to still change data. This is entered by Amit user. Save and exit forcefully. WQ exclamation. Can't open the file for writing. Press any command to continue. So I cannot save this file. I can only quit. I cannot save this file. Okay. Similarly, if
that's fine.
Yeah, if I try to remove, let me see.
Yes, sir.
rm student file1. This is a protected file. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Do you want to remove? Yes. Operation not permitted.
Yes, sir. That means he can only see.
Only read. Only
yes,
read.
Sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Only read. Thank you.
Okay. So this is something that we can do.
Now it's secure. Yeah,
it is secure. Okay, one more thing. Sorry, no, sorry. I was just telling you the summary. Yeah, so SUID, how to apply the SUID? chmod user plus S and then file name or directory name, whatever it is. Okay, you can also do one more thing, which is like this: chmod 4 and then whatever permission you want to give. Let's say 664. You want to give a permission, and along with that, you want to give SUID. So 664. So 4 is the SUID. 664 are the permission: read, write, read, write, read. 6 is read, write. 6 is read, write. 4 is read. Okay, and this first 4 is SUID. Okay, and then the file name. All right. Similarly, for SGID, we can use this command: chmod g+s file name, or you can also do this chmod 2 and the permissions and then file name. So SUID is 4, SGID is 2, and sticky is 1. Okay. Same thing for sticky: chmod others plus T, file name or directory name, whatever. And then, or you can use this.
Sticky sir file पे भी apply हो सकता है?
Normally directory पे apply किया जाता है. Just have a look at my presentation here. If you apply sticky on a file, there will be no effect. Okay. If you apply sticky on a directory, users will write with write permission on the directory can only remove the files they own. They cannot remove or force save files owned by other users. Okay. So force save भी नहीं होगा and delete तो होगा ही नहीं. All right. So chmod 1664 and then file name. So the second chmod is like a combination. If you want to give permission along with some special permission, regular permission plus a special permission, like that. So if you do not want to give no special permission, then what? If you don't want to give any special permission, then you will use 0, or you can also skip this 0. Okay, like this, chmod 644 and then file name. This is fine. Or you can also type this chmod 0644 and then file name. This is also fine. 0, you apply it or you don't apply it, there is no effect. Okay, 0 means no special permission. Instead of 0, if you type 4 or 2 or 1, then yes, accordingly permissions will be applied. Okay. Okay, before moving ahead, do you have any other question? Okay. Okay, don't worry. Even if you are practicing and you encounter a question, just let me know.
Sir, इसका
right, coming to the
इसका मतलब हमको कोई प्रैक्टिस वाला मिल जाता कि जैसे प्रैक्टिस के लिए.
हाँ, तो मैं प्रैक्टिस के लिए अभी देता हूँ ना, ये लो क्वेश्चन इधर ही नोट्स में लिख देता हूँ. क्रिएट कोलैबोरेटिव डायरेक्टरी for staff group members. Okay, and who are the staff group members? User 1, comma user 2, comma user 3. Okay, you can create these users in your system while practicing. Yeah. Create a collaborative directory for staff group members, and directory name should be exam. Okay, or exam, or maybe exam. That is fine. What is a collaborative directory? Which means users, yes, users should be able to, or maybe staff group members. Staff group members should be able to edit each other's file. Okay, so this is the question. For this, you will first create 3 users. You will add these 3 users in staff group. You have to also create staff group. Okay, add these 3 users in staff group, create a directory by the name exam, and then apply the ownership of the directory to the staff group, and then apply this SGID, sorry. It is like 3-4 steps at max.
Yeah.
Okay, and then verify also. Okay, verify that U1 is able to edit
15 minute पे
other users file and vice versa. Okay, so this is a question. So first of all, you break the question in parts, then you prepare the steps, and then you type the commands in the terminal. Okay. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. So yeah. Now coming to another important thing, it is umask. Now, what is this umask? Before that, let me show you something. Let me become Amit user. Okay, I'm Amit user. I'm in my home directory, c/home Amit. All right. Let me create a file. A touch Amit1. ls-l Amit1. What permissions do you see? 664. Did I mention anywhere that file permission should be 664? No. Then why did this happen? I mean, how is this 664 coming on my file? Let me create another file. Let's say touch Amit2. ls-l Amit2. Same thing, 664. So basically, whenever I as a non-root user, I'm right now Amit user who is non-root user. So non-root user is creating a file and automatically 664 is applied automatically. Let me create a directory as well. mkdir test ls-ld test. Are you guys sure? Are you guys aware that why am I typing this D?
Directory.
Yes, I am telling this ls command that this is a test is a directory. Do not enter this directory and give me the list of contents. I want to see the properties of this directory. That's why I mentioned D. Okay. So about this directory, the permissions are 7, 7, 5. Again, I did not mention anything. Automatically, the operating system is applying this permission. See, operating system reads some default settings on and accordingly it applies the permissions. So that default setting is called umask. Okay. Before I come to umask, I will show you about the root also. If a root user is creating a file, touch root1 ls-l root1. What is happening? The permissions are more strict. Only root can write, others can only read, and group can also only read. For root, some permissions are more strict, less permissions are given. Similarly, if root user is creating a file, a directory, mkdir test already exists, test1 ls-ld test. What do you see here? Again, sorry, test1. So what do you see? 7, 5, 5. Again, we don't have write permission for group as compared to non-root user. Non-root user have write to the group also, write to the user also, and for others it's fine, read and execute. So basically for root user, less permissions are given so that root user files and directories are more secure than other files and directories, correct? But the main question, how is this happening? Who is applying the permission? So in the system, in operating system Linux, there is a concept of umask. So basically umask is nothing, just a value. If you want to know what is the value for root, umask value for root user, umask command, you will type and get the value. The value is 0022. Okay, let me write it somewhere. Okay, so for the root user, what is the umask value? 0022. That's fine. And what is the umask value for a non-root user? Umask, it is 0002. Okay, for non-root, it is 0002. Okay, which is fine. Let us check more things. When root user is creating a file, what was the permission? 644.
644.
Right. Let me again check. ls-l. So let's say this was the root1 is the file. Yeah, 644. Okay. And if root user is creating a directory, what is the permission set? 755. Okay. What about the non-root user? If non-root user is creating a file, 664. Okay, 664.
Yes, sir.
And about the directory, it is 775. Okay. So now let us understand how is this file and directory permission calculated from this umask. Okay, so basically umask is a value using which the calculation is done for the file and folder permission, file and directory permission. How it is done, let us have a look. First of all, always remember maximum permissions for file, okay, and maximum permissions for a directory. So if there is a normal regular file which contains no code, a normal text file, what can be the maximum permission? Maximum permission can be 666. If it is a normal file, not an executable file, which file, that file which contains code is called a executable file. Okay. A normal file will have 666 as maximum. It is not to be executed, right? What about the directory? 777. Okay. So now the thing is, the umask has to be subtracted. Umask has to be subtracted from the maximum permission. Then you will get the result as the default permission. For example, let us check this for root user. Hold on. Yeah, let me write it here. Calculation. Okay, so for root user, if user is creating a file, what is the file maximum permission? 666. Okay, or we can say 0666. 0 is meaningless, but we can apply it because umask is 4-digit. That's why I'm making this permission 4-digit. All right. What is the umask for root user? It is 0022. 0022. Okay, you can minus 0022 from 0666. What do you get? You will get, first of all, hold on. 6 minus 2 is 4. Okay, 6 minus 2 is 4. Yeah. And then 6 minus 0 is 6. And 0 minus 0 is 0. So 0 doesn't make any value. So basically this will be your final file permission. Or we can say default file permission.
So सर यहाँ पे जो umask root के लिए umask value है 0022 ये चेंज नहीं होती ना?
We can change it.
मतलब हम change but default value यही रहती है.
हाँ, if you install operating system, you will get this as default. Okay, but we can change it. I will tell you how to change it. Okay. Okay. So if root user is creating a file, then what will happen? The file will get 644 permission automatically. How? Because the umask value is 0022. If root user is creating a directory, then what will happen? Let us calculate again. If root user is creating a directory, then the directory maximum permissions are 0777. Umask is 0022. What is the result? 755. 0755. Okay, 7 minus 0, 7, 7 minus 2, 5, 7 minus 2, 5. So default directory. Yeah. Read, write, execute, then read, execute, then read, execute. Okay. All right. So this is for root user. The same thing for non-root user. If you do this calculation by yourself, you will, understand things more clearly. For, let's say, non-root. Okay. So if non-root user is creating a file, maximum permissions are this. Umask for non-root user is 0002. So the end result will be 664. Okay, 0664. The same thing for directory, 0002. Non-root user. Okay, and it will be 775. That's it. So this is the calculation that you should remember. If you do this same thing by yourself, just one time, you will get the clarity, okay, about the calculation, and you will never forget. All right, and this is very important. Okay, so now the question is, where is this umask value stored? We used a command to check the umask value, but where is this umask value stored? Umask value is stored in multiple locations, but there are two important locations in the system. Let me show you. Hold on. So first location is this. There is a file in etc. It is called, the file name is profile. Okay. So if I open this file, or you can just cat this file, etc. Press enter. It's a kind of a code. Okay. You see, it is complete code. But how to check this umask? So basically you will find umask written here. You see this section of code? So you see umask 002 or 0002, and then umask 022 or 0022. 0 is useless. You can avoid it also. Okay. Okay, so how to decrypt this? I mean, how to understand what code is this? So basically in this code, the first line says, if the logged in user ID is greater than 199. Okay. If the logged in user's user ID is greater than 199, then apply this umask 002. Otherwise, apply this umask 022. 022 is for root user. Did you notice that when you created your first user, the user ID was 1000? Let me show you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
cat/etc passwd. I created the first user by the name student. What is the student user ID? 1000. What is the root user ID? 0.
Yes, sir.
Okay, root user ID is 0.
I have a question here.
Yes, yes.
अगर हम like जो नॉन एडमिन यूजर है तो उनकी आईडी यूआईडी हम चेंज कर देते हैं 0 को, तो उसके पास ये रूट वाले एक्सेस आ जाते हैं सारे?
नहीं नहीं ऐसा नहीं होता. बस ये है कि ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम ये बोलता है कि जो आपके सिस्टम यूजर्स हैं, बेसिकली ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम ये बोलता है कि जो आपके सिस्टम यूजर्स हैं, रूट यूजर एंड एप्लीकेशन यूजर्स, उनकी यूजर आईडी 200 से नीचे नीचे रहनी चाहिए. ओके, नॉर्मली
नहीं मतलब यस, हाँ वो तो ठीक है सर. जैसे अभी रूट की आईडी 0 है, ठीक है, बट अगर हम जो अदर नॉर्मल यूजर है, लोकल यूजर, उनकी हम आईडी 0 कर देते हैं, तो वो जो कमांड्स यूजर रूट रन कर सकते हैं वो कमांड्स वो भी रन कर सकते हैं?
नहीं नहीं, ऐसा कुछ नहीं
हो सकता है.
नहीं नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है. और वैसे भी आप कैसे करोगे? यू हैव टू फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल चेंज द यूजर आईडी ऑफ रूट फ्रॉम 0 टू समथिंग एल्स, तो उसके बाद ही कर पाएंगे ना आप.
अच्छा, मतलब सेम उस पे
सेम नहीं हो पाएगा. यस, सेम नहीं हो पाएगा. Alright. Okay, so that code is basically if the logged in user's user ID is less than 199, basically it is just saying अगर root logged in है, अगर root के अलावा कोई और logged in है, GT means greater than. If user ID is greater than 199, मतलब non-root. If this is true, if this condition is true, then umask will automatically be applied. What umask? 002. Or you can say 0002 also. You can say that. So Amit is a non-root user. Okay, umask command can tell, you see, 002 has been applied, or we can say 0002. Okay, so why it is happening? Because of this file etc profile. Okay, ls-l/etc profile. Sorry. Yeah, this etc file, root is the owner, root group is the group owner, and read write 644 is the file permission here. Okay, so this is the file which contains the umask value. Okay, then there is another file which is called bash rc cat/etc bash rc. Here also you see the same thing. Okay, so if you want to change the umask value for any user, see, again, as a system admin, it's not your headache to change to decide what umask to set. Company will set. It's all about company policies. If the company wants, if your organization wants that on each Linux server, root should be able to create files with very less or stringent permissions, which means read and write only to root and no permission to group and others, then you can change the what do you call it, umask. Okay, so it's company to decide. It's on the company to decide what umask to set. They will tell you, you are the system admin, they will tell you, please set the umask on all the Linux servers. Then you will do some automation or do it manually on these two files. Okay, all right, so let's say there is one more thing that I should explain you. There is one more thing. Let's say in your Linux servers, 3 users are present, user 1, user 2, and user 3. Okay, user 1 and user 2 are fine with whatever umask is set. Umask is set as per the profile settings. Okay, /etc profile file. Okay, but user 3 is saying that I need a custom umask. So he's saying that I need 0022, this umask. Okay. Okay, so if user 3 is asking a separate umask, custom umask, then what to do? Nothing. Then go to the user 3 home directory, cd/home/ cd/home/u3. This will be the home directory. there will be a file, there will be two files by the name hidden file bash_profile. Okay. And there will be another file dot bash rc. Okay. The name is same actually. One file bash rc is inside etc, that is for global settings. Now this hidden file bash rc in home directory of every user, this is for the customization. Now you can type whatever umask this user is asking in these two files. Open this file and type umask space this. For the second file also, just type umask space this, whatever it is. That's it. You have set a custom umask for this U3 only, U3 user only. Okay. Let me show you for Amit user. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, yes, please.
Yeah, and that's only I was talking about. Please show us an example.
Yeah, yes, yes. So for Amit user, let me show you ls-al. Do you see this bash profile, bash_profile and dot bash rc, right? Inside bash_profile, let me show you the contents. Dot bash_profile. So right now there is no setting basically. Okay, so if I want to give a custom umask, what I can do is I can edit this file, maybe with root user or with Amit user, both will work. So vi dot bash_profile. Okay, and I will just type umask here in the first line. The first line is comment. Okay, let it be. Second line, I will say umask space 0022. Okay, save and exit. What is the second file? Bash rc.
Bash RC.
Again, on the first or second line, type it. umask space 0022. The same thing. Previously, Amit umask was 0002, right? Now it has become 0022. Only for Amit user, not for student or any other. Okay. Now, how to apply this? We have to log out as Amit user and then log back in again. All right. So first of all, umask, it's 0002. Now, when I log out and log in, it should be 0022. Log out. Let me close the terminal also. Okay. Again, open the terminal and log in with the Amit user. SSH. I will use SSH to log in. Okay. I will tell you later what is SSH and how it works, but right now I'm trying to log in. So I logged in to my own system using SSH. That's fine. So umask value is, umask is 0022. Now it has changed. Okay. So this is how things work. So you just have to remember what are the files in which configuration is written. All right. Okay, so this is it for today. If you have any questions, please let me know. Yes,
so
I
sir,
see two
जो
hands.
डिफॉल्ट मास्क चेंज हो गया यहाँ पे ना, मतलब अब ये परमानेंट यही रहेगा जो भी आपने चेंजेस किए हैं
सिर्फ अमित यूजर
के लिए। यस
यस, करेक्ट।
अगर सपोज मशीन रिस्टार्ट होती है उसके बाद भी ये
कोई बात नहीं, फाइल तो रहेगी ना वहीं पे। फाइल रीड होती है जब यूजर लॉग इन करता है ना, तो वो फाइल्स रीड होती हैं। उस फाइल में जो भी कोड लिखा होगा, कुछ भी लिखा होगा, तो एग्जीक्यूट हो जाता है। ठीक है, तो हमने जो ये लिखा है umask space 0022, दिस इज अ कमांड एक्चुअली। ये कमांड है। अगर आपको टेम्परेरी बेसिस पे umask सेट करना है, कुछ चेंज करना है, तो आप ऐसे लिखो, एंटर करो, सेट हो गया। बट अगर आप लॉग आउट लॉग इन करेंगे तो वापस बैक टू नॉर्मल। दिस इज टेम्परेरी। फाइल में मेंशन कर देंगे, वो बन जाएगा परमानेंट। ओके,
एंड सर वन मोर क्वेश्चन।
यस
रूट के लिए उनमें कौन सी फाइल में, दोनों फाइल में हमको चेंजेस करने पड़ेंगे परमानेंट करने के लिए, umask चेंज करने के लिए?
For root user, just go to this vi/etc profile. vi/etc profile. Here, just have a look at this code, this section. Okay, so the first one is for non-root, second one is for root. So just change this one. Go to here and change it. Let's say you want to change it to 0022, like that only. So you will say 0002 or 0022. You can also mention like this 0022. It is fine. Save and exit. First file done. Okay. Okay. I think Amit, I cannot do it. So let me come out. Okay. So similarly, you can open the bash RC file in etc directory. So these two files are for global configuration. Okay. Just open the file, go to that section. Yeah, here it is. And just change the second one. This is for root.
So इसमें हम दोनों में से कोई भी फाइल में चेंज कर सकते हैं या दोनों में
No,
करना पड़ेगा?
both. We have to do in both.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, got it.
Okay, guys. Thank you so much for
Hello,
yeah.
sir.
And any other question? Yes.
सर एक्चुअली एक क्लास का नहीं हमारा लिनक्स सर्वर सर हम ऑफिस में तो
Right.
रिकॉर्डिंग या एक 2 मिनट का काम एक्चुअली क्या
Yeah,
हुआ
sure.
सर
Yeah.
वो एक डेटाबेस सर्वर है हमारा मतलब लिनक्स का डेटाबेस सर्वर है एक डेटाबेस सर्वर में वो ओरेकल डीबी है सर U01 वो बोल के फोल्डर बना है उसमें एप्लीकेशन डेटाबेस सर्वर है तो अभी क्या हुआ है कल से सर वो एक्सेस नहीं हो रहा है मतलब एरर आ रहा है कि आईओ डिवाइस एरर बोल के आ रहा है सर आईओ डिवाइस एरर बोल क्या है
Okay. So I have few questions first. So is this U01 coming from NFS share or it is a local disk?
No sir, NFS.
This is local or NFS? This is NFS.
Yes sir.
Okay, this is NFS. Okay, IO errors. Okay. How is this NFS drive mounted? Do you know what are the mounting options? No, like what are the mounting options? Is it read, write, sync, like that? What is the mounting option?
Read, write, sir, actually.
Read, write. Okay, and sync also will be there.
Already.
Okay.
But
okay,
now
so
it is not opening, sir.
It's not opening now. So basically, it's not your device fault. It's fault from the NFS server side.
Okay.
Okay, so you can just contact your NFS team, maybe the storage team. Okay. So just ask them that you are not able to access U01. Give your server host name and just give the error screenshot maybe.
Okay, sir.
Okay. So try this. If they say that everything is fine, then I will ask you some more things. Then you can just let me know. Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Umask is basically a kind of a value which is subtracted from the maximum permissions, and end result is the default permissions. Okay. So for root user, umask can be different. For non-root user, umask can be different, right? So as shown in this example, this image, as you can see here, for the root user, if root user is creating a file, and for root user, umask is, let's say, 0022. So the default permission for root user will be 0644 or 644. Okay. Similarly, if root user is creating a directory, umask 0022, subtract it, you will get 0755. Same thing for non-root users. If the umask is 0002, the end result 664 and 775 respectively. Okay. So basically, umask is just a number, but umask will decide what are the default permissions going to be. Okay. All right. Okay. Next is process management, and let me see. Virtual machine is running. Yeah. Hold on. Okay. So next is basically process management. It is just an introduction right now. Because ultimately we are going to cover complete process management. Management means how to start a process, how to stop a process. If any process is not stopping, then how to kill it. Okay. All these things we will go into detail. Right now we can just check one single command, which is called PS. Okay. Let me open the terminal. So first of all, what is a process? A process is a program which is running in the background. When you run ls command, this ls command immediately gives you output, right? But this ls command was executed in the background as a process only. Who executed it? Kernel. Okay. So kernel was able to understand the code with the help of bash shell, and then it got executed. The code got executed via kernel. Okay. So everything which is happening inside the operating system, it is a kind of a process. Not kind of a process, it is a process. Okay, similarly in Windows also you see the same thing. If you open Task Manager, the first tab you see is process. So these are the processes running right now, right? See how many processes are running in Windows right now in my system. Okay, and Task Manager gives you advanced view. It will also tell you how much CPU, memory percent, how much is being used, right? What is the power usage? All right, so all these things are displayed. In Linux, we have two separate commands. If you want to see graphically, then it's easy. Go to activities, programs, utilities, then you see system monitor. It's not called task manager, it is called system monitor. You will see graphically same things, but obviously the process names will be different. Linux process are not same as Windows, right? Names are different, purpose is different. So you see so many processes are running right now. If you go to resources tab, you will see CPU percent in use, memory percent in use, like that, network, all these things. Okay, but yes, from the CLI, how to check? There are two commands basically. If you just want to know information about running processes which are running in the background, you can just use this command ps. Only ps command will not give you complete detail. See, only ps command is give you this command is giving you like bash shell is running right now, and this ps command was executed just right now. Okay, so ps is giving its own execution also, which is a kind of a process only. So this ps is the same command which I executed. So this output is telling me in the background bash shell got executed, or it is being executed, and ps command got executed. Okay, but this is not detail. Okay, this is just like process id and the command, that's it. The every process which is running in the background will have a unique process id. Okay, so this command is just telling us process id and the command used to start that process. Okay, if you want to know more details like which user and what is the complete path of this command, all these things, so you can use options ps-ef. With the help of ef option, you will get additional details. Okay, all right. So as you see, so many processes are running right now. Don't get confused. Slowly and steadily, we are going to cover most of the processes. Okay, and I just wanted to show you, like using ps command, you can get a kind of a report what is happening in your system right now. Okay, now what to see in this output? You can see the name of the process which is running, the name and the location. So this systemd command location is this usr lib systemd. Okay, this systemd command is being executed right now with these many options. Like we do ls -l is an option. So with systemd command -- switched -root space -- system, all these are options for systemd command. Similarly, if we check some other command, hold on. Okay, like this is a command SSD. So this command is running in the background automatically and with some options. One option is -i, another is -- logger equals to files. Don't worry, don't get confused. I'm just giving you one example. Like whenever process runs, it may also start with some options. Okay, so like we run ls-l. Okay, back in the background, ls-l will be running like this only. But the execution is so quick that immediately the process execution ends within a second. We can't even see it in the ps command, like ps-ef. Let me try to find ls. grep ls. Oh, grep ls. So I don't see anything ls. There is one ls command output, but that is for grep. I used grep to find ls. The same thing was executed in the background with 3402 process id. We can ignore this. This is for grep command, not for ls. The ls command was so quick in execution that we don't even see. Okay, again, one more example, passwd. Okay, let me just, enter passwd command, and the system is asking for what is the current password. The command is in execution. Execution is not over. So let me open another tab and then ps-ef grep passwd. So now you see this passwd command is in execution right now as a process ID 3416, and root user has started it. Why root user? This is student user who has started. Why root? Because obviously passwd command has suid applied. Okay, that's why we see root user, and the passwd command file owner is root user, group owner is root group. That's why we see this root username here. suid is applied on that file, ls-l/usr/passwd. PASSWD. Okay, now you see this RWS. This means SUID has been applied on this file. That's why whenever this file will be executed, you will see the owner name. Okay, not the user who has started. Yes, Vikram, you have any question?
यस सर, इसमें जैसे हम विंडोज में टास्क मैनेजर में यूटिलाइजेशन चेक करते हैं, जो भी प्रोसेस रनिंग रहती है कि प्रोसेस टेकिंग हाउ मच यूटिलाइजेशन,
करेक्ट
प्रोसेस हमारा
how much resources are being utilized.
यस तो इसमें लाइक अगर कोई प्रोसेस ज्यादा यूटिलाइजेशन लेती है, देन उस केस में उसका जो प्रोसेस है उस प्रोसेस को किल करने का या फिर उसको प्रिवेंट करने वो कैसे होगा सर उसमें?
So basically the thing is, if you are using Linux server, if you log into Linux server, you will get command line, right?
Yeah.
So on command line, you want to check the utilization, CPU or RAM, like that. You can use the other command, which is called top. Okay. With PS command, आपको ये सब नहीं दिखेगा. आपको सिर्फ दिखेगा कि क्या प्रोसेस आईडी है, किसने चलाया है, और क्या है प्रोसेस का पूरा पाथ. That's it. Okay. But using top command, you see additional details, kind of a table which is refreshing. Okay, ये सब refresh भी होगा data. As you can see, data refresh हो रहा है. Okay, with the top command you will see multiple things, and you see this table just like a task manager. You get to see percent CPU usage, percent memory usage, command, like that. Okay, although it's not that elaborate because that is GUI. Obviously in GUI things can be controlled, it can be made beautiful, but we have limitation on CLI, right? So this is also good. Okay, this is also good. All right, so I was about to talk about top command only. Okay, so yeah, so when you open this top command, you get a constant refreshing table. This table is refreshing every second, every 2 seconds, right? And you get the latest updates on the screen. If you want to come out of this command, see your terminal is stuck, you cannot run any command. If you want to come out of this top command output, just simply press Q. That's it. Okay, again let me show you. Top, enter. Now you see the screen. You want to come out, press Q. You are out. Clear the screen. That's it. Okay, so again top command. Let me explain you the output line by line very slowly, because this is very important. Okay, so when you run the top command, the first line you see, okay, the first line says what is the current time on the server. So on my virtual machine, current time is 2014 8:14 p.m. right? And this machine is up for last 12 minutes. This is the uptime. मेरा सर्वर कितनी देर से चल रहा है, तो ये दिखा रहा है 12 minutes. So my machine is up from the past 12 minutes. Okay, how many users have been logged in right now? How many users are logged in? So only one user is logged in right now. Okay, then there is load average. So basically in Linux there are two ways to find the CPU utilization. First is this, you see percent CPU. Yes. Okay, then you see this ID here in this line, which I will explain you later. This ID also shows how much CPU is free, how much CPU is in use. I will tell you after this, after first line, second line. Okay, so load average is another way of checking, is your CPU overburdened? Okay, is your CPU going 100%? All right, so I will tell you how. Next line, task. Task basically means how many processes are currently in the RAM, in the memory. Okay, like 344. Out of 344, how many are running? Only 2. And how many are sleeping? 342. That's why my system is right now, what do you call it? Free, idle. CPU is idle. It's not, working too much. All right, so 0 stops, 0 zombie. Stopped means program execution finished, that is stopped. And zombie means, see, when the process execution stops, which means process has done its job, it will be cleared from the memory. Okay, it will be removed from the memory. So that memory can be free. RAM should be free all the time. Some percent of the RAM should be free, right? And 0 zombie. Zombie means any process which has stopped the execution, still it is in the memory, occupying the space, occupying the RAM. So that is zombie process. In old operating systems like RHCL 4, 5, there used to be problem of zombie processes. But now with the RHCL 7, RHCL 8, these are modern operating systems. So they are intelligent enough to clear up the RAM automatically. Always you will see 0 zombie, because operating system is smart enough now to manage all these things. Okay. Yes, Dev, you have any question?
Yeah, sir. Zombie process को kill कर सकते हैं ना?
Zombie process, yes, you can remove the zombie process from the memory.
Okay.
Yeah.
The stop command can be run by root user only, right?
No. Stop command is just kind of a read-only command. It is just giving you kind of a report. Okay, so top command can be executed by anyone, non-root and root, anyone.
सर zombie क्या होता है, एक बार फिर से बताएं?
Okay, zombie process वो process होता है जिसने अपना काम करके स्टॉप हो चुका है, उसका एग्जीक्यूशन, उसने अपना काम किया और वो स्टॉप हो गया एग्जीक्यूशन, बट वो रैम से बाहर नहीं निकाला गया. अगर रैम में ही रहेंगे प्रोसेस, नॉर्मली एक प्रोसेस 2 MB 3 MB रैम कंज्यूम करते हैं, राइट? अगर आपके सिस्टम में 1 GB रैम है और 500 ज़ॉम्बी प्रोसेसेस हैं जो कि 2 MB ईच ले रहे हैं, तो आपकी 1 GB तो फुल हो जाएगी ऐसे ही. आपका सिस्टम तो बहुत स्लो परफॉर्म करेगा. आपकी रैम को फ्री होना चाहिए ना टाइम टू टाइम.
यस यस.
तो ज़ॉम्बी प्रोसेस को क्लियर करता रहता है ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम ऑटोमेटिकली. जैसे फोन्स में देखो, रैम अगर आप स्टार्टिंग में एंड्रॉइड फोन्स आते थे 512 MB रैम, 1 GB रैम, तो आप उसको बार बार क्लियर करते थे, क्लियर रैम, राइट? तो इसलिए होता था ताकि अगर कोई ज़ॉम्बी प्रोसेस है तो वो भी बाहर निकल जाए एंड रैम क्लियर हो जाए, राइट?
अच्छा, इसमें से किसी को फोर्सफुली अगर स्टॉप करना हो तो प्रोसेस को?
हाँ, forcefully, if you want to forcefully stop a process, then we have a command called kill. Okay, I will tell you how to use it. So using kill command, you can forcefully stop. So basically, there is a method of stopping and starting a process. So let me hold on. Where is notepad? See, when we talk about starting a process, stopping a process, there is a proper way of doing it. If you want to start a process, then there is a command, systemctl start, and then process name. If you want to stop a process, then there is command systemctl stop, okay, and then process name. Why do we need to forcefully stop a process? If this command fails, let's say this command fails. If it failed, then you will use kill command. Kill hyphen, then some signal, or we can say, signal. Kill hyphen signal. Signal can be 9 or 15, like that. Okay. And then the name, the ID of the process ID. So this is a way of, first of all, you will use systemctl to stop a process, because this is the correct way. If the process is not stopping and you have to forcefully stop it, get the process ID from ps-ef. Okay, ps-ef grep.
Signal is the option here, sir.
Signal is the option. Command will look something like this. So like
915
kill hyphen 9. Let me show you. Kill hyphen 9 and some process ID, let's say 341525, like that. Okay. So 9 means forcefully kill. 15 is equal to this command only. Ask the process or tell the process to stop itself 15 will request the process to please stop itself. If it is not stopping, then forcefully means 9. So normally you will be always using 9.
यहाँ पे अल्फाबेट नहीं होता ना सर?
नहीं, अल्फाबेट नहीं, नंबर रहता है.
ओके. एंड सर वहाँ पे लोड एवरेज में जो टॉप कमांड में यहाँ पे दिखा रहा हूँ 3 टाइम का, उनका क्या लॉजिक था सर? जो
हाँ, वो अभी बताता हूँ. Okay. Yeah. So coming back to the top command. So yeah, so in the top command, the last thing is load average. So load average means how much CPU is in use from last 5 minutes, the first section. Then another section is from last 15 minutes. And the last one from last, 5, 10, 15. From last 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and 15 minutes. Okay. So you will get load average of 5 intervals, 5-minute interval, 10 minutes, and past 15 minutes, like that. So there is a calculation behind it. You see 0.02. You are the system admin. How will you say that 0.02 is high or not? 0.12 is high or low? 0.7 is high or low? Okay, so I will tell you. But first, let us have a look at this, the remaining lines. Okay, the third line is CPUs. So basically, in your server, there can be 1 CPU, 2 CPU, 3 CPU, like that. Right now, this line is, giving this summary of all the CPUs collectively. Okay, a kind of a summary. But if you want to see a matrix or the details for each individual CPU, just simply press 1. See, when I press 1, the line is converted into 2 lines, right? 2 lines, why? Because first line for CPU 0, another line for CPU 1. Okay, for CPU, we will say the number starts from 0. The first CPU is basically CPU 0. Okay, so CPU 0 and CPU 1. If you again press 1, the 2 lines will be combined into 1 to just give a overall summary. Okay, so let us see this overall summary. 0.7, first is 0.7, 0.2, like that. This is how much CPU in percent is in use when user is initiating some processes. So user generated processes are taking right now 0.0% of CPU or 0.2% of CPU, very less. SY means system initiated processes. So right now my CPU is just 1% in use. Okay, it's just giving 1% of the CPU time to system initiated processes. System means operating system. NI means nice. Nice basically means priority. Okay, so if you know some things about fundamentals of operating concepts, we can set a priority to a process, okay, in any operating system. So if I have set a custom priority to any process, maybe a high priority, so yes, CPU will be allocating some additional CPU time to those processes, and then some value will be calculated here, like 1% of CPU, 2% of CPU, like that. Okay, regarding this priority, I will tell you later, not now. Then the third one, the another one is ID. ID means idle. Idle means not doing anything, free. So right now my CPU is 99% idle, 98% idle, which means nothing is going on in my operating system. Okay. Then this WA. WA means wait time. See, when with the introduction of virtual machines, what is happening? The virtual machines are created on physical servers, right? Virtual machine use the physical CPU. Let's say there is only 1 CPU and 3 virtual machines are running on top of it. So at any given point of time, a virtual machine, only one virtual machine can use that 1 CPU, right? So other 2 machines will be waiting for the CPU time. So it is just telling me how much percent of the time is going in waiting. Okay, so right now there is no wait. My laptop has like 8 CPUs. I have allocated 2 CPUs, which is fine. Okay, so 0.3% hardware interrupts. Sometimes what happens is, we say softwares normally generate messages, right? Information messages, error messages. Hardware also generate some information message, error message like that. Those are called interrupts. So CPU time is consumed in processing those interrupts. So 0.3% right now. Similarly, SI means software interrupt. So how much of percent of CPU? 0% right now. And then 0.0 steal time. Again, this steal time is a concept of virtual machine. Okay. Normally, you don't have to worry about steal time, hardware interrupt, software interrupt, waiting. Just have a look at this idle ID. Okay. If you see ID 0, that means your CPU is 100%. Okay. 100% in use. Then there is MIB mem. This is RAM in megabytes. So RAM in megabytes. How much? 3709, almost 4 GB RAM. How much is free? 294 MB. Okay. How much is used? Like that. 1815 MB in use. And then swap in megabytes. What is swap? Just like your virtual memory in Windows, we have virtual memory, right? Page file is created 2 GB, 4 GB, 6 GB, like that. Similarly, in Linux, there is a concept of virtual memory. Obviously, RAM is not in abundance. RAM, we are using a virtual machine. I can allocate 2 GB at max, 4 GB, right? So what if the virtual machine needs more RAM? Then what? Then this swap will be used. This swap is part of the hard disk only, but it is acting as a RAM. It is helping the actual RAM to manage the processes. Okay, I will tell you about swap after like 2-3 slides. So right now in my system, 2 GB of swap is there. How much is free? Almost complete. It's free. Why free? Because my RAM is free. If my RAM is 100% used, then only swap will be utilized. Okay, my RAM is at least 300 MB free right now, which is fine. Okay, so this is something that you should know, just the basics. And then the following output is a kind of table where you get the process ID, who has initiated the process, what is the priority, default priority. NI means custom priority, nice value. So what is the custom priority? How much virtual memory is in used, like that. How much percent CPU, percent memory, like that. No, all these things are here. Okay.
SHR mean क्या है यहाँ पे?
Shared memory.
ये कौन सी मेमोरी होती है?
Swap.
Swap वाली, borrow memory, okay.
So basically there are multiple concepts of memory when we talk about process: virtual, shared, resident memory, like that.
और resident वाली में कौन से थे सर?
Resident means, see, right now genome shell is the this graphical that you see here. The graphics you see, the actual name is genome. Okay, so genome shell is taking most of the RAM right now. Thoda sa virtual memory, thoda sa resident memory, like that. Okay, so as you see right now 4 GB में से सिर्फ 300 GB free है. ये कहाँ जा रहा है? ये सब genome shell ही तो ले रहा है. So genome is associated with graphics. Whenever you have graphics enabled, you will see most of the RAM is going for the graphic processes only. Okay, so see, sorry. In the past, on the servers, the RAM size used to be very less, like 2 GB, 4 GB, like that. Okay, because obviously RAM was expensive. On the real hardware, on the physical hardware, RAM was like 32 GB, 64 GB at max, and you have to run 60 virtual machines. How much RAM can you allocate? At max 2 GB, 1 GB, right? So at that time, all these values were very important. But these days, the hardware resources are in abundance. Okay, RAM is not that pricey anymore. Okay, companies can afford. You can, I have personally created a virtual machine with 4 terabytes of RAM. Okay, 4 terabytes, not 4 GB, 4 terabytes of RAM. That virtual machine had like 64 terabytes of storage, 4 terabytes of RAM, 64 CPU, okay, and 128 GB swap memory. Okay, and it was used for SAP application. It is a very heavy application.
सुपर कंप्यूटर था कैसे?
नहीं सुपर नहीं है, वर्चुअल मशीन. वो वर्चुअल मशीन इसलिए बन पाया इतना हेवी because the underlying hardware had that much of memory. Basically, see, it's not like एक फिजिकल सर्वर पे वर्चुअल मशीन है, फिजिकल सर्वर्स मल्टीपल कंबाइन करके एक क्लस्टर बनाते हैं। ओके, उस क्लस्टर के ऊपर फिर जब क्लस्टर को ओवरऑल देखोगे तो सीपीयूज हो जाएंगे 200 सीपीयूज, रैम हो जाएगी 10 टेराबाइट्स ऑफ रैम, लाइक दैट। तो आप बना सकते हो सीपीयू, तब आप 64 सीपीयू एंड 4 टेराबाइट रैम की वर्चुअल मशीन बना सकते हो। ओके ओके,
सर
सो
एक क्वेश्चन था यहाँ पे।
यस यस,
इसमें जैसे हम ये सिस्टम प्रोसेस कौन से, वो कैसे वो करेंगे?
सिस्टम अगेन ये मैं आपको आगे बताऊंगा, अभी तो मैं बस आपको सिर्फ ओवरव्यू दे रहा हूँ कि PS कमांड, टॉप कमांड, राइट, लाइक दैट. So going ahead, I am going to tell you how to identify these processes. Okay. Otherwise, see, it's good to know, but it is of no use to be honest. Okay. ठीक है, knowledge wise it is good, but there is no use of identifying is it a system or user generated. Obviously, first of all, you will see the username student. Okay. All right. So normally, again, yes, let me come to that slide, then I will explain you in detail. Okay. All right. So where is that? Yeah. Okay. Now uptime. There is another command which is which will give you the kind of a similar output, which is called uptime. Okay. Uptime command will simply tell you what is the current time right now on the server, for how long this server is up and running, like 29 minutes in my case. How many users logged in? Only one user. What is the load average? Like this. Okay. So this is again an interview question. Interviewer can ask, what is the output of uptime? Don't get confused. Just remember there are how many parts? 1 part, 2 part, 3 and 4. There are 4 parts. First part, the time. Second, for how long the machine is running. Third, how many users are logged in. Fourth, the load average. And the second question can be, what is load average? Define load average. How to calculate load average. Then this thing I will explain you with a dedicated slide. Okay, don't worry. All right. And kill command, I have just given you a brief. Will explain you in the future classes. Okay. Then we have, let's say you are running a command, ping command. Okay. PING, ping, google.com. For example, in Linux, pings are unlimited. Okay, till you mention how many packets to ping, the count, the packet count. Okay, I did not mention any count. Simply ping google.com. What is happening? Unlimited pings. It will not stop. Now, how to stop this execution? You can just simply press Control C. Control C means terminate. Immediately stop the command execution. Another example, pass WD command. I'm trying to change the password, but I changed my mind. I don't want to change my password. How to get out of this execution? Escape key, it will not work. Control C, immediately I'm out of the command execution. The command will terminate there itself. Okay. Always remember Control C. Okay. Similarly, we have Control D also. Okay. So Control D is basically it will not forcefully stop, but it will ask the command to stop itself. Okay. And Control D is also used somewhere also in the form of end of file, which I will tell you later. Okay. So normally you will be using Control C most of the time. Okay. How to?
में सर बैकग्राउंड में रनिंग रहता है ना, वो कंट्रोल टी करते हैं.
Yes. So why in the background running, I will tell you once we reach that slide in the process management. Okay. Then we have power off. Obviously, if you want to shut down your system, अगर आपको अपना server off करना है, the command is power off. Remember, this can be executed by only root user. So become root first of all, then run power off. Okay, the system will go shut down. If you want to restart the system, the command is reboot. Okay, power off, reboot. Always remember. All right. So yeah, so this is it for process management. Just a brief for now, because why am I telling you this in advance? Because next is storage management. Okay, we are going to learn about how to partition a hard disk, how to create a file system on a hard disk, and many more things. So we might need to run these commands sometime, maybe ps command or kill command, maybe, or control C. Okay.
Sir, if we want to, hello.
Yes.
Sir, if we want to reboot n nodes, that means 3 or 4 nodes at a time by single command.
Okay.
How to do?
Okay. See,
PDS.
without logging into the system, you cannot issue reboot command. Okay. But
Yes.
what you can do is you can use the power of automation. Okay. What kind of automation? Either you use bash shell scripting, or you can use Ansible automation. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So using maybe bash shell scripting, what you can do, let me just type the command quickly, although you won't be able to understand, but let me try to explain.
Minus P.
Okay. Now this is the shell script, a kind of a shell script. This will work 100%. Okay. What is this happening here? I have written, let's say you want to reboot 10 servers, right?
Yes,
so
sir.
I will type the names of the 10 server in this file, server.txt. And then I will copy this complete code in a file. And then I will execute this file. What will happen? The first server will be logged in and sudo reboot command will be executed. How to log in? Using SSH. Okay. What about the SSH password? I'm already giving this password here. So this is one very, 4-liner method, a 4-line method to reboot multiple machines with the help of shell scripting. Okay. But in the case of Ansible, there is only one line like this. That's it. This is that easy. Ansible all -m reboot. So, but in Ansible, there is a inventory file. You will mention all the servers. Okay? All means all the servers. Let's say there are 1000. So all 1000 will be rebooted. Let's say you want to just reboot 3. Then you will type node 1, node 2, node 3. So this is, you will find Ansible very easy as compared to bash shell scripting. Although I will teach you this also.
Sir, we are using PDSH -w node CPU 1 to 3, GPU 1 to 3.
So PDSH is not a Linux command. Hold on. Not provided by RHCL at least. No entry for PDSH. Which PDSH? Okay, no command. Yum install PDSH. So I don't think this is a Red Hat provided command. Maybe third party.
Yes, sir. That might be the Slurm command.
Yeah. So it is not from Red Hat. It can, So this is a third party. We have to install it. And if we have to install it and configure it also, then only you can do it.
सर कैसे पता चला आपको ये?
क्या चीज?
ये कैसे पता चला कि ये कमांड इसका नहीं है?
Because it is coming from this extra packages for enterprise Linux. EPEL. Okay. I will tell you this later. We have not reached yum. अभी हम yum पे नहीं पहुंचे हैं. वो तो बस अभी.
सर आपने ये स्क्रिप्ट कैसे लिखा? ये प्रोग्रामिंग ये क्या है?
ये कमांड, ये प्रोग्राम
हाँ
मुझे आता है इसलिए लिखा.
नहीं चलो हम लोग कैसे लिखेंगे?
आपको भी सिखाऊंगा. अभी तो बताया, ये आपको भी सिखाऊंगा. ठीक है, ये देखो आपको दिखा देता हूं.
क्या ये नोड 1 नोड 2 क्या है? कंप्यूटर
सर्वर नेम, सर्वर 1, सर्वर 2.
सर यहाँ पे तो इस स्क्रिप्ट को मतलब सभी सर्वर पे कॉपी करना पड़ेगा?
नहीं, फिर अपने मशीन पे रखो इस स्क्रिप्ट को, अपना होता रहेगा सब कुछ.
तो इसमें फिर सर्वर की डिटेल्स हमने मेंशन नहीं कर रखी, जिस सर्वर को
कहाँ पे, किस वाले पे कह रहे हो? एंसिबल वाले पे?
ऊपर वाले में.
ऊपर वाले पे तो ऊपर एक फाइल बनाओगे ना सबसे पहले, एक server.txt. और उसके अंदर लिखोगे server 1 server 2 like that. Okay, ऐसे करके लिखोगे तब ये कोड चलेगा.
तो इसमें मतलब हम सर्वर की होस्ट नेम या फिर आईपी एड्रेस को मेंशन करेंगे.
हाँ, राइट. आप होस्ट नेम डालोगे तो मेक श्योर डीएनएस में उसकी एंट्री हो. अगर नहीं है तो आप क्या करोगे, आईपी डालोगे ऑब्वियसली. Okay. So I'm just trying to give you a kind of a, real time example that how things happen, how are things done in the industry.
Sir,
okay,
this file server.txt, it's created using Microsoft what we call not Word, Excel.
No, like this only. Let me show you where it is. Yeah, you can just simply create vi server.txt, that's it, and type server A, server B, like that.
Okay.
And save and exit. Then you create another file vi reboot.sh.
Yes, sir.
I will tell you later, how to do it.
Thank you.
Okay, and then copy this code. Okay, tabs which we don't want. Okay.
Do.
That's it, and execute this file. Okay, how to execute? First of all, this file should have execute permission. Does this file has execute permission? No.
No, sir.
So let me add execute for me only. Okay, for user. Chmod u means user plus x,
plus x,
and then reboot.sh, ls-l to verify. So I have execute, others do not have execute, group also not execute. Then I can execute ./reboot.sh and it will be rebooted. So it says SSH pass not found. I have to install SSH pass.
Yes.
Okay. So basically, I just wanted to give you an idea.
Yes, sir.
How things work. Okay. So with script also, you can do some sort of automation because, see, ultimately think yourself as a system admin. You are not going to manage only one server. You are going to manage multiple servers. Okay. Maybe 10, maybe 20, maybe 50, maybe 100. Okay. So it's better you are prepared in advance. You should know a little bit about bash shell scripting. At least you should be able to understand scripts created by others. Okay.
Sir, we have a blade server which is having 8 GPUs. Can we use some sort of environment like Kubernetes ecosystem in that way as well?
See,
Ubuntu installed in that.
You have installed Ubuntu. Yes, you can.
Yes, sir.
You can use basically Docker plus Kubernetes, or you can also use OpenStack. Do you know what is OpenStack?
Sir, OpenStack, I heard about that.
Not OpenStack, OpenShift.
No.
Okay, no worries. Okay, so OpenShift is a kind of a package which includes container, Kubernetes, and Kubernetes management, reporting, all these things. Okay, in one package that is provided by Red Hat. Okay, yes, so that is called OpenShift. So if you want to use that, that's also fine. It will make your life easy. But otherwise in Kubernetes only, that is a bit difficult to manage. Using Kubernetes, container management is a bit difficult.
Yes,
okay?
Sir.
Yeah.
सर विंडोज में डॉकर होता है वैसे?
हाँ, विंडोज में भी डॉकर होता है. वही सेम चीज है. लाइनेक्स में भी डॉकर होता है. वही सेम. Okay.
Sir, can we use KVM in that as well? KVM.
Yes, you can use KVM. You just have to install KVM packages. That's it. You can start using KVM, create virtual machine in Linux.
Sir, can I create, if after installing KVM, can I create not virtual machine because GPU is not virtualized? So can I give the IP addresses to that 8 GPUs and then use these GPUs through web or something like that?
See, there is a concept called hardware pass-through. Okay, which means virtual machine can directly use hardware. Okay, yes. But I'm not sure if those GPUs can be used for the virtual machine because they are GPU, general purpose.
Yes, sir. Nowadays, units, right? NVIDIA have created a new series of GPUs that's also virtualized. We were using V CPU. Now they have created G GPU.
Right. So
latest configuration.
Okay, enterprise level hardware.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Then you can do it. Then
Yes.
it's up to, first of all, you should have proper drivers installed. Ubuntu should recognize them. Then only this thing can happen. Again, I have no experience.
Yes, sir,
Theoretically, I'm telling you, but experience-wise, I have no experience with this.
I even don't have experience in that. That's the latest hardware that.
Yeah, latest hardware. Right.
Yes,
Absolutely. Okay. So till now we have covered. What do we have covered right now? The commands, the basics, file permissions, umask, ACL, wildcard, some basic things like inode, links, right? So now from the next slide onwards, we are diving into some hardcore topics. For example, storage concepts. Storage means your sorry.
सर ये क्वेश्चन था.
हाँ जी yes.
सर जैसे हमें सर्वर पे ये यूजर यूआई नहीं जीयूआई नहीं दिखाई देगा तो सर वो कैसे दिखाई देगा? उसमें कैसे हम लोग कमांड रन करेंगे?
ओके मैं आपको दिखाता हूँ लाइव एग्जांपल. लेट मी शो यू लाइव एग्जांपल. ओके
यस सर.
सो होल्ड ऑन. या so let's say you are working on a server real time. You will see the screen like this. You see this black screen, white text.
Yes sir.
You will log in. Let's say I'm using student account. Okay, student is the username. Just manage this because the font size is very small. I cannot increase it. Okay, Red Hat is password. I log in. Now the problem is I'm not comfortable with this. Okay, if you are logged in from SSH, you cannot switch to GUI. Okay, although there are some techniques, but it is not recommended. Your company policy will be against that. Okay, then how to switch to GUI? First of all, you will be taking the console directly. This is called console. Hold on. This screen is called console. I am taking the console of the virtual machine directly from the source. Source means where is the virtual machine? Let's say on the server, which is in USA. So first of all, I will go to the data center, not physically, but there is a concept like virtualization where we use some software like vSphere. Okay, vSphere is provided by VMware. It is a very expensive software, right? It enables your organization to create virtual machines. Okay, so you can log into vSphere. Okay, and the system is called vCenter, where you log in and then you access virtual machines. Log into vCenter and right click the virtual machine. Okay, and then open the console. Now you will get the same black screen also, the same thing. Now there you can start graphics. So there is a command like, hold on, let me become root. There is a command like this: systemctl isolate systemctl isolate graphical.target. Okay, immediately graphics will start. See, I'm using virtual machine on my own laptop. The speed is very fast. You see, it is very responsive. It feels I have installed Linux, right? But when you log into vCenter, you are not local to the network. You are actually going across like thousands of kilometers, let's say in the USA site, and then you try to take graphics. Graphics will be laggy. You will not enjoy that experience. Okay. So let's say you take 15 minutes to do something in graphics. That thing can also be done with CLI in 10 seconds. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So I have started the graphics. It's fine. But practically in real time, when you start working, it will be very slow. You will not enjoy it. You have to eventually work on that black screen. Like this, you will eventually work on this screen only. Okay.
Yes sir.
Yeah.
सर कमांड लिख दीजिए सर उस पे नोट पे.
ये लो. Okay, you can try this command. All right, so yeah, next slide, very important one. Okay, so from this slide number 41, we are starting this concept of storage. Okay, so normally when I say storage, what comes into your mind? Normally we say hard disk. Okay, So yes, so we are going to learn how to manage a hard disk. In the industry or in the market, I should say, there are multiple types of hard disks available. One is called hard disk drive. Second one is called solid state drive. Third one is called NVMe, non-volatile memory. Okay, so hard disk basically is kind of a, it runs with the help of a motor, right? And a disk platter is there. It can attain speeds up to, let's say, 10,000 RPM max. Okay, so it has in RPM wise 10,000 maximum. From MBBS point of view, maybe 50 to 100 MBBS. Okay, SSD is 10 times faster. Okay, there are no moving parts. It can get speeds up to, let's say, 1,000 to 3,000 MBBS. Okay, isn't it fast? What about NVMe? NVMe is one step ahead. Speed starts from 3,000 MBBS, goes up to 7,000 MBBS, 8,000 MBBS. Okay, so these are, first of all, technologies available in the market. And yes, in the enterprise level hardware also, in the company's servers also, you might see hard disk drive, solid state disk, or NVMe disk. It depends on the usage. If you are running a database application, okay, let's say, or maybe some application which requires high read write speeds, then obviously you will request for NVMe disk. Okay, if you are okay with a little slow speed disk, then solid state drive is your option. If you just want to take backups, then hard disk. Why? Because hard disk is the cheapest here. There is one more cheapest alternative, tape library. Okay, this is the most cheapest. Speed is very slow, but it is the most cheapest. Okay, it is tape library is used to store backups for years, 10 years, 20 years. Okay, first of all, the backups will be taken on the hard disk and then transferred to the tape library for, storage. All right, so then SSD is expensive compared to hard disk. Okay, and NVMe is again expensive compared to SSD. All right, so this is the kind of a hierarchy. So cheapest is tape library, expensive is NVMe. Okay, also NVMe has two types. One is called NVMe for M2, okay, which is meant for M2 interface, and one is for SATA interface. SATA interface NVMe will have this speed only, 1,000 to 3,000 Mbps. That's it. M2 interface NVMe, it uses PCIe Express. Okay, PCI Express is very high speed interface. That's why 3,000 to 8,000 Mbps can be achieved. In your motherboard, your graphics card also uses PCI Express. Okay, so you can imagine how many data in GBs can be transferred. Okay, full form of NVMe is non-volatile memory. Let me just give you the correct one. It is called non-volatile memory express because it is used on PCI Express slot. Okay, not that slot, but that PCI Express slot is converted into M2 like this. M2 slot. So this like this. You see this? Okay, it's opening. Yeah. So this black thing is the PCI Express slot for M2 for M2 NVMe. Okay, so this is how your NVMe looks on the motherboard. Okay, just like a RAM, but it is actually 500 GB. You see here, this is from Crucial 2280 model number, size 500 gigabytes, and it is NVMe M2. Okay, So it will utilize the
crucial ये क्या base company है क्या?
See, market में when we talk about RAM or hard disk, popular companies कौन सी है? Samsung, okay, Seagate, right?
WD,
हाँ, WD और
Crucial,
और इन सबका बाप है Crucial. ठीक है. So Crucial सबसे बड़ा प्लेयर है. Samsung वगैरह तो बाद में आए हैं. ये इनसे पहले का प्लेयर है. ओके, ठीक है. तो दैट्स इट. आई मीन ये ऐसे चलता है यहाँ पे. ओके, so coming back to the slide, how much time do we have? 4 minutes left. Okay, let me just give you overview and then tomorrow we will continue. So see, in a hard disk, first of all, let me show you my computer. See, in Windows, right now you see C drive, D drive, like that. Okay, so just treat them as part of one hard disk, and there are two partitions. One is 200 GB, another one is 500 GB, like that, for example. Okay, if you want to use a partition, this D drive or C drive, that partition should be first formatted, okay, with the file system format. In Windows, what are the file system formats? You might have known this, like FAT32 or NTFS, right? But in Linux, the file systems are different. In Linux, file systems are ext, xfs. There is another file system for dedicated for swap. It is called swap. Okay, so we are going to learn about these things: ext, xfs, and swap. What is the difference between ext and xfs? Which one is better? Which one is more suited for which application? Okay, so this is the thing to learn in Linux. Okay, when we talk about storage, the first thing you should understand is when to use ext, when to use xfs. Okay, how to create a partition? That is simple. Anyone can create partition. But when to use ext, when to use xfs, that is more important thing. Okay, so like in my case, if I check C drive, my C drive, go to properties, file system is NTFS. Okay, you see this file system NTFS. But if I'm using a pen drive, maybe the file system is FAT32. Limitation of FAT32 is you cannot create a single file of more than 4 GB size. If you have a movie Blu-ray converted into Blu-ray, the file size becomes 6 GB, 7 GB, right? If you want to save that 7 GB single file in a pen drive of FAT32, you cannot save it. System will say not allowed. Cannot save files larger than 4 GB. But if you convert that pen drive into NTFS, you can easily save it. There will be no issue. Provided NTFS pen drive should be recognizable by your television, because normally you will use pen drive connected to the TV and then watch that movie. If your TV does not support NTFS, then it's of no use. Normally TVs, old TVs which support pen drive, they only support FAT32. That's it. So you're limited to 4 GB file only, less than 4 GB. Okay, so I'm just giving some example so that you can relate. Okay, so yeah, so this is it for today, guys. If you have any questions, let me know, please.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
sir,
yes.
Can I share the screen right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
सर तब तक एक क्वेश्चन था.
Sir, it's showing you can't share your.
जैसे ग्राफिक में आपने कमांड.
Okay.
You can share, you can try. हाँ जी बोलो शेखर.
सर जैसे आपने ग्राफिक
स्टार्ट किया,
क्या कहते हैं, कमांड से, जैसे ग्राफिक्स में आने के लिए आपने कमांड दिया ना, वो जाने के लिए क्या सा कमांड था सर?
उसको वापस ब्लैक स्क्रीन पे जाने के लिए
CLI में जाने के लिए क्या था कमांड?
graphical.target की जगह लिख दो multi-user.target. मैं लिख देता हूँ.
सर
Yes, Ijaz.
Yes, sir.
I can see your screen. Yes.
Yes, sir. I'm logged into one of the servers.
Okay.
From my office. That's a cluster. This Blade server.
Yeah, Blade server. Okay.
Yes, sir. I'm right now logged in. So it's showing me that I have got sudo rights as well. But it's not showing me the /home/Ajaz. That's
okay. Do one thing.
Okay.
Just type what is your ID here? Ijazul Haq, right? So ID space Ijazul Haq, yeah. Okay, it's an okay. So standard user, all right. Do you know that you are authenticated from LDAP server or directly it's a local user? If not, then just do one thing. Just type this command: grep space your username space /etc/passwd. Okay, it's a local user. Okay, and you have access to the shell, the old shell, not bash shell. It's Bourne shell. Okay, it says your home directory /home/Azaz-ul-Haq should be present. Okay, but when you cd, it is not found.
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you go to cd home, cd/home, cd/home, then ls? ls, that's it. Do you see your home directory here? No. Do you have root access? Sudo?
No, sir, I don't have it from this server as well.
Okay, you can just check sudo su-enter.
Sir, can we become root?
Yeah, just try. Give your password, Ajaz, your ID password, yeah.
It's showing it's not in the sudo file. Can we go to vi sudo and then add?
You cannot go because only root can do this.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so only root can do this. Achha, do one thing. Just type this cat space /etc/os -release. No space. Yeah, os-release.
Yes, sir.
RELEASE. I don't think there is RELEASE. Yeah. So it says it is Ubuntu 20. Okay, Ubuntu server. All right. Okay. So yeah, so first of all, if you want to become root, you have to ask someone who has root password. Do you have root password direct?
No, sir, I don't think so. But I have another one password that's Aunt PC with the name we are used to log into this.
Okay, but does it have root access? Is it added to root sudo file?
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it might have sudo permission.
Okay, you can check it.
Wait. CMD.
It is on your local network?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
This one is on local.
Okay. So, all right. You can just check sudo su-.
Username RPC.
No. Sudo su-, that's it. Press enter. Give the password for ant PC user. Yeah, you can become root.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this is the same PC, right?
Yes, sir.
Where your home directory is not there.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so go do one thing. Just go to cd/home. ls-l. ls-l, yes. So now you see how is home directory created. Username, owner is the username, and the group owner is also the username. So you can create your home directory, mkdir space your username. Enter. chmod space, so not chmod, chown, own. Yeah, chown Space your username colon again your username. So basically that is group name. Okay. Space the directory name, which is same your username. Okay, enter. It is done. Go to the previous session where you are logged in as Ijaz. Yes. And you can now go to cd / just type cd enter. Or pwd. Where are you right now? You are inside your home directory.
Yes, sir.
Okay, done.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so basic overview. Again, we revised basically special permissions, and one thing new we learned was umask. Okay. All right, and then little bit about process management. So yeah, so yeah, in process management we talked about like uptime command, top command, okay, ps command, like that. Okay, so basically today we are going to cover some part of the storage concepts, which means the file system and some commands regarding how to find details about the hard disk. Okay, like in Windows it is easy. Go to my computer, just check what is the available size. But how to do this in Linux on CLI? Okay, graphically again in Linux graphically is almost similar, but in CLI it is bit different. Okay, and yes, we'll talk about partitioning, how to create a partition like that. Okay, all right. So before I start, there is a question for everyone. Let me, yeah. So the question is, let's say you purchase a hard disk. Okay, you purchase a hard disk, let's say 500 GB. You connect the hard disk to the laptop. Okay, laptop or desktop. Then can you immediately start using it? Can you immediately start saving data?
No,
No, sir.
Obviously no. Why no? Because first of all, we need to format it. Okay. Now what exactly is, yeah, so what exactly is this format? Formatting a pen drive or formatting a hard disk. So basically the thing is, when you purchase a hard disk or pen drive, most of the time it is in RAW. RAW means you cannot save data just like that. Okay. If you want to save data, there has to be some mechanism which is present on the hard drive. That mechanism is basically software based. Okay, software based mechanism. We can understand it like this. So there is a software based mechanism which decides how to save data. Okay. Okay, this mechanism decides how to save data. Now this mechanism, technically it is called file system. File system is a mechanism which decides how to save data on the hard disk. Okay. In Windows, what kind of file system we have? We have FAT32, we have NTFS, like that. Similarly, in Linux, what file systems we have? We have EXT, which is called extended file system. Then there is XFS. Okay. XFS means, I forgot what the X is. I'll explain you. I'll let you know. So EXT and XFS both are used in Linux. You can use anyone. Okay. Either use EXT, XFS, but you should know the good things and bad things about these EXT and XFS, right? Like in Windows, what is a drawback in FAT32? You can just save one single file of maximum size 4 GB. If there is a file, let's say movie.mp4, that movie.mp4 file cannot exceed 4 GB. This is a limitation in FAT32. In NTFS, that limitation is gone. Okay. And NTFS, I think it means network file system. So it is tuned for network, high performance in network. So data sharing and all that stuff. Okay. So similarly in Linux, we have EXT with some good points, some bad points. We have XFS with some good points and bad points, right? All right, so coming back to the slide. So first of all, we will talk about ext file system, which is called extended file system. So basically, when Red Hat Linux was introduced, ext2 was introduced at that time, ext1, ext2. So with ext2, there was the limit of managing data on the hard disk was 2 TB. At that time, 2 TB hard disks were not present, but some concepts were present where we can club multiple hard disk. So if you club multiple hard disk, the total data you can manage is 2 TB maximum. Okay. Then ext2 file system was updated. The new version came, it was ext3. You could see ext3 in Red Hat version 5 onwards, Red Hat version 4 onwards, in fact. Okay, Red Hat version 4 onwards, you could see ext3. So ext3 had one major advantage, and that was Red Hat introduced one feature called journaling. Okay, so journaling is a mechanism using which data corruption is avoided. Okay, data is not corrupted. Okay, so journaling feature was introduced in ext3, which made sure that data corruption is not a chance. Okay, there should be no chance of data corruption. Why is data corrupted? Let's say you are doing something, or server is working on some files, server is saving some data on some file, and all of a sudden the server got rebooted. Maybe root user rebooted, or some other user rebooted, or there was some power issue, that's why it got rebooted. What will be the problem? The data which was being saved on that file will get corrupted, right? So ext3 has a system which can recover that data automatically. Okay, it is a very good feature. Okay, and in ext3, individual file size can go up to 2 terabytes, which is very big. You can create a single file of maximum 2 terabyte, single file. Okay, now coming to the latest one, the latest version of ext file system is ext4. Okay, it is more faster, input outputs speed is fast, and it carries all the features, all the benefits of ext3, right? The only difference is about this maximum individual file size. Now from 2 TB, it can go up to 16 terabytes. Okay, you can create a single file of 16 terabyte. Where it is useful in database. When the database is very busy, this database file can go up to terabytes, 3 terabyte, 5 terabyte, like that. Okay, but in the industry, ext is not used for database. Then what is used? XFS file system is used. Okay, because XFS file system has one major feature or advantage, and that is called parallel IO processing, which means data can be saved and retrieved both at the same time. All right, so XFS file system supports parallel input output processing, which is very beneficial for database applications, because database is ultimately, it is a file, right? Whenever some entries are saved in database, there is a file, new entries come into that. But database file is very busy. Multiple transactions are happening. Website is, or the application is taking something from the database, saving something into the database. I mean, read and write is so frequent that only XFS file system can support that kind of operations. Okay, so XFL file system is preferred for database applications, ext for normal any other application like web server, okay, or maybe monitoring server, backup server, like that. Okay, so these are the two file system that we are going to use from now onwards in Linux. And then there is one more, which is called swap file system. Swap file system is, it is used for the swap memory that I explained you yesterday. Like we have RAM is in limited quantities, like 2 GB, 4 GB. Okay, normally you will see like this in servers also, 2 GB, 4 GB, or maybe 8 GB. What if the server, the application installed on the server needs more RAM? Okay, maybe there is some extra work going on. Some users are, multiple users are doing something on the application. So more RAM will be consumed. At that time, swap will take over. Okay, swap will help RAM so that performance is not decreased. we don't see any dip in the performance of the application. Okay, so swap memory will help RAM, and swap is created from the hard disk only. Okay, it is kind of a partition. It is a partition, and we apply this file system on that partition swap. You know, swap cannot be accessed by end users, root user, or any other user. We cannot save anything in swap. We cannot see what is there in swap. Only operating system can see, only operating system can manage swap. Okay, we as a system admin, we can just provide swap to the operating system so that applications can run smoothly, even in the case when RAM has completely used, there is zero space free in the RAM, still applications will run. How? With the help of swap. Okay, so theoretically, just remember all these points, because going forward we are going to do multiple things like create a partition, apply the file system, save some file. So we will practice all this. Okay, before we do, before we reach the partitioning thing, we should know some commands. For example, let me run this, or let me log in first. See, graphically in Linux, it's very easy to find everything. What is the free space in the hard disk and all that stuff. But in command line, obviously commands are there. So the first command is disk free -h, df-h. How to remember df? Disk free. So df-h, press enter. Okay, first of all, without any option, just df without any option. Okay, so you get multiple things. First of all, you output is in the form of table. Okay, and use on the left hand side, the partition is listed, partition number 1, partition number 2. On the second column, the size of the partition is listed in the form of blocks. This is not giving me any picture, clear picture, like how much of size in MB or GB is it, right? Then how much of the size is used, again in blocks, how much is available, how much % is in use, and where is this partition available. Okay, so this is called mount point. So this partition is mounted on /boot like that. Okay, so if I want to see this size in meaningful way, like MB, GB, KB, TB, I will use -h option, df-h, right? Now you see meaningful data. Okay, but right now you are getting the output where you see this dev temp fs, temp fs. So these are some spaces created by the operating system for its own use. So let me ignore these lines. How can we ignore? Disk free -h, pipe grep -v. Okay, -v means ignore. What to ignore? tmpfs. Any line which contains this word, that line will be ignored. Now we see some limited data, meaningful limited data. Okay, now how to understand this output? On the left hand side, the first column is the partition itself. Okay, so this is a partition of how much size? 17 GB. How much is in use? 5.7 GB. How much is available? 12 GB. % usage? 34 GB. Sorry, 34% in use. And this 17 GB is available on /boot. So whenever I do cd/, I enter this 17 GB area. And on this 17 GB area, we have the complete operating system installed, right? Everything is here in this 17 GB. Okay, coming to the second partition. So this second partition device is of just 1 GB, 1014 MB, close to 1 GB. How much is in use? 324 MB. Available almost 700 MB. % usage 32%. This partition, again, in Linux, partitions are also considered as devices, as a piece of hardware. Okay, how to access this partition 1? By entering /boot. When you go inside /boot, the data you see is coming from this 1 GB partition. Okay, like this, cd/boot ls. Now whatever you see here, this data is not in /, or this data is not in 17 GB partition. This is coming from 1 GB partition. Okay. So this thing I explained you last time also. Although /boot, the directory /boot is inside slash is what? 17 GB partition. But when you enter /boot, you are actually entering that device. What device? This 1 GB partition. Okay, so this is a concept in Linux. This is called mounting, and the device is mounted on a mount point. So device, my partition of 1 GB. Okay, where it is mounted? It is mounted on /boot mount point. Okay, so disk-free -h is this. I mean, this is disk-free -h. You can check how much space is available like that. All right. If you want to see all the devices, like how many partitions are there, you can just run this command lsblk, list block devices. What is a block device? A pen drive, hard disk, a CD-ROM, a CD or DVD, you know, all these devices are block devices where data can be saved. Okay. And you know, what is printer? Printer falls in the category of which device? Printer is a character device because printer prints characters, right? So printer is a character device. So like that, there are so many device files created in the system. Let me show you. lsblk first, lsblk command. You see SR0. The first column is the device. Then we have the column for size. Then we have column for type. And then mount point. Where is this available? So my hardware CD-ROM, this the size is 8.8 GB. Why? Because one DVD is loaded. Which DVD? RHCL 8.3. This is loaded. Okay, and it is loaded and it is available inside /run media student. When you enter this location, you get the contents of this DVD. See, CD/run media student and then RHCL. Okay, so this is the complete path. Press enter. Now ls-l. So this is the data which is inside the RHCL 8 DVD. Okay, so this is the content of the DVD. Okay, again lsblk. Okay, so second device is my hard disk. Okay, so second device is my hard disk. How to say, how can I say it is a hard disk? Just check the type. For for the DVD-ROM or the CD-ROM, the type is ROM, read only memory. Obviously, you cannot write anything on a CD until and unless it is a writable CD or writable DVD. Normally, when you're using virtual machines, you will get like this only, ROM, read only memory. Then the second is your hard disk. How can I say it is a hard disk? Just check this type. It says disk. Disk means it is a hard disk. And then you see this tree-like structure. Hold on. Then you see this tree-like structure. It is just telling you that your hard disk NVMe0N1. Okay, it contains two partitions. Partition 1 of 1 GB, which is available on /boot. Partition 2 of 19 GB. Okay, now we see the exact thing. Partition 2 of 19 GB, out of which 17 GB is used for slash and 2 GB is used for swap. So in my system, I have swap also. Disk-free -h was not showing me swap information. See, no swap information, only 17 GB and 1 GB, right? So again, lsblk command. So just understand this tree one more time. This is my hard disk of like 20 GB. See here, size 20 GB. Out of 20 GB, one partition number 1 is of 1 GB. Partition number 2 is of 19 GB. So out of this partition number 2, some other devices have been created. That is called LV, logical volumes. Logical volume 17 GB, logical volume 2 GB. I will explain you logical volume next after partition. Okay, so you can ignore this for now. What is logical volume? Forget it. Just focus on this partition 1, partition 2. Okay. Yes, anyone has a question? Hold on. Yes, Vikram, any question?
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes.
If we connect the USB media, so that will be so this
See, if you connect USB pen drive, hold on. Let's say you connect a 16 GB pen drive on a server, on a physical server. Now, how to detect this pen drive? Type LSBLK. Okay, you will get the list of devices SR0. Okay, and then your hard disk may be NVMe 0 and 1 like that. And then you will get your pen drive. That can be something like SDA. Okay, and then you see the size also, like it will be 16 GB. Okay, and on the mount point, if it is empty and you want to use it, you can use a mount command, which I will tell you later. You want to use this pen drive, you will mount SDA to some directory so that you can enter that directory and use the pen drive. Okay. Similarly, we can, we are going to connect a hard disk also. I'm going to teach you everything. We are going to connect a new hard disk. We are going to identify if the hard disk has been connected, and then we are going to use it. Obviously, first we will format and then we will use it. Okay.
Yeah, actually, yesterday I tried. It was showing in my Windows.
See, if you first of all, if you are using a graphics in Linux virtual machine, the pen drive will be automatically connected. Okay, and you will see it is connected. You can double click, you can open in like just like this. Go to files. On the left hand side, like this, you see my CD DVD. If I click, I get all the directories. Right. Similarly, here only you will get your pen drive, SanDisk, Kingston, like that. Just click it and see the files. Okay. In GUI, automatically the hardware is detected and is usable. But when your servers do not have GUI, then what? Then you have to manually, manually do something in order to use that device, which I will tell you next. Normally, it is just one command, mount. So we are going to use mount to start using the device. Okay. Coming back to commands. Yeah. So yes.
Yeah. So I'm checking in my Linux system.
Yeah.
I have 3 partitions.
All right.
So it is default. I have when I installed that, I didn't use any partitions.
Yeah, absolutely fine. Yeah.
So there are 3 partitions. And in your system, it is default. It is two partitions. How does that work? I didn't understand that.
See, just first of all, have a look. Like your hard disk name is coming as SDA or NVMe.
It's coming NVMe.
Okay, NVMe, and you will see this complete size in the first line, right? First row.
Yeah.
And then you see this tree structure.
Yes.
What do you see here? Partition number 1, partition number 2, right?
Yeah.
And the partition number 2 is converted into 2 separate LVs. These are called logical volumes, which I will tell you later. Do you see such structure in your laptop?
No.
Okay. So which means you just have 3 standard partitions. Partition 1, 2, 3.
Exactly.
The first one will be for /boot, second for /, and third for swap, right?
Correct. You're right.
Yeah, that's fine. That is also fine. Okay. So I think you're using Fusion, right?
Yeah, I'm using.
Yeah. So I think Fusion automatically installed RHEL without even asking you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is why. So once we complete storage concepts, I'm going to teach you how you can custom install. Means how to create a custom partition. Let's say in your company, the requirement is /boot, or this partition should be of at least 2 GB, not 1 GB. Then what? Then you have to customize this structure. Then I will tell you once we complete storage, once we complete this, then I'm going to start this custom installation of Red Hat so that you know how to do it. Okay. Then we can do anything. Then either we can create all normal partition or we can create all LVMs. Okay. All right. So let me go to first of all /dev, cd/dev. This directory will hold all the hardware which are represented as a file. For example, NVMe, right? In my system, NVMe is my hard disk. ls-l NVMe *. Okay. Everything, every file which is starting with NVMe0 will be listed. So you see this, there is NVMe0, which is not of my use. This is the device actually, NVMe0N1. Okay. So this is my complete device, my 20 GB disk. Then we have partition 1 and partition 2. And what is the file type for NVMe0N1? It is B for block level. It's a block level file. See, when you go into this dev directory, you don't have to do anything. I'm just showing you, I'm just giving you proofs that your hard disk is represented as a file. My hard disk name, NVMe01, it is represented as a file. We have some permissions, we have some ownership. Okay, we have some size like that. Okay, so ideally, a root user or any user has no business in /dev. We can just have a look of the naming conventions and all these things. You know, when any certain hardware is not detected, so you will always check /dev. You know, if you see nothing in lsblk command. Let's say you connected a pen drive and you see nothing in lsblk. The next thing is just go to dev and try to find. Okay, so if you connected a hard disk, it is not visible. Just go to dev directory, check for NVMe name. Okay, for any file starting with NVMe, you will get all the details. Okay, that way you are sure that if there is some problem with the hardware will not be detected. Okay. Okay. Diff ho gaya. Next is disk usage, DU. I think I have explained you DU command. If you want to see the size of a directory, for example, let me go to cd/home. Okay, I'm inside student only. Okay, so inside my current location, there are so many files and directories. Do you know what is the size of desktop directory or maybe videos directory? ls-l will not tell you. It is just giving you the size of the links or the number of the links. Okay, it is not giving you any correct size. For example, desktop directory 6 bytes. Okay, this is not the correct size. The correct size is du-sh star. Now you see desktop is of 0 bytes. Actually, there is no data. In downloads directory, there is 68 kilobytes of data, right? So du-sh to find how much the directory is using, how much space directory is using. Okay, hold on. LSBLK done, BLK ID. Yeah. Acha, one more thing. Whenever a hard disk is whenever a device, a hardware is connected to the Linux server, that device, that hardware will get automatically one unique identification number. If you connect a hard disk, that is a block device, it will get a unique identification number. Pen drive, same thing. CD-ROM, same thing. Okay. Now, how to check that? Where is that ID? It is called UUID. So BLK ID is the command. Block ID. You can remember like this. BLK ID. You have to be root. So I will use sudo command, sudo space BLK ID. Now the output is something like this. Let's say I want to see what is the ID for second partition. So this is my second partition. The complete device name is starting with /dev. Okay, /dev/NVMe01P2 partition 2. UUID equals to something like this. Where to use this? It will be used at the time of permanent mounting, which means make the partition available permanently. Even after reboot, the partition should be automatically available somewhere. Let's say /boot or /temp like that. Okay. So I will give you examples. We will do some practicals. So just remember, if you want to find UUID of any device, any storage device, just use this BLK ID command. That's it. You will get the ID. Okay. You want to use the command smartly, then let me become root. Then we will do it. Like BLK ID space pipe grep. You are looking for partition 2, NVMe 0 N1 P2. So partition 2 is here, and this is the UUID. unique identification number. That's it. Okay. NVMe stands for non-volatile memory express. Okay, non-volatile memory express. Okay, and then the mount command, which I will explain you once we finish partitioning. Okay. All right. Okay, so now in this slide we are going to cover this, like how to add a disk, how to add a hard disk on a virtual machine, how to create a partition, and how to add this file system ext or xfs, like that. Okay, all these operations we are going to cover. Okay, but first let us check what commands are we going to use in this slide. We are going to use this command fdisk. Fdisk is used to create partitions. gdisk also the same purpose. Okay, but there is one small difference which I will explain you in the next slide. mkfs command is used to format a hard disk, format a partition, and assign a partition like ext xfs. So we'll use this command mkfs. Then mount command to start using that partition. Okay, so the first question, why do we create partitions? Anyone? Why do we even create partition? What is the need of a partition in a hard disk? If I do not create a partition, if I just simply use 500 GB for, let's say, Windows, I've installed Windows on 500 GB, I can save data. I can go to desktop and save data, go to documents, save data. So what is the use of partition actually?
For security and backup, sir.
See, when we create a partition, let's say we create two partition in Windows, C drive, D drive, right? In C drive, I'm keeping C drive for Windows. Okay. Windows installation, program files, all those things. And in D drive, I want to keep my personal data, maybe movies, games, books, videos, like that. Okay. Let's say your C drive got corrupted. Your partition number 1 got corrupted. At least your D drive will be safe. Or your Windows got corrupted, you have to reinstall Windows. You have to format C drive. Don't worry, your D drive data will be safe. Okay. So this is one use case. Okay, this is one use of a partition. Second use,
sir,
if you,
I have a question, sir.
Yes, yes.
सर एक्चुअली कल मैं एक फॉर्मेट मार रहा था लैपटॉप, तो उसमें bootable device is not founded दिखा रहा था.
Which means
सुन रहे हैं आप? सर सुन लीजिए ना पहले.
हाँ बोलो बोलो बोलो.
उसके बाद सर जब मैं उसको फॉर्मेट मारने चला ना, तो उसका जो है ना फॉर्मेट मारने के बाद वो 100% वो विंडोज हो गया, लेकिन फिर बाद में देखा तो सी ड्राइव पूरा ही नहीं था, वो बाय डिफॉल्ट वैसे ही आ गया था. क्या ये पॉसिबल है क्या अभी के लैपटॉप में?
देखो विंडोज 11 में ना बहुत कुछ. अच्छा, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल देयर आर टू थिंग्स. आपका लैपटॉप लेनोवो का है कि एचपी का है, किसका है?
सर वो डेल का था, किसी और का था. मैं पार्टीशन फॉर्मेट मार रहा था तो बोला कि वो जब ऑन कर रहा था ना.
तो आजकल है क्या सिस्टम है, आपको बताता हूँ. आजकल जितने वेंडर्स हैं ना, डेल, एचपी, लेनोवो, दे आर इंस्टॉलिंग विंडोज विद देयर कस्टम सॉल्यूशन. मतलब वो अपना कस्टम मैकेनिज्म से इंस्टॉल करते हैं विंडोज. फॉर एग्जांपल, राइट नाउ आई एम यूजिंग अ लेनोवो लैपटॉप. इफ आई हैव टू रीइंस्टॉल विंडोज, आई जस्ट कैनॉट. मैं ऐसे नहीं यूएसबी पेन ड्राइव में विंडोज डाला और रीइंस्टॉल कर दिया, ऐसे नहीं होता है. आई हैव टू आई हैव टू डाउनलोड द रिकवरी इमेज फ्रॉम लेनोवो. आई हैव टू लॉग इन टू लेनोवो एंड गेट द रिकवरी इमेज. फिर उस इमेज को यूएसबी पेन ड्राइव में डालेंगे, तब जाके मेरा सिस्टम में विंडोज री इंस्टॉल होगा. ओके.
हाँ सर, उसको बूटेबल बना करके.
हाँ, उसको बूटेबल बना के वो सारे स्टेप्स देते हैं, लेनोवो कंपनी देती है. मैंने किया एक बार, बिकॉज फ्यू मंथ्स बैक मेरा सिस्टम हो गया करप्ट, वायरस आ गया, मालवेयर आ गया, पता नहीं क्या क्या आ गया था. तो मैंने सुनो, मैंने क्या किया कि एक पेन ड्राइव लिया, उसमें विंडोज 10 डाला और इंस्टॉल करने की कोशिश किया, तो हुआ ही नहीं. वो लेनोवो क्या करता है कि काफी रिस्ट्रिक्शंस लगा दिया लेनोवो ने कि मैं नहीं कर सकता. तो मैंने ढूंढा ऑनलाइन, तो पता लगा लेनोवो की साइट से इसका रिकवरी इमेज मिलेगा, उससे होगा. तो अगर आपके लैपटॉप में भी ये हो रहा है तो पॉसिबिलिटी ये है कि डेल ने ही कुछ किया है. ओके, तो इट्स बेटर आप डेल की वेबसाइट पे जाके इसकी रिकवरी. अच्छा, लेगेसी वाला प्रॉब्लम था, मतलब कि बायोस
उसका लेगेसी का प्रॉब्लम था।
अच्छा, मतलब बायोस में जाके लेगेसी ऑन किया,
ठीक कर दिया उसको।
ओके, हाँ तो वही है, मतलब ये सारी सेटिंग्स
हाँ सर ठीक हो
वेंडर्स ही करते हैं ना, तो इट्स बेटर कि वेंडर सपोर्ट वेबसाइट पे जाके इसका सॉल्यूशन निकालें।
नया जमाना का कुछ ना कुछ आ ही रहा है।
हाँ तो मैं देखो नेक्स्ट स्लाइड में वही बताऊंगा, ये लीगेसी वाला चक्कर। So in the next slide, I'm going to explain you this only. What is this legacy and all that? See this. Next slide is MBR. MBR is called legacy. Okay. And then we have GPT. GPT is the modern system that जो आपके सिस्टम डेल में प्रॉब्लम आई थी उसमें GPT था, इसलिए आप कर नहीं पा रहे थे वो काम. Okay. So I will explain you this. All right. So अच्छा, disk partitioning. First, I just told you just to segregate the data. Second, if you want to install multiple operating system, then how to do it? Simple, just create two partitions. Let's say you have 1 terabyte hard disk. Create two partition, 500 GB for Windows, 500 GB for Linux. That's it. And you can do it. Okay. And we can create partition for virtual memory or swap memory. Okay. And yes, that's it. Okay. And yes, one more thing. Let's say your C drive is just 100 GB. Okay. And you want to install applications on D drive because your D drive is 1 TB, for example. Okay. So you will use the partition to save application data also. So application data can be saved in a partition. You can segregate the files. You can use multi-booting also. Okay. So many things you can do with partitioning. You know what happens in the industry? Let me show you that also. Where is my pen? Hold on.
Sir, in 5th line, you have written NFTS and TFS also.
Where? Hold on.
Notepad.
Acha, in Notepad, hold on. NTFS. This one?
Yes, sir.
So this file system, I'm talking about Windows.
I'm asking that, sir, NFTS या NTFS?
NTFS actually.
NTFS, Network File System. It's a typo.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Just a second. Today is 17. All right. So now a practical thing about like what happens in the companies, right? See, let's say there is a server, okay, and it has like 500 GB hard disk. Now in this 500 GB, it will be like some 100 GB is for slash, okay, 2 GB is for hold on. This is slash in Linux. 2 GB is for slash boot. Okay. Now 400 GB is free. Okay. For example, 400 GB is free. On this server, a database has been installed. Database application has been installed. It can be Oracle or it can be MySQL. Okay, both the application will consume disk space because database file will be created, database entries will be saved, therefore the database size will increase, right? So no, the company says, the company will always recommend that always create a new partition. Okay, let's say inside slash data. So inside slash data, you want to save database files here. Save DB files here. Okay. And this can be your third partition. This can be again 100 GB, right? So these are the real usage. This is the real usage of, partition in the industry, in the companies. Okay, whenever you want to install anything, you can install that on slash. That is fine. MySQL or your Oracle will be installed in slash, which is fine. But the database file which is being created, that database file will be created in this partition. Okay, which means even if this 100 GB is full in like 2 days, nothing will happen to your operating system. Your operating system is on 100 GB. This should not go full. Okay, we will I'm going to teach you how can we make sure that your operating system partition never goes full. Okay, this should never be full. This should be at least 30% free or 20% free minimum. Okay, we are going to save the files in separate partitions. Let's say there is a web server also. Web server will be installed in /, that is fine. But the website files can go into another partition. There is another 100 GB /site. Okay, inside / there is a site directory. Here website can be saved, website files, or technically saying HTML or PHP files. PHP or HTML files, right? So
sir, package installation की location क्या होता है?
Package installation / में ही होगा. Okay.
Okay. So for /boot, you have mentioned 2 GB.
Yeah.
I don't know, is it default in my Fusion where it has taken 300 MB only?
That's why, when VMware automatically installs Red Hat Linux, it can use either 300 MB for /boot or 1 GB for /boot. Okay, but when we compare it with industry standards, the least you can do is 1 GB, or you can go up to 2 GB also. The minimum requirement is 1 GB. Okay.
What will happen if it is below 1 GB?
Okay. The thing is, whenever we update the operating system, the core component of operating system is kernel, right?